Long Island once shimmered with palatial estates that rivaled European palaces. Rolling hills, lush forests, and sweeping waterfront views drew America's wealthiest families to build from tip to tip of the 118-mile Long Island. Between the late 1800s and early 1900s, the region saw a surge of construction spurred by booming industries, favorable rail routes from New York City, and an eagerness among magnates to showcase their fortunes. Where lavish soirees and glittering ballrooms once stood, subdivisions and suburban streets now fill the landscape. Hi everyone, Ken here. In this journey, we'll step back to that golden era and tour 9 extraordinary mansions in detail. Feel free to leave comments as we go through each, and without further ado, let's uncover what they were like and how they vanished in a special episode of This House. Before wealthy heirs and captains of industry converged here, much of Long Island was agricultural land dotted with modest farmhouses. As New York City's population exploded after the Civil War, the newly built Long Island Railroad line shortened travel times, making the picturesque coastline a prime getaway. The Industrial Revolution minted new millionaires who sought sprawling retreats near to, but not inside of, Manhattan. By the early 1900s, families like the Morgans, Vanderbilts, and Guggenheims had transformed parts of Long Island into a playground for the ultra-wealthy. Architects from McKim, Mead & White to C.P.H. Gilbert found themselves commissioned to build dream residences on thousand-acre lots with panoramic water views. Vast fortunes built these estates in styles ranging from the French Renaissance to Beaux-Arts to Tudor Revival. Though each mansion was unique, they shared an affinity for imposing facades, impeccable gardens, and endless staff. Yet in a few short decades, they all vanished. Let's start our tour of these lost Gilded Age mansions with Captain de la Mar's Pembroke and Glen Cove. Joseph Raphael de la Mar's life reads like an adventure novel. Born to a prominent family in Amsterdam, he lost his father at age 4 and later ran away to sea. He made his first fortune as a pirate, diving for Civil War shipwrecks, traveling rivers in Africa to loot villages with cannons on his boat, and most substantially, he struck it big in mining out west, amassing a fortune. And by the 1910s, de la Mar had transformed from an orphan stowaway and had become one of America's wealthiest men. He purchased 47 acres on New York's Gold Coast in Glen Cove and hired leading architect C.P.H. Gilbert to design for him not only a dream house, but an American palace. Coming in at 60,000 square feet when it was completed in 1916, it was one of the largest homes to have ever been built in the United States. To begin exploring this colossal estate, we will pull through the front gate and begin making our way up the drive. Winding about the property, every inch of it has been professionally landscaped with hundreds of species of flowering plants maintained by dozens of full-time gardeners. The Beaux-Arts-style mansion was clad in limestone and complemented by rows of ornate balustrade. No surface of the mansion known as Pembroke was left untouched by the masterful hands of stonemasons and artists. Furthermore, not only were the grounds spectacular, but the earth was rammed to form terraces, pushing the mansion upwards to tower over Glen Cove as its crown jewel of architectural splendor. Even if you were to bypass the drive and arrive by boat, the long, horizontal frieze between the first and second floor mirrored the parallel shore below. Let's dock our boat on the pier and begin traveling towards the front door from the water. As a carriage arrives to pick us up, we will first travel past the bathing pavilion. Then we can wind around the Japanese gardens, seeing only the 70-foot private water tower breaking our immersion. Finally, we arrive at the sunken garden, the only thing now between us and the house. As we continue forward, butterflies flutter about the lilacs and rose bushes planted and pruned to be perfectly symmetrical from the garden path. Let's now pass below the veranda and begin making our way inside, moving through the vestibule to arrive in the stair hall. Entering the mansion, we find that it is every bit as grand inside as it is outside, with the limestone-clad stair hall welcoming us inside. Directly ahead, and continuing in opulence, the living hall acts as the grand reception room where we will wait for our host to be announced. In the meantime, we can begin looking around, peering into other rooms in anticipation of what comes next. The dining room erupts with an assemblage of culture, with wall murals spanning between a gilded cornice and salvaged European wall panels. The space is further decorated with antiques, spanning centuries and regions apart, all anchored above an antique Persian rug. To the other end of the living hall, the den is staged with overstuffed furniture, providing a comfortable place for de la Mar to carry on long conversations over cigars. From here, the formal elements of the home begin to relax as we enter the billiards room and realize that one of the largest and most expensive homes in America was designed primarily for relaxing with a small group of friends. Not only does the house contain a billiards room, but there is an entire indoor tennis court concealed behind its facade. But perhaps the most spectacular space lies at the end of the long corridor. Wrapped in columns with floor-to-ceiling windows, the adjoining tropical house was the showstopper of the estate. This entire wing of the house was designed as an indoor tropical oasis, going far beyond a conventional greenhouse to include a circular indoor swimming pool. And in the very center, you could cross a bridge and enjoy the humid air from a pagoda seemingly floating on the water. De La Mare's private water park made headlines in various architectural publications at the time, causing a cascade of similar rooms to be built for other super wealthy individuals. Not even 2 years after Pembroke had been finished, De La Mare suddenly and fatally contracted pneumonia, leaving his mansion to his daughter Alice in 1918. Pembroke was then placed up for sale and purchased by film magnate and founder of MGM, Marcus Lowe, who enjoyed the mansion until his passing in 1927. The estate was passed down to his son, who decided to demolish the mansion in 1968 before marketing the land to developers. Today, a neighborhood with 46 houses occupies the site, along with the Legend Yacht and Beach Club. If Pembroke would not have been torn down, it would still be one of the largest homes in the US, coming in at 26th place. But Pembroke wasn't the only colossal estate in Glen Cove. There was also Henry P. Davison's Peacock Point, just a short yacht's ride away. Henry P. Davison rose from modest beginnings in Pennsylvania to become a senior partner at J.P. Morgan. Unable to afford college, he moved to Bridgeport, Connecticut in search of opportunity. There he had a chance encounter with the incredibly eccentric circus magnate P.T. Barnum. The two instantly became friends, and Barnum introduced Davison to some of finance's most influential figures. This landed him various jobs as bank president and eventually as J.P. Morgan's senior advisor. Though most notably, Davison is remembered for a meeting he attended on Jekyll Island in 1910 that laid out the framework for the Federal Reserve. It goes without saying that he made a ton of money along the way. Around the time he was looking to build his dream home, the Charles Gates Mansion in Glen Cove had just burned down and the family was selling the prime lot overlooking Long Island Sound. In 1914, Henry purchased it and hired renowned architects Walker and Gillette to design a neo-Georgian mansion with a commanding presence. He then hired the Olmsted brothers to create a park-like setting to surround his mansion. After 2 long years of construction, Henry's estate, known as Peacock Point, was completed. The red brick house was dressed in classical elements with ornate balustrade and pediments decorating each level. Expansive porches allowed his family to enjoy fresh air along the water. Critics wrote about the mansion, it is ardent, earnest, and spirited. As we continue around Peacock Point, we will search for the main entrance. We find the front door flanked by limestone columns with intricate, delicate relief work forming vines to surround the arched opening. Swinging open the front door, we arrive in the entrance hall, finished out with a dotted marble floor and wood-paneled walls and set with murals at the stair landing. Venturing into the dining room, we find the Georgian style has been refined to suit American taste, blending traditional design with refined but more modern finishes for the time. The rounded breakfast room continues this playful twist on the style with a large, multicolored glass dome soaring overhead. Continuing into the sitting room, and despite its large size, we find that it is arranged to be a comfortable retreat, and though it boasts expensive artwork and furniture, it is meant to feel homey and not ostentatious. The library continues this trend of livable spaces with comfortable sofas, large windows, and plenty of lamps. Henry enjoyed his time at Peacock Point for the rest of his life, giving back to the world by raising $4 million for the Red Cross during World War I. Unfortunately, the rest of his time was only 6 years, and he passed away while having a brain tumor removed at the age of 55 in 1922. His wife Kate continued living at Peacock Point until her passing in 1961, and unlike many of the families whose wealth was born from the Gilded Age and squandered by the children, the family continues to own the property 5 generations later, despite the house being demolished shortly after Kate's passing. Now, Glen Cove wasn't the only area of Long Island to know some truly incredible mansions. Next, we'll travel over to Laddingtown to uncover William D. Guthrie's Meudon. William D. Guthrie was a prominent attorney who championed landmark cases before the U.S. Supreme Court, including tax law and railroad mergers, and representing clients like the Rockefellers made him exceedingly wealthy. Guthrie reportedly purchased over 60 modest homes on Long Island and promptly had them demolished to clear the way for his planned palatial residence. He hired esteemed architect C.P.H. Gilbert to design for him an imposing Beaux-Arts-style mansion to bridge the natural landscape. As the dense forest were cleared on the property, 2 small hills were discovered, inspiring the architect to design a house to connect each summit with separate wings of the mansion. In doing so, this left a valley extending from the rear which was recreated and terraced with hedge-lined gardens stepping down towards a fountain. Before we head back up to the main house, let's venture further into the gardens. As we wind about, we find terraces lined by stone balustrade offering sweeping views of the water. At the shore, we find the beach pavilion where we can imagine Guthrie boarding his yachts. And if the estate was not yet impressive enough, we'll find the stables, which were claimed to be the largest on Long Island, and certainly the largest in Laddingtown around the turn of the century. With dozens of outbuildings strategically hidden out of sight, we could spend all day exploring them, but we'll end our tour of the grounds with the greenhouse. Let's make our way back towards the front of the house to find the main entrance. We'll begin our tour by venturing into the entrance hall, clad in wood paneling with the scent of fresh flowers permeating the air and the gentle sound of water trickling in the marble fountain. To one side we find the dining room, continuing these same finishes, though taking on a more Gothic appearance as is most noticeable on the fireplace surround. We'll then pass through double doors, flanked on each side by antique European tapestries, to enter the library. Here we find one of the most unique plaster ceilings we have ever seen on this channel, suspending electric shadow lamps where the ceiling's geometry intersects with itself. The library was mostly just for show, as Guthrie could be found working in a study, perhaps drafting his well-known Magna Carta and other addresses. He continued to live in his palatial mansion for the rest of his life, passing away here in 1935. His will granted his wife lifelong tenancy, but before her passing, she sold the estate and its contents in 1956. In that same year, the mansion was demolished and the grounds were subdivided by a developer who built custom homes in its place. While some of the outbuildings have survived the decades, only bits and pieces of the lost mansion's gardens and balustrade hint that there was ever a grand residence straddling the site's twin peaks. For as palatial as some of these homes have been, one was actually owned by royalty. We're going back to Muttontown now to explore King Zog's Knollwood. Charles Hudson, a Wall Street titan, originally built the 60-room mansion around 1912, but Knollwood's most notorious resident was neither a captain of industry nor an American. His name was Ahmed Segoli, better known to the world as King Zog of Albania. Born in 1895, he rose to prominence at a whirlwind pace. Albania at the time was forging its identity in the aftermath of the Ottoman Empire's collapse in the First World War. Zog, driven by fierce ambition, became the country's youngest prime minister at 27, then president by the age of 30. Within a few years, he dismantled the democracy and overthrew the government, crowning himself king and taking the royal name Zog I. When he was exiled, he plundered the treasury and stole an untold amount of gold and jewels to cart with him around the world. He purchased Knollwood to serve as a sanctuary and sent his men ahead of him to ready the estate for his arrival. Knollwood featured terraced gardens, a grand double staircase, and enough acreage for prize cattle, typical markers of Gilded Age wealth. By 1951, King Zog had purchased it sight unseen, envisioning a royal enclave of exiled Albanians. Rumors spread about hidden gems in the mansion's walls and safes full of gold coins. Local treasure hunters caused catastrophic damage, smashing into plaster, prying away woodwork, and leaving the estate in shambles, and if anyone ever found the treasure, no one has said a word to this day. What we do know, though, is that King Zog never settled there. Bureaucratic hurdles and ill health kept him abroad. Eventually, safety concerns led to Knollwood's demolition in the mid-1950s, and all that's left are eerie remnants and swirling legends of secret riches. Over in Roslyn, there was an equally legendary estate which was thought to have inspired the Great Gatsby. Clarence Mackay was the son of silver magnate John Mackay, who made his fortune during the Comstock Lode silver rush in Nevada. Upon his father's death, Clarence inherited not just a vast fortune, but a legacy of ambition and influence. Determined to cement his family's place among America's elite, Clarence envisioned a home that would rival the palaces of Europe, a place where his family's wealth and status would be immortalized in stone and marble. For this grand vision, Mackay turned to Stanford White, the most celebrated architect of the day, whose designs for the firm McKim, Mead & White had already shaped much of the Gilded Age's architectural landscape. White, known for his ability to blend classical European influences with American innovation, took on the challenge with his signature flair. His designs for Harbor Hill were nothing short of spectacular, creating what would become one of the largest and most luxurious private homes in America. Construction began in 1899, and over the next few years, the sprawling estate took shape. When completed in 1902, Harbor Hill stood as a 60-room mansion perched on one of the highest points on Long Island, offering sweeping views of the surrounding landscape and the distant waters of Hempstead Harbor. The mansion's architectural grandeur was immediately apparent. Its smooth stone facade, adorned with towering columns and intricate carvings, gave it the air of a European chateau transported to the American countryside. The scale of Harbor Hill was nothing short of immense. The estate sprawled across 688 acres of manicured gardens, woodlands, and parklands. The entrance to the estate was a grand spectacle in itself. Visitors were greeted by a sweeping driveway that wound its way through rolling hills and formal gardens, leading to the mansion's imposing main entrance. Inside, Harbor Hill was a marvel of artistry and craftsmanship, with a sweeping staircase that set the stage for lavish balls and gatherings that the Mackays would host. The drawing rooms were furnished with the finest European antiques, tapestries, and paintings, while the dining room, with its immense fireplace and intricately carved wood paneling, could seat dozens of guests for elaborate dinners. Every room in the house was designed to impress, from the private family quarters to the ornate guest suites that hosted royalty, business magnates, and the upper echelons of society. One of the most remarkable aspects of Harbor Hill was its attention to both luxury and innovation. The mansion was equipped with the most modern conveniences of the time, including electric lighting, telephones, and an advanced heating system. Mackay, whose fortune came in part from the telegraph and telecommunications industry, ensured that his home was a model of cutting-edge technology, a blend of old-world elegance and modern efficiency. The estate's grounds were equally impressive, designed by landscape architect Guy Lau. The gardens featured formal terraces, marble fountains, reflecting pools, and expansive lawns. Beyond the formal gardens, the estate extended into parklands and woodlands, complete with stables, greenhouses, and a dairy farm. Harbor Hill was not just a home, it was a self-sustaining world where the Mackays could indulge in their passions. Harbor Hill quickly became one of the premier social destinations on Long Island. Clarence Mackay and his wife Catherine were central figures in the social scene of New York's elite. Catherine, a renowned beauty and suffragist, brought both charm and intellect to the grand parties and gatherings held at Harbor Hill. The Mackays hosted lavish soirees, dinners, and garden parties, with guests including some of the most influential figures of the time. One of the most famous visitors to Harbor Hill was the Prince of Wales, later King Edward VIII, who stayed at the mansion during a trip to America. The estate became synonymous with high society and culture, a place where business, art, and politics converged under the roof of one of America's grandest homes. Despite its grandeur and its place at the center of high society, Harbor Hill's fate was tied to the fortunes of its owners, and to the broader societal shifts that would come to define the early 20th century. Clarence Mackay's business empire, built on telecommunications and the transatlantic telegraph, faced increasing competition and financial difficulties in the years following World War I. The post-war period saw a decline in the fortunes of many of the Gilded Age's wealthiest families, as the extravagant lifestyles of the past became harder to sustain in a rapidly changing world. The Great Depression of the 1930s dealt a final blow to the Mackays' financial stability. Clarence Mackay, formerly one of the richest men in America, found himself struggling to maintain the vast estate. The cost of keeping up Harbor Hill, with over 100 staff, sprawling grounds, and constant need for repairs, became overwhelming. By the time of Clarence's death in 1938, Harbor Hill was already in decline. The estate passed to Mackay's children, but none of them were able or willing to take on the immense responsibility of maintaining such a grand estate. As the realities of the 20th century set in, Harbor Hill, like so many other Gold Coast mansions, became a relic of a bygone era. By the 1940s, it was clear that the house would not be saved, and in 1947, the estate was sold to developers who demolished it within a few short years, reducing its marble columns and gilded rooms to rubble. The land that once housed one of the greatest estates in American history was subdivided into suburban lots, with modern homes and developments taking the place of its grand gardens and formal lawns. Harbor Hill, once a shining symbol of wealth and power, disappeared from the landscape, leaving behind only memories and photographs. Moving along, our next house might look just as formal as any other, however, its owner was known for some pretty outlandish stunts. Let's head over to Locust Valley to explore CKG Billings Farnsworth. CKG Billings, an industrialist and patron of horse racing, found early success leading gas and electric companies in Chicago. Later he moved to Manhattan and built a reputation for throwing some of the era's most unique social events, including a formal dinner in a ballroom where each of his guests was seated on horseback. Designed by the esteemed architect Guy Lau in the Georgian Revival style, Farnsworth was not just a weekend retreat, but a statement of luxury, elegance, and Billings' deep-rooted appreciation for art and architecture. The estate, surrounded by meticulously landscaped grounds by Andrew Sargent, echoed the grandeur of an Italian villa with a central patio that serves as the heart of the magnificent country house. Starting from the road, we will make our way through the gates to begin our journey towards the mansion. We will pass by rolling hills and picture-perfect pastoral scenes, gaining a sense of the context for which the house was designed to echo. To run such a massive estate, the superintendent was generously housed in his own cottage. Moving down the hierarchy, other servants shared quarters far removed from any sights guests might see while visiting. The estate came complete with ample garage space and luxurious stables to house CKG's prized horses. Finally, at the end of the long and winding drive, we see the house standing proudly beyond its brick court. Each side of the house was finished out to have its own character, with large pools and formal gardens. As we pull around to the rear facade, we notice a rounded room, teasing us of what surprises might await us inside. Let's return to the front of the mansion and begin exploring. Entering Farnsworth, we pass through the entrance hall, where colossal Kensington columns frame our view into the courtyard, or patio as it was called. The public rooms are all organized off this majestic space, centered on a fountain, carrying the sound of trickling water throughout the house. Turning back around, we can see those columns we first noted when we entered the mansion. Let's first continue through the archways as sunlight silhouettes the cherub in front of us. This brings us to the loggia, perhaps even more grand than the patio we just passed through. Doubling as the music room, the ceiling is domed and decorated with intricate frescoes depicting Pompeian motifs. We still have much more to see, so we won't linger in awe of the loggia for too long. Instead, we will continue our tour through another archway connecting us to the drawing room. Styled to match the house with Georgian design elements, the drawing room was meant to be a less formal living area. Though with twin fireplaces at each end of the barrel-vaulted room, it still maintained a quiet dignity. The next series of spaces leads us towards the trophy room, where CKG proudly displayed his accomplishments in both horse racing and breeding. The estate stood in unassuming grandeur, bursting at the seams with quiet luxury from 1914 until it was introduced to the Wrecking Ball in 1966. While Billings was well liked by many, the owner of our next mansion was despised, if not feared by those he called friend. This is the story of H. Rogers Jr.'s Black Point in Southampton. In 1909, Henry Huddleston Rogers Jr. inherited one of the largest fortunes in American history. His father had spent his entire adult life building an empire from the ground up, starting with a simple oil field to building refineries and railroads before finally merging with John D. Rockefeller to become Standard Oil. Henry Sr. had led an incredibly fascinating life, remaining modest and humble even as one of the 100 wealthiest men in the world. He built libraries, churches, schools, and donated money to influential figures such as Mark Twain and Booker T. Washington. Helen Keller's education was even paid in full by him. And even though Henry Sr. lived in an outrageous mansion, he preferred to donate his money to the greater good of society and bless people by making sure they were financially taken care of. That was until 1909 when he suffered a fatal stroke. His son, Henry Jr., inherited the modern equivalent of nearly $1.4 billion, but he would have to wait to spend it. Henry Jr. had joined the New York National Guard previously, unaware of the scope of his father's wealth. Just as his time serving was coming to an end, World War I broke out. As he was told he would be stationed, he realized that he might never get a chance to spend his inheritance, but if he could somehow survive, he would enjoy a life of luxury when he returned home. While deployed, he hired the esteemed architecture firm of Walker & Gillette to design for him a palatial mansion in Southampton to be ready for him upon his return. As the years went by, the mansion was fine-tuned by artists, and the Olmsted brothers were granted carte blanche to design the landscape how they saw fit. Finally, as World War I drew to an end, Henry Jr. returned victorious from the front lines in France, and for the first time, he would see his mansion. The estate, now known as Black Point, had won several awards for its design, both from the AIA and the Architectural League. It was created as an Americanized Italian villa with creamy stucco walls below a muted terracotta tile roof. Fronting the water, sandy dunes gracefully blended with a carefully planned garden, transitioning from rustic and natural to a refined and perfectly manicured landscape. Axial vistas were planned about the pools, with every tree and shrub being perfectly placed to capture the views. Even his children, including Millicent Rogers, would enjoy the scaled-down parterre gardens surrounding their playhouse. As we return to the motor court, we will make our way around the reflecting pool to find the main entrance. Passing through the colossal, solid wood doors, we arrive in the entrance hall, carrying the exterior's finishes inside. From terracotta floors to creamy plaster walls and wrought iron handrails overgrown with potted plants, when the doors are opened, the lines are blurred between indoor and outdoor living. We will first venture into the reception room, where archways are framed by antique European tapestries. Then we can make our way into the drawing room, flooded with natural light softly illuminating the coffered, old-growth mahogany ceiling. French doors could be opened on either side of the drawing room to allow the fresh sea breeze to pass straight through the house. This brings us to the loggia, doubling as a breakfast room, once again with terracotta tiles clinking beneath our feet. The barrel-vaulted ceiling and the walls below were decorated with intricate murals in vibrant colors. Though for formal meals in the dining room, guests would dine below the leaded stained glass skylight. Traveling through the house, doors could be found opening onto large terraces. In making our way through the corridors, staircases slowly cascaded behind barrel-vaulted ceilings. Each detail was meant not to be overbearing, but to contribute to the whole. Henry's den welcomes us in with a gentle fire warming the terracotta floor. Over time, he worked on model ships which he proudly displayed suspended from the ceiling. As time went on, Henry's reputation began to slip. He became known as cold and ruthless, and unlike his father, he spent exorbitant amounts of cash just to show off. He purchased an additional 2,000 acres on Long Island, which he named the Port of Missing Men, a glorified hunting lodge on the water where he could race his many yachts. By the time he passed away in 1935, he had all but squandered the family fortune, leaving the modern-day equivalent of only tens of millions to his daughter Millicent. Shortly after his passing, the award-winning Black Point was torn down and slowly redeveloped as a neighborhood. For our next house, we'll travel to the North Hills and see what happens when religion meets architecture. This is the 72,000 square foot Envato, which was the 16th largest house ever built in the United States. Nicholas Brady, born into immense wealth, was the son of wealthy industrialist Anthony N. Brady. Nicholas, who had converted to Catholicism in order to marry Genevieve, dedicated himself to philanthropic endeavors and deeply supported the Catholic Church. His commitment earned him recognition from the Vatican, including a rare honorific title of Papal Duke. Genevieve became a papal duchess in her own right, renowned for her extensive charitable work and notable positions in organizations such as the Girl Scouts and the Welfare Council of New York. Those details will be important as we explore Envato. The mansion seemed to meander on, with exquisite masonry work leading the eye up to dozens of chimneys appearing to pierce the clouds. Each and every face of the home was given the utmost attention to craftsmanship and precision. From stained glass windows framed by limestone to crenellated towers, the mansion was said to rival England's largest manor houses. All about the main house, formal gardens were planned to slowly graduate into lush forest. From the short side of the mansion, we can look up from the reflecting pool to see towers fading off in the distance. And as we continue further away, we step down into terrace gardens. The greenhouse would ensure that a never-ending cycle of fresh flowers could be brought into the house. The garage was essentially its own mansion to house the Brady's collection of automobiles, and the pool house is where memories were made. But we didn't come here for the grounds necessarily, we came to explore the mansion. Pulling up the long drive, we skirt by the left wing of the mansion, rounding the lawns towards the porte-cochere. Once here, we can make our way towards the front door, which is surrounded by incredibly intricate limestone relief work. Heading inside, we enter the vestibule, where we are met with polished stone walls reflecting the flickering flame of the inglenook. Straight ahead and beyond a gallery, we find the grand staircase with deep steps almost making it appear stretched out. As our gaze continues upwards, we see vibrant antique European tapestries hanging on the walls. Now, had we turned just after the vestibule, this is the view of the gallery we would have had, with rich oak paneling and a dizzying plaster ceiling barreling overhead. The first public room we'll explore is the Great Hall, rising nearly 4 stories to its peak. Once again, we find European tapestries hung on the walls and elaborate trusses supporting the ceiling. The scale of this room is simply so large that as we take several steps forward, nothing seems to change. Let's move another 20 or so feet in to get a better look at the fireplace, admiring the delicate detailing along the mantel. To truly appreciate how large the fireplace is, here we see Mrs. Brady entertaining the future Pope in the Great Hall. Without the furniture, we lose reference for the scale. However, in this photo we can see the series of leaded bay windows beyond stone arches which allow this cavernous room to be filled with natural light. From here we'll make our way over to the billiards room, where I want to call special attention to the inglenook, where it's almost like you sit below the upper mantel to enjoy the warmth of the fire. From the gallery, we will make our way through the double doors to find the dining room. Clad in wood paneling, which is broken up by pilasters, our eyes once again drift upwards to find elaborate plasterwork framing an intricate ceiling mural. And as you can imagine, the Bradys had nearly 100 full-time staff members to take care of everything, including cooking their every meal. In breaking with the dark woods we've been seeing throughout, the drawing room or salon is painted in a creamy off-white. But as we find the library, we return to this rich dark woodwork and heavily striated polished stone. Not every room was quite as grand. The living room was set on a more comfortable scale for daily use, though it still boasted the same level of craftsmanship with wood-paneled walls and built-ins. Even the lesser salon was scaled down for comfort, though it would have been considered beyond grand in just about any other home from this time period. As mentioned earlier, Mrs. Brady was deeply religious, and to her this meant having a private chapel inside of the house. This is perhaps one of the more heavily embellished rooms where she was known to spend a lot of time. Carvings and paintings depicted everything from saints to the Stations of the Cross, and from Gothic tracery to wooden vines appearing to free themselves from the walls. Let's return now to the grand staircase and continue exploring from the second floor. As we reach the landing, we get a really good view of the artisan touches along the newel post and balustrade. Let's continue up. The first bedroom we'll see is Mrs. Brady, styled with a mix of new and centuries-old furnishings to lend to the aesthetic. Her suite came complete with a private bathroom and a dressing room. There are simply too many bedrooms in this mansion to run through, so we'll see some of the more interesting rooms such as the small Gothic bedroom and the Chinese bedroom, understanding that each guest suite was themed around various cultures and time periods. The mansion continues on, with dozens of rooms that might have never even been photographed. Following Nicholas Brady's unexpected passing, Genevieve donated the estate to the Jesuits in 1937. The mansion, with its intricate woodwork and vast chapel dedicated to St. Genevieve, initially served as a seminary and later, starting in 1963, became the St. Ignatius Retreat House. almost no changes were made to the mansion other than changing out the furnishings to be more conducive to a religious retreat center. These color photos we are seeing were taken by the late John Foreman of Big Old Houses, showing just how spectacular the house appeared more recently. However, financial considerations led the Jesuits to sell Envato in 2013. After intense local efforts to preserve the mansion failed, the property was sold for development and demolition began in December of 2013. Today, the once magnificent estate is replaced by modern homes, marking the loss of one of Long Island's architectural treasures. And last, but certainly not least, we'll take a look at a Vanderbilt estate in Sands Point, known as Beacon Towers. Built for Alva Belmont, formerly Alva Vanderbilt, Beacon Towers later caught the eye of newspaper magnate William Randolph Hearst, who briefly owned it but rarely used it. Completed around 1917, Beacon Towers combined French Gothic and Moorish elements that rose above the cliffs of Sands Point like a fairy tale fortress. Tall turrets, battlements, and twisting chimneys lent it a distinctive, almost theatrical outline. Inside, high-ceiling salons were juxtaposed with narrow corridors and hidden nooks, reflecting Alva's fondness for European castles. After her passing, Hearst took possession but let the property languish. By the late 1940s, most of Beacon Towers was razed due to rising taxes, new zoning, and a shift in how the wealthy lived. Only fragments of its foundation remain today, leaving behind tantalizing ghostly outlines of a once glorious structure. From sagging fortunes to soaring property taxes, from the cost of full-time staff to the simple passage of time, these mansions, along with many others, faced pressures that led to their downfall. Many families sold off land in the wake of the Great Depression, and smaller inheritors often found themselves unable to maintain these colossal homes, especially when modern taste favored streamlined living. Developers saw more value in subdividing the acreage for multiple houses, hastening the end of the Gilded Age dream on Long Island. Though only traces remain, these lost mansions once defined an era of American opulence. They echo with stories of ambition, innovation, and the heights of success, along with cautionary tales of fortunes overturned. Look closely enough as you pass through Long Island's communities, and you might spot an old gatehouse or a row of century-old trees that still guard these vanished domains. In reflecting on them, we are reminded of how swiftly even the most resplendent dreams can pass into memory, yet their legacy endures in photographs, diaries, and the occasional snippet of carved stone, tiny clues to a time when Long Island reigned as a pinnacle of American grandeur. If you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like and a comment. It is a great way to help the channel grow and show your support for our research. You can also subscribe to this house for free and get notifications when we release new videos. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. In November of 1910, a group of influential bankers and politicians met secretly on Jekyll Island, Georgia. This meeting would lay the foundation for the creation of the Federal Reserve System. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are touring the Manhattan mansion of Henry P. Davison and unmasking the creature from Jekyll Island. Hit that like button to let the algorithm know you enjoy these videos, and let's explore this house. Among the attendees of the secret meeting on Jekyll Island was Henry Pomeroy Davison, a senior partner at J.P. Morgan & Company. Davison, along with Nelson Aldrich, A. Piet Andrew, Frank Vanderlip, and Paul Warburg, aimed to reform the nation's banking system to prevent the frequent financial panics that had disrupted the U.S. economy. The late 19th and early 20th centuries were marked by periodic financial crises in the United States. These crises often led to bank failures and economic downturns. The banking system at the time had several weaknesses. Reserves were spread across numerous banks and were not easily accessible in times of crisis. Moreover, the supply of currency was inflexible, tied to gold and government bonds, and did not adapt to seasonal demands, leading to volatile interest rates. Additionally, American banks were unable to operate internationally, which increased the cost and risk of financing imports and exports. To address these issues, Aldrich, Davidson, and others met in secrecy under the guise of a duck hunting trip. They boarded Aldrich's private train and traveled to the secluded Jekyll Island Club. The group's clandestine approach was meant to avoid public suspicion and political backlash, as their ties to Wall Street could have jeopardized the plan's acceptance. During their stay, the men worked intensely to draft a plan for a central banking system. By the end of their meeting, they had outlined a proposal for the Reserve Association of America, which would later evolve into the Federal Reserve System. The proposed system included a central bank with regional branches, each responsible for holding reserves, issuing currency, and managing payments between banks. After the Jekyll Island meeting, Aldrich presented the plan to the National Monetary Commission. However, political changes and opposition led to modifications. When Woodrow Wilson became president, the plan was revised to incorporate more government control and democratic oversight. In 1913, the Federal Reserve Act was passed, establishing the Federal Reserve System and unleashing what was known as the creature. This new system aimed to provide a more elastic currency, improve the stability of the banking system, and better manage the nation's financial resources. Henry P. Davison played a crucial role in the creation of the Federal Reserve. His expertise and efforts at the Jekyll Island meeting were instrumental in shaping the system that would bring greater financial stability to the United States. Beyond his banking career, Davison also made significant contributions to humanitarian needs through the Red Cross, but his physical legacy continues in the architecturally significant mansions he built. Davison hired the esteemed architecture firm of Walker & Gillette to design for him a towering Manhattan mansion at the corner of Park and 69th Street. His mansion was designed to boast every modern convenience imaginable, from electric lighting to elevators and even a motorized turntable to reorient his automobiles before leaving the house. To enter the mansion, we will find the front door bridging a dry moat and continue through the vestibule and up a few steps. This brings us to the stair hall, finished out with dotted marble floors and painted wall panels complementing the curving grand staircase's wrought iron balustrade. To the right-hand side, we will find the reception room with an intricate entablature decorating the fireplace's mantel. To the other side of the stair hall is the dining room, continuing these neoclassical themes. Behind the fireplace is the butler's pantry, where nearly a dozen leaves were stored for elongating the dining room table. Let's return to the grand staircase and begin making our way to the second floor. We can take a quick look at the floor plan to reorient ourselves before exploring the public rooms. Arriving at the second floor landing, we immediately face the morning room's double doors encased in a gilded surround. If we turn around, we will find that the grand staircase continues spiraling upwards in the house. To one side we find the library, finished out in rich wood paneling with an ornate plaster ceiling. To the other side is the living room, boasting these same finishes but with a more refined design with cleaner lines, aside from the marble mantel and festooned door surround. Davison did not just have a Manhattan mansion, he also had an incredible country estate on Long Island known as Peacock Point, which we recently covered. I'll have that video linked at the end of this one if you'd like to continue the tour and find out what happened to Davison. Getting back on track, today the Federal Reserve remains a cornerstone of the US financial system, and Davison's legacy is remembered through his contributions to both banking and architecture, with his Manhattan mansion surviving to this day and currently serving as the Consulate General of Italy. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts down below in the comments section. From Jekyll Island to Davison's mansion, what stuck out to you the most? Make sure you are subscribed, and I'll see you next time on This House. If you were extremely wealthy and could live however you choose, would you rather have a palatial mansion near a big city or a modest house in the middle of nowhere? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're exploring the many mansions of William Matheson, a man who chose both. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1856, William Matheson was born into a humble family in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. His father had emigrated to the New World from Scotland to join with his brother in establishing a dry goods store, and even though the family enjoyed a comfortable middle-class lifestyle surrounded by their friends and family, William's father wanted more. He uprooted the family to British Guiana, where he managed a sugar plantation, exposing young William to the tropics for the first time, something which he would yearn to return to in his later years. In the meantime, his father saw his net worth increase and decided to send William, along with his brother Hugh, back to Scotland for their education. During their voyage, however, their ship, the Strephon, encountered a hurricane and capsized. The brothers narrowly escaped the fatal shipwreck and were able to start their education abroad. While in school, William became enamored by chemistry, choosing to spend his free time tinkering with synthetic dyes. After finishing his schooling, he moved to New York City, where he soon became the American agent for the German chemical giant, Leopold Casella and Company. He only needed a short introduction to business to figure out that he could be his own boss in this new, emerging industry, leading him to establish William J. Matheson and Company, importing and distributing Casella products across the English-speaking world. He found success decade after decade, eventually founding the National Aniline and Chemical Company, which later merged to become part of Allied Chemical and Dye Corporation. While he was building his legacy, he acquired great wealth, and with his newfound fortune, he set out to build his dream homes. In 1900, William purchased the former estate of Anne Coleman Alton on Long Island. At that time, the house was a rambling Queen Anne, which he hired Boring and Tilton to reimagine as something more baronial. The result was a fortress-like house with towers, parapet walls, and ramparts. The red brick and limestone mansion took on a life of its own, barely recognizable as the former Alton estate. The architects greatly expanded it to include 37 rooms and an entire wing devoted mostly to a ballroom. But it wasn't only the house that was impressive. The 300-acre grounds give him access to 1,800 feet of coastline in Lloyd Harbor overlooking Long Island Sound. Despite the house's massive size, it was important to William that it felt livable. To see how this played out, let's enter his home as he would have, from the loggia instead of from the main entrance. This winds around to the solarium, overgrown in ivy and offering greenery year-round, even in Long Island's chilly winters. From here we'll continue into the living room, descending a few steps. This cozy space was decorated with comfortable furniture, and the walls were clad in oversized wainscoting, wrapping the room in a decidedly arts and crafts ambiance. Beyond the pocket doors, the library is overflowing with books, absent of any decor which might be deemed pretentious. Instead, he chose to use the library as a gathering space for his family, with plenty of seats for each child. Of course, the entire house wasn't so relaxed. The formal living room, also referred to as the drawing room, boasted a coffered ceiling and a floor-to-ceiling Gothic fireplace. Unlike the living room, the drawing room was meant to be a showroom, ready to entertain at a moment's notice. The same could be said for the dining room, which only would have been used for formal dinners with guests. Interestingly, this fancy lifestyle never seemed to suit William, so when he began yachting and building vacation homes, he did so with restraint, choosing comfort and simplicity over grandeur. He headed down to Florida, where he built several vacation houses stretching from Miami and down through the Keys. While his neighbors in Coconut Grove had palatial mansions, he chose to build a humble house known as Four-Way Lodge. Though as he built friendships with the yachting community, he found that he needed a house large enough to entertain from. He purchased 1,700 acres in Key Biscayne and transformed the swamp into a lagoon to nearly completely surround his house, which he named Mazda. The Moorish mansion was warm and inviting, with a series of small, tight rooms and large expansive rooms to hold 100 guests. The house was intended to be low maintenance and severely plain as his second vacation house in Florida, a vacation home from his vacation home, if you will. The true draw of this location was for it to be a glorified dock where dozens of yachts could gather. He went on to build more houses and purchase large tracts of lands and swamps, all of which became incredibly valuable as the decades rolled on. William passed away in 1930, donating 80 of his most cherished acres near Miami to be used as a park. His children then donated an additional 808 acres to create Crandon Park in the northern part of Key Biscayne. While his Florida homes didn't weather too well, his Long Island estate known as Fort Hill did. Not only does it continue to stand, but it remains a private residence and was recently renovated, preserving the house for future generations. What did you think about William Matheson's mansions? Did you have a favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The Vanderbilt name has long been synonymous with extraordinary wealth, but the true essence of their legacy extends far beyond mere financial figures. How did America's once richest family live, and what tales do their numerous, opulent mansions tell? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're embarking on a fascinating journey to unravel the architectural and cultural legacy of the Vanderbilt family. From the grandeur of their urban palaces to the splendor of their country estates, we'll explore how these structures reflected not only their immense wealth, but also their aspirations, taste, and the societal norms of the Gilded Age. Cornelius Vanderbilt, a titan of industry, rose from modest beginnings to become America's wealthiest man in the 19th century. Known as the Commodore, Vanderbilt began his journey in the bustling ports of New York, initially toiling in his father's ferry business. With a blend of ruthless ambition and savvy business acumen, he swiftly expanded his empire, venturing into steamboats and then dominating the emerging railroad industry. His ventures not only amassed immense wealth, but also reshaped the American transportation landscape, building the very railway infrastructure which would lead to the nation's march towards industrialization. Vanderbilt's legacy, however, extended beyond railroads and steamships. His passing in 1877 marked the beginning of a new era for the Vanderbilt dynasty. His vast fortune, primarily inherited by his son William, sparked an era of opulence and extravagance that became synonymous with the Gilded Age. While Cornelius had grown up in squalor and had become the richest man in America, he still chose to live modestly while he was alive. The Vanderbilt descendants, however, embraced a penchant for grandeur and embarked on constructing some of the most magnificent and lavish mansions in the United States. These architectural marvels, scattered across the country, reflected not just their immense wealth, but also their desire to etch the Vanderbilt name into the records of American history and high society. Following the death of his father, William constructed a mansion at 640 Fifth Avenue in Manhattan that would become known as the Triple Palace. He hired architects Charles B. Atwood and John B. Snook to carry out his complicated vision for his dream house. William had an extensive art collection and needed space to display it. He also wanted a private space for his daughters Emily and Margaret to live with their own families. The house was designed to have a single-family unit in the southern wing and a duplex on the northern wing. This design allowed William to remain close to his family while allowing his daughters to live their own lives in private. In the press, the house would be referred to as the Vanderbilt twins because it was really two separate mansions that had been married by their design while housing three branches of the same family. The two wings of the mansion were connected by a portico and separated by a large courtyard and tied together by a unified brownstone facade. Originally, the mansion had been planned to boast a limestone facade, but William wanted something more practical and familiar, so he changed the plans to suit his preferences at the last moment of the design process. Snook and Atwood sought out classical elements to inspire the design of the house. It boasted Doric and Corinthian-style columns along its facade and was graced by horizontal string courses to delineate the stories of the house, and ornate entablatures depicted vines wrapping around in 3 dimensions. Many of the windows were adorned with vases overflowing with flowers. Looking up further along the facade, the cornice would have demanded attention to the lion's head set boldly beneath the parapet wall surrounded by a balustrade, a detail which served to cap off the house in lieu of a pitched roof. On the first floor, both mansions were connected by doors that would be open to accommodate large parties as the families would jointly entertain guests. Unlike many of the other homes, this house was completely surrounded by lawns and separated from the sidewalk by balustrade, with ornate bronze lanterns affixed to them at intervals. The pavement stones leading into the portico were laid on a massive scale. The largest stone to be quarried to this time in American history weighed over 44,000 pounds with dimensions of about 25 feet by 15 feet and was laid out in front of the portico. Approaching the southern wing of the mansion before going inside would have left any guest in awe and anticipation of what other marvels might be found behind the front door. You would have entered the southern wing through a vestibule that was paved in mosaic marble tiles that extended from the floor to decorate the walls and ceiling surrounding a skylight overhead. The main door, crafted from bronze, connected the vestibule to the house's interior and cost William a whopping $25,000, or the modern-day equivalent of about $500,000. Opening these doors would lead you to the main hallway, clad with marble floors and graced with wood paneling and a solid marble fireplace complemented by feminine bronze reliefs. Branching off from the hallway was a 3-story art gallery that had its own entrance from 51st Street. Off of the gallery were a couple of other rooms including a conservatory. Traveling along the main hallway would have taken you to a large dining room with elliptical arched ceilings inlaid with wood paneling. Continuing through the main hall, you would have encountered various other rooms, including the drawing room, parlor, and the library. The drawing room contained red velvet walls and sculptural butterflies made from mother of pearl which would have glowed in the flickering light. The library carried on this iridescent glow by incorporating mother of pearl into the furniture. The parlor was themed separately to be based on Japanese design with faux bamboo ceilings and lacquered cabinets. The grand staircase was crafted by artisans from oak and wrapped around a light well spanning 60 feet in length. Decorating the walls around the stairs were 9 stained glass windows with scenes to depict the success of the Vanderbilt family and their wealth. Exploring the second floor, each bedroom would have been completely unique, with their own themes and finishes done to the taste of each individual family member. The duplex to the north was just as grand in its own right, with mirrored galleries, grand parlors, a billiards room, ornate dining rooms, and reception rooms for each daughter. On the third floor were guest rooms which surrounded the light well. Each of them shared dressing rooms and had private staircases leading to the rooftop terrace. The creation of this house involved 600 workers to construct the building, not including the 60 European sculptors brought in to decorate the house inside and out. By the time the house was finished, it cost $2 million to complete, or the modern-day equivalent of over $50 million, the majority of which was spent decorating the rooms. In 1883, the art gallery was extended, and William invited 1,000 guests to attend a ball. A couple of weeks later, he celebrated the grand opening of his new art gallery and invited 3,000 additional guests. William then opened his gallery to the public to allow anyone to come in and be inspired by the paintings he so loved. Unfortunately, the general public did not behave in the manner in which William expected them to while visiting his home, so he closed the gallery to the public and reopened it strictly by invitation only. In 1885, William unexpectedly passed away, leaving the house to his daughter Maria, who was to leave the house to William's youngest son George upon her passing. The will stipulated that the house and art collection should remain in the family to be passed down from son to son. In 1896, Maria died and left the house to George, but George was already building the Biltmore Mansion in North Carolina and had no interest in living in his father's home, which he considered to be outdated and passé. George purchased 195 square miles of land near Asheville, North Carolina, and hired prominent landscape architect Frederick Law Olmsted to not only plan the view shed and formal gardens, but to make the estate self-sustaining by including dozens of farms. While Olmsted was hard at work creating the perfect landscape, George hired famous Gilded Age architect Richard Morris Hunt to design a mansion the likes of which the country had never seen before. When it was all said and done, the mansion, which would be named the Biltmore, would boast over 178,000 square feet with 250 rooms, 35 bedrooms, and 43 bathrooms. Just to give you an idea of the sheer size, if you were to lay out the rooms on one level, they would cover more than 4 acres of floor space. The 4-story mega mansion was planned to be nestled in the hills, becoming part of the ridgeline. Construction started in 1889 and stretched on for 6 years with over 1,000 workers laboring every day on site. The brick walls were reinforced with steel frames and the facade was clad in Indiana limestone, which was brought to the property by way of a private railroad. Entering the home through the vestibule, we arrive in the main hall, clad in limestone and set at larger-than-life proportions. To the side, natural light penetrates the deep interiors through the winter garden's glass-paned ceiling. And just beyond this space, we will find the largest room in the house, the banquet hall. From end to end, it measures 72 feet long with barrel-vaulted ceilings soaring 70 feet overhead. When the table is assembled with its many leaves, it can comfortably accommodate 64 dinner guests in front of the triple fireplace finished out with intricate figurative relief work. On the opposite wall, a built-in pipe organ was meant to bellow, echoing live music through the mansion's cavernous halls. Though this is not where the Vanderbilts would have dined when they were not entertaining. Instead, they would have sat in the breakfast room towards the rear of the house, a more intimate space when compared to the banquet hall. While we are here, we can take a peek behind the scenes to find the kitchen and the pantry. Of course, a family living a life of unfathomable luxury would not have prepared their own meals. Their live-in staff would have catered to their every need. Cutting across the rear of the house, we will pass from the breakfast room into the salon, decorated with antique European furnishings which George had collected while the Biltmore was being constructed. This will lead us into the music room, clad in half-white oak paneling below hand-stenciled beams running along the ceiling. From here we will dodge the main hall and explore the other wing of the house, making our way into the gallery, which stretches 90 feet from end to end with a collection of centuries-old Flemish tapestries. The gallery terminates on the library, housing over 10,000 volumes on its shelves. It is clad in walnut panels and designed in the Baroque style, even featuring a ceiling mural which had been stripped from a building in Italy and reinstalled intact. A true marvel of not only art, but logistics for accomplishing such a feat. Though we have already covered a space larger than the White House, we still have not seen the entire first floor. The billiards room, clad in oak paneling below a dazzling array of artisan plasterwork on the ceiling, offered a retreat for George Vanderbilt's male friends through the hidden passage on the back wall. This leads to the smoking room, and eventually to the bachelor wing where single gentlemen guests would have been sequestered away from the ladies of the house. Now we can begin making our way up the grand, cantilevered staircase, rotating around a double-hung chandelier which has been suspended from an ornate, rib-vaulted medallion on the ceiling. The iron balustrade seamlessly curves with the steps and is capped off by a wood handrail, adding just the right amount of warmth to the stone atrium. Up here we will find the bedrooms of both George and his wife Edith. First we will explore George's room, finished out with a painted cornice above a dentelated plate rail. All of the furnishings are upholstered in a striking red and paired with antique wooden furniture. This opens into the oak sitting room, which adjoins to Edith's room on the other end, providing a private retreat for the couple. Edith's bedroom is the grandest bedroom in the house, with gold walls and painted millwork. It was finished out in the Louis XV style, with only the finest and most expensive furnishings to spoil her. We can continue up the back staircase towards the third floor where guests would have stayed. In the third floor living hall, we can imagine one of the many resident musicians playing songs in the morning to gently wake guests from their slumber. And at night, before turning in for bed, they could have cozied up to the fireplace in an overstuffed chair and read a book under an electric light, something which was almost unheard of at the time. We will skip the fourth floor as it was reserved for staff and wind our way down to the basement. Down here we will find an indoor pool, once again illuminated with electric lights. And after making our way through stone tunnels, we will find more amenities such as the gymnasium, boasting the best workout equipment that money could buy in the late 1800s. The Biltmore passed down through his family over the generations, but that is skipping ahead in time. Let's go back to the Gilded Age Manhattan to explore the home of William Kissam Vanderbilt, whose father built the Triple Palace. His residence, known as the Petit Chateau, was a chateauesque mansion located across the street from the Triple Palace. This architectural gem stood as a testament to the family's continuing aspiration to blend affluence with artistic expression. Constructed between 1878 and 1882, the Petit Chateau was the brainchild of William K. Vanderbilt and his wife Alva, who closely collaborated with architect Richard Morris Hunt to bring her vision to life. This mansion, drawing inspiration from French Renaissance aesthetics, was one of the early adopters of the chateauesque style in New York City, setting a trend for future architectural endeavors. The facade of the Petit Chateau, made from gray Indiana limestone, was a study in asymmetrical beauty, topped with a blue-gray slate roof accented with copper. The exterior, carved by more than 40 artisans from the masonry firm of Ellen and Kitson, was a marvel of late French Gothic style, mingled with Beaux-Arts refinement. It was not just a home, but a statement piece, proclaiming the family's wealth and refined taste. Inside, the grandeur continued, and while it was not properly photographed, we can see the records of the house while we hear the descriptions of each room. The main entrance vestibule opened onto a grand hall of 60 feet in length, facing Kenstone and adorned with decorative relief. This hall served as the gateway to the mansion's primary rooms, each a masterpiece in its own right. The library, with its 16th century French Renaissance paneling, and the parlor, featuring Gringling-Gibbon-style walnut carvings, demonstrated an eclectic yet harmonious blend of historical influences. The piece de resistance was the Louis XIV-style salon, designed by Jules Allard and built in Paris. This room, a significant driver of the trend for French 18th century interiors in New York, boasted a ceiling painted with mythological scenes. The salon not only reflected Alva Vanderbilt's taste, but also her ambition to position the Vanderbilt family as cultural trendsetters. The Petit Chateau, with its grandiose banquet hall, Gothic elements, and stained glass windows, was more than a home. It was a canvas where the Vanderbilts displayed their wealth, power, and cultural aspirations. Its role in New York society was cemented by Alva Vanderbilt's famous masquerade ball in 1883, an event that underscored the family's social prominence. However, like many symbols of the Gilded Age, the Petit Chateau's glory was fleeting. Sold in 1926 and demolished a year later, it gave way to the relentless march of modernity, its grandeur living on only in photographs and drawings, though the couple did have one house that survived. Willie K. wanted to surprise his wife Alva with a birthday present she would never forget, so in 1888, he met with architect Richard Morris Hunt to begin planning a surprise vacation home for her. Quickly, however, Alva became involved in the planning of the house. They purchased a 4-acre lot in Newport, Rhode Island to begin construction, and Alva became obsessed with keeping the house a secret so that she could unveil it in a grand party. She had a large fence constructed, blocking the view from the road, and hired only Chinese workers who did not speak English. Her reasoning for this was that they would not be able to tell anyone about the project they were working on because not many people spoke Mandarin in Newport at the time. Overall, the house cost a whopping $11 million to build, or the modern-day equivalent of about $343 million, with nearly one-fifth of the budget being devoted solely to marble, hence the name it would receive, Marble House. 4 years after construction had started, the 50-room Beaux-Arts-style mansion was finished. Alva threw a huge ball with guests who arrived just after sunset. As carriages approached the house, they found the gate was shut and it was getting too dark out to see. Alva gave her servants a signal, and suddenly the entire house was illuminated as the gate swung open. For the first time, the house was now visible to the public. The Beaux-Arts-style mansion was clad in marble with solid marble columns and pilasters set in neat intervals below a corresponding balustrade concealing the 3rd floor. Passing between the massive columns, you would enter the home through wrought iron doors, arriving in the grand hall. A giant plaster medallion was set in the ceiling, hovering over the marble floors and walls. From here you could circulate about the interior of the home, with a large gallery connecting the wings from one end and a grand staircase set to the side. The marble stairs floated upwards, wrapped with gilded banisters. Rounded windows punctured the stone walls below an elaborate frieze wrapping towards a celestial mural. At the top, columns surrounded the landing, with tapestries hung on the walls behind them. By 1895, Alva had already divorced William and remarried, but she returned to Marble House to host her daughter's coming-out party in the ballroom, which sat opposite from the stairs. She had a large fountain constructed in the center of the room and released 300 live hummingbirds to flutter above the heads of her guests. From here we can travel to the dining room in the back of the house. Rose-colored marble was used to decorate the walls, composing the pilasters and window surrounds with gilded capitals upon which rested the frieze. The ceiling plate hosts an elaborate display of craftsmanship surrounding a central mural. To give you an idea of the scale of this room, the dining room table stretched 34 feet long. The New York Times reported, the grand portico was a blaze of lights, and dozens of liveried attendants were on hand to assist and escort the guests from carriage to cloakroom, and finally to the tables with their gold-plated cutlery. Cutting across the gallery back to the entrance hall, we will arrive in the Gothic library. A large stone fireplace stretched from floor to ceiling with relief work depicting people transforming into spires as the design directed the eye up towards the elaborate ceiling, with twisting coffers carved from stone, appearing nearly organic, soaring above stained glass windows which flooded the room with spotted colors. Upstairs, Alva's bedroom was decorated with busy patterns competing with floral motifs run in the plasterwork and millwork. As time went on, she spent less and less time here because she had moved to Belcourt to be with her new husband. However, she would still use the house primarily as a closet to store her clothes. She was known to wear up to 6 different outfits per day and kept staff busy washing her clothes full-time in the house. As Alva grew older, she became more interested in politics, choosing to spearhead the women's suffrage movement. In 1908, she moved back to Marble House and opened it to the public to raise money for her cause. She charged $5 per ticket, or the modern-day equivalent of about $160 to view the interior of the home, making sure to keep the price point high enough to not receive commoners. She hosted several fundraising events in the following years, but perhaps none were more spectacular than the Chinese ball she hosted in 1914. She hired Richard Morris Hunt's sons, Richard and Joseph, to design a Chinese tea house at the edge of her property's cliffs. The Hunts drew from 12th century Sung Dynasty-era architecture for inspiration to create an amalgamation of Asian architecture, featuring a Shinto gate guarded by stone dogs leading towards a rectangular pagoda with octagonal windows, offering glimpses towards the sea. Though Alva loved her marble house, she chose to live out the rest of her life first in her other mansion, Beacon Towers, and then in France with her daughter Consuelo. As the Great Depression raged on, she sold the house in 1932 for just $1, and all the contents of the home for $99,999, properly avoiding taxes. The Prince family moved in and enjoyed it as a family home, participating in sports such as tennis and polo. When Mr. Prince died, he willed the home to his son Frederick, who opened the home for the first time to the public so that the Preservation Society of Newport County could host the Tiffany Ball, an early preservation fundraiser for protecting Newport's architecture. This event attracted famous figures such as JFK and Gladys Vanderbilt. A few years later, Frederick passed away and Alva's son Harold Vanderbilt purchased it. He collaborated with the Prince family to donate not only the house, but all of its furnishings to the Preservation Society of Newport County. Since 1964, it has been open to the public for tours. And if you thought Willie K's mansions were impressive, just wait until you see his brother's homes. Born into the gilded folds of the Vanderbilt dynasty, Cornelius Vanderbilt II was not just another affluent heir. He was the cherished grandson of the indomitable Commodore Cornelius Vanderbilt. When he breathed his last, the Commodore bequeathed young Cornelius a staggering $5 million. Barely had the ink dried on the will when Cornelius' father passed away, adding another $70 million to his inheritance, a sum so colossal it would rival a modern fortune of approximately $2.4 billion. With the death of the Commodore, a void gaped at the heart of the Vanderbilt family. Into this chasm lunged Cornelius and his brother Willie K, both vying for the now vacant throne of family patriarch. Meanwhile, Manhattan had evolved into the playground of the world's ultra-wealthy. The island was festooned with sumptuous mansions that fringed Central Park, a tableau of opulence where each limestone palace sought to eclipse the one before it. Surrounded by this excessive grandeur, Cornelius felt the weight of competition. His residence, once a beacon of prosperity, now paled in comparison to the lavish estates of his neighbors. Determined to cast an indelible mark on Manhattan's landscape, Cornelius acquired every house on his block and promptly had them razed to the ground. He then commissioned renowned architects Richard Morris Hunt and George B. Post to conjure a dwelling so grandiose it would redefine Manhattan luxury. The result was a sprawling, chateauesque-style mansion boasting 6 above-ground floors with an astonishing 137 rooms, not even accounting for its expansive basement. This behemoth of beauty and extravagance swallowed the entire block, save for a garden that adorned its double-height porte cochere. However, it was the mansion's interior that laid bare Cornelius's idiosyncratic taste. At its heart sprawled a lavish ballroom, the grandeur of which was meant to leave visitors awestruck. Conspicuously absent was a dedicated art gallery, a common feature in the palaces of the era. For Cornelius, the mansion itself was a work of art, a monument to the Vanderbilt legacy, and a testament to his own soaring ambitions. Without further ado, let's enter the mansion below the porte cochere and begin exploring its lavish interior. Passing through the double doors, we arrive in the terraced entrance hall, where we will begin slowly making our way into the house below the coffered, barrel-vaulted ceiling. Continuing forward, we encounter a spiral Kenstone staircase wrapping its way to the top of the house. The columns, balustrade, and ceiling were all carved from the same Kenstone with figurative relief work, corbels, ribs, and a plethora of other architectural features. Here, large arches emptied into the bellowing ballroom, complete with gilded wall panels and extensive murals. Above its intricately parquetted wood floors, there was standing space for thousands of guests. To one side of the ballroom, the dining room, with its double-height cove ceilings, was decorated with paintings by the greats. And nestled between Monets, above the fireplace, the family was featured in a portrait. Traveling towards the rear of the house, we will find the Moorish smoking room decorated with antique European tapestries set against walls inlaid with exotic old-growth wood. We can head back across the ballroom, turning to find a corridor with heavily embellished surfaces ornamented by master artisans and stoneworkers. This will lead us towards a set of double art glass doors with gilded ironwork opening into the watercolor room. Here we find a marble arcade feeding into the soaring, barrel-vaulted ceiling, framing portraits and busts of the Vanderbilt family. This connects to Mrs. Vanderbilt's most cherished room, the Grand Salon, finished out in the Louis XV style. Though, for more intimate gatherings, the family could host guests in the adjoining Petit Salon, where the furniture was arranged more conversationally in a smaller but equally grand space. This palatial mansion was only their city home. Their vacation home, known as the Breakers, would rival it in splendor. Cornelius, along with his wife Alice, began searching for the perfect place to build their summer cottage to serve as an escape from their Manhattan mansion. They came across attractive land in Newport, Rhode Island, where a mansion known as the Breakers had just been lost to a devastating fire. In 1885, they purchased a lot for $450,000, or the modern-day equivalent of $14 million, and hired the Vanderbilt family's architect of choice, Richard Morris Hunt, to design for them what would become the largest house in Newport. Construction of the 70-room mansion began in 1893, taking 2 years to finish. When it was completed, the footprint of the mansion consumed an entire acre of the ground it sat on, boasting 70 rooms spread out across 125,339 square feet. It was designed in the Beaux-Arts style, favoring themes from the Renaissance Revival style with an elaborate cornice situated above coins containing the facade of Indiana limestone blocks. Approaching the house from the street, you would pass through a 30-foot wrought iron gate flanked with limestone, capping off the fence which surrounded the property on all sides, save the ocean front. As you continue up the peak gravel drive, the scale of the house becomes overwhelming with proportions to dwarf the human scale. We will now pass below the porte cochere, ornamented with stone relief work and forming a groin vault, leading us towards the front door. Entering the home, we arrive in the Great Hall, measuring 50 by 50 feet, with a ceiling height of 50 feet. Marble pilasters framed oversized archways supporting columns above them, towards the ceiling with limestone statues, to depict the greatest in each academic field, such as figures of Galileo and Richard Morris Hunt to represent the achievements of science and architecture. To one side, the bifurcated staircase sweeps through the central archway with wrought iron balustrade curling along its rise. Imaginative details can be found in every nook and cranny, with the area under the stairs being occupied by a water feature. We can take a quick peek up the stairs before exploring the rest of the house to see the details at the landing. Then we will look up to see a dazzling array of colors refracting through the stained glass skylight overhead. Now let's make our way back into the Great Hall and round the corner to explore the dining room. At 2,400 square feet, the dining room stretches with a 34-seat mahogany table contained by rose alabaster columns below a gilt cornice framing a mural of the Roman goddess Aurora. Though, the family would eat in the Louis XV style breakfast room towards the front of the house when they were not entertaining. This connected the house to the servants' wing, where we can see a multi-level butler's pantry, with a mezzanine connecting to the kitchen where meals would have been prepared for hundreds of guests at a time on a single 21-foot-long coal-burning stove. Enough of the behind-the-scenes views. Let's journey back into the main house and cut across the dining room towards the back of the house to find the billiards room. Here, mahogany furniture contrasts with the marble slab walls. Now we will exit through the side to cut across the loggia towards the morning room, facing east to allow the morning sun to flood the interior, which was constructed in France before being shipped and reassembled on site. We will now skirt by the Great Hall, separated by an arcade, to pass by the oversized hearth which directly faces the great stairs, and we will continue forward towards the library, housing a 16th century French fireplace, contrasting with walnut panels inlaid with gold leaf below a coffered ceiling. This joins to the music room, where a Campan marble fireplace dominates one wall with a bluish hue, below a ceiling inlaid with gold and silver. Both Mr. and Mrs. Vanderbilt were known to spend a lot of time in the music room, playing the violin and piano together for fun. This room opens towards a terrace framed by topiaries on the side of the house. We can follow garden paths, meandering around the house to look back at its detailing on all sides, such as the elaborately arcaded porches adorned in figurative relief work and paired with floral motifs. We can follow grass paths between geometric flower gardens, stepping back to get a better view of the side of the house. Expansive lawns stretched away from the rear of the mansion, the main body of which was symmetrical, with asymmetrical massing disappearing behind monolithic wings. We can shuffle through the grass, making our way to the terrace to turn around and absorb the ocean views as the tide breaks on the shore of the breakers. In a world ruled by wealth and social stature, Cornelius Vanderbilt II had reclaimed the spotlight, affirming that the Vanderbilt name would not be overshadowed, neither by competitors nor by ostentatious neighbors. And so, his Manhattan mansion and his Newport cottage stood as colossal tributes to a family and a man who would not be eclipsed. 13 years after taking residence in his magnificent Manhattan mansion, Cornelius was struck by a debilitating stroke. Upon his death, he left a $7 million trust fund for his wife Alice, ensuring her continued residence at 1 West 57th Street. Alice, stricken with grief, sequestered herself inside the mansion, with her only company being the 37 staff members who lived in the mansion with her. Alice continued to reside there, even as commercial skyscrapers began to crowd the once exclusive Fifth Avenue enclave. She clung tenaciously to her grand estates, yet, in 1926, she yielded to financial realities and sold the Manhattan mansion to a developer who intended to demolish it. In a poignant farewell, she opened the estate to the public a week before demolition, charging a 50-cent admission that she donated to charity. She then salvaged as many architectural elements as she could, allowing anyone to come into the mansion and haul away what they could carry off and save from the wrecking ball. Mrs. Vanderbilt continued to enjoy the breakers until her own passing in 1934, when she willed the house to her daughter Gladys, who leased and eventually sold the breakers to the Preservation Society of Newport, along with most of the mansion's original furnishings. The Vanderbilt family had many opulent and captivating vacation homes all around the country. Frederick William Vanderbilt was born into the third generation of Vanderbilt wealth. He had as much free time as he did extra money, and was able to pursue his passions, including horticulture. He and his wife, Louise Holmes Anthony Torres, were visiting with their dear friends at the Mills Mansion when they fell in love with the natural beauty of Dutchess County, New York. Around the same time, an estate known as Hyde Park had been put up for sale by Dorothea Astor's descendants. Hyde Park was a historic estate which had been established in 1705 when Queen Anne granted Pierre Falconer 10,000 acres. Over the years, an ever-expanding mansion was built up with manicured gardens surrounding the house and lining the Hudson River. Its various owners over the years all seemed to have a keen sense for horticulture, as exotic plants were grown to maturity for centuries at Hyde Park. This diverse landscape of rare and exotic plants, coupled with the views of the Hudson River, are what compelled Frederick to purchase the now 600-acre estate. In 1895, the Vanderbilts hired the architectural firm of McKim, Mead & White to demolish the 190-year-old mansion and reimagine a palace in its place. At a grand cost of $660,000, or the modern-day equivalent of over $23 million, a 54-room Beaux-Arts-style mansion dominated the views from the garden. Coming in at over 44,000 square feet, the exterior was finished out with Indiana limestone, with porticos protruding from each face of the home. The frieze above the columns was embellished with relief work featuring lions' heads set amongst twisting garland. This theme continued vertically up the linear architectural elements, exaggerating the height of the already colossal mansion. The backside of the house broke with a rectilinear facade to feature a semicircular portico with a radially coffered ceiling inset with limestone flowers. The entrance hall served as an elliptical circulation space from which the other rooms of the main floor were anchored. Set in the center was a large fireplace featuring maidens symbolizing fertility on its lower mantle, which had been salvaged from a European palace. Set in the ceiling was an oculus opening to the second floor. This room was thought of as an informal space, decorated with comfortable furniture where you might find guests napping on the sofas after a long day of socializing. The living room was more formal, with walnut wall panels heavily embellished with carvings surrounding the windows and the marble fireplace. The ceiling was coffered with ornamental plasterwork, dividing the room into 3 distinct bays. The dining room continued with walnut wall panels set below a ceiling which had been salvaged from an Italian palazzo dating back to the 1600s. 2 fireplaces in the dining room had been salvaged from buildings a century older, with carvings featuring both the Medici family coat of arms and the other featuring reliefs depicting the Judgment of Paris. Below the dining room table was the most valuable item in the entire house. Measuring at 20 feet by 40 feet, the 400-year-old Islamic rug is one of the largest of its kind in existence. The grand staircase twisted at its landing, with layers of millwork continuing its forms as it wrapped about the painted wall panels towards the second floor. Arriving at the second floor, you would enter a grand hall mirroring the shape of the entrance hall with balustrades surrounding the oculus, cutting a void to the floor below, illuminated by a skylight mirroring the oculus above. The ceiling rounded out with pointed arches vaulting towards each passageway. To one end is the bedroom of Mrs. Vanderbilt, which was modeled after the sleeping chambers of European royals and decorated in the Louis XV style with a distinct railing surrounding her bed. The wall panels were gilded with murals appearing in their upper portions, below a frieze boasting figures almost appearing to dance about the ceiling. Mr. Vanderbilt's bedroom was dramatically decorated with rose and gold tones set against a deep green wallpaper. The ceiling fixture radiated with decorative beams reaching towards corbels protruding from the frieze. Each bedroom had its own color-based theme, such as the pink bedroom set with a single bed and all-light furniture. There was also the large red bedroom, providing more space for guests to spread out for extended stays. Similarly, the mauve bedroom contained overstuffed furniture, ensuring guests would feel right at home. On the third floor, there were 5 additional guest suites as well as servants' quarters. Though the mansion was only occupied for a few months of the year, Frederick kept in close contact with the gardener as he had personally planted over 2,000 rose bushes and laid out Italian-leveled gardens. His passion for gardening continued until the unexpected death of his wife in 1926. He spent the rest of his life grieving her loss, shutting out friends and family. He became a recluse and spent the rest of his life living on the 3rd floor with his servants until his own passing 12 years later. The architectural splendor of the Vanderbilts was not confined to the bustling streets of Manhattan. Across the country, the Vanderbilt family commissioned a series of grand mansions, each a testament to their unparalleled wealth and influence during the Gilded Age. These mansions were not just homes, but also cultural landmarks hosting grand parties and social events that defined an era. They were built in diverse architectural styles, ranging from the refined grandeur of Maggie Vanderbilt's Woodlea in Westchester, New York, to Florence Adele Vanderbilt's New Jersey mansion dubbed Florham. Each property showcased the family's love for art, luxury, and architectural innovation, often becoming trendsetters for their own time. The Vanderbilt mansions across the country were more than mere displays of wealth. They were expressions of an ambition to achieve immortality through stone and mortar. Through these structures, the Vanderbilts cemented their place in American history, not only as industrial magnates, but also as patrons of the arts and architecture. Their legacy, etched in the grand facades and opulent interiors of these homes, continues to fascinate and inspire, serving as a vivid reminder of a bygone era of American history where extravagance knew no bounds. Which mansion was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. I would also like to take a moment to say a very special thank you to our This House supporters whose names you can see on screen right now. If you would like to see your name on the screen and contribute in part to the production of these videos, join our membership program today. I'll see you next time on This House. The True Value Company is an American staple for tools and hardware, but have you ever wondered about its origins, or perhaps the mansions the company built back in the Gilded Age? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're visiting some over-the-top residences in Chicago and Lake Geneva. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. A.C. Bartlett's life began far from mansions and country estates. He was born in 1844 to a modest family in rural upstate New York. At age 19, armed with determination but little else, he set out for the booming city of Chicago and found work as a lowly clerk, even acting as a janitor in a hardware firm. His work ethic quickly became the stuff of company legend. He was the first in the office each morning and the last out at night. Within just a few years, he had risen from stocking shelves to handling orders and managing sales. By 1869, at only 25, his dedication earned him a partnership at Tuttle, Hibbert and Company, the wholesale hardware business where he started. His timing and talents were fortunate. In 1871, the Great Chicago Fire leveled much of the city, but in the aftermath, demand for building supplies skyrocketed and his firm prospered by helping rebuild the city. AC's persuasive letters convinced far-flung suppliers to keep sending goods despite the devastated city, allowing the company to survive and thrive during Reconstruction. Over the next decade, he helped transform the firm into a powerhouse, and by 1882, the company reorganized as Hibbard, Spencer, Bartlett and Company, adding AC's name to the masthead. As older partners passed away, Bartlett ascended, vice president in 1890, then president in 1904. Under his leadership, Hibbert, Spencer, Bartlett and Company became one of the largest hardware enterprises in the world. The company would later introduce the True Value line of tools, a brand that still lives on in hardware stores to this day. Outside of business, Bartlett was a reserved, studious man. He avoided high society's limelight in favor of quiet evenings reading at home in his South Prairie Avenue mansion. Yet he emerged as an influential civic figure in Chicago. He served on the city's Board of Education, was a director of major banks and insurance companies, and generously supported cultural institutions like the Art Institute and Chicago Historical Society. Around this time, in the early 1900s, Geneva Lake's wooded shores were lined with the estates of Chicago tycoons, a Midwest Newport of summer cottages that were anything but humble. In 1905, AC secretly commissioned noted architect Howard Van Doren Shaw to design a grand vacation home on Lake Geneva's North Shore. Shaw was a family friend and one of Chicago's leading residential architects, famed for blending traditional European elegance with modern comfort. Bartlett gave Shaw an unusual directive. The project was to remain a surprise gift for his wife Abby. Shaw's design for the freshly dubbed house in the woods was a masterful blend of old-world charm and modern Midwestern comfort. The mansion is laid out in a U-shape, enfolding a rear courtyard and terrace that welcome visitors from the landward side through a dog trot. Facing the lake, the home's facade is distinguished by large arch bay windows that offer sweeping views of the water through the trees. Triple arch loggias and arcades punctuate the design, an Italianate touch that Shaw would echo in later Lake Geneva projects. The red-tiled roofs, cream-colored stucco, and vine-draped walls lent the house the air of an Italian villa hidden in the Wisconsin woods. To truly appreciate the house, however, we must make our way over to the side and head through the dog trot. Here we step through the archway and face a massive swimming pool. This is the interior courtyard, a private slice of paradise nestled behind the main house. As we turn to our side, we see the studio to the other end of the pool, serving as a guest house and additional entertaining space. To best understand where we go from here, we'll take another look at the floor plan, opening the door in the dog trot and heading south and around the bend to find the gallery. This is the view we now have, looking down the barrel-vaulted gallery towards a tile mosaic fountain way off in the distance. To our right is the library, with built-in bookcases flanking the fireplace and a massive bay window looking out over Geneva Lake. This opens to the loggia, which runs parallel to the gallery, where we find windows that can be removed seasonally to enjoy the beautiful summers here. The loggia feeds us into the dining room, which was reportedly covered in murals painted by their son Frederick Clay Bartlett, who grew up to become a famous artist and art collector. House in the Woods did not remain a private secret for long. In June 1909, just a few years after its completion, the estate was prominently featured in Ladies' Home Journal as one of the 12 most beautiful country homes in America. As the 1910s progressed, AC gradually stepped back from day-to-day business and public life to enjoy more time in his beloved Lake Geneva retreat. By 1914, he'd become the chairman of his hardware firm's board, a senior role that allowed him to relinquish daily management. He lived out the rest of his life in comfort, passing away while vacationing in Pasadena at the age of 77. Bartlett's passing in 1922 came at a time of great change for Chicago's old aristocratic neighborhoods. Nowhere was this more true than on Prairie Avenue. Once known as Millionaire's Row, Prairie Avenue saw a rapid decline in the early 20th century as wealthy families moved north and heavy industry encroached on the south side. Ultimately, the Bartlett Chicago mansion met the same fate as most of its Grand Prairie Avenue peers. It was demolished mid-century as the area was rezoned for commercial use and cleared for new development. But what became of House in the Woods? In short, it remains what it always was, a cherished family retreat. The current owners, only the third family in over 115 years, continue to use it as a home, one that balances modern living with a rich patina of history. And on that happy note, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about House in the Woods? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In the early 1900s, Long Island's North Shore glittered with the opulent estates of America's wealthiest families. One such showpiece was Burwood, the 40-room mansion of oil tycoon Walter Jennings. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1858 as the eldest son of Oliver Burr Jennings, a co-founder of Standard Oil, Walter grew up in privilege but also with powerful connections. He attended elite schools, Phillips Andover and then Yale University, where he became a member of the Skull and Bones Secret Society. Armed with a law degree from Columbia and impeccable social ties, Jennings followed his father's footsteps, embarking on a career in the booming oil and gas industry. By the turn of the century, Walter had firmly established himself as an influential industrialist. He served as a director and later secretary of Standard Oil of New Jersey, one of the principal companies of Rockefeller's oil empire, and from 1908 to 1919 was president of the National Fuel Gas Company. His business portfolio didn't stop there. Jennings sat on the board of the Bank of Manhattan and was a trustee of the New York Trust Company, forerunner of today's Chase Bank. In short, he was a key player in the Gilded Age world of oil, finance, and industry. This considerable fortune and status set the stage for Jennings to join his peers and a favorite pastime of the era's elite, building a magnificent country estate to escape the city's hustle. Between 1895 and 1898, Jennings quietly amassed around 374 acres of land in the Cold Springs Harbor area of Long Island to create his dream estate. He then commissioned the renowned architectural firm Career & Hastings to design an exquisite Georgian-inspired mansion on the property. This was the same firm behind landmarks like the New York Public Library and the Frick Mansion in Manhattan, so Burwood's pedigree was first class. For the grounds, Jennings brought in the Olmsted brothers, sons of Central Park designer Frederick Law Olmsted, to lay out elegant formal gardens around the new mansion. No expense was spared in crafting a country residence that would rival the finest estates of the day. But why name the estate Burwood? Walter Jennings claimed to be a direct descendant of Aaron Burr, the former U.S. Vice President, and so he cheekily named his manor Burwood in honor of that lineage. The estate more than lived up to its lofty name. Burwood wasn't just a mansion, it was practically a self-sufficient village of luxury and productivity rolled into one. The main house itself was a 40-room Georgian mansion replete with grand halls and sumptuous details. We'll peek inside soon enough, but before we do, let's linger in the gardens a bit longer. The scenery was planned to set the stage for the estate from the moment cars passed by the gate and began pulling up the driveway. After traveling through an alley of trees, the grounds suddenly open up to formal gardens, with cars traveling around a sunken parterre garden complete with fountains and dozens of different types of flowers. Because we are exploring the grounds first, we can drop our car off at the carriage house where the staff will make sure to take good care of it. From here we can walk out to the farm group where we would see a fully functioning farm with horses and livestock. As we continue around the property, we come across large brick terraces and hear the trickling of fountains among the undisturbed chirping of birds. Then we re-emerge, seeing for the first time the rear of the house flanked by large loggias and joined by a glistening white balustrade running along the lower terrace. As we continue making a circle around the house, we see stately dormers piercing the roofline beyond rows of hedges. Finally, we find ourselves again staring at the main entrance from the sunken garden. Let's head in for a closer look. As we pass by the massive stone urns to approach the front door, we realize for the first time how large the mansion is, with perfectly scaled proportions meant to dwarf the human scale and a signature mark of Career & Hastings. Entering the mansion, we pass through the vestibule and head up a few steps to arrive in the reception hall. Our view now is looking back at the front door where the grand staircase turns above the vestibule behind richly ornamented columns. From here we make our way into the dining room, where rich wood paneling clads the walls. And though it may be hard to see, the panels are carved with delicate relief work tracing the room around to the fireplace, which is separated from the windows by fluted pilasters. Next we'll make our way into the library, with built-in bookshelves skirting the room at picture rail height, leaving an airy band of wallpaper to act as a frieze and join the room with a cohesive linear element. Life at Burwood rolled on blissfully for many years, but history had different plans for the world around Walter Jennings. The Great Depression struck in 1929, bringing an abrupt end to the carefree prosperity of the Roaring Twenties. The economic turmoil that followed would prove challenging for America's wealthy families, including the Jennings clan. Maintenance of huge estates like Burwood suddenly became far more difficult as income shrank and new taxes loomed. Nonetheless, Walter remained a man of considerable means and stature up to the end of his days. In 1933, he passed away at age 74, not at Burwood, but at his winter home on Jekyll Island in Georgia. In 1951, not long after Jennings' descendants put Burwood on the market, it was sold for a mere $90,000 to the Industrial Home for the Blind, a charitable organization. By the early 1980s, the maintenance expenses and staffing needs of Burwood were overwhelming the institution. The resident population was also dwindling as modern social services enabled people with disabilities to live more independently off campus. Ultimately, the organization closed the residence. Burwood, now aging and expensive to upkeep, was put up for sale again in 1987. There was nothing to stop developers from clearing away the old relic. Lacking any buyers or protections, Burwood's mansion was demolished in 1995, erasing the stately house from the landscape. Though the mansion's walls are gone, its tale endures as a piece of Long Island history, a reminder of the Gilded Age dream that once flourished on its shores and of how those golden dreams, like Burwood itself, ultimately faded into memory. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this grand country estate? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Hollywood's silent film era gave rise to the first movie stars, stars who built some truly incredible mansions just a short drive away from the studios and backlots. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. In the early 1900s, Hollywood was little more than a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of Los Angeles, complete with dusty roads, farmland, and a handful of hopeful filmmakers. But it didn't take long for Hollywood's sunny skies and open landscapes to spark an entire industry. By the 1920s, the once sleepy community had transformed into a bustling movie capital where the magic of silent cinema first captured the world's imagination. Silent films might seem simple today, but back then, they were revolutionary. Directors and actors had to rely on expressive faces and clever storytelling techniques to engage their audience. The silent era gave birth to screen legends who had a flair for comedic timing, heart-wrenching drama, and dazzling stunts. Audiences flocked to see performers like Harold Lloyd and Buster Keaton risk their necks for a laugh, Charlie Chaplin blend comedy with social commentary, and Mary Pickford charmed the entire country with her iconic curls and innocent persona. As fame and fortune grew, these stars built dream homes that reflected their newfound success. Some favored grand, ornate estates that hinted at their larger-than-life public personas, while others preferred more understated residences, though often with a distinct personal flair. These homes were not just places to live, they were gatherings for Hollywood's elite, featuring lavish parties and influential conversations that helped shape an industry on the rise. The first home we'll explore is Rudolph Valentino's Falcon Lair. In the early 1920s, Rudolph Valentino rocketed to stardom as Hollywood's Latin lover, enthralling audiences with his dark eyes, graceful dancing, and exotic on-screen persona. Although his career was tragically brief, Valentino's impact on pop culture was enormous, inspiring fan hysteria and setting new standards for the dashing silent film hero. His personal life was as dramatic as his movies, tangled relationships, swirling rumors, and a lifestyle fit for royalty. Nothing captures that larger-than-life spirit more vividly than the stories behind his homes, especially his famous Benedict Canyon estate, Falcon Lair. Born in Italy, Valentino arrived in New York City at 18 years old with little more than his ambitions. After working a string of odd jobs and briefly dancing in high-society cabarets, he followed the lure of the silver screen west to Los Angeles. Roles in films like The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse and The Sheik transformed him into Hollywood's first truly international heartthrob. His public image mixed with old-world charm was a sultry, modern cool, and throngs of fans lined up to see him every time he hit the streets. As Valentino's fame soared, he sought refuge from admirers in a grand house perched high above Los Angeles, an estate he soon named Falcon Lair. Built in the mid-1920s in what was then a largely undeveloped part of Benedict Canyon, the secluded retreat had panoramic views of the city below and enough land to indulge Valentino's love of horses and dogs. Legend has it, he took the name Falcon Lair from a screenplay titled The Hooded Falcon, which was meant to be one of his future films. Inside, Valentino spared no expense making the house feel like a personal castle. He decorated rooms with medieval swords, European tapestries, and heavy carved furniture he had collected from his travels. A library brimming with classic literature, a Spanish-influenced courtyard, and elaborately tiled floors added to the home's exotic mystique. Beyond the main residence, the estate featured extensive stables, both for his prized Arabian horses and for the security dogs that roamed the grounds each night to discourage uninvited visitors. Though tucked away, Falcon Lair drew plenty of star-studded gatherings. Fellow luminaries like Gloria Swanson and Douglas Fairbanks dropped by, often driving up winding canyon roads to mingle behind Valentino's gates. The decor left quite an impression on guests. Ornate armor stands, plush red velvet drapes, and the spectacular hillside gardens showcase Valentino's taste for the grand and dramatic. Valentino's unexpected passing at just 31 years old sent shockwaves through Hollywood. Fans mourned en masse, and the massive estate was eventually sold off to cover debts. Over the decades, Falcon Lair passed through many hands, with most of the original house being torn down in the early 2000s. Thankfully, demolition didn't impact the legacy of our next star. Charlie Chaplin may best be remembered as the Tramp, the silent film character whose bowler hat and cane quickly became one of the most famous silhouettes in movie history. Yet behind the on-screen persona was a groundbreaking filmmaker who turned pantomime into poetry, brought gentle comedy to deeper social issues, and helped cement Hollywood's early fame on the global stage. While Chaplin's talent took him across the world, two remarkable places best showcase where he spent his private hours: Moorcrest in Los Angeles and the Manoir de Bonn in Switzerland. Before we check out his mansions, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. Moorcrest sits high in Beechwood Canyon, an area known for its early bohemian enclaves and creative spirit. Built in 1921 for the Theosophical Crotona colony, Moorcrest was designed by Marie Russick, one of the few female architects of her time. Chaplin lived in this striking home long before Hollywoodland was the thriving neighborhood it is today. Its unusual architectural style and the property's free-spirited history echo Chaplin's own inventive approach to filmmaking. You can still see traces of that era in every bold arch and decorative flourish. After Chaplin left, the property gained another star resident in Mary Astor, famous for the Maltese Falcon, adding further layers to its Hollywood pedigree. Even today, Moorcrest continues to be called home by the stars. Across the Atlantic, Chaplin spent his final 25 years at the Manoir de Bonn, perched above a picturesque Swiss village. He had departed the United States amid controversy in 1952, seeking a more peaceful existence. At the manor, he found exactly that: fresh air, family gatherings, and stunning views of Lake Geneva and the Swiss Alps. But Chaplin was no recluse. He continued to write and compose music for his films from a home office brimming with ideas, hosting luminaries like Marlon Brando and Truman Capote in its elegant rooms. Today, the estate is preserved as Chaplin's World, a museum that lovingly tells the story of his life and career in the very halls where he once strolled. Though Chaplin is arguably iconic in every way, the golden age of cinema was led by the world's first superstar at what was called the Versailles of Hollywood. In 1897, the star who would become Marion Davies was born Marion Duras. She was the daughter of a New York lawyer and grew up in a strict household. By the time she was school-age, she had been sent off to live in a religious convent, far away from any distractions. Regardless of her parents' efforts to keep her on the straight and narrow, she had ambitious dreams of becoming famous. She ran away from the convent and changed her last name to become a chorus girl, and as a teenager saw her first role in a Broadway musical. In 1916, at the age of only 19 years old, she caught the eye of William Randolph Hearst, who was 54 years old. Even though Hearst was married, he had to have Marion, but not just for love, he wanted her talent. From this point on, Marion would become Hearst's mistress for the rest of his life. He moved her into a palatial mansion in Manhattan to carry on their affair, but this meddling did not stop there. Hearst seized Davies' career, founding Cosmopolitan Pictures to create more roles for her on the silver screen. He hired paparazzi to follow her around and write about her day-to-day activities for his newspapers, and brought up billboards to plaster her face around Times Square. By 1924, she had become the #1 female star in the box office, and in just a few short years, she had gone from a runaway church girl to the biggest star in Hollywood. Her time in the spotlight led to her earning a fortune, though Hearst made sure to pay for just about everything, including the Versailles of Hollywood. Under the direction of architect Julia Morgan, the same architect who had designed Hearst Castle in San Simeon, a sprawling 110-room party house was constructed on Santa Monica Beach. With 55 bathrooms, guest wings, and several dog kennels, her oceanfront pad became the center of the social scene during the Jazz Age. Marion had a love for historic styles and made sure her home reflected the best of the past. Walking inside, he would be greeted by a grand hall with two staircases mirroring each other behind fluted columns, turning at their landings to converge on the third floor with large windows overlooking the surf as each sunset flooded the stair hall with golden light. Her library was finished out with wood paneling concealing built-in bookcases and overstuffed furniture mirroring the patterns found in the ceiling's ornate plasterwork. Her parlors were gilded with gold accents, delicately placed on wood-paneled walls above a chevron floor holding enough antique chairs to ensure every guest had a place to rest. Her parties would spill out onto the beach, with hundreds of guests being catered to by a permanent staff of 32 people. Regularly entertaining such large crowds required a remarkable amount of space for servants. She had several kitchens and pantries in each wing of the house, such as this one, where we can see her fine collection of china behind glass cabinets. But each feast was primarily prepared here under the direction of her private chef using state-of-the-art appliances in a room that Marion probably never set foot in. Despite such lavish amenities, the dining room was meant to be a more intimate space for entertaining only a handful of close friends. Perhaps the most famous event to ever happen at her house was when Hearst rented a carousel from the Warner Brothers. When it arrived at the house, it did not fit where it had been planned to be placed, so Hearst instructed that several walls of the house be removed, offering to have them rebuilt after the party. When Hearst passed away in 1951, he left Marion a controlling stake in his company, but she did not accept her inheritance. She approached Hearst's widow and offered to sell her the millions of dollars worth of shares for just one symbolic dollar. Without Hearst to control her finances, she began investing in real estate, which made her wealthier than she could have ever imagined. But she already had more than enough money and turned to philanthropy, donating millions of dollars to children's hospitals and even established the Children's Clinic at UCLA, which has since been renamed the Mattel Children's Ward. Unfortunately, her time was cut short by a stroke in 1956, and she eventually ended up passing away a few years later in 1961. The beach house, which saw the biggest parties of Hollywood's golden age, was used as a hotel for a short while. But with changing times meant changing fashions, and the house was demolished for a newer building to take its place. Today, the surviving guesthouse and pool, where Marion Davies once entertained some of Hollywood's first superstars, can be visited by the public as part of the Annenberg Community Beach House. Now, if Marion Davies was the queen of Hollywood, Harold Lloyd was the king. His story begins in 1893 when he was born to a working-class family in Nebraska. His childhood, however, was far from ordinary. Even as a young boy, Lloyd was fascinated by the world of theater, often experimenting with makeup to create different characters, a foreshadowing of the many faces he would later present to the world. In 1910, when Harold was just 17, his life took a dramatic turn. After a series of failed business ventures, his parents divorced, and Lloyd relocated with his father to San Diego. This move was the catalyst that set him on the path to stardom. In San Diego, Harold attended high school, but his heart was already set on the stage. He joined various repertory companies, honing his craft and developing a love for performance that would shape his future career. Lloyd's big break came when he decided to try his luck in Hollywood, the burgeoning heart of the film industry. He began working with Thomas Edison's motion picture company, and his first role was as a background character in The Old Monk's Tale. It was a modest start, but it opened the door to the world of film for him. In Los Angeles, Harold's persistence and ingenuity soon paid off. Unable to gain entry into the Universal Studio, he disguised himself with makeup and slipped past the gatekeepers, a move as clever as any of his later on-screen antics. This resourcefulness caught the attention of Hal Roach, a young filmmaker with whom Lloyd would form a lifelong friendship leading to innumerable collaborations. Together, Lloyd and Roach created the character Lonesome Luke, a comic figure inspired by the immense popularity of Charlie Chaplin's Tramp. Lonesome Luke was a man of exaggerated features, loud clothes, a false mustache, and an air of absurdity. Though successful, Lloyd felt constrained by the character, realizing that to truly leave a mark on the world, he needed to create something new, something that wasn't a copy of another successful star, something that was uniquely his. In 1917, he took a bold step that would define his career. He shed the outlandish persona of Lonesome Luke and introduced a character that was far more relatable, a bespectacled young man, simply known as Harold, who was just like the boy next door. This character, with his trademark horn-rimmed glasses, was an everyman, a figure of optimism and determination who faced life's challenges with a mix of bravery and naivety. With this new persona, Lloyd quickly rose to fame. His films were a blend of comedy, romance, and adventure, often featuring thrill sequences that left audiences on the edges of their seats. Perhaps the most iconic of these is the scene in Safety Last, where Harold Lloyd hangs precariously from the hands of a clock high above a busy street. The image has since become one of the most enduring in cinematic history. The 1920s were a golden era for him. With hits like Grandma's Boy, The Freshman, and Speedy, he became one of the highest paid actors in Hollywood, earning both critical acclaim and a vast fortune. Which leads us to Green Acres, where construction begins in 1923 when Harold Lloyd, at the height of his fame, purchased a parcel of land that had long been in the Benedict family. This land, nestled in the heart of Beverly Hills, was to be the canvas on which Lloyd would paint his masterpiece. He wasn't interested in mere luxury. Lloyd sought to create a world unto itself where every corner of the property would offer something magical. To bring his vision to life, Lloyd enlisted the talents of architects Summer Spalding and Walter Weber. Together they designed a 44-room mansion that would blend the grandeur of French and Italian Renaissance styles with the warmth and charm of a Hollywood star's home. Construction began in 1927, and by 1928, Green Acres had risen from the earth as a 45,000 square foot testament to Lloyd's larger-than-life persona. But it was the grounds of Green Acres that truly set it apart. Harold Lloyd was not content with simply having a mansion. He wanted his estate to be a living, breathing fairy tale. He collaborated with landscape architect A.E. Hansen, who transformed the 15-acre property into a botanical wonderland. The result was a series of themed gardens that seemed to transport visitors to different worlds, each more magical than the last. Imagine strolling through a tropical forest only to find yourself suddenly in a formal rose garden, the air thick with the scent of blooming flowers. Turn a corner, and you might stumble upon a sunken garden, its lush greenery hiding you from the outside world. A cascading waterfall fed a 900-foot-long canoe stream where you could paddle your way through the estate as if in a dream. Lloyd's love for sports and entertainment was evident throughout the property. A 9-hole golf course meandered across the grounds, providing both a challenge and a picturesque view. The estate also boasted tennis courts, an outdoor bowling green, and even a regulation-sized handball court, perfect for a star who was as passionate about physical activity as he was about making people laugh. For as spectacular as this estate is already, we haven't even set foot inside. We'll enter the home below the grand staircase, stepping up to the double-height entry hall marked by a fireplace at the far end of the room. In the dining room, we can imagine the who's who's of Hollywood gathering to share meals in understated elegance. And the holidays in this mansion were fabled for being completely over the top, in exactly the way you might expect his larger-than-life persona to celebrate. Meandering about the mansion, we find the long hallways tastefully decorated with antique tapestries and artwork by the old masters. His living room is finished out with half-height wood paneling and a massive, floor-to-ceiling fireplace flanked by diamond-paned windows. The music room became a hub for private performances as musical artists tinkered at the piano between cocktails. Life at Green Acres was good, it was really good, but the good times couldn't last forever. As the 1920s gave way to the 1930s, Lloyd faced a new challenge, the advent of sound in cinema. While many silent film stars struggled to adapt, Lloyd embraced the change. He remade his 1929 film Welcome to Danger as a talkie, and the result was a financial success, proving that Lloyd's charm transcended the limitations of silent film. However, the transition to sound marked the beginning of a slow decline in his career. The Great Depression altered the landscape of American cinema, and Lloyd's optimistic, go-getter persona seemed increasingly out of touch with audiences grappling with economic hardship. His films became less frequent, and by the late 1930s, Lloyd had largely stepped away from the screen. Though his film career waned, Harold Lloyd's life was far from over. He redirected his energy into other passions, including photography and philanthropy. He passed away in 1971 at the age of 77, but his legacy was far from forgotten. As for Green Acres, while the once vast lands have been subdivided to an extent, the mansion and several key elements of its grounds continue to stand to this day as a private residence. While Harold Lloyd employed special effects and elaborate sets to give the illusion of danger, Buster Keaton preferred to be thrown into some truly sticky situations to face some real action. Born in 1895, Buster Keaton grew up in the world of vaudeville, learning the art of comedy through experience, often at the hands of his father, Joe Keaton, who incorporated his young son into a slapstick act. The family act, known as the Three Keatons, was centered on a rough-and-tumble antics between father and son. Buster was tossed around the stage, slammed into scenery, and thrown into the audience, much to the delight of spectators. Despite the physical nature of the act, Keaton was rarely injured. His secret? He had a remarkable knack for falling just right, and that talent would serve him well in the years to come. By the time he was a teenager, Keaton had perfected his trademark deadpan expression, known to the audience as the Great Stone Face. The less he reacted, the more people laughed. It was a valuable lesson in the power of subtlety and timing, two things that would become hallmarks of his later films. In 1917, Keaton's life took a fateful turn when he met Roscoe Arbuckle, one of the biggest stars of silent comedy at the time. Arbuckle invited Keaton to join him in making short films, and Buster's transition to the silver screen was instantaneous. His first film, The Butcher Boy, was a hit, and Keaton quickly became Arbuckle's right-hand man, both in front of and behind the camera. What set Keaton apart was his technical curiosity. He wasn't content to just perform, he wanted to understand the mechanics of filmmaking. He would spend hours studying cameras, learning how to create visual effects, and execute daring stunts that would become the centerpiece of his later work. In a time when filmmaking was still in its infancy, Keaton was already thinking ahead, experimenting with the medium in ways that no one else had. Fast forwarding, the 1920s would become the height of Keaton's career. Now working independently, he created some of the most iconic films of the silent era. He had a rare combination of talents. Not only was he a brilliant physical comedian, but he was also an innovative director. His short films like 1 Week and Cops were filled with inventive gags, clever editing, and stunts that seemed to defy the laws of physics. But it was his feature-length films that truly cemented his legacy. Sherlock Jr. and The General are now regarded as masterpieces, showcasing Keaton's fearless approach to both comedy and action. In The General, Keaton's love for trains and precision choreography culminated in one of the most iconic scenes in film history, where a real locomotive crashes through a burning bridge. The scale of these stunts were unparalleled, and the danger was very real, but Keaton's deadpan expression never wavered. With so much success, you would think that he would have been having the time of his life, but there was one major mistake he had made that was dragging him down. Back in 1921, he had married silent film star Natalie Talmadge, who was widely known as a diva, to put it politely. She came from a family of movie stars and was irrationally competitive with her sisters, but we'll get to that in a moment. Following their marriage, the couple rented number 59 Westmoreland Place in Los Angeles, a charming Tudor Revival mansion which had been built a decade earlier in 1909. While not many photos of the house were ever taken, Buster Keaton did use the home as the filming location for his film, The Electric House. While the interior of the home was doctored with special effects, what you are seeing is exactly how the stair hall appeared while he lived here, minus the escalator part. Even the pool that Keaton splashes into was actually in the backyard. Back in the stair hall, a pair of pocket doors to the right side of the staircase will lead us into the billiards room. The billiards room doubles as the library with built-in bookshelves and rich wood paneling. The film is rather amusing, as it showcases some practical and nonsensical inventions in this room, but gimmicks aside, this is the furniture and how his house was styled. Going back into the stair hall, we'll travel through the pocket doors opposite the billiards room to find the dining room. Comically, guests are presented their dinners on a rotating toy train track, which supposedly comes from the kitchen. Of course, at this point in his career, the live-in servants would have brought each course to the table, hopefully avoiding mishaps like this. Even though the kitchen has been fashioned with a prop conveyor belt over the countertops, this one detail aside, we get a really good look at how kitchens in this time period were used, though hopefully, his cats played no part in food prep. Upstairs, we are invited to see the Keaton's bedroom and ensuite, and while the tub would have been stationary, he really did have a Murphy bed that wasn't known to fold itself away while his wife sat on it. The Electric House is available for viewing in its entirety on our members page, where you can watch it in 4K quality if you want to see more. But getting back to it, from here the couple went on to purchase a house in South Ardmore in Los Angeles, but sold it after only living in it for 10 months. They decided to head up to Muirfield Road and purchase another house, which they didn't stay in for long either. All the while, Buster secretly began construction on a lavish Beverly Hills mansion to surprise his wife. Even though the estate boasted over 10,000 square feet, his wife refused to move in, comparing it to her sister's houses and saying it was too small and didn't even have enough space for live-in servants. They never officially did move in, using it more for parties and filming before eventually selling it, which was probably for the best because Keaton's meteoric rise came crashing down in the late 1920s when he made what he would later call the worst decision of his life, signing with MGM. At MGM, Keaton lost the creative freedom that had been the cornerstone of his success. The studio's strict control meant that Keaton no longer had the ability to direct his own films or conceive his own gags. The physical comedy and intricate stunts that had defined his career were replaced by formulaic plots and sound stages that stifled his creative genius. Compounding this professional struggle was his personal life. His marriage was falling apart, and the stress led Keaton down a path of heavy drinking. By 1933, he had not only lost his contract with MGM, but was also embroiled in a messy divorce that left him emotionally and financially drained. For many, this would have been the end of the road, but Keaton wasn't done yet. After years of battling alcoholism and navigating the challenges of Hollywood, he found his way back to work in the 1940s. He remarried into a love-filled relationship with Eleanor Keaton, found sobriety, and began making a comeback, not as a leading man, but as a respected figure in the world of comedy. During the later years of his career, Keaton made guest appearances in movies and became a beloved fixture on television. Though the days of elaborate stunts were behind him, Keaton still possessed the same quiet genius that had captivated audiences in his youth. In 1956, without his pretentious ex-wife, he and Eleanor purchased a comfortable house where they could grow old together and enjoy each other's company and their many hobbies. Buster Keaton passed away in 1966, but his influence never faded. His films remain as evidence to his artistry and innovation. Directors like Orson Welles, Mel Brooks, and Woody Allen have praised Keaton as one of the greatest filmmakers in history, and his daring stunts continue to inspire action and comedy films alike. But we won't dwell on Keaton forever. Of all the homes we've seen, there were none more fabled than Pickfair, where invitations to parties were seen as a higher honor than an invitation to the White House. In 1892, Gladys Smith, the girl who would eventually become Mary Pickford, was born in Toronto, Canada, a girl whose golden curls and luminous smile would one day captivate the world. But life didn't begin in luxury for the woman who would become Hollywood's first true queen. After her father's untimely death, young Gladys watched as her mother leased out rooms in their house and took in boarders to make ends meet. Among her many tenants was a theatrical stage manager who suggested Gladys and her siblings try their hand at acting. This is where her journey begins, a journey that would transform her from a girl on the stage to an icon of the silver screen. Pickford's first roles were small ones, her feet shuffling across the wooden floors of Toronto theaters, but even in the background, she demanded the spotlight. By the time she was a teenager, she had made her way to New York, determined to carve a career on Broadway. It was during this time that famed producer David Belasco advised her to adopt the name Mary Pickford, a change that would soon be synonymous with stardom. In 1909, Pickford was screen tested by D.W. Griffith, a leading figure in the rapidly expanding world of film. She didn't land the part, but Griffith immediately recognized her potential, and within a year, Mary was appearing in nearly one film a week for Biograph Studios. Audiences adored her. She wasn't just the girl with the golden curls, she became their lead, someone who could evoke the full spectrum of human emotion with just a glance. Her rise was meteoric. In an era when women were often relegated to supporting roles both on-screen and off, Pickford demanded and received unprecedented creative control over her work. By 1916, she was Hollywood's first millionaire actress, earning $10,000 a week and a share of her film's profits. Her hits, such as The Poor Little Rich Girl and Pollyanna, cemented her place as America's sweetheart, a title she wore with both pride and the weight of expectation. But Pickford was no ingenue. Her ambition stretched beyond acting. In 1919, she joined forces with Douglas Fairbanks, Charlie Chaplin, and D.W. Griffith to co-found United Artists, a bold rebellion against the studio system that allowed filmmakers to retain control over their creations. It was a daring move that led industry insiders to grumble that, quote, the lunatics were taking over the asylum. Yet it succeeded, setting a precedent for artistic independence that echoes in Hollywood to this day. Pickford's personal life was just as scrutinized as her films. Her first marriage to actor Owen Moore was troubled and ended in divorce. Soon after, she married Douglas Fairbanks in what became the romance of the century. Their home, Pickfair, was a haven for Hollywood royalty, hosting legendary parties with the likes of royalty, business tycoons, and movie stars. The estate quickly gained a reputation as being the meeting place for the who's who's and the height of the social ladder. Life magazine even wrote about it. Pickfair is a gathering place, only slightly less important than the White House, and much more fun. The estate had originally been a hunting lodge, and when the couple purchased it, they greatly expanded it to include 25 rooms, a large guest wing, and several amenities. Among the most fabled of their additions was the swimming pool. It was touted as the first in-ground swimming pool to have been built in Los Angeles County. The pool wrapped about the property at a scale that was so large that the couple became known for canoeing around in it. Additionally, the grounds included several pavilions, tennis courts, and large, flat fields for hosting outdoor events. To enter the house, let's make our way towards Mary Pickford and step through the French doors. This leads us to the stair hall, where we are greeted by the grand staircase wrapping itself around a crystal chandelier. Once again, the proportions are blown out, and we get a really good sense of how truly large this entryway was by seeing the couple next to it. Beyond the curtains, we head down a few steps to find the formal living room. It is clad floor to ceiling in painted wall panels and furnished with a mix of antique pieces. Whether it was fine art, Louis XIV chairs, or antique European tapestries, Mary developed a taste for filling her home with only the finest and most collectible items. One of her favorite places to lounge was right here on our Chinese damask silk divan. All of this, and we've only seen one room so far. Next we'll find the formal dining room, which was constantly undergoing renovation. Whether it be the furniture, the lighting, the windows, or the length of the room, dinner guests could always expect to see something new. It could go from bland to glam between weekends, and that was just to be expected as part of the home's legendary allure. Each bedroom was finished out luxuriously with subdued millwork and antique pieces mixed with the newest and most fashionable furniture. Even the children were treated to luxurious quarters, from marble fireplaces to every toy and stuffed animal a kid could ever want. Pickfair was the epitome of lavish living. Together, Mary and Doug reigned as cinema's golden couple until their relationship fractured under the pressures of fame and diverging ambitions. As the silent era gave way to the talkies, Pickford faced an identity crisis. Her first sound film, Coquette, earned her an Academy Award, but alienated fans who couldn't reconcile the girl next door with her new sophisticated roles. She cut her iconic curls, a symbolic act of transformation, but her career waned. After her final film Secrets in 1933, Pickford retired from acting, although she remained an influential figure in Hollywood as a producer and United Artists executive. Her later years were marked by philanthropy and introspection. She co-founded the Motion Picture Relief Fund, supporting struggling industry workers, and was instrumental in the creation of the Motion Picture and Television Country House and Hospital. Yet behind the grandeur of Pickfair, Pickford grappled with personal demons, including struggles with alcohol and the loneliness of fading into obscurity. Her story, like the film she starred in, remains timeless. However, the same cannot be said about Pickfair. After changing hands a few times, it was eventually demolished to make way for this newer mansion. From Rudolph Valentino's elegant Falcon Lair in Benedict Canyon to Harold Lloyd's fantastical Green Acres, these estates were more than mere houses. They were powerful reflections of the silent film era's spirit, grand, audacious, and full of innovation, much like the luminaries who called them home. The legacies of Valentino, Chaplin, Davies, Lloyd, Keaton, and Pickford live on in the films they left behind, and the very concept of movie stardom they helped invent. Though decades have passed since their heyday, the magic still lingers. Their once fabled homes, whether standing or only recalled through photographs, serve as enduring symbols of cinema's first golden age, proving that while the walls may crumble, the legends endure forever. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which mansion was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a special thank you to Victorian Society in America for making this video possible. Check out their link down below in the video description to learn how you can get involved today. As always, thank you all for watching, make sure to like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time on This House. A 79-room mansion was once known as the Boston area's grandest estate. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1871, Mary Bryant Pratt was born into wealth and privilege as the granddaughter of William Fletcher Weld, a Boston shipping magnate whose fleet was the largest in America before the Civil War. This family legacy left Mary an enormous inheritance. In 1891, at age 20, she married Charles Sprague, a Harvard-educated lawyer and rising politician from a distinguished New England family. With Mary's wealth and Charles' ambition, the couple became a Gilded Age power duo in Boston's elite circles. Mary's fortune helped catapult Charles Sprague's political career. He swiftly ascended from local offices to the U.S. Congress, serving from 1897 to 1901. In fact, by the time Sprague took his congressional seat, newspapers noted he was the richest man in the House of Representatives with an estimated worth of $7 million, thanks in large part to Mary's inheritance. In the early 1890s, leveraging land she inherited from her family, the couple set out to build an extravagant country estate on the outskirts of Boston. The property, about 150 acres of rolling hills and pastures, had once been known as Faulkner Farm. On this scenic plot along Allendale Road in Brookline, the Spriggs envisioned an idyllic retreat where they could entertain and display their wealth. They broke ground on their Brookline estate in the 1890s, hiring talented designers to bring their grand vision to life. The main house began as a relatively modest 2.5-story wooden summer home built from 1894 to 1896 and designed by architect Herbert Brown of the firm Little Brown & Moore. Brown's initial design was a white colonial revival-style mansion with clapboard siding and a formal entrance court, a tasteful country house where the Spriggs took up residence around the time of its completion. However, the couple had even loftier ideas for the landscape. They engaged the famed firm, Olmsted, & Elliott, headed by Frederick Law Olmsted, to lay out the grounds, aiming to transform the former farm into a gentleman's estate with picturesque gardens. Early plans, however, hit a snag. Creative differences flared between Charles Sprague and landscape architect Charles Elliott, leading to the firm's dismissal before the gardens were completed. Undeterred, the Spriggs sought a fresh approach and founded in Charles A. Platt, a Renaissance man who was both an artist and an emerging landscape designer. Platt had recently published Italian Gardens, the first English-language book on Italian Renaissance garden design, filled with his own photographs and sketches. With this expertise, Platt was the perfect choice to reinvent Faulkner Farm's landscape. Platt created a broad-grass terrace extending from the rear of the house, supported by a high stone retaining wall to level the hillside. Below this, he designed an elegant Italian garden roughly 200 by 113 feet in size, not massive, but ample enough to impress. A series of geometric flower beds were arranged in symmetry, bordered by a curving pergola draped in vines at one end. At the opposite end, a classical casino was built. In front of the casino lay a tranquil reflecting pool, its waters mirroring the structure and the sky above. Long sightlines and alleys were established, drawing the eye to focal points like a circular tempietto perched on the estate's high point in the woodland. The result was magical. Platt's Italian-inspired garden at Faulkner Farm was a national sensation, widely acclaimed for its originality. Tragically, Charles Sprague did not live long to enjoy the estate. In 1902, while Mary and their children were traveling abroad in Egypt, Charles passed suddenly at age 44. Widowed but determined, Mary took charge of the estate's next chapter. Over the following 2 years, 1902 to 1904, she poured herself into major renovations and expansions of the mansion, transforming the home to match the grandeur of Platt's gardens. She brought Herbert Brown back out to the property to encase the wooden house in brick, completely altering its character to a unique mix of Italian Renaissance grandeur and Georgian appeal. A third floor was added, notably taller than the earlier floors, giving the mansion an imposing 3.5-story facade. Most spectacularly, Mary added a new ballroom wing on the south side of the house, replacing a portion of the original upper terrace pergola. This ballroom was one of the grandest private rooms in the Boston area, a neoclassical showpiece ending in a domed rotunda reminiscent of a European palace. Its interiors dripped with luxury. The ceiling bore allegorical murals by artist Alan Schwartz. The walls were hung with exquisite Gobelins tapestries, and 6 tall French doors opened into an immense glass conservatory filled with exotic plants. In 1904, she remarried, taking as her second husband Edward Deshawn Brandegee, a successful real estate investor. And it is this name that eventually graced her beloved estate. The new couple continued to maintain Faulkner Farm, which now informally became called the Brandegee Estate. At its height, Mary's estate sprawled over 195 acres of land, 85 in Boston and 110 in Brookline. It included elegant stables and carriage houses designed to harmonize with the main house and numerous outbuildings to support the rural pursuits. All told, Brandegee Estate was an extraordinarily large and self-sufficient domain, a private paradise reflecting Mary Brandegee's discerning taste and immense resources. Mary lived through both World Wars and the Great Depression, witnessing Boston's transformation while her estate stood as a steadfast oasis of the past. In August 1956, Mary Brandegee passed away at the age of 85. Her passing could easily have spelled the end for Brandegee Estate. Many Gilded Age mansions did not survive the mid-20th century as intact entities, but remarkably, Brandegee Estate endured, continuing to stand proudly overlooking those exquisite gardens. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this grand estate? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. He was called the Tsar of the Great Lakes, and for good reason. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're heading over to the Cleveland area to uncover a magnificent Beaux-Arts palace. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1865, Harry Colby was born in the village of Claypole, England, and he grew up in a family of farmers. He was an avid reader as a boy and became fascinated by the distant Great Lakes of North America, dreaming of one day sailing those vast inland seas. At 19 years old, he left England and arrived in New York City with little money but a head full of ambition. The young Colby's journey to pursue his dreams was nothing short of epic. Lacking funds for travel, he walked more than 600 miles from New York to Cleveland, Ohio, picking up odd jobs along the way to feed himself. Once in Cleveland, Colby wasted no time getting his foot in the door of the maritime industry. He initially applied to work as a deckhand on a Great Lakes freighter, but being inexperienced, he was turned away. Undeterred, he took a labor job pushing wheelbarrows for a construction company and enrolled in night school to learn new skills like typing and shorthand. This persistence paid off, and in 1886, at just 21 years old, Harry landed a position as a stenographer with Pickens, Mather & Company, a prominent Cleveland-based shipping and iron ore company. It was a modest start, taking dictation and handling correspondence, but he excelled and quickly rose through the ranks of the firm. By 1900, his hard work was rewarded when he was made a partner in Pickens Mather. In the years that followed, he played a pivotal role in expanding the company's fleet, overseeing the construction of new steel-hulled freighters and phasing out older wooden ships. His savvy management and innovations in ship design were so effective that in 1905, his ideas set a new standard for the Great Lakes freighters, a design that would remain the norm for over 6 decades. In 1903, Harry's growing reputation in the industry led to his appointment as president of the Pittsburgh Steamship Company, the Great Lakes shipping division of U.S. Steel. Now at the helm of the largest Great Lakes fleet in the nation, Colby earned a reputation as a shrewd and hands-on leader. It was during this era that people began calling him the Tsar of the Great Lakes, a nod to the iron-fisted command and expertise he wielded over Great Lakes shipping. Harry didn't stop there. By 1913, he had founded his own enterprise, the Interlake Steamship Company, and boldly merged it with the fleets he had long managed. In tribute to his influence, a 631-foot, 16,000-ton freighter was commissioned in 1927 and proudly named the SS Harry Colby. Having risen from a farm boy to one of the world's forefront shipping magnates, Harry Colby was now a very wealthy man, and he had grand plans for how to enjoy the fruits of his labor. By the early 1910s, Harry Colby was ready to live in a style befitting his success. He set about constructing a grand country estate in Wickliffe, Ohio, a haven then known for its millionaire mansions. Colby named his mansion Colallenby, a creative blending of his surname and the maiden name of his wife, Mary Allen. Construction began in 1911, and by 1913, this palatial home was complete. The finished Colallenby mansion was a sight to behold. Its exterior was clad in gleaming white terracotta, reportedly imported from Italy, which gave it the aura of a European palace in the Ohio countryside. The home boasted two grand entrances, one facing the long driveway and another at the rear, so that guests could approach from either side. The grand staircase, ascending above checkered marble floors, gracefully turned at its landing below a Tiffany stained glass skylight, which bathed the foyer in a sea of Technicolor refractions. Many of the rooms featured rich wood paneling, including the library, which boasted imported carved oak panels from Bohemia to complement the glass-paned bookcases. In understated elegance, the dining room was clad in painted wall panels and paired with hand stenciling and intricate plasterwork. Though it could be argued that the elliptical breakfast room required an even greater level of craftsmanship, with curving wall panels, French doors, and a continuous plaster cornice following the upper perimeter with perfect repetition. Even the smallest of rooms were given the greatest of details, making up in design what they lacked in size. Upstairs, we continue down the gallery, which is directly above the entrance where we first step foot in the mansion. Up here, we'll find Mr. and Mrs. Colby's suite, where, fitting for the time, they each kept separate beds in the same room. Their suite included his and hers boudoirs, and though no guest would have ever stepped foot in these rooms, they were designed without restraint for budget. The sprawling mansion carries on, with many more grand parlors and several bedrooms, each exuding luxurious finishes. By the mid-1910s, Harry had effectively retired from day-to-day company management, turning his attention to civic affairs and enjoying his estate. In 1916, the village of Wickliffe was newly incorporated, and the residents chose none other than Harry Colby as the first mayor of the town. In January 1929, while visiting London, Harry passed away at the age of 64. With his passing, the future of Colallenby took an unexpected turn. Just a few months afterwards, in mid-1929, the mansion and its vast grounds were sold to the Sisters of Holy Humility of Mary, a Catholic religious order to be used as an all-girls school. In 1954, the city of Wickliffe purchased Colallenby along with its 54-acre grounds to serve as the new city hall and public park. The acquisition was a point of pride for the community. Residents even attended a special dedication ceremony in 1954 to celebrate their fancy new city hall and the former Colby mansion. The mansion was carefully adapted to its civic role. The grand living room became the city council chambers, complete with the original carved cabinets and Palladian windows overlooking the garden. Harry's old library, with its cozy fireplace and wood paneling, was repurposed as the mayor's office, a fitting tribute given Colby himself once held that title. Over time, the city made sure to maintain the estate's historic charm. Even the gatehouse was put to use as the headquarters for the Wickliffe Police Department. Today, the Colallenby mansion still stands proudly, serving as an active city hall as well as a living museum of Wickliffe's past. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which part of this mansion did you like the most? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The San Francisco Bay Area was once home to some of the largest and most ornate Gilded Age mansions, homes that rivaled European palaces with perfectly manicured gardens, full-time staff, and rooms clad in gold. But what happened? Why don't we see these grand residences dotting the bay anymore? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering the lost mansions of the Bay Area. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This episode is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. To fully understand the fate of these remarkable estates, we need a bit of context on how the San Francisco Bay Area developed in the first place. The story of San Francisco starts in 1776 when Spanish settlers established the Presidio and the Mission San Francisco de Asís near the tip of the peninsula. This outpost grew slowly at first, but everything changed in 1848 when gold was discovered in the nearby foothills. By the following year, tens of thousands of fortune seekers flooded into the region. Almost overnight, a sleepy settlement was transformed into a bustling economic powerhouse, setting the stage for San Francisco's meteoric rise. This new wealth manifested in many ways, but none so visibly as the construction of grand estates. The Gilded Age, which spanned roughly from the 1870s to the early 1900s, saw the rise of railroad barons, shipping magnates, and real estate moguls who used their fortunes to build some of the most breathtaking mansions the West Coast had ever seen. Nob Hill became the unofficial capital of extravagance. Once a relatively undeveloped area, its steep slopes were soon dotted with the opulent homes of prominent families, including members of the so-called Big Four, who had amassed vast fortunes through the Central Pacific Railroad. Perhaps the most famous of the Lost Nob Hill estates was Mark Hopkins' Grand Victorian showpiece. Starting in 1875, at the request of his wife Mary, Mark Hopkins built an imposing mansion at the top of Nob Hill. So grand was the planned structure that it would take years to complete, as artists worked around the clock to detail not only its Gothic exterior, but its intricate interior as well. After 3 long years of construction, just as the house was beginning to take shape, Hopkins passed away while on a business trip. Much to everyone's surprise, and considering that he was only middle-aged, he had never created a will. He and Mary did not have any children of their own, though they did adopt their housekeeper's kid, Timothy. The courts ended up awarding everything to Mary, who was intent on finishing the house. Once everything was sorted out, Mary contacted the esteemed Herter brothers to finish the interior design work. That's when she met one of their most esteemed designers, Edward Francis Searles, who was young enough to be her son. Almost immediately, the two became an item, and Searles finished the house to both his own and Mary's taste. Entering the mansion, we pass through the vestibule where we find the walls clad in Circassian walnut with a built-in grandfather clock. Let's take the passage to the right. This leads us into the stair hall where a grand, bifurcated staircase sweeps behind a 2-story arcade. From a frescoed ceiling framing a skylight to a built-in pipe organ defying gravity above the grand staircase, and intricate carvings found on almost every architectural element, the stair hall became an instant success amongst architectural critics. Just to give you an idea of the sheer scale of this room, with each floor containing double-height ceilings, we can notice how tiny the person in the sketch appears in front of the arcade. If you were visiting this house as a guest, the doorman would escort you to the reception room to await your host. From here you might be ushered into the parlor, boasting ornate built-ins, leaded stained glass windows, and a fireplace with built-in lanterns. While we only have this one glimpse into the dining room, we can imagine just how grand it truly was, from the intricate fireplace mantel to the built-in cabinets and hand-stenciled walls. Mary's bedroom continued with these grand displays of artistry, with the large ceiling frescoes soaring above Eastlake furniture. Some of the photos we have been seeing are from the house's next chapter when it served as the Mark Hopkins Institute of Art, such as the massive art gallery we are seeing now. Once again, to truly appreciate the scale of this room, we will refer to a drawing showing the art gallery as it relates to the rest of the mansion. After the Mark Hopkins mansion was completed, Mary and Edward married each other in 1887. Just 4 years later, Mary passed away and the entirety of the Hopkins estate, including real estate stocks and tens of millions of dollars, skipped Timothy Hopkins and was inherited by Edward. This led to a lengthy legal battle in which Edward admitted to the courts that he proposed to Mary in part for her money. Nonetheless, the courts sided with Edward, which left Timothy with nothing from his adopted parents. While it has never been proven, there were rumors that Edward had been having a secret affair and had been living with a lover around the time of Mary's passing. Timothy allegedly blackmailed Edward, who ended up privately settling the matter for a few million. At this point, the San Francisco mansion was conveyed to the Mark Hopkins Institute of Art, which converted many of the rooms for use as a school. Timothy was able to reclaim most of the furnishings, which is why we saw rooms such as the parlor with only wood benches to fill them. With so many empty rooms boasting double-height ceilings, the Institute was able to offer art classes with elaborate sets and plenty of space for painters and sculptors to let their imaginations run wild. Meanwhile, other members of the Big Four built their palatial mansions nearby on Nob Hill. Charles Crocker attempted to purchase the entire block in order to build his dream home. However, one resident of the block refused to sell to him. Instead of planting his gardens around his neighbor's house, he built a spike fence around it to completely block out the sunlight in an attempt to force him to move. Inside, the house was a veritable palace full of marble and exotic woods, but for reasons we'll soon learn, there aren't many photos left of it. Next door was the residence of Collisby Huntington, another member of the Big Four, but perhaps none were quite as lavish as the house across the street, the home of Leland Stanford, who was the first of the Big Four to build his mansion on Nob Hill back in 1875. It was designed to boast 50 rooms spread out over 41,000 square feet of lavish interior space. No expense was spared on his Italianate mansion clad with limestone and copper accents. Entering the home, you would pass through double doors and make your way from the antehall towards the rotunda, framed beyond marble columns boasting gilded capitals. As we continue forward, we begin to gain a sense of just how colossal this house truly was, and to make it appear even larger, mirrors were strategically placed in the corners. We won't go up the grand staircase yet to see what rests above the rotunda's oculus. Instead, let's turn around and begin exploring the rooms to either side of us. First, we are ushered into the reception room, with rugs tossed over carpets and drapes found pooling on the floor. This overabundance of rich textiles was meant to convey the excessive wealth of the family from the moment a visitor arrived. From the reception room, we will head into the drawing room, also known as the Pompeian drawing room for its illustrious frescoes. Set within an alcove is one of Stanford's most prized possessions, the Fountain of Love statue. We can move in closer to get a better look at its delicate features and further admire the finer details of the furnishings. Continuing our tour through the mansion, we find the gallery stretching away from the Pompeian drawing room. Bathing in natural light pouring in through a leaded skylight, Stanford displayed his extensive collection of paintings from the greats, some already several centuries old by the time he acquired them. Let's return to the entrance hall just below the rotunda. While we are here, we can look up, but only for a moment. We still have much more to see on the first floor before we explore the upper rotunda. Directly opposite of the reception room, we will enter the library, receiving direct sunlight through its massive bay window. On one side, the wall is dominated by the fireplace, the upper mantle of which soars 14 feet below the gilded frieze. Looking around, we find that half-height bookcases skirt the room, each book neatly organized with custom leather-bound covers. Adjoining the library and heading towards the rear of the house, we find the billiards room. Continuing forward, we find that we've only made it as far back as the staircase. Let's head through the opening on our left. This brings us to Mrs. Stanford's sitting room, also known as the ladies' sitting room. Here we can imagine her meeting with her friends and relatives for more intimate conversations and perhaps a more comfortable setting relative to what we have seen so far. On our way to one of the grandest rooms in the house, we pass from the ladies' sitting room and through the conservatory clad in antique French wall panels. This brings us to the dining room, where we can imagine the table set with all its leaves to host dinner parties in excess of 60 guests. To one side, below a delicately hand-stenciled ceiling, the indoor fountain trickled in a time when indoor plumbing was still novel. Facing the bay window and consuming nearly the entire wall, the buffet was hand-carved by a team of artists where it sat. With the gallery back in view through one of the dining room's openings, we can see that we've explored most of the first floor. Before we head back to the entrance hall and rotunda, we can peek into the breakfast room. This is where the family would have dined when they were not entertaining, allowing them to have a more casual time with one another. Let's step back into the rotunda and discover what wonders await us on the second floor. Arriving at the top of the staircase, we finally see the rotunda in all its glory, framed by a colonnade. The ceiling is decorated in elaborate murals meant to depict each continent. In this one we see Africa. To the other end, we see a depiction of Asia and steal a glimpse of what we can only imagine to be an intricate skylight crafted from wrought iron and set with leaded stained glass. Because we are guests in the Stanford house, we will see the blue and gold guest room first. From a marble fireplace to gilded accents and a mix of Greek and Pompeian motifs, this luxurious bedroom was meant to spoil guests. Mrs. Stanford's bedroom was every bit, if not more sumptuous, with a hand-sewn carpet spanning the floor and gilded festoons framing the ceiling's many murals. The view from her window allowed her to look out over the bay from the top of Nob Hill, but unfortunately, their life in this house was too good to last. In 1883, only 8 years after moving in, their only son passed away. Stricken with grief, they had the house emptied of all of its contents except for his bedroom, which they left as a shrine. The Stanfords, unable to bear any reminders of their late son, moved on to Menlo Park, only returning to mourn. Menlo Park at the time happened to be home to one of the richest men in the country, James Flood. James had grown up poor in New York, working throughout his childhood as a carriage maker to help his parents pay the bills. When he was 23, he set out west with the hopes of striking it rich in the gold rush, which actually panned out well for him, allowing him the opportunity to save some money for the first time in his life. With an entrepreneurial spirit, he opened a saloon, then when that became profitable, he opened a stock brokerage, then eventually a mining company that uncovered the Comstock lode. The Big Bonanza, as it was called, consisted of a silver core stretching 1,200 feet deep into the earth. When James announced the discovery, the mines were valued at $1 billion, the modern-day equivalent of about $25 billion. What followed was a frenzy in the stock market, and James saw an opportunity to manipulate the price of stocks as he learned new information about his mines. When it was all said and done, the mine produced about 1/10 of its estimated value before becoming unprofitable. But with insider knowledge, James was able to cash in long before it ran dry. With his new wealth, he set out to build his dream home. He purchased a lot in Menlo Park and constructed his 45,000 square foot mansion, which he named Linden Towers. The colossal 6-story Italianate palace was clad in limestone and embellished with intricate relief work and statuary. As we arrive from the street, the gatekeeper steps out from the gatehouse to greet us. The short side of the mansion comes into full view as we round the fountain, but we still have a long way to go before arriving at the front door. We must make our way down the winding gravel drive, meandering through the lush gardens. This takes us past a herd of cows grazing in the pastures just outside of the barn. Then reaching off into the distance, we wonder where the garden walks might take us. Looking beyond Stone Sphinx, terrace gardens break away from the expansive lawns until finally Linden Towers can be seen coming into view. Let's dismount from our carriage and make our way towards the front door, but before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. Swinging open the nearly 12-foot tall front doors, we arrive in the entrance hall, hearing the echoes of our footsteps dance across the marble mosaic floor. As we look straight ahead, the main hall stretches more than 100 feet below gilded ceilings, shimmering in the light of gold-plated chandeliers. To the right side, the smell of old leather-bound books tempts us into the library with hand-tooled leather walls and a ceiling that has been gold-leafed between its polished ebony beams. The library feeds us into the music room, where a grand piano is so well polished that it reflects the sun's light back into our faces. Directly across the main hall from the music room is the drawing room. Here we could find antique European chairs set out, one for each expected guest. And above us on the ceiling, a dramatic ecclesiastical mural is framed by intricate hand stenciling. Let's make our way back into the main hall, heading all the way to the end and turning left just before the door to the service wing. This brings us to the dining room, dramatically decorated with angels flying about overhead in the ceiling mural and gilded dragons resting behind the table supporting the fireplace's mantel. Though for a more casual dinner, the Floods could eat in the breakfast room in the service wing. Unfortunately, there are no known photos of the stair hall, Moorish smoking room, service wing, or children's dining room, but we can continue exploring the mansion from below the dome of the second floor stair hall. James's bedroom was decorated with an eclectic mix of styles ranging from centuries-old furniture pieces to a unique mix of Eastlake and Baroque detailing. Mary's bedroom was more cohesive, with a matching bedroom set and a lively frieze running below murals framed by hand-stenciled borders. Her suite came complete with a large fireplace centered between windows and only the finest hand-sewn quilts and curtains money could buy. While no two bedrooms were identical, each one bore a strong resemblance to the last, with a writing desk in the middle of each room and canopies over each bed. Once completed, Linden Towers became the largest house west of the Rocky Mountains, but even so, the Floods spent very little time in it, only using the mansion to host large parties. They chose to instead live in their Nob Hill mansion in San Francisco, which continues to stand to this day. Speaking of which, back in San Francisco, Nob Hill was all but running out of space, but there was another enclave of incredibly wealthy families building their palatial homes along Van Ness Avenue. Van Ness around the turn of the century was thought of as the Bay Area's fanciest street, where all the best shops, restaurants, and churches were. You could see members of high society strolling about, ladies in grand dresses, and men in their finest suits. All up and down the avenue, mansions sprang up, creating a tight-knit neighborhood of the who's who of San Francisco. The corner lots were the most valuable at this time, giving the wealthy the chance to show off their incredible homes. You could see a range of styles, from the French Second Empire to the most flamboyant Italianates with Eastlake influences. Queen Anne's pierced the sky with their elaborate towers marking the intersections. This continued on for almost the entirety of the avenue, and even though any one of these might be considered showstoppers, there were two that stuck out above the rest. The Ash Hobart residence was decorated with just about every Victorian-era embellishment you can imagine. Its highly visible location saw crowds of thousands pass by during parades and other community events. And the interior was every bit as sumptuous, finished out with rich woodwork throughout and decorated by a vast art collection. Not too far away was the home of Klaus Spreckels, who had made his money through sugar plantations in Hawaii. In 1894, he purchased a large block of property on Van Ness, intending to build a grand mansion that would rival the homes up on Nob Hill. Designed in the popular chateauesque style with blown-out proportions, the mansion stood proudly on the street corner. The interior was every bit as grand as you might imagine, and it will take some imagination to see the details in the fire-damaged photos. Not only did he have a grand two-story art gallery with leaded skylights, he had a jewel chamber which safeguarded diamonds and rubies and delicate jewelry. But this wasn't the only fancy area. On the other side of the bay around the same time, Oakland was seeing rapid growth. With several rail lines now running through it, the city became a hub of commerce. And for those seeking larger lots, it became quite attractive as an alternative to San Francisco. At first, upper middle class homes began lining the streets, but as the years rolled on, the lower upper class began building their homes side by side. This led to streets that were full of character with a little more room to spread out. Then came homes that were entirely in their own category, the extravagant estates of the ultra-wealthy. This brings us to Francis Marion Smith, who, like many other men, headed out west in search of gold. Long story short, he didn't find any, but what he did find was ulexite, which he processed into borax. The iconic 20 Mule Team borax brand emerged from this era, named after the long mule teams used to transport borax from remote mines to railheads. Smith's advertising manager, Stephen Mather, played a crucial role in popularizing his brand, which became a household name and cemented Smith's reputation as the Borax King. This made him an absolute fortune, and in the early 1880s, he purchased 35 acres in Oakland, California, and began planning not only a mega mansion, but extensive grounds to accompany it. Before the mansion was built, work started on the extensive grounds. As we wind about the property known as Arbor Villa, we'll discover some truly fascinating structures and amenities. The first building to catch our eye rises 5 stories above the tree line. This is the observation tower, where Smith could look out across the bay and all of Oakland from the top of the hill. As the months passed, new structures popped up all around the grounds. Let's head inside the glass dome building at the base of the observation tower. This is the hothouse, filled with exotic plants meant to grow year-round in high humidity. Let's take the drive and travel away from these buildings. As we wind about the property, we encounter dirt paths lined with native grasses. Some of these paths lead us to swimming holes, such as this one, while others lead us to water gardens overgrown with lily pads. Never knowing what might be at the end of the next path, let's continue in anticipation. As the trees clear, we find pastures where the groundskeepers were responsible for maintaining the deer and rabbit population, ensuring the property was always teeming with life. Of course, an estate of such magnitude required dozens of groundskeepers who all lived in cottages like this one. As the grounds began to take shape, Smith and his wife opened their piece of paradise to the public for numerous events, including fundraisers to benefit Mrs. Smith's charity, which provided homes to orphan girls. Finally, 13 years after purchasing the land and developing it into a private park, the house, known separately as Oak Hall, was ready for the Smiths to move in. The 42-room mansion was designed by architect Walter Matthews and cost $275,000 to complete, the modern equivalent of just over $10 million when adjusting for inflation alone. To enter the mansion, we will head up a few steps to find the front door, off-center from the porch. Continuing inside brings us to the entrance hall, octagonal in plan and filled to the brim with antiques and artwork. Resting at the base of the stairs, we can look up past the bronze newel post and peer through the oculus to see the bellows of the built-in pipe organ piercing the ceiling overhead. Before we continue deeper into the mansion, we can pause to admire the smaller details, and while the stair hall might make a grand impression, it is far from the most impressive room in the house. From the stair hall, we will continue into the music room, doubling as the lesser ballroom. The walls are adorned with intricate murals displaying scenes from antiquity, while hand-stenciled ceilings frame ecclesiastical murals above us. In the bay window, we find a marble statue towering above the gilded piano, where we can imagine a full-time musician gently playing throughout each day. Let's move along to the library, clad floor-to-ceiling in rich, old-growth wood. Not only is it lit by electric lights, but multicolored light penetrates this cavernous space through the stained glass windows above the half-height bookcases. Next up is the billiards room beyond a solid wood archway spanning over 20 feet. This room continues the same decorative motifs as the library, but with a Moorish flair in its furnishings. This eclectic mix of styles is something we can see play out in each room, such as the dining room, which has a traditional hutch paired with an exceedingly modern dining set for the time, as well as a glass curtain wall. Though some rooms are more true to a single style, such as the white and gold salon with gilded plasterwork on the cove ceiling. Let's return to the grand staircase now and make our way up to the second floor. At the landing, we can clearly make out the details of each newel post and notice a band of egg and dart molding on the stepped wall panels. Details that might otherwise be lost when the silk wallpaper dominates our visual field. This feeds us into the rotunda, where all of these aforementioned details come together. Directly across from us is the organ loft, and to the side of that is a minstrel gallery where multiple musicians would have been playing their instruments out of sight from guests. Also found about the rotunda is the family dining room, a much more comfortable and relaxed space where the family could enjoy their meals. Up here we'll find 15 bedrooms, though we won't look at all of them. The greatest room in the house is yet to be seen, so we'll just see these three before continuing along. Finally, we make our way into the Great Ballroom, which was designed to hold hundreds of guests. Not only is there a stage with professional lighting, but the ceiling overhead is domed with alcoves branching off for more intimate sitting areas. Unfortunately, Mrs. Smith passed away in 1905, only being able to enjoy the mansion for about 10 years. Mr. Smith, however, remarried and lived out the rest of his life enjoying Arbor Villa and Oak Hall. Following Mrs. Smith's passing, another estate went up nearby. In 1858, Philip Bowles was born into humble means, being raised by his mother after his father's untimely death the following year. After graduating from UC Berkeley, he went to work as a clerk at the First National Bank, but quickly rose through the ranks in his career and was soon named the president of the American Bank. By his late 40s, he had married the love of his life, Mary, and amassed a fortune. In 1909, Philip and Mary Bowles purchased 51 acres in Oakland. The site they chose was nestled high up on a hill with sweeping views of the bay below. The couple then hired architect L.B. Dutton to design for them a 22-room Italian villa-style mansion with a 4-story tower which was completed in 1911. To enter the property, we will find the gate along the former Prospect Drive near Broadway Terrace. As we begin winding our way through the heavily forested estate, we will pass by dozens of species of trees. Continuing on, we almost forget that we are not in a park as the salty breeze gently rocks the native grasses. All around us, garden paths trail off into the forest, and while we might be here for the house, we can enjoy a detour along the way. We find a series of pergolas and garden gates gently guiding us downhill. This leads us to an elevated gazebo overlooking the secluded swimming pool. Continuing along, we encounter bridges spanning small ponds, and by this point, we can't even hear the outside world, just the chirping of birds. And as we near the house, we might find Philip and Mary taking a leisurely stroll through their garden, something the couple love to do together. Though the entire estate isn't completely natural, there are terraced lawns lined by stone balustrade, and had we stayed on the drive, we would have eventually spotted the back of the house overgrown in ivy and pulled through the porte cochere. But we won't take the back door. Let's continue around to the front and find the main entrance below the tower. We pass under the tower stairs, making our way into the entry hall. Continuing down a few steps, we find a sunken great hall beyond a colonnade. To one end is the floor-to-ceiling limestone fireplace flanked by passageways concealed by velvet curtains. To the other end is the gallery, where the Bulls display their most prized artwork. Next we find the dining room, finished out with damask wallpaper and glass-paned doors, though the Bulls only used this room while they were entertaining. The breakfast room was far more comfortable for their daily meals, and the French doors could be opened outward to break down the barrier between indoor and outdoor living. Had we continued through the dining room's corner door, we would have stepped down into the conservatory. Just like the breakfast room, all the doors could be open to the outside. This idea of indoor-outdoor living was important to the Bulls. Philip's study even had a Juliet balcony looking into the garden. The study was also skirted with half-height bookcases and staged with comfortable furniture, making it truly livable. In ensuring every comfort for his wife, Philip not only had a fireplace installed in Mary's study, but also had a radiator placed right next to her desk. Though if the two were ever working on something together, they could sit opposite each other at their shared desk in the den. Heading upstairs, we find the couple's bedroom, with each of them having their own beds. Curiously, the guest rooms were arranged the same way, with separate beds for each spouse. The Bulls enjoyed their piece of paradise until 1926, when Philip passed away. In honor of her late husband, Mary had Bulls Hall constructed as a gift to UC Berkeley, where Philip had served as a regent in his twilight years. But that's getting a bit ahead. Let's backtrack a little bit for an honorable mention. While not a house per se, the Cliff House was a staple of high society in the Bay Area. In 1863, the first Cliff House was built by Senator John Buckley and C.C. Butler, who opened its doors as a restaurant and saloon. Initially, it was a remote haven, accessible mostly by horseback and frequented by writers, hunters, and picnickers. As San Francisco grew and the city expanded its infrastructure, the establishment's fortunes changed with the opening of the Point Lobos Toll Road in 1864, making it a popular destination for San Francisco's carriage trade. The adjacent 2-mile speedway added to its allure, drawing the city's elite to race their horses. Omnibuses, railways, and streetcars brought visitors to the edge of the Golden Gate Park, from where stagecoaches completed the journey. The area's popularity surged, partly due to the nearby Seal Rocks, a favorite spot for crowds of all ages to gather and watch sea lions. After 2 decades, Adolf Sutro, a silver magnate, purchased the Cliff House. His tenure saw both triumph and tragedy. In 1887, the north wing was destroyed by an explosion from the grounded schooner Parallel. Instead of abandoning the property, Sutro rebuilt the Cliff House, only to have it completely destroyed by fire again 7 years later. Undeterred, Sutro reconstructed it in 1896 as a 7-story Victorian chateau, affectionately known as the Gingerbread Palace. This period coincided with the construction of the nearby Sutro Baths, enhancing the area's recreational appeal. The Cliff House grew into more than just a restaurant and saloon, it was now a high-end hotel with lavish interiors. It became a gathering place for the social elite, where we can imagine men wearing their finest suits and ladies donning Victorian-era gowns strewn with pearls. From here, families could take a stroll along the beach as they made their way to the Sutro Baths, which boasted the world's largest indoor swimming pool. In addition to the water slides and 6 saltwater pools, the Sutro Baths also included an amphitheater, skating rink, and a museum. As time went on, the grounds surrounding both the Cliff House and Sutro Baths were landscaped with extensive gardens. Along the cliffside, marble statues dotted walking paths amidst hundreds of species of imported plants and flowers. If you are familiar with San Francisco's history, you already know that the 1906 earthquake nearly wiped the city off the face of the earth. Surprisingly, the Cliff House and Baths stood strong, with negligible damage. All was fine until the next year. On the 7th of September in 1907, just after the sun set, fire broke out. The flames were unable to be quelled, and the inferno raged, consuming the Cliff House for several days until there was hardly anything left of it. Though as mentioned earlier, the 1906 earthquake devastated the city of San Francisco. Many homes and buildings were not built with flexible materials that could withstand shaking, leading to many of them crumbling. Of those that stood strong, the subsequent fires raged through and left almost nothing unscathed. This was the case for the Big Four's mansions on Nob Hill, all of which were lost in the events following the earthquake. In that same event, Van Ness Avenue was essentially used as a fire break. In a desperate attempt to keep the fire from consuming more of the city, the US Army blew up the buildings on the street using dynamite, which ultimately proved unsuccessful, leaving nearly nothing recognizable on what had been the city's hottest street. Linden Towers, the home of James Flood, passed in and out of the family for decades. It was eventually purchased by developers who imploded it and buried the remains under the Lindenwood housing development. And a similar fate was shared by both of the estates we saw in Oakland, which were both demolished and subdivided for new construction. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What are your thoughts? Did anything in this video stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments, and be sure to share any stories you might have of Old Bay Area mansions that are gone but not forgotten. I'd also like to extend another huge thank you to the Victorian Society in America for sponsoring today's video. Make sure to check out their link in the video description to learn more about their upcoming tours and preservation efforts. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. In the early 1900s, Nickelodeon theaters created millionaires almost overnight. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are heading over to Connecticut to uncover the story of Marion Castle. Hit that subscribe button, and let's explore this house. In 1869, Frank Marion was born in rural Pennsylvania and came of age just as motion pictures were emerging. After graduating from Syracuse University in 1890, he found his way into the nascent film industry, working at Biograph Studios, one of America's first movie studios. By 1907, Marion seized an opportunity to start his own production company with 2 partners, George Klein and Samuel Long, which they named Kalem Company. Marion, with his marketing savvy and industry experience, helped Kalem churn out one-reel film dramas and comedies that thrilled audiences in Nickelodeon theaters across the country. These one-reelers, short silent films often just a few minutes long, were hugely popular at the time, and Kalem quickly became one of the leading studios of the silent era. From the start, Frank proved to be an innovator in the movie business. Kalem joined Thomas Edison's Motion Picture Patents Company, the era's powerful film trust, and Marion used his salesmanship to expand Kalem's reach. Unwilling to slow down during cold New York winters, Kalem was among the first studios to establish winter production in warmer climates like Florida and later California. Even more trailblazing, Marion took film crews abroad, literally shooting on location overseas, which was unheard of in that era. In 1910, he sent a team led by director Sidney Olcott to Ireland, making Kalem the first US studio to film outside the United States. Under Marion's leadership, Kalem Company racked up numerous firsts and hits. The studio produced over 1,000 silent pictures in genres ranging from melodrama to early action serials. It launched the careers of major silent film stars like Alice Joyce and employed one of the era's most notable female screenwriters and actresses, Jean Gaultier. By the mid-1910s, Kalem's ventures from overseas shoots to serial cliffhangers had made Frank Marion a very wealthy man. After 10 years in business, in 1917, he and his partner sold the Kalem Company to the Vitagraph studio, and Marion himself briefly joined Vitagraph's management team. But that was just a brief moment in his career. He was ready to retire from the frenetic film world, and he had grand plans for enjoying the fruits of his labor. With the proceeds of his cinema success, Frank set out to build a dream home for his family, a home so elegant that locals would soon call it Marion Castle. In 1914, construction began on this mansion in the upscale Shipman Point neighborhood of Stamford, Connecticut. Marion chose the prominent New York architectural firm of Hunt and Hunt, the sons of famed Gilded Age architect Richard Morris Hunt, to design his residence in the chateauesque style. Completed by 1916, the estate was christened Terre Bonne, French for good earth, reflecting perhaps the good fortune that built it. Marion's castle's architecture is nothing short of breathtaking. The mansion rises 4.5 stories tall, constructed of stucco-clad masonry on a steel frame, with asymmetrical wings and even a turret that lends it a castle-like profile. Its steeply pitched slate roof is punctuated by fanciful gabled dormers, and along the roofline run ornate copper crustings and gutters that gleam in the sun. Surrounding the castle, Frank Marion landscaped an idyllic retreat. Originally, the estate spanned 4.5 acres sweeping down the shoreline, complete with formal gardens and lawns, edged by stone balustrade. To start our tour, we'll see the house as it originally appeared, keeping in mind that we'll circle back around a bit later to explore it in a more recent period. To enter the mansion, we'll swing open the door and step into the entrance hall on the ground level, where curiously, we only find one public room, with the rest of the rooms being up on the first floor in the spirit of true European fashion. At the end of this hall, we find the ballroom, soaring 2 stories tall with balconies overlooking it from the floor above. While this might be a grand first impression, let's head on up there to see what other grand spaces await us. To do so, we'll make our way back down the hall and hook a left to find the grand staircase ascending below a series of stone-clad archways. This is a good place for us to stop and reorient ourselves, noting that we are emerging right here in the center of the house. Directly in front of us is the living room, finished out with an intricate plaster frieze, parquet wood floors, and diamond-paned windows on 3 sides. This room flows into the dining room as we start to make a circle around the central stair hall. Then as we proceed a bit further, rounding out to the upper side of the ballroom, we find the library with a low-hung plaster ceiling and half-height bookshelves skirting the room. Frank Marion lived out his days in Stamford, passing away in 1963 at 93 years old. Marion Castle stayed in the family until that same year, but the property's story continued with new chapters thereafter. Over the following decades, Marion Castle changed hands several times, with each subsequent owner meticulously maintaining and preserving the mansion, even earning it a designation on the National Register of Historic Places. This designation not only honors the architectural significance of Hunt and Hunt's French chateau design, but also cements the home's connection to Frank J. Marion's cultural legacy. Thanks to these preservation-minded owners, Marion Castle was protected from drastic alteration or demolition during a time when many old mansions were being lost. In the end, Frank Marion's life intertwined show business and architectural beauty in a unique way. Over 100 years later, his beloved Terre Bonne still gazes out over Long Island Sound, much as Frank himself might have from its balconies, enjoying the fruits of his labor. The castle remains a monument in stone to a silent film pioneer, inviting us to remember a time when imagination, on-screen and in life, knew no bounds. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Marion Castle? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Over 100 years ago, long before capes and spandex filled the big screen, Street and Smith was shaping the very blueprint to the modern superhero. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're jumping off to Long Island to uncover the origins of action-packed comic book heroes at Shoremond. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1860, Ormond Smith was born into a family already deeply involved in the publishing trade. His father, Francis Smith, had co-founded the New York publishing firm Street and Smith in 1855 alongside partner Francis Street. Growing up under the wing of a publishing pioneer, Ormond was primed to continue the family legacy. He received an elite education, graduating from Harvard University in 1883 and joining his father's firm immediately after college. Ormond's entry into the business coincided with a period of transition. Street and Smith's co-founder, Francis Street, had passed away that same year, and Ormond's own father passed away in 1887. At just 27 years old, Ormond stepped into a leadership role and succeeded his father as head of the company. The company's output spanned a wide range of genres and formats, from weekly story papers to glossy magazines. Street and Smith's New York Weekly, in which the first Nick Carter detective story appeared in 1886, was an early staple, and they soon branched into standalone series and monthlies. Many of the magazines and pulps that flourished under Smith's leadership became household names in their day. For example, the Popular magazine was one of the first general fiction pulp magazines and carried everything from adventure tales to early science fiction. Street and Smith were also trendsetters in targeting specific audiences. They published Top Notch magazine, an action and sports story magazine for young men, Ainsley's magazine, a fictional magazine with high-quality short stories, and Picture Play magazine, a fan magazine devoted to the burgeoning Hollywood film industry. These titles, among others, cemented Street and Smith's reputation for knowing the pulse of the pop culture market. Perhaps most famously, Street and Smith pioneered the specialization of pulp fiction into distinct genres, each with its own dedicated magazine. They were early to recognize that readers crave category-specific stories, whether westerns, detective mysteries, romance, or science fiction. The company's Western dime novels and pulps were especially influential. Ned Buntline's Buffalo Bill Cody Adventures, published by Street and Smith, were wildly popular and helped mythologize the American Wild West. In 1915, Street and Smith launched Detective Story magazine, the first pulp magazine devoted entirely to crime and detective fiction, which became the archetype for a new genre of mystery periodicals. Street and Smith also innovated by creating magazines centered on recurring heroes, essentially the bridge from dime novel serial characters to the iconic pulp heroes of the 1930s. Under Orman's watch, the firm introduced The Shadow in 1931, the first pulp magazine to focus on a single fictional character's ongoing exploits. In short, during Orman G. Smith's tenure, Street and Smith grew into a powerhouse of popular publishing. This publishing empire not only made Smith a media mogul, but a very wealthy man. By the 1910s, with his business prospering, he set his sights on creating a country estate befitting a man of his stature. In 1912, he purchased a 74-acre waterfront tract on Center Island, a peninsula projecting into Long Island's Oyster Bay that was becoming dotted with grand mansions. Smith commissioned the prominent architectural firm Hoppin & Cohen to design a magnificent mansion on the site. The result was an imposing Georgian-style manor house constructed of red brick and limestone, situated about 125 feet back from the bluff to command panoramic water views. Smith initially christened the home Gracecliff, perhaps in honor of his wife Grace, though he later renamed it Shoremont, incorporating his own name into the estate. Completed in 1914, Shoremont immediately earned renown as one of the most impressive estates on Long Island's North Shore. The mansion reportedly boasted 12 bedrooms and extensive formal rooms, providing ample space for high society gatherings and family life alike. Beyond the main house, the estate was practically self-sufficient. The grounds included a large carriage house and garage, a caretaker's cottage, a dairy facility, its own waterworks, and even a private sewage treatment system. Elaborate gardens were laid out with terraced walled gardens and formal parterres, creating a lush, manicured environment that complemented the house's refined architecture. Let's return around to the south facade and begin making our way up the steps and through the portico. Before we head inside, we'll take a quick look at the floor plan to better orient ourselves, noting that we will be entering the house below the grand staircase and traveling towards the Great Hall. As we begin looking around, this is our first view into the two-story Great Hall, complete with gilded plasterwork, marble columns, and carved balustrades skirting the upper level. Now we can turn around and see the front door where we first entered, tucked away below the grand bifurcated staircase, which reportedly boasted intricate runners over its solid marble slab steps. To the right of the Great Hall we find the dining room, with rich wood paneling framed by dramatic marble pilasters. Through the open door, we can catch a glimpse of the breakfast room. To the other side of the Great Hall, we find the boudoir, and though it was originally planned to be the music room, the ladies of the house required a larger entertaining space. Directly across the gallery, we find the men's reception room, and can quickly see why such a room of limited space simply would not have worked for the women of that era in their big dresses. Let's continue down the gallery until it terminates in the loggia. Here we find what the couple referred to as the trellis room, aptly named for its decor. This would have been used as a tranquil escape where running water could have been heard trickling from the fountains and where the sweet smell of potted flowers kept the ambiance peaceful all year long. In the spring of 1920, Orman made the surprising decision to part with Shoremont. The buyer was John North Willys, a prominent automobile manufacturer of Willys Overland Motors, famed for later producing Jeeps. As the Great Depression kicked off, the mansion changed hands several more times until it was eventually demolished in the 1940s. Interestingly, large portions of the house were dumped over the cliff, with architectural fragments washing up on the shores of Long Island for decades following its demolition. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this lost mansion? Did anything in particular stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Manhattan's Riverside Drive was once lined with palatial mansions, cliffside castles, and manors nestled in an idyllic setting. But what happened? Who built these stunning residences, and where did they go? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are uncovering Riverside's lost mansions. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive into an extra long episode of This House. Riverside Drive, one of Manhattan's most scenic boulevards, owes its inception to a visionary idea from the mid-19th century. In 1865, Central Park Commissioner William R. Martin proposed creating a park along the Hudson River, a concept that gained momentum under the leadership of Commissioner Andrew Haswell Green. By 1873, the renowned landscape architect Frederick Law Olmsted, celebrated for his work on Central Park, was brought in to design both Riverside Park and the adjoining avenue. Olmsted's approach to Riverside Drive was both innovative and sensitive to the natural landscape. Instead of a straight boulevard, he envisioned a curving road that harmonized with the area's natural topography, reducing the need for extensive retaining walls and preserving the natural beauty where the cliffs met with the water. Initially named Riverside Avenue, this 100-foot wide thoroughfare featured tree-lined paths for pedestrians and horses, offering a serene escape from the urban hustle and bustle. Olmsted's vision was further refined by his frequent collaborator Calvert Vaux. Together, they introduced picturesque elements to enhance the scenic quality of the drive. Key to their design were the overpasses at 79th and 96th Streets, which ensured seamless connectivity with maintaining the landscape's aesthetic integrity. The construction of Riverside Drive was not without its challenges. The area's rugged terrain required meticulous planning and execution. By 1876, Olmsted had adapted his plans to accommodate a more practical paved road, though he departed the project the following year. Despite this, other designers and engineers carried on his principles, ensuring the drive remained true to his vision. When Riverside Drive officially opened in 1880, it quickly became a favorite route for pedestrians, cyclists, and automobile enthusiasts, but perhaps most notably, it became known for its mansions. The New York Times once said, "In architectural design, richness of decoration, and completeness of details, this structure is calculated to surpass in luxury and magnificence any city home in America, if not the entire world." This quote was describing the residence of Charles Schwab. He was born into poverty and started off as a grocery store clerk before becoming a laborer at a Carnegie steel mill. He quickly rose through the ranks with a natural-born talent for leadership and innovation, and by adulthood, he had become president of U.S. Steel and had amassed a fortune to rival the wealthiest barons of industry. Schwab set out to build a modern home equipped with groundbreaking technology on a scale that would dwarf the mansions along Fifth Avenue. He purchased a lot on Riverside Drive between 73rd Street and 74th Street, where he would build his modern chateau. Schwab's wife, Urania, was not keen to the idea of moving so far away from her friends. She was a socialite who regularly attended balls around Central Park and became worried that she would never see her friends again. But Charles reassured her that their house would be so grand that her friends would not be able to deny an invitation. Over the course of 4 years, the mansion would be completed with construction of the house racking up a grand total of around $3 million, and the furnishings then doubling that price, coming in at the modern-day equivalent of over $200 million. The 75-room mansion was so impressive that Schwab's former boss Andrew Carnegie would say about it, "Have you seen that place of Charlie's? It makes mine look like a shack." The architect of Schwab's mansion would not allow any pre-made materials into the house. Everything being brought in had to be commissioned and custom-made for the home. Over 100 artists, designers, and engineers were brought in to create the finishing details. Even great works of art would be replicated by this crew. The pillars in the house were carved from marble, and mahogany would be brought in from South America to create the wood paneling. He would have a custom chapel built in his house, which was large enough to have an entire orchestra perform for a live audience. He also had a bowling alley installed with a glazed brick pool in the basement with one of the largest, if not the largest in-home gyms to be built to date. Other marvels of the home included a power plant, air conditioning, and 6 elevators. None of these features were common in even the most prominent of homes from the era, making it an ultra-modern house for its time. The Schwabs lived like royalty in the Riverside Chateau until the stock market crash of the Great Depression. Charles' fortune was wiped out overnight, and he desperately tried to sell the house but was unable to find a buyer. Without money to pay his servants, the house became impossible to live in. In 1939, he packed up his bags and moved into a tiny apartment along Park Avenue. The following year, he passed away with nothing more than a few pennies to his name. The abandoned mansion sat empty for many years before it was demolished and replaced by a utilitarian apartment building, ironically bearing the name Schwab House. As acclaimed as Schwab's mansion might have been, it was hardly the only mega mansion to line Riverside Drive. Winding about the tree-lined streets, dozens, if not hundreds of beautiful homes could be found looking out over the river, though these houses all took second stage. Paterno Castle is our next destination, outshining its neighbors and demanding the social spotlight. Charles V. Paterno, originally a medical graduate from Cornell University, turned his focus to real estate after his father's death. Along with his brother Joseph, he took over the Paterno Construction Company, which gained a reputation for producing luxurious, architecturally conservative apartment buildings. By 1905, Paterno had amassed enough wealth to purchase 7.5 acres in the Inwood section of Manhattan. Inspired by a European castle and reminiscent of the Fort Washington area, he commissioned architect John C. Watson to bring his vision of a romantic, Rhineland-like castle to life. Perched 125 feet above the Hudson River, the four-story castle was clad in white marble for the exterior, a decision that set his castle apart from the other granite structures of the time. The mansion, which stood at approximately 185th Street, featured large towers and an entrance accessible via a 75-foot underground passageway. The castle's design was both innovative and luxurious. The underground passage led guests to a mushroom vault and a wine cellar, creating an enchanting and somewhat mysterious entry. The basement housed a Turkish bath, massage rooms, and a swimming pool fed by pumps from the Hudson River. At 80 feet above street level, the main reception hall opened into various themed rooms, a Louis XV-style parlor, a colonial dining room, and an Asian-inspired library. One of the castle's most unique features was a conservatory with a fireplace. This all-glass, great hall was filled with tropical plants year-round and hosted guests for games of tropical billiards and other Edwardian delights. The second floor housed the bedrooms, each with its own vestibule, a nursery, and a sewing room. And the third floor was dedicated to entertainment, featuring an immense banquet hall and ballroom, built with 20-foot ceilings and balconies offering stunning views of the Hudson River. The roof garden, with its aviary, solarium, and large conservatory, provided a serene retreat for guests. Despite its grandeur, Paterno Castle's existence was relatively short-lived. By the late 1930s, the economic landscape was changing, and Paterno recognized the need to adapt. In 1938, he demolished the castle to make way for the Castle Village apartment complex, which still occupies the site today. This move was driven by the increasing residential development in the area and the demand for modern housing solutions. Although the castle itself no longer stands, several remnants of Paterno's castle remain. The guest house, known locally as the Pumpkin House due to its orange glow at night, still exists. Additionally, the 75-foot retaining wall built to protect Riverside Drive, now safeguarding the Henry Hudson Parkway, is another surviving piece of the estate. These bits of remaining architecture hint at the character of the neighborhood, even if some of the homes that boasted the most character have since been lost, such as the homes of Mr. Bain. In the late 19th century, Samuel Gamble Bain, an Irish-born millionaire, was a true urban pioneer on Riverside Drive. In 1887, he commissioned architect Frank Freeman to design a brick and stone Romanesque revival mansion at 360 Riverside Drive. Bain, a banker and oil industry pioneer, foresaw the potential of this undeveloped area with its stunning Hudson River views. Bain's belief in the area's future was so strong that he began buying up lots on the entire block to the south. In 1890, he sold his original residence for $130,000 and set out to build an even more impressive mansion at 355 Riverside Drive. Bain brought back Freeman to design his new residence, which would become a harmonious yet more grandiose counterpart to his former home. The second house was a masterpiece of Romanesque architecture, featuring a blend of brick and stone with a red-tiled roof. Freeman's design alleviated the often heavy feeling of the Romanesque style with a soaring four-story corner pavilion, rows of closely grouped openings, and a sweeping southern roofline. Balconies and bays added dimension, while several dormers provided additional character. The massive entrance arch and the squared angles of the corner porch created an interesting architectural juxtaposition. Always keen to the market, Bain sold his mansion to a developer in exchange for a pile of cash and a penthouse apartment at the same address. Back when the neighborhood was overflowing with character, it also had its characters. Along Manhattan's Riverside Drive, where every square inch of real estate is a prized luxury, there once sat a 25-acre equestrian estate daring to defy the concrete jungle. After a long and arduous 14 years of working, CKG Billings decided to retire at the age of 40. He had been the president of the People's Gaslight and Coke Company in Chicago and owned a controlling interest in the company. Realizing he could still make a fortune without doing any work, he decided to sit back while the money came pouring in. Now retired at the age of 40, CKG was able to pursue his hobbies. He had long been an avid sportsman and had helped to found various athletic clubs. He could now focus all of his time on sports, especially trotting, in which he won several trophies and ribbons. Being an outdoorsman, he began searching for an equestrian property, and to his family's surprise, he thought Manhattan would be the perfect place to move to. At this time, Manhattan wasn't exactly known for its rolling pastures and nature trails. It was the metropolitan heart of America's largest city, a place where the wealthiest barons of industry spent unimaginable sums of money to build mansions with shared walls and no yards. He purchased a city mansion, blending in with high society. Then he purchased 25 seemingly undevelopable acres along the Hudson River in Washington Heights. The site, which was formerly Fort Tryon, consisted of steep, choppy cliffs 250 feet above sea level, one of the highest points on the island. CKG then hired architect Guy Lau and landscape architect Charles Downing Lay to design for him a grand equestrian estate. After 2 long years of regrading the terrain and slow, tedious construction, the first phase of the estate was complete. In 1903, the 25,000 square foot stable complex was finished. Sources vary on the exact number, but most agree there were between 60 and 75 stalls for horses inside. There were also a few bedrooms and a large casino where CKG could entertain friends. To celebrate the monumental achievement, he sent out invitations to a dinner party. It was leaked to the press that guests would be required to sit on a hobby horse all night, and that the entire dinner would become quite the spectacle. As journalists began gathering outside of the front gate, CKG had his party relocated to Sherry's restaurant in town. The restaurant's fourth-floor ballroom was filled with hay, and all 36 guests were required to remain seated atop rented horses while dinner was served. News quickly spread about Manhattan's newest, most eccentric millionaire, but CKG was just getting started. Finally, after 5 long years of construction, the cliff had been transformed into a gentle hill, and sitting atop it in the center was a fortress constructed from solid granite blocks. The 25,000 square foot mansion had been designed in the Chateauesque style and faced in limestone. As we rotate about the mansion, we will notice a tower rising 80 feet into the air. The views from the top were said to be unobstructed, and while it was far from the tallest building, it rivaled New York's tallest skyscrapers of the time in height above sea level. The driveway alone took more than 100 men a full year to construct, carving out the granite cliffs and reusing the stone to build retaining walls, including the grand arcade which was dubbed the Roman roadway. Inside, the entire mansion was planned for entertainment, with the fountain room echoing the owner's eccentricities. While waiting for CKG to show us around, we would first take a seat in the reception room, where a full-time musician would play only the current hits on the piano. Next, we will make our way into the living room, clad in rich wood paneling. As we look around, we will find antiques from dozens of countries, and at this point, we might start to believe that CKG is sophisticated, unlike the words we've read about him in the newspapers. But then we hear him hollering for us as he splashes around in the indoor pool, discarding the rigid social standards of the time. As we hear pins crashing in the bowling alley, we start to realize that Tryon Hall is perhaps the most lavish man cave in existence. Though not all of the rooms could be so fun, Mrs. Billings ensured that the mansion had a proper dining room for formal dinners, though the breakfast room, offering panoramic views of New York from the tower, was where CKG chose to bring most of his friends for shared meals. Mrs. Billings, who had the same dining set reproduced, chose to eat her informal meals separately in the conservatory. While we're here, we can peek our heads outside to see the swimming pool carved into the bluff itself and overflowing with water into the terraced garden below. There are no known photos of the stair halls, so let's resume our tour from the second floor stair landing, which has been staged as the library, a true afterthought in the design of the mansion. From here we can make our way into the billiards room, where CKG's trotting trophies are on full display. Nearby we will find the Billings bedroom, where, as customary for the time, they each had their own separate beds. Tryon Hall became the center of New York's social scene amongst the athletic men of high society. What was meant to be a family mansion quickly turned into a boys' club, with Mrs. Billings choosing to spend much of her time at their other properties. By 1917, CKG had had his fun and grew bored of the property. He purchased a 21-room apartment in town and set out to build multiple estates all around the country, but that's a story for another time. Meanwhile, John D. Rockefeller Jr. was building his legacy and was enticed by the opportunity to purchase Tryon Hall. Not only did he buy the Billings mansion, he purchased 2 adjoining estates and merged the land together in the hopes of founding a park. Unfortunately, John Jr. did not have the pull he thought he did in the city, and it was nearly impossible to get the local government on board with the creation of a new park. Nevertheless, he held onto the properties, renting out the house to an acquaintance while he waited for a decision from the city. After 9 years of his tenant renting the mansion, it caught fire. According to the various newspapers of the time, this disaster was of epic proportions. Not only were the hydrants too far away from the house, but the hoses weren't long enough to get within 50 feet of its walls. Firemen had to race down to the river to fetch water in tanks and bring it all the way up the drive. By the next morning, the fire was under control, but the mansion and everything inside of it had been reduced to ash. Among the most grieved incinerated items were 2 paintings by Rembrandt, a handful of European tapestries, and the plans to one day turn the house into a New York history museum. By the following year, Rockefeller had cleaned up the mess and reorganized the grounds with the aid of Frederick Law Olmsted Jr. Finally, with a finished park, the city was ready to accept Rockefeller's donation. While the mansion no longer exists, you can still find bits and pieces of the estate scattered about Fort Tryon Park, blending into the scenery. One of the other estates which Rockefeller had purchased for this park was known by 2 names. Libby Castle, originally named Woodcliff Castle, was an iconic Gothic Revival mansion perched on the hills near Tryon Hall. Built in 1855 by Augustus C. Richards, an importer, the castle was designed by the renowned architect Alexander Jackson Davis. With its towers and massive stone walls, the castle stood as the most prominent structure on the northern Manhattan skyline for decades. Over the years, the castle changed hands multiple times, each owner adding to its storied history. In 1869, Union Army General Daniel Butterfield purchased Woodcliff Castle. Butterfield, credited with composing the bugle call "Taps," owned the castle for less than a month before financial scandal forced him to sell it. The notorious Tammany Hall leader William Boss Tweed was the next owner. Tweed's tenure was also brief, and he never lived in the castle. Instead, he sold it to his son before fleeing to Europe to escape fraud charges. Tweed's downfall began in 1871, and he died in jail in 1878. In 1872, the castle was bought by department store magnate A.T. Stewart. After Stewart's death in 1876, his business partner William Libby acquired the estate. Under Libby's ownership, the castle underwent significant renovations and expansions, once again overseen by its original architect, Alexander Jackson Davis. The castle, now known as Libby Castle, finally became a luxurious year-round residence for the first time since it had been built. William Libby and his wife Elizabeth enjoyed their home until William's death in 1895. The castle remained in the family until around 1905 when it was sold to former New York City Mayor Hugh J. Grant. Grant, the city's first Catholic mayor, maintained the castle's grandeur, which brings us back to 1917, when Rockefeller began acquiring land in the Fort Tryon area, including Libby Castle, to develop into Fort Tryon Park. And as you can probably guess, it was demolished for the park in 1939. Of course, when these grand mansions were built, no one really knew what the neighborhood would someday become. Perhaps none were as modest in their predictions as John H. Matthews. He was known as the soda water king and amassed a tremendous fortune through his family's soda water manufacturing business. His grandfather, also named John Matthews, had patented machinery for producing soda water, making the family one of the wealthiest in the industry. By the time Matthews began construction on his Riverside Drive house, he was already a prominent figure in New York's high society. Located at 176 Riverside Drive, his house was an architectural gem in the heart of Manhattan. Designed by the firm of Lamb & Rich, the mansion was completed in 1891 and stood out for its unique shingle style, a bold choice for an urban setting. Unlike many other contemporary city mansions that favored classical and showy styles, this house embraced the rustic charm of shingled surfaces, combined with vibrant shapes, angles, and contrasting materials, and would have been more at home in the middle of an open field than in the center of America's most populated city. His taste in architecture weren't the only thing that set him apart. Unlike many of his contemporaries who indulged in yachting or horse racing, Matthews had a passion for breeding bulldogs. He served as the president of the Bulldog Club, and his dogs were often seen accompanying his daughters on walks. His prized bulldogs, Bathos and Dolly Tester, were considered some of the finest in America. The mansion changed hands several times, with real estate operator Franklin Petit selling it to Mrs. Mary B. Pell in June of 1910. Mary Pell, who owned the neighboring mansion, purchased the property to prevent the construction of an apartment building next door, and lived there until her death in 1913. Despite initial fears that the mansion would be demolished after Mary Pell's death, the house survived until late 1921. On November 5th of that year, the New York Herald reported that Harry Schiff had secured a loan to construct a 13-story apartment building on the site. The new structure, designed by Schwartz and Gross, was completed in 1922 and still stands today, marking the end of an era for the blissfully out-of-place Matthews Mansion. One of the other neighbors who had helped spur the area's initial development was Cyrus Clark. In fact, the development of the Upper West Side into a modern suburb was significantly driven by Cyrus Clark, a man whose vision and persistence earned him the title, the Father of the West Side. After amassing a fortune from his wholesale silk business, Clark turned his attention to real estate development, specifically focusing on the rocky, hilly region of the Upper West Side. His tireless advocacy for infrastructural improvements such as mass transit, sewer lines, and gas street lamps laid the foundation for the area's transformation. In 1870, after studying real estate development in Europe, Clark began purchasing undeveloped land on the Upper West Side. He played a pivotal role in the establishment of Riverside Drive along Riverside Park. By February of 1884, he co-founded the Citizens West Side Improvement Association, later incorporated as the West End Association in 1889. As its longtime president, Clark's relentless efforts ensured the Upper West Side's growth and prosperity. By 1883, Clark and his family had moved into their new home on the southwest corner of Riverside Drive and 90th Street. Designed by architect Henry F. Kilburn, the mansion was an impressive blend of French Renaissance and Romanesque revival and featured a rough-cut stone facade, a tile-covered hip roof, towers, dormers, and clustered chimneys. Numerous porches capitalized on the location's river breezes and spectacular views. The Clark Mansion quickly became a prominent fixture on Riverside Drive. However, by December of 1891, Cyrus Clark and other mansion owners voiced concerns over the maintenance of Riverside Drive, accusing the park commissioners of neglect and allowing nuisances to invade the area. They argued that the commissioners' negligence led to failing property values and threatened legal action to address the construction of unsightly factories along the riverfront. The next owners, the Parsons, would have been affectionately known in today's terms as NIMBYs as well. The Parsons sued to stop the construction of the Soldiers and Sailors Monument because it partially obstructed one of their views through one of their windows. They lost in court, and the house changed hands several times, eventually being replaced by yet another apartment building. However, there was another Clark in the neighborhood, one with a more pleasant reputation. In 1896, Elizabeth Clark stood among the wealthiest widows in America. She had married Alfred Corning Clark, heir to the Singer sewing machine fortune in 1869. Together they had 4 sons and managed vast real estate holdings, including the iconic Dakota apartment building. Alfred's untimely death in 1896 left Elizabeth in control of a substantial estate, which she used to further her philanthropic endeavors and develop significant properties in New York City. Her vision for an architectural landmark materialized when she acquired a prime lot at the northeast corner of Riverside Drive and 89th Street. Architect Ernest Flagg was commissioned to design a mansion that would stand out among the finest residences of New York's elite. The result was a stunning 4-story Beaux-Arts-style mansion completed in 1898, featuring red brick and white marble accents. This grand home was described as one of the most striking residences on that beautiful thoroughfare by the Evening World. The mansion's design reflected Elizabeth's preference for understated elegance. The architectural record praised it, stating, "The house is finished front and back, inside and out, with equal care, and the workmanship and appointments are the best that money can buy. Probably no better built house was ever put up." The residence exuded a sense of permanence and dignity befitting of the Clark family's status. Despite its grandeur, the mansion was also a place of personal significance. Elizabeth's marriage to Bishop Potter brought new life to the residence, which became known as the Bishop Potter residence. The couple's social and charitable activities kept the mansion at the center of New York's elite gatherings. Following Elizabeth's passing in 1909, the house was sold to the Barnard family, who maintained its place in society. However, in 1922, the house was sold and eventually replaced by an apartment building. There were a lot of really beautiful homes, full of interesting people, many of whom led amazing lives full of luxury beyond our wildest dreams. And while we could spend years digging up information and photos to piece together Riverside Drive, I'll leave you with one last lost mansion, the Seaman Drake Estate. The Seaman family were early American settlers, tracing their roots back to British Captain John Seaman, who settled in Hempstead, Long Island, in the mid-1600s. One of the most distinguished family members was Dr. Valentine Seaman, who introduced the smallpox vaccine to America in the early 1800s and founded the nation's first nursing school. In 1851, Dr. Seaman's son, John, purchased the land for the estate. The Seaman Mansion, with its gleaming white marble facade and ornate cupolas, was a sight to behold. The Italianate villa included numerous outbuildings, all constructed from the same local marble, creating a cohesive and striking aesthetic. The estate was described in 1898 by James Roll Smith as magnificent, with grounds laid out in the Italian villa style, complete with statues, walks, and marble steps flanked by lion statues. Inside, the mansion boasted 30 rooms, including a grand hall extending from front to rear, a richly appointed library with mahogany bookcases and marble bust, and a conservatory filled with exotic plants. The second floor housed a chapel, reflecting the Seaman family's Quaker faith. But as do all things, the estate's grandeur began to fade into the 20th century. In 1905, wealthy contractor Thomas Dwyer purchased the property and used it as his residence and office. Despite his grand plans, the estate slowly declined, and by the 1930s, the once lavish mansion had fallen into disrepair. In 1938, the Seaman Mansion was demolished to make way for the Park Terrace Gardens housing complex. However, the iconic marble gatehouse survived, albeit in a state of neglect. Once a grand entrance, it now stands marred by graffiti and crowded by commercial buildings, though in a way, this is poetic. These mansions, once the epitome of luxury, had been reduced to whispers, telling the tale of the ever-changing landscape of New York City, where history and progress constantly intersect. Thank you all for joining me on this tour through Riverside's Lost Mansions. Leave a comment below and make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. What do Katy Perry, a group of nuns, and an old mansion have in common? While this might sound like the setup for a joke, it's more of a preview of things to come. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're heading out to Los Angeles to tour the Earl C. Anthony Mansion. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Earl C. Anthony was a self-made businessman and philanthropist whose entrepreneurial spirit helped shape early 20th century California. Even as a teenager, Anthony was ahead of his time. At age 17, he built one of Los Angeles' first automobiles, an electric car of his own design. This feat in 1897 made Anthony a local pioneer of the horseless carriage era. A few years later, in 1904, he and his father founded the Western Motor Car Company in Los Angeles, selling some of the earliest car brands, and soon secured the coveted Packard automobile distributorship for California. By 1915, Anthony had become the world's most prominent Packard car dealer, eventually selling 1 out of every 7 Packard cars in the world. His automotive empire expanded to include not just dealerships, but also gasoline. His ambitions didn't stop at automobiles. He was equally visionary in broadcasting. In 1922, working from a makeshift setup on his kitchen table, he assembled a 50-watt transmitter and launched radio station KFI AM, which would grow into one of Los Angeles' most powerful radio stations at 50,000 watts. He also started an early FM station and one of LA's first television stations, KFI TV, which is now KCAL TV. By the mid-1920s, Earl C. Anthony was a prominent figure in the National Association of Broadcasters and even served as its president. In short, he was a man equally at the shop under the hood of a car or behind a radio microphone. Beyond business, Anthony had a knack for innovation and civic impact. He is credited with introducing neon signs to Southern California after seeing them in France, forever changing the look of cities like Los Angeles with glowing marquees. He helped found the Los Angeles Auto Show and even had a hand in the development of the Greyhound bus lines by starting an inner-city bus company that later merged into Greyhound. A patron of culture, Anthony stepped in to help save the Hollywood Bowl during the 1930s by leading the Symphony Under the Stars Foundation. By the 1920s, Earl C. Anthony was one of California's wealthiest and most influential citizens, with success in automobiles, radio, and a portfolio of ventures that made him a true Renaissance man of the West Coast. With great success came the means to build a dream house, and Anthony's dream was anything but modest. In 1927, he commissioned renowned architect Bernard Maybach to design an estate in Los Feliz that would reflect a romantic, old-world grandeur. The result was the Earl C. Anthony House, a sprawling 8-acre compound crowned by a 30,000-square-foot mansion that looks like a slice of Europe transplanted to Southern California. This was Maybach's only architectural project in Los Angeles, and he made it count. The design is an eclectic mix of medieval, Gothic, Spanish, and Tudor elements. In fact, contemporaries describe the residence as a medieval castle due to its turrets, steep gabled roofs, and stonework, all evocative of old-world chateaus. No expense was spared in making this mansion as authentic and opulent as possible. Anthony and his wife traveled to Europe 7 times during the planning and construction, studying Gothic castles and gathering inspiration. They did more than just take pictures, they brought pieces of Europe back with them. The Anthonys imported $35,000 worth of Kenstone from Caen, France, a type of limestone famously used in French castles and cathedrals to give their home an air of old-world solidity. They also imported antique roof tiles from Barcelona, Spain, for an authentic Mediterranean touch. The result was a mansion with genuine European materials integrated into its walls and roof. We'll enter the home through the front door, which is tucked away in the shadows of a massive Gothic archway. This leads us into the entrance tower, a soaring, 2-story space octagonal in plan with Moorish pilasters marking each corner. As we continue through the solid stone interiors, hearing our footsteps echo throughout, we'll step down into the Great Hall. This space continues like much of the house, being clad in Kenstone with large arched windows symmetrically placed on each side. Above us, exposed trusses create coffers filled in with carvings and the faintest hints of multicolored hand stenciling. But the true anchor of this room is the salvaged fireplace surround, soaring well above eye level. Before we continue on, I want to point out one last detail. While the courtyard beyond the windows might steal our attention, there are rosettes carved into the windows and casements that we'd be remiss to pass over. Let's now continue into the next room, peeling back velvet portieres to reveal an antique European tapestry welcoming us to the dining room. Here we begin to lose the details we've already seen. No pilasters, no rosettes, just bold simplicity allowing the Kenstone to speak for itself. But the entire house isn't reduced to stone. The studio is clad floor to ceiling in rich woodwork, boasting a mezzanine lined with bookshelves, though despite the change in material, it does carry on hints of Gothic design. Let's find the first grand staircase and trace its curving balustrade up to the second level as we admire the structural integrity and how perfectly fit together the stone blocks are that support the staircase. Up here we find Anthony's bedroom, finished out with painted wall panels and velvet carpet. Though no guest would have ever seen this space, he still felt it appropriate to display polar skin rugs amongst fine antiques. His bathroom is truly one of a kind, with the opening from the bedroom centered on the bathtub, which is overwhelmed by a tile mosaic depicting flamingos and flowering trees. As a quick aside, each bathroom in the house shares a unique distinction for having intricate tilework, including mosaics and murals. Now back downstairs, we could have found another staircase, one that seems to meander out of sight. This leads us to the guest bedrooms. In this wing, the house remains thematic, with heavy dark wood furniture and pointed Gothic archways to maintain the aesthetic experience for guests. Anthony enjoyed the house until his wife Rosemary passed away. Not long after, in 1950, he sold the mansion and its grounds to Sir Daniel J. Donahue and his wife, Countess Bernadine Murphy Donahue. Anthony himself would live out his remaining years elsewhere, keeping active in business and philanthropy until the end of his life. The Donahues enjoyed the mansion's splendor for roughly 2 decades. Then in 1970, Countess Bernadine Donahue passed away, and the family decided to make a generous, transformative gift. They donated the entire 9-acre estate to the Sisters of the Immaculate Heart of Mary, a Catholic religious order. In 2015, while the mansion was for sale, pop singer Katy Perry entered the story. Perry, known for her chart-topping hits and her California roots, expressed a keen interest in buying the old Anthony estate from the archdiocese. The nuns, however, disapproved of her lifestyle and refused to sell to her, reportedly for religious reasons, which is wildly illegal in the United States. After years of court battles, the issues appear to have finally cleared up. However, what is not clear is who the current owner is or if some other arrangement has been made. Perhaps only time will tell. In the present, however, I'm happy to announce that the house is still standing and is very much still in excellent condition. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the Earl C. Anthony house? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Chicago's Gilded Age saw some of the country's most opulent mansions, but one in particular went on to inspire some of the greatest architects of the 20th century. Hi everyone, Ken here. Welcome to This House. Today, we are exploring the Glessner House in Chicago, Illinois. Make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. In 1843, John Glessner was born to a middle-class family, growing up at his family's house known as Elmwood Place in Zanesville, Ohio. When his father, Jacob, was elected to the Ohio State Legislature, John took over the family business, managing the Zanesville City Times, making a decent living. But in 1863, John took a job in Springfield, Ohio, working as an accountant. He was great at this job, so at the early age of only 23 years old, he was named a junior partner at Warder Mitchell & Company, which manufactured farm machinery. He rented a room in the Macbeth family house, where their daughter, Frances, caught his eye. But she wasn't just beautiful, she was smart. She had grown up being educated and in turn had become a teacher. She even organized a series of lectures for women to hear directly from authors and scholars about their latest works. By 1870, John had been named vice president of the company. Now, with a good income, he decided to propose to the lady who had caught his eye, and she said yes. John and Frances left Ohio for Chicago to start their new lives together, where he took over the company's head sales office. They settled down in a rented house and had a couple children, but as John made more and more money, they purchased larger homes, growing their family. By 1879, John's company had been reorganized to include his name as Warder Bushnell and Glessner, and in 1902, it merged with 4 other companies to form International Harvester, becoming one of the largest companies in the US at the time. Now, after years of climbing the corporate ladder to become one of the nation's leading industrialists, John and his wife were ready to secure their names in Chicago's Gilded Age by building their dream home. They purchased a lot at the affluent intersection of Prairie Avenue and 18th Street for $50,500, or the modern-day equivalent of just over $1.4 million. Now they needed to find an architect to design their dream home. But they did not want a house of the times. They wanted something more modern, but stately all the same. Nothing like what was being built in New York City at the time. Thanks to the meticulous detailing of Frances's journal, we can be given an inside look into the process of designing their dream home. They met with cutting-edge architect Henry Hobson Richardson, who had pioneered the Richardsonian Romanesque to be a distinctly American style. In a time when many American architects received criticism from abroad, Richardson was being celebrated by critics internationally for bringing architectural integrity to the States by blending traditional and turn-of-the-century modern elements in his work, which would go on to directly inspire later architects in the likes of Frank Lloyd Wright and Louis Sullivan. The Glesners hosted Richardson for dinner, where he complimented the meal before beginning to sketch the house he imagined for them. By the following month, he had a full set of plans to present to them. Francis writing, "Mr. R's plans are certainly very beautiful." Later that summer, Mrs. Richardson invited the Glesners out for a luncheon where they met with Henry in his office to further discuss materials and the finer details that would be planned for the home. Henry took them on a tour of several of the buildings he had designed, including what was called his wood-carving place. That fall, the plans were finalized and sent for review. The Glesners loved the house, but were not sold on the proposed facade. After a few changes, the house was ready to be built the following spring. But unfortunately, Henry Richardson passed away in April of 1886 from Bright's disease. Nevertheless, the plans he had prepared to be his masterpiece were followed through. Coming in at 17,411 square feet, the Richardsonian Romanesque mansion cost a grand total of $108,712, or the modern-day equivalent of over $3.4 million. The foundation was crafted out of Joliet limestone and shielded by a thin layer of slate to prevent moisture from being absorbed. The upper levels were crafted from Braggsville granite, the rusticated stone appearing in various sizes to decorate the archways and break up the facade. Of the architectural elements, ornate capitals were carved for the various columns as well as screens carved from granite. Mixed into the facade, fantastical details could be found, such as a pair of Ouroboros symbolizing the cycle of life. Because 18th Street on the north was busy and dusty, very few windows were given to that side of the house. Richardson chose instead to create a central courtyard for the house to wrap around in a C shape, where the windows face south, allowing light to pour into the house without noise pollution from the busy street. At the very top of the house, copper gutters lined the clay tile roof, joined at the gable's peaks by clay camelback ridge rolls, allowing the clay roof tiles to come together neatly. The interior of the home was planned to be cozy, with distinctive zones for private and public spaces throughout, as we can see in the first floor's plan, where openings asymmetrically connect rooms to the sides of the fireplaces, allowing you only to see a glimpse of the next room teasing you. Arriving in the entrance hall, you pass through an entry vestibule, going upstairs until a rounded wall redirects you towards the public spaces. The space can only be described, as Frank Lloyd Wright would later say, breaking the box, as 5 distinct levels of the home could be seen from the bottom of the stairs. The walls were finished out in quarter-sawn red oak paneling and complemented by a fireplace composed of African rose marble. Near the front entrance sits the schoolroom. Both of their children, George and Fanny, were educated here. When George was only 5 years old, he came down with hay fever, which affected his development. Doctors advised that he be kept away from school, so he was, but his parents loved him nonetheless, installing a telegraph in the schoolroom which was routed to his friends' houses. A fire alarm received signals from the fire department. George loved watching the firefighters work, so any time an alarm came in, he would telegraph his friends and run out of the house to chase the fire trucks. To one side of the stairs is the library, with half-height bookcases encircling the room, containing over 4,300 books, which were not for show, but rather for reading. The walls were painted to have a green glazed effect, and overhead, faux box beams appeared natural, but contained hidden iron supports. In the center of the room is what is called a partner's desk. Both John and Francis shared the same desk, something that was incredibly rare for the time, but symbolized the equality of husband and wife in the home. To the other side of the stairs, going further into the house, is the parlor. It boasted custom-made furniture inspired by the arts and crafts movement, as well as a Steinway piano. Decoration included draperies by William Morris and hand-painted burlap wall covering. This room was modestly sized to give the family the cozy feeling they wanted in their home, measuring only 18 feet by about 21 feet with 10-foot ceilings. Through huge pocket doors, continuing further into the house, you would arrive in the largest room, the dining room. The table sat 18 people, but twice, the Glesners hosted the Chicago Symphony for dinner, with more than 100 people seated throughout the first floor. Using their utensils, pots, and pans, they broke out into an impromptu performance which delighted the Glesners to no end. Of course, Parties of this size required a live-in staff of 8 people, with a lot of space being devoted to their living quarters and workrooms, such as the kitchen, with an encaustic tile floor and white glazed brick walls. The Glesner shared the same bedroom on the first floor, which included dressing rooms and a bathroom. The bedroom was positioned here to offer clear views of Lake Michigan, while allowing the morning sun to spill across the William Morris wallpaper. Continuing the arts and crafts theme, on the wall opposite the bed sat an oversized hearth, the fireplace decorated with tiles designed by renowned arts and crafts designer William De Morgan. To explore the rest of the house, we will head upstairs to the upper hall, where we can begin peeking indoors to see the other bedrooms. First, we will see the bedroom of their only daughter, Frances Glesner Lee, who is widely considered the mother of forensic science. She built miniatures as a hobby and developed miniature crime scenes, which she called the nutshell studies of unexplained deaths, to help police train for crime scene investigations. She became the first woman in the United States to be appointed a state police captain. Next, we'll see George's bedroom. While living here, he developed a passion for photography and took many of the pictures we have seen so far in this video. He went on to live a fairly normal life, graduating from Harvard and getting married. Each of the guest rooms featured large fireplaces with elegant furniture, ensuring that guests were kept comfortable while staying with the Glesners. Even though H. Richardson had already passed, his work went on to inspire some of the greatest architects of the 20th century. About the Glesner House, architect Mies van der Rohe said, "It is a wonderful architectural document." Architect Philip Johnson told the Chicago Daily News that the Glesner House is the most important house in the country to me. The importance of Richardson's contribution to Chicago's architectural heritage did not go unnoticed. In 1924, the Chicago chapter American Institute of Architects, known as the AIA, discussed acquiring the Glesner House to use as their club building. The Glesners loved the idea of the AIA utilizing their home for future architects to enjoy and learn from, so they decided that upon their deaths, the house would be donated to the AIA. After 61 years of marriage, Frances passed away in 1932, with John following her to the grave in 1936. The house passed to the AIA, as was intended. However, circumstances had changed. The Great Depression had wiped out the funding needed for the AIA to maintain and update the house for their cause, so after much deliberation, the organization made the difficult decision to return the property to the Glesners' heirs. Keeping in line with their parents' wishes for the house to serve as an educational resource, they deeded it to the Armour Institute to be used for vocational testing. However, they sold the house to the Lithographic Technical Foundation, which ended up relocating to Pittsburgh. When they did, they placed the house up for sale in 1965. During this time, many of Chicago's Gilded Age mansions were being torn down to clear the way for factories in what was now an undesirable neighborhood. A group of prominent architects, including Philip Johnson, began sounding the alarm bells. The house was too important in modern architectural history to be bulldozed and forgotten. In 1966, the Chicago School of Architecture Foundation was created with the sole purpose of purchasing the Glesner House to preserve for future generations. After raising $35,000, the amount of the asking price, the newly formed organization was able to purchase the house. Over the years, the organization reorganized, and it now operates independently as Glesner House. During this time and after this time, heroic efforts were made in the undertaking of restoration work to return the house to its former glory. Glesner descendants donated original furniture and decorative arts to be used in the house, and specialists reproduced everything from William Morris wallpaper to gilding on the ceilings. Today, it appears as a time capsule of life in Chicago's Gilded Age, offering a variety of tours year-round, including their Christmas candlelight tours offered over 2 weekends, December 10th through the 11th and December 17th through the 18th. During this tour, the house is decorated for Christmas with period-appropriate decor decking the halls, while live music is played on the Steinway piano. If you are fortunate enough to be in the area during this time, it is a beautiful event that you simply must attend. You can find more information about the tour on their website, which is on screen right now. I will also post it in the video description and down below in the comments section as a pinned comment. To close the video, I will read you an excerpt from Thomas C. Hupka's H. Richardson's Glesner House, A Garden in the Machine. Richardson's architectural expression is quintessentially American because he accepted the coexistence of oppositional forces and ideas characteristic of late 19th century America. The Glesner House, a severe stone fortress sheltering a delicate domestic garden, was shocking at first, but it just might be as American as apple pie, and a remarkably perceptive summary of domestic life in the late 19th century, A Garden in the Machine. Thank you all for watching. I really hope that you enjoyed this video. Did you have a favorite room? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. I would also like to take a moment to say a very special thank you to our This House supporters who help make these videos possible. If you would like to see your name on the screen and support the production of these videos, join our membership program today. I'll see you next time on This House. The idea of a house has transformed radically over the course of human history, from the simplest cave dwellings to sprawling McMansions and everything in between. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're traveling through time and tracing the evolution of housing over thousands of years. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive into a special episode of This House. In the Paleolithic era, also known as the Old Stone Age, the concept of home was as humble as it gets. Early humans often took shelter in caves or under rocky overhangs when available. Where caves were scarce, they built simple huts from whatever materials they could gather: branches, animal hides, bones, grass, or mud. These structures were usually temporary, suiting a nomadic lifestyle of hunting and gathering. A fire at the entrance or a windbreak of piled brush might be the only amenity, but they provided basic protection from weather and predators. While these first homes were extremely simple, they set the precedent for using local materials and a lot of ingenuity to create safe havens. By the Neolithic era, also known as the New Stone Age, starting around 12,000 years ago, humans began settling down in permanent villages and houses became sturdier. Instead of roaming, people farmed the land, which meant they stayed put and invested more in their dwellings. Mud brick houses were an early innovation. In some of the oldest towns, like Jericho and Catalonia, families molded mud and straw into bricks that dried in the sun, then stacked them to form walls. These homes often had plastered interiors and even painted murals, suggesting that even 10,000 plus years ago, people took pride in decorating their homes. In Catalonia and modern-day Turkey, houses were built touching each other with no street between them. You entered each house through a hatch in the roof, climbing down a ladder. In fact, the rooftops functioned as walkways, essentially a pedestrian highway above the settlement. This unusual design kept the home secure, no easy doors for wild animals or enemies to barge through, and also insulated against the elements, since shared walls meant fewer exposed surfaces. Over in prehistoric Europe, early farmers built impressive longhouses, long, rectangular buildings of wood that could be 150 feet or 45 meters in length and house multiple families. A single longhouse, supported by timber posts with walls of wattle and daub, which were woven sticks smeared with mud, and a thatched roof, might house an entire extended family plus livestock. There were no chimneys and no glass windows. A central hearth smoke would seep out through the thatch, and any light came from small openings or the open door. These Neolithic longhouses are some of humanity's first purpose-built homes, and their sheer scale was unprecedented in their time. As civilization advanced, so did home construction. In ancient river valley cultures, in places like Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley, we find the first planned towns and diverse house styles. One theme, however, stayed consistent. Homes were built with earthen materials like mud, brick, or clay, since wood was scarce or valuable for other uses. Let's hopscotch around a few ancient cultures, starting with Mesopotamia. Along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, cities like Ur and Babylon were essentially clusters of mud brick buildings. Ordinary people lived in mud brick houses, which were often built around an inner courtyard. In the hot climate, an open-air courtyard brought in light and served as a cool ventilated core since the surrounding rooms typically had no windows. So the rooms, for cooking, sleeping, storage, all opened onto this little central patio. From the street, these houses were unassuming, windowless mud walls and a single door. Privacy and protection were paramount. Family life happened hidden from the bustling bazaar outside. A typical Mesopotamian home was 1 story tall with a flat roof, and people often slept on the roof on hot nights. Wealthier families might have a second floor and a larger courtyard, but even a mansion in Babylon followed the same inward-focused layout. Crowding was an issue in ancient cities too. Homes shared walls and packed in tightly along narrow lanes. In short, Mesopotamia gave us the archetype of the courtyard house, a style still found in many Middle Eastern cities today because its common-sense design is superbly adapted to hot, dry climates. Meanwhile, in Egypt's Nile Valley, the pattern was similar, but with local twist. Egyptian commoners lived in mud brick houses that did an excellent job moderating the desert heat. Walls were thick and often whitewashed to reflect sunlight. Roofs were flat and made of mud-coated wood beams. Families might spread mats and sleep up there to catch the night breeze. Windows, if present, were tiny high openings with perhaps a wooden shutter, mainly to let out smoke. They still had no glass. A typical peasant home might be 2 or 3 rooms or just a single room. On the other hand, wealthier Egyptians, think minor nobility or successful merchants, had larger homes, sometimes 2 stories around a small courtyard garden. These bigger homes might feature painted walls or columns at the entry and separate areas for cooking, sleeping, and entertaining. One thing even the rich didn't do: build in stone. The grand stone temples and pyramids were reserved for gods and the dead. Living people of all classes mostly stuck to the trusty mud brick. As a result, few ancient Egyptian houses survive except the foundations, but detailed paintings show us colorful interiors with wall paintings, pottery, and furniture like beds and stools. They also show that life often took place outside or on the roof, a necessity in such a sunny climate. And when the annual Nile flood came, those wisely built houses on slightly higher ground or on platforms stayed dry, most of the time. If not, well, mud brick was cheap and fairly easy to DIY. On the other side of the Mediterranean, Greek houses were quite modest compared to their famous temples and public buildings. In classical Athens, a typical urban house was made of mud bricks on a stone foundation with a tiled roof. The floor plan usually centered around an open courtyard, are you sensing a trend, which provided light and ventilation. Around the courtyard, several small rooms served flexible purposes. There wasn't an emphasis on rigid room functions. The same space might be a dining area one evening and a sleeping quarters the next. Wealthier Greeks had a bit more specialization. They might have an andron, a sort of men's dining room for hosting symposiums, which was usually the nicest furnished room, and a separate women's quarters known as the gynoeceum, often upstairs or in the back, for the women of the house to work and socialize away from the men. But even rich houses were relatively small, often 5 to 7 rooms total, cramped into the dense city fabric of Athens or Corinth. Windows were little and high up, without glass, so interiors were dim. Most cooking was probably done in the courtyard to keep smoke out of the house. Privacy was important. Houses presented a plain face to the street, and the noisy public life was left at the door. Interestingly, Greek houses did not show off wealth on the exterior. That was reserved for public buildings. Even a prosperous merchant's home might look like a mud brick box from outside. Comfort was also basic. Braziers for heat, as there were no built-in fireplaces in early periods, and oil lamps for light. Over time, especially in Hellenistic eras, some Greek homes incorporated more lavish touches, mosaic floors, peristyle colonnades in the courtyard, and more, but they never became palaces. Land was limited, and the idea of a huge private home to show off wasn't really a thing in classical Greek culture. That came later with the Romans. Now the Romans, they did love a good mansion if they could afford it. Roman housing ranged from cramped apartments for the poor to elegant villas for the rich. In cities like Rome or Pompeii, a wealthy family would occupy a domus, which was a private townhouse typically 1 or 2 stories high. A domus had a distinctive layout. You'd step in from the street through a narrow entrance hall and emerge into an atrium, a central hall open to the sky with a pool in the middle to catch rainwater. The atrium was the heart of the home, a place to impress guests with displays of family wealth, like statues or expensive furniture. Around it were small bedrooms and meeting rooms, and at the back, many domus had a peristyle, a courtyard garden surrounded by columns. This inward-facing plan meant even in a dense city, the family had private open space. The walls were often decorated with vibrant fresco paintings and floors with mosaics. They also enjoyed conveniences like piped water from aqueducts and private baths for the very well-to-do. It's no wonder that when we think of Roman houses, we imagine opulence. Some were truly sumptuous. But it's important to note, most Romans did not live like that. The majority lived in insulae, which were essentially ancient apartments or tenements. These buildings were typically 3 to 5 stories tall and housed dozens of families in tiny units. The ground floor usually had shops or taverns, and better-off folks might rent the slightly less terrible lower apartments. The higher up you went, the smaller, cheaper, and hotter the units became. These buildings were typically brick-faced concrete or wood construction, and they had a nasty habit of collapsing or catching fire due to hasty construction and overcrowding. For water or toilets, most people in insulae used public fountains and latrines. It was noisy, smelly, and cramped living, truly how the other half lives compared to the airy courtyards of the rich. Outside the cities, Romans who could afford it escaped to country estates. A villa could be a luxurious retreat with gardens, baths, and multiple wings, or it could be a more modest farmhouse villa where a retired soldier might putter in his vineyard. In any case, by the height of the Roman Empire, they had developed a wide range of housing types and even early real estate markets. From Rome to Pompeii to provinces like Britain or Egypt, archaeologists find that Roman houses share common features of design and comfort. Underfloor heating, glass windows, mosaic tile floors. The Romans brought many innovations that made home life more comfortable, some of which wouldn't be seen again until after the Dark Ages. The fall of Rome led to a return to simplicity in many respects. In the early medieval period, political chaos and economic decline meant most people lived in very basic structures again. However, as the Middle Ages progressed, distinct housing emerged for different social classes. The peasantry had their cottages, the burghers had narrow townhouses, and the nobility barricaded themselves in castles or manor houses. Let's break it down. The vast majority of medieval people were peasants, farmers living in villages on a lord's land. Their homes were extremely modest. A typical peasant cottage in early medieval Europe was a one-room hut made of wood or woven sticks plastered with wattle and daub and topped with a thatched roof. As far as floors, just dirt, maybe with some straw thrown down. For windows, perhaps a tiny opening or two, no glass, maybe a shutter or just open. There was usually a single hearth in the center or against a wall used for cooking and heating. Early on, these hearths did not have chimneys. Smoke just accumulated under the roof and slowly leaked out through the thatch or a hole in the roof, which meant the interior was perpetually smoky and sooty. Furnishings were sparse, a couple of stools, maybe a crude table, and straw mats or simple beds for sleeping. Privacy was non-existent. The whole family slept in that one room, often with the animals inside as well. It was common to partition off one end of the house for a cow, goats, or chickens, especially overnight, to prevent theft or wolf attacks. This made the living quarters even more crowded, and yes, smelly, but the body heat of the animals actually provided a bit of extra warmth in winter. Over the medieval period, some peasants improved their lot and built slightly larger houses, perhaps 2 rooms instead of 1, or an upper loft for sleeping. In later medieval England, for example, the classic hall and parlor cottage had one main room, a hall, plus a smaller room for sleeping or storage, a parlor. We also start seeing more half-timbered houses, exposed wood frame with plaster infill, as carpentry techniques improved. But even in 1400, a peasant's home was incredibly basic by modern standards, dark, smoky, cold, and cramped. These houses also didn't last long. Thatch and mud walls need constant maintenance. It's actually a small miracle any medieval cottages have survived to today. Yet, for all their shortcomings, these humble homes were the centers of family life, and many generations made do within their dim confines. Starting around the 11th century, European towns began to revive and grow, and with them came a new class of people, merchants and craftsmen who weren't peasants or nobles. They lived in towns and needed houses that fit on narrow city lots. The result was the medieval townhouse or burgher house, often a tall, skinny building facing the street. Picture a bustling medieval street, overhanging upper floors, timber-framed buildings painted in ochre or white, shop signs hanging, and people throwing wastewater out of windows. The ground floor of a typical townhouse often served as a shop or workshop, open to the street, and the family would live upstairs. Because land within city walls was limited, they built upwards, 2, 3, sometimes 4 stories. Each floor jettied out a bit over the one below to gain extra space. These overhangs, called jetties, also had a practical side benefit. They sheltered the storefronts from rain and slightly widened the cramped street at upper levels, but they also meant upper floors of houses on opposite sides of a street nearly touched. These houses were timber-framed and often filled in with plaster or brick for better fire resistance than all-wood construction. Still, medieval cities were tinderboxes. The combination of open hearths, candles, and dense wood buildings meant devastating fires were common. London, for instance, burned multiple times even before the famous Great Fire of 1666. At the top of medieval society were the nobility, lords, knights, princes, and they had 2 main types of residence, the manor house and the castle. Early medieval nobles often lived in relatively simple manor houses, which were basically large farmhouses on their estates. But as the Middle Ages went on, and especially as feudal conflicts erupted, nobles fortified their homes. The classic medieval castle evolved around the 10th and 12th centuries out of necessity for defense. The earliest castles were wooden palisades on earthen mounds, but these soon gave way to formidable stone castles with high walls, towers, and moats. While castles were military structures, they were also homes for the lord, his family, and a small army of retainers and servants. Life in a castle was a mix of grandeur and discomfort. The central space was the Great Hall, a large room where everyone ate together and where the lord might hold court. It had a high ceiling and a big hearth, or even an open fire pit. Tapestries weren't just for show, they were hung on walls to help insulate the damp stone rooms against the chill. Over time, castles did incorporate some improved creature comforts. By the 1200s, many castles had built-in fireplaces and chimneys in private chambers, a huge leap for warmth. They also had a type of primitive indoor plumbing, stone latrines or garter robes that let waste drop down chutes in the walls or directly into the moats. Not exactly modern bathrooms, but better than a chamber pot in the corner. Private rooms called solars emerged. Basically, the lord's family's private living room, often upstairs and slightly away from the noisy hall. Still, privacy was minimal. Bedrooms often had multiple occupants, even the lord and lady might have servants sleeping on the floor of their chamber. Everyone was in everyone's business by today's standards. Manor houses, the country homes on estates in later medieval times, became more comfortable and less fortress-like, especially in safer regions. For example, in the 14th and 15th centuries, many English and French manors were essentially early stately homes, moated perhaps with gatehouses but designed for comfort as much as defense. They featured multiple rooms, glass windows, chimneys, and richly carved wood interiors. Castles themselves by late Middle Ages started to include decorative gardens and aesthetic improvements as the need for serious fortification waned. By the close of the medieval period, the homes of the wealthy were poised to transform into the palaces and manors of the Renaissance. The Renaissance was a rebirth of art and learning, and architecture too. As people rediscovered classical Greek and Roman ideas, wealthy homeowners decided they wanted houses inspired by the elegance of antiquity. Meanwhile, the Age of Exploration saw Europeans carrying their house styles overseas, adapting them to new lands and climates in the Americas, Africa, and Asia. So this period is a fascinating mix, renewed creativity in home design in Europe and the transplantation and transformation of those designs abroad. If you were a rich banker or noble in 15th century Italy, the trendy thing to do was build an urban palazzo. Take the Medici family in Florence. Their Palazzo Medici became a prototype for Renaissance mansions. These city palaces were typically 3 stories, built of stone or stucco, and had a very symmetrical, orderly facade, often with classical details like columns, pilasters, and arched windows. The ground floor might be rusticated, giving a strong, fortress-like base, a nod to security as well as style. Inside, however, there was usually a lovely open courtyard with columns and maybe a loggia. Rooms were arranged around this courtyard on each floor. There was a clear sense of proportion and harmony in these designs, influenced by architects like Alberti and Brunelleschi, who studied Vitruvius, an ancient Roman architect. The Renaissance home also embraced comfort and beauty. High ceilings with carved wooden beams or frescoed panels, large rectangular windows, fireplaces in multiple rooms, and specialized spaces, dining rooms, studies, libraries, which started to emerge as separate from just a big hall. These houses weren't defensive castles, they were status symbols in the heart of the city, often situated near a public square or on a main street. The trend spread across Europe, and in France, the Renaissance style blended with local Gothic to help create the famous chateaux of the Loire Valley. Picture turreted manor palaces like Chambord, which have Renaissance symmetry and detail but still a fairy tale castle vibe. In England, the Renaissance arrived a bit late and mingled with Tudor style. Affluent Elizabethan homes like Hardwick Hall sported huge grids of windows, hence the saying, Hardwick Hall, more glass than wall. A status symbol showing glass was now achievable in quantity. Across the board, one big change from medieval homes was bigger windows and more light. Glassmaking had improved, and the fear of structural weakness from openings eased with better engineering. By the 17th century, cities like London and Amsterdam saw rows of townhouses influenced by classical principles. For instance, the famous canal houses of Amsterdam's Golden Age have tall, narrow fronts with decorative gables. Not exactly classical columns, but they adhere to uniform height and elegant proportions along the canal. In London, after the Great Fire of 1666, rebuilding efforts led to the Georgian style, which was basically a Renaissance-derived neoclassicism. Uniform brick facades, sash windows arranged symmetrically, and aligned doors. So in essence, the Renaissance and the following Baroque and Georgian eras brought a formal quality to homes. Streetscapes became more regular, houses were designed not just for function or defense, but to present a cultured face. Homes became places to display art, to host salons or scholarly pursuits, a far cry from the one-room medieval hut. And crucially, if you were rich, you could now expect a level of comfort that set you apart from the poor even more. At the same time European styles were flowering, Europeans were also colonizing new lands. Naturally, they brought their architectural ideas with them, but often had to adapt to local climates and materials. So colonial architecture is like an experiment, the same basic European plans, tweaked by environment and necessity. Spanish colonists in the Americas built homes reminiscent of Spain, and by extension, influenced by Moorish design. The hallmark was the courtyard house, casa hacienda or casa de patio. Whether in Mexico, Peru, or Florida, many Spanish colonial homes have a central patio, an open courtyard often with a fountain or garden. Rooms open to this patio, similar to houses in Spain or even ancient Rome, which provides shade and ventilation in hot climates. The materials were local, adobe bricks or stone, usually plastered over and whitewashed. Red clay tile roofs were standard, giving that distinctive look and durability against rot. The British brought different traditions to what became the United States and Canada. Early on, homes in New England were essentially improved versions of medieval cottages, timber frame, wattle and daub or clapboard, steep roofs, central hearths, because settlers were focused on survival, not style. But as the colonies became established and wealthy, especially by the 18th century, they followed Georgian architectural trends from Britain. The result was the classic Georgian colonial house, a two-story rectangular box with a symmetrical facade. Typically it had a center hall floor plan. You enter into a hallway with stairs and rooms on either side in a mirrored layout. The front door often had a decorative crown or pediment, and sometimes even columns or pilasters flanking it, imitating a little Greek temple entrance. Windows were multi-pane sash windows aligned evenly around the door, usually 5 across the upper floor and 5 across the lower, with the door in the middle, the 5-bay facade. In New England, these houses were wood, while in the southern colonies, they might be brick or wood imitating brick. Interiors featured separate rooms like parlors, dining rooms, and bedrooms, a big change from all-purpose halls of earlier days. Fireplaces were in every major room for heat. One famous subtype, the Southern Plantation House, took Georgian plans and added elements for the climate, often column porches or verandas to provide shade, raised foundations to avoid floodwaters and catch breezes, and high ceilings for cooling. Meanwhile, the simpler folk in the colonies lived in more basic farmhouses or log cabins on the frontier, but as prosperity grew, even vernacular homes started copying the Georgian template. By the late 1700s, you could find symmetry and sash windows on houses up and down the eastern seaboard from Boston to Charleston. In the Louisiana Territory, French settlers had their own take. A classic French colonial house might be a raised cottage on piers to avoid swampy ground, with a broad hip roof extending over a wraparound porch called a gallery. These had French doors, big windows, and often no hallways. Rooms opened directly onto the porch for ventilation. They were usually of wood frame construction. It's a style well suited to hot, wet climates and is an early ancestor of the Creole townhouses and shotgun houses of the Gulf Coast. By the end of the colonial era, many colonial homes, especially the affluent, were as refined as any in Europe, just with a new twist. Thomas Jefferson's Monticello, for example, was basically a Palladian neoclassical villa placed on a Virginia hilltop. The stage was set for the young United States and other colonies to soon develop their own regional architectural flares. The 19th century unleashed massive changes in how people lived. Industrialization led to rapid urban growth. Cities swelled with factories and workers, and housing struggled to keep up with the exploding population. At the same time, new technologies like cheap steel, elevators, and electric lights began to influence residential construction. Early industrial cities like London, Manchester, New York, or Paris grew at breakneck speed. Workers flocked in, and housing construction couldn't keep pace, or when it did, it often did so in the shoddiest way possible. The result was the notorious tenement. These were basically cheap apartment buildings crammed with as many rental units as possible, built by developers looking to profit from the housing shortage. In New York's Lower East Side, for example, a typical tenement around 1860 was a 25-foot wide, 5-story building with 4 families squeezed onto each floor sharing 2 toilets in the yard. Rooms were dark, often with no windows. Interior rooms had no source of light or air. Prior to laws, many tenements were literally windowless fire traps. One description from an 1800s New York health report said, hundreds of people are packed into spaces with no ventilation and little light. The halls are dark tunnels reeking of filth. Infectious disease ran rampant. Tuberculosis, cholera, etc. found ideal breeding grounds in these conditions. In London, similar overcrowding in back-to-back terrace houses and courtyard slums prompted Charles Dickens to write bleak descriptions of housings in novels like Oliver Twist. Basically, the early Industrial Revolution produced urban housing worse in some ways than what came before. Density and profit were prioritized over health and comfort. Over time, reformers started pushing back. By the late 19th century, laws in some cities required basic improvements. New York's Tenement House Act of 1901, for instance, mandated windows in every room, among other things. Europe saw model housing experiments too, such as Octavia Hill's improved worker houses in London, but these were limited. Not everyone in the city lived in squalor. The growing middle class, managers, clerks, skilled tradespeople, created a demand for better housing. Enter the row house, or terraced house in Britain. Row houses are essentially a compromise between individual homes and apartments. You get your own house, but it shares its sidewalls with its neighbors in a long row, saving space and construction cost. In American cities like Philadelphia, Boston, and New York, rows of brownstone and brick townhouses line newly gridded streets. A typical row house might be 2 to 3 stories high plus a basement, perhaps 15 to 20 feet wide. The layout often had a parlor in front, a dining room behind, and a kitchen either at the back or in the basement, and the bedrooms would be upstairs. By late century, many row houses had gas lighting, coal furnaces or stoves, and even rudimentary plumbing. They also sported big windows thanks to mass-produced glass. Multi-pane sash or tall casement windows were affordable and let in ample light. Styles varied. Early 1800s ones were often plain Federal or Georgian style. Later Victorian-era row houses had fancy trim, bay windows, and ornate cornices. In Paris, the equivalent for the middle classes was the apartment building. Haussmann's redesign of Paris in the 1850s and 1860s created boulevards lined with elegant 5-story stone buildings, each floor occupied by a separate apartment. These Parisian apartments were quite spacious for their time and became a model for European city housing. Whether in a row house or an apartment block, the urban middle class by the late 19th century enjoyed a quantum leap in domestic comfort. The 1800s also saw the birth of what we'd now call suburbs. As cities grew congested, those who could afford to started moving a bit further out where there was space and cleaner air. Early suburbs were enabled by new transport, first omnibuses and trains, and later streetcars. London had railway suburbs by the 1850s, where commuters took the train in from outskirts like Richmond or Greenwich. In the US, one of the first true suburbs was Brooklyn Heights, which became viable when a steam ferry service to Manhattan began in 1814. These proto-suburbs featured houses that were often detached or semi-detached with yards or gardens, a huge contrast to the row upon row of attached houses in the city. Architecture in the mid to late 19th century went through many revival styles: Gothic Revival, Italianate, Queen Anne, Romanesque, and more, and suburban homes became a canvas for those. The American middle-class house in this era often had a picturesque asymmetrical shape, with wraparound porches, bay windows, and turrets made easier by industrial production of complex wood trim and the affordability of using wood framing. The balloon frame invented around 1830 made it cheap and quick to put up wooden houses with pre-cut studs and nails. So whereas a city row house was constrained in shape, a freestanding suburban house could sprawl and sprout quirks. The late 1800s American suburbs loved the Queen Anne style and smaller folk Victorian style with their decorative shingles, fancy porches, and multicolored paint jobs. Meanwhile, in Britain, late Victorian suburbs might feature semi-detached houses, essentially a pair of mirror-image homes attached, giving each the feel of a corner property and a bit of front and back garden. The garden as a prized part of a home really started to come into play, a throwback to the idea of landed gentry, but on a smaller scale for the clerks and merchants who wanted a bit of nature. Also critical in the 19th century were infrastructure improvements. Cities began installing sewer systems, London's in the 1860s for example, and many European cities soon after, which gradually allowed the advent of indoor bathrooms for those who could connect. Gas pipes brought light and fuel for stoves into homes by mid-century. Later, electrical grids, by the 1880s and 90s in some places, brought electric light. The first residential electric lights appeared in wealthy homes and in model tenements as a safety measure. After all, it was less fire risk than oil lamps. The invention of the elevator and structural steel also paved the way for the first residential skyscrapers in the early 20th century. Though a few high-end multi-story apartment hotels in the 1880s, like New York City's Dakota building, proved that affluent people could be convinced to live in apartments if amenities and status were high enough. By 1900, the housing landscape had completely transformed. Millions lived in industrial city housing, ranging from grim tenements to luxurious apartments. Millions of others had moved to newly urbanized suburbs, commuting by train or tram to jobs in the city center, which was a new pattern of living. The idea of homeownership for the middle class was taking root, especially in places like the US, where land was ample. Owning a home with a bit of land became a societal goal, distinguishing oneself from the toiling masses in rented quarters. Yet the tenement problem was still severe, and reformers were gearing up with visions of garden cities and other utopian ideas to solve urban crowding. The stage was set for the 20th century to take these ideas, technology, suburbanization, and social reform, and make the simple idea of housing about as complex as possible. In the early 1900s, architecture entered an experimental phase. The ornate styles of the 19th century gave way to the desire for new forms appropriate to an industrial age. Architects in Europe and America began championing modernism, which in housing meant cleaner lines, open spaces, and new materials. A pivotal idea came from architects like Le Corbusier, who famously outlined 5 points of new architecture for houses, using 1, pilotis, also known as columns, to lift the building off the ground, 2, having a free facade, non-load-bearing walls that can be designed freely, 3, an open floor plan, walls placed freely thanks to a structural frame, 4, horizontal ribbon windows, and 5, a roof terrace. His 1929 design, the Villa Savoye in France, embodies this. It's a white boxy building elevated on thin columns with long bands of windows and a flowing open interior, radically different from a cozy cottage. Inside, rooms flowed into each other without the small box chambers of traditional homes, creating a sense of space and light. Similarly, in America, Frank Lloyd Wright was designing his prairie houses like the Roby House, with low-pitched roofs and open living areas that blurred into one another, creating a family living space rather than formal parlors. The Bauhaus school in Germany also influenced residential design with its emphasis on functionality and affordability. Apartment buildings like the 1920s Bauhaus design Siedlungen in Berlin were simple, flat-roof blocks with cubic forms and minimal ornament, meant to house people efficiently. For the average person, these avant-garde designs might have seemed strange at first. Many still preferred a house with a pitched roof and traditional look, but modernism gained ground mid-century, especially after World War II. By the 1950s and 60s, a mid-century modern aesthetic took hold in many suburban developments. Think open-plan ranch houses in California with big glass sliders to the patio, or the post and beam glass houses that popped up as luxury experiments, like Philip Johnson's famous glass house. Apartment living also got a modernist makeover. High-rise residential towers, often in the international style, essentially sleek glass and steel boxes, appeared in cities worldwide. Some were luxury buildings offering doormen and views, others were public housing blocks aiming to give the masses a modern lifestyle in the sky. One of modernism's lofty goals was to use industrial methods to solve housing shortages, prefabrication and mass production of housing. This saw some success, prefab concrete apartment slabs in Europe or modular home kits in the US, but also failures. Notorious large public housing projects like Pruitt-Igoe in St. Louis imploded in 1972 after only 18 years, symbolizing the flaws in a one-size-fits-all tower block approach. Love it or hate it, the legacy of modernism is huge. Open floor interiors are now standard, as are large windows, and the stripping of craftsmanship and artistry in favor of mass-produced finishes are the norm. If one image symbolizes mid-20th century housing, it's the endless tract of look-alike houses with lawns and driveways, often referred to as cookie cutters. After World War II, especially in the United States, but elsewhere too, there was an explosion of suburban development. Several factors drove this: returning veterans needing housing, government policies that made mortgages affordable like the GI Bill in the US, and the boom of car ownership and highway building that made living outside the city feasible. The most famous example is Levittown, a planned suburb started in 1947 on Long Island, New York. The Levittown company basically applied assembly line methods to building houses, putting up thousands of nearly identical small houses at a breakneck pace. These were originally around 750 square feet, with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. Cozy by today's suburban standards, but a dream for young families moving out of apartments or shared quarters. Levittown was rapidly followed by many other mass subdivisions across the country. The early suburbs featured modest, single-story houses, yards for kids to play, and schools and shopping centers popping up to serve the new communities. Over time, the houses got bigger, second floors, attached garages, etc., but the ethos remained: a private home for each nuclear family, removed from the density and perceived problems of the city. Culturally, this reshaped notions of the good life. The suburban home became synonymous with prosperity and middle-class identity in places like the US, Australia, and parts of Europe. Of course, it also had downsides: sprawl, car dependence, and often social segregation. But in terms of housing evolution, suburbia was the defining feature of the late 20th century. By 1970, a majority of Americans, for instance, lived in suburbs rather than city centers. Similar trends occurred in the UK. The metroland suburbs of London were expanded and new towns were built. Houses themselves also evolved, from small boxes to the larger split levels in the misguidedly named colonials of the 1970s, and by the 1980s and 90s into the McMansion era, where bigger was better. So what is a McMansion? The term emerged in the late 20th century as a snarky way to describe the phenomena of large, mass-produced suburban houses that were often criticized for being gaudy or poorly designed. Picture a newly built house in a suburban subdivision. It's oversized, has an imposing, sometimes chaotic facade with a mix of faux architectural elements. A wannabe turret here, a Palladian window there, gables and dormers stuck on for effect, and typically a prominent multi-car garage that faces the street. Essentially a grand show of architectural illiteracy being marketed as the new dream. These houses earned the nickname McMansion because, like fast food, they were accused of being a low-quality imitation of luxury, pumped out quickly for mass consumption. In the 1990s housing boom, developers in the US especially built lots of these in suburban developments, but architects often cringed at their inconsistent style and sometimes shoddy construction, using cheap materials like vinyl siding and only putting brick on the front facade of the house. Yet they filled a market demand. Land on the fringe of metro areas was relatively cheap, people wanted more space, and with two-income households and easy credit, many could afford bigger mortgages. By 2005, the average new American home size ballooned to over 2,400 square feet, roughly twice what it was in 1950. In other countries with space, like Australia or Canada, similar trends appeared. However, not everyone was on board with the bigger is better mantra. Some critics pointed out that these houses were often functionally inefficient, requiring an excess of resources for heating, watering lawns, and containing wasted space. This era also saw the proliferation of gated communities where many McMansions reside, adding a layer of exclusivity and security, or at least the feeling of it. It's worth noting, by the late 2010s, trends began shifting slightly as some younger buyers showed renewed interest in city living or smaller homes, but the legacy of the McMansion era is physically built into the landscape of countless suburbs. A parallel thread in the 20th century was the attempt to provide decent housing for low-income people through government programs. This took different forms. In Europe, many countries built large council housing or social housing estates, sometimes rows of low-rise flats, other times high-rise towers to replace slums and war damage. Some of these were done thoughtfully and remained popular, others became new centers of poverty. In the US, public housing projects in mid-century often meant high-rise complexes like Chicago's infamous Cabrini Green or St. Louis's Pruitt-Igoe that by the late 1970s were plagued with problems and later demolished. The early optimism that modernist high-rises could house the masses in utopian fashion often failed due to poor maintenance, lack of social infrastructure, and concentration of poverty. By century's end, new approaches like mixed-income developments and vouchers tried to correct these mistakes. In any case, the 20th century city had a new feature: the residential skyscraper. From luxury towers in Manhattan, like the Art Deco master apartments in 1929, to massive Le Corbusier-inspired slab blocks in Moscow or Hong Kong, building up became a solution for high land cost and density. And with inventions like air conditioning and fast elevators, living on the 30th floor became feasible and even prestigious. Today, cities like New York or Dubai have truly tall condo towers that are essentially vertical neighborhoods for the wealthy. Now we arrive at the current era, and it is a work in progress. The 21st century home is being shaped by new priorities and challenges: sustainability, technology, urbanization, and changing demographics. While it's hard to predict exactly where housing will go, some clear trends have emerged in the first quarter of the century. First off, buildings account for a huge portion of energy use and emissions, so modern home design is increasingly focused on being resource responsible. This means better insulation, solar panels on roofs, energy-efficient appliances, and designs that work with the local climate rather than against it. Second, technology has truly entered the home. The smartphone revolution in the late 2000s led to the smart home revolution. Now, you can control your lights, thermostats, security cameras, door locks, you name it, from an app with voice commands. We seem to be headed in a hands-free direction, but only time will truly tell. Third, the 21st century is also a time where people more globally live in cities than rural areas. This means housing shortages in many big cities, driving up costs and forcing innovation. One trend is micro apartments, very small apartments that are cleverly designed with transformable furniture so that a tiny space can still meet its occupants' needs. And with financial pressures and suburbs, we see trends like multi-generational housing becoming more common. Houses with in-law suites or dual owners' bedrooms to accommodate elderly parents or adult kids returning home. Ultimately, the story of housing is ongoing. From caves to smart homes, one constant thread is human ingenuity in creating shelter that suits our needs and aspirations. Whether we've stacked mud bricks or 3D printed our dwellings, we've always balanced practicality with social and cultural meaning. Each era's solutions, whether it was a thatched hut or a digital condo, teach us something about how to live. And as needs and technology change, so will our homes, continually reflecting who we are and what we value at that moment in time. Here's to the next chapter in the ever-evolving adventure of Home Sweet Home. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. I know we covered a lot in this video, but I'd love to hear your thoughts down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Newport, Rhode Island is celebrated today for its remaining Gilded Age cottages, opulent estates that once housed some of America's wealthiest families during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Names like the Vanderbilt, Astor, and Berwind families come to mind, conjuring images of lavish balls, sweeping seaside views, and meticulously manicured lawns. Yet for every grand villa still standing in Newport, there are others that have been lost to time, leaving behind only faded photographs and traces in local lore. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are exploring the lost mansions of Newport, Rhode Island. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive into an extra special episode of This House. In the late 1800s, Newport transformed from a quiet coastal town into a summer playground for industrialists, bankers, and socialites. These visitors built what they fondly called summer cottages, an understatement that belied the palatial size and sophisticated architectural styles of these estates. Architects from Europe and New York descended upon Newport to design residences that rival the grand palaces of the Old World. Ornate ballrooms, gilded dining halls, and sprawling gardens became emblematic of a new American aristocracy seeking to display its wealth and status. Many of these estates that endure, such as the Breakers, Marble House, and the Elms, have been lovingly preserved and are open for public tours, offering glimpses of this bygone era. However, an equally intriguing story lies in the mansions that were lost over time. Some were demolished during economic downturns when the families that owned them could no longer afford their upkeep. Others fell victim to fires or were repurposed for modern developments, their sprawling lawns partitioned into smaller parcels to accommodate the changing landscape of Newport's real estate. We are about to see more mansions than you could ever have imagined being lost in an area known for its outstanding preservation. As we go through them, let me know which ones are your favorite, and without further ado, we'll start off at Armsey Hall, the summer home of General Francis Fenton Green on Ocean Avenue. Completed in 1901, this grand estate was designed by the esteemed architecture firm of Hopper & Cohen to look over an expansive lawn leading to the sea. A great place for us to start, as it sets the tone, with marble balustrade lining the outlook where the wealthy race their sailboats. For as idyllic as the setting may be, the house itself was designed to rival the natural beauty of the area. Entering the mansion, we arrive in the stair hall, with walls clad in intricately carved paneling and crowned by ornate plasterwork soaring overhead. Spanning the entire width of the southern wing, we find the living room finished out in a deep red, with creamy off-white painted woodwork. Though small by comparison, the otherwise sizable rooms were all finished out with the utmost attention to detail. As time went on and the house changed hands, it saw only the newest and most fashionable furniture being brought into it with each new owner. Sadly, this grand estate was demolished in 1969 to make way for new development. Though Armsey Hall may have been short-lived, other mansions did not have the luxury of being passed from one owner to the next. Newport was the playground of the wealthiest people in America, and it was quickly running out of developable space along the coastline. The homes that weren't big enough nor palatial enough soon found themselves torn down to make way for homes that would fit the standards of the upper echelons, such as Belvoir. It was purchased by Arthur Curtis James, who had been born into immense wealth. His grandfather, Daniel James, helped establish Phelps Dodge & Company, and his father later transformed the firm into one of the world's largest copper refineries. Thanks to his shrewd railroad investments, eventually claiming ownership of 1/7 of the nation's rail lines, Arthur quietly multiplied his fortune to become one of the 10 richest Americans of his time. while his wife, Harriet Eddy Parsons, who was nicknamed Lady Sapphira for her jewel-encrusted gowns, enjoyed the social scene and lavish entertainments, Arthur preferred to keep a low profile, preserving both his privacy and the mystery of his wealth. In place of Belvoir, he built Beacon Hill House, which stood out for its sweeping, elevated views and forward-thinking design. Conceived in 1901 as a birthday cottage for Harriet, Beacon Hill House boasted modern features like removable walls, allowing rooms to expand when hosting large soirees, and elegant, classically inspired interiors. It was finished out with rich woodwork, taking artisans years to complete. Beyond the interior, formal gardens adorned with fountains and neoclassical columns surrounded the mansion, while a private village just for James to enjoy was constructed and staffed so he wouldn't have to leave his property and mingle amongst the general public. While the village has survived, the mansion itself only stood until 1966 when fire engulfed it. On a more positive note, you may be familiar with the Breakers, Newport's largest cottage, which was constructed by the Vanderbilt family. But did you know that the exact spot where this esteemed mansion now stands was once a different house by the same name? Built in 1878, Pierre Lorillard IV, who was among America's wealthiest men, had Peabody and Stearns design for him a rambling seaside cottage. It was among the largest and most expensive ever constructed in Newport, which is perhaps why Cornelius Vanderbilt II wanted to acquire it. The house changed hands in 1885, and it burned down just a few years later in 1892, being replaced by architect Richard Morris Hunt's version of the namesake, the Breakers. Even though Newport's coastline is still dotted by mansions of unimaginable scale, there were others that challenged the very notion of wealth, pushing the limits of what was possible, not just from a cost perspective, but from an engineering and architectural perspective, such as the summer cottage we are seeing now, which was known as Breakwater. But unfortunately, no amount of artisan work nor money will ensure a mansion remains standing. The Astor family would know that firsthand. Chetwood was one of Newport's most splendid Gilded Age villas, a lavish Louis XIV-style chateau designed by architect Horace Trumbauer for Mrs. William Storrs Wells. It featured formal gardens by Achille Duchesne and opulent interior reception rooms designed by Allard & Sons, all of which helped establish its reputation as an especially grand summer retreat on Bellevue Avenue. But it's the Asterlink that truly captured public curiosity. In 1934, ownership passed to John Jacob Astor VI, who simply went by Jakey and was often called the Titanic baby, whose mother Madeline survived the Titanic while 5 months pregnant with him. Jakey's father, Colonel John Jacob Astor IV, famously perished in the disaster. The Astors, long among America's wealthiest families, sometimes caused confusion with the repeated use of John Jacob and shifting Roman numerals. But Jakey's story was always distinct. His birth was steeped in drama and wrapped in a legacy of loss and heroism. Sadly, Chetwood's luxurious chapter came to an end after a catastrophic chimney fire in 1972, and the Grand Villa was razed the following year. Today it lives on in Newport lore and in the fascinating Astor family chronicles that continue to intrigue historians and visitors alike. Taking a stroll through Newport in those days would have been like traveling through a grand architectural exhibit. You could find houses in just about every style, some flamboyant and some reserved, but all of them incredibly well done. As the torch passed from one generation to another, what were once the largest and most elaborate mansions became viewed as outdated. Such was the case of Edgewater, which was later replaced by Ochre Court, one of the most impressive cottages that continues to stand. Though not all were lost to the idea of outdoing the neighbors, the Frank W. Andrews House was paved over for the U.S. Naval Station's expansion. And not all were lost to accidents either, some were maliciously disposed of. Greystone was among the most well-built homes, being constructed out of granite blocks in 1883. As it gracefully aged in place, it became a staple of the community's aesthetic of old money permanence, but that didn't stop an arson from damaging it beyond repair in 1938. Among the most tantalizing Italianates was Ladd Villa, which once again burned down under mysterious circumstances after being sold to developers who had already planned to build a neighborhood around it. Next, we'll make our way over to Lindengate, the summer cottage of Henry Marquand, who was born into an incredibly wealthy family in the jewelry industry. He was heavily involved in the arts, as a major supporter, giving unimaginable sums to museum and artists alike. Along the way, he collected more art than he knew what to do with, so when he hired Richard Morris Hunt to design Lindengate, it was destined to house a small portion of his ever-growing art collection. The interior was designed by some of the most notable names from the period, including John Lafarge. And though there are very few photos of his time there, we can imagine how most of the rooms would have been overflowing with decor. Which brings us to the question, can you guess what happened to it in the early 1950s? If you said fire, you will be pleasantly surprised to know that it was actually broken up into apartments. The fire didn't take it out until 1973. Redevelopment happens so often that visitors to Gilded Age Newport might find themselves wondering where well-known landmarks went. One summer you could be enjoying the views of that year's fashionable architecture, and the next, the same lot could be refreshed beyond recognition. Mrs. Rebecca Jones' cottage was admittedly one of the more quaint cottages along Bellevue Avenue. Along with her next-door neighbor's house, the Coles cottage, the two lots created an ideal setting for a palace. Though the Jones lot was subdivided for another mansion's construction, both houses were torn down in preparation for Villa Rosa by the Morse family. Villa Rosa was among the flashiest mansions, being crowned by a copper dome, and under that dome you could find domed rooms glistening with gilded paneling and giant crystal chandeliers. Legend has it that the tax burden was simply too much for the owner to bear, which is reportedly why it was demolished in 1962. But backing up a few years and following the end of World War II, when the demand for housing was at a new peak, many of these homes were torn down and replaced by entire neighborhoods. This was the fate of Rockhurst, which stood from 1891 to 1955. Whitehall had a similar end, being replaced by a neighborhood in 1953. Some homes were torn down in anticipation of schools' expansions that never happened, with the W. W. Tucker House remaining an empty lot from 1938 to 2004. This was the story for quite a few cottages, as universities bought up mansions to use or replace with new buildings. Stoneacre had a good run, surviving all the way up until 1972, when it was demolished for the junior college, even though the plans for its replacement were ultimately abandoned. Though arguably, the cottage most mourned for its acquisition by a school was Whitehome. The site of Whitehome had been reimagined by architect John Russell Pope to unify an old house that had been renovated by Richard Morris Hunt. With Pope's vision completed in 1901, the mansion was given a breath of fresh air, with elegant gardens surrounding it on all sides. And with each turn around the property, each facade maintained the same iconic look, with proportions and architectural elements kept in perfect scale. Inside, you could find rooms clad in elaborate wood paneling with the most delicate of details carefully traced out by artists. Some rooms were outfitted with silk damask, while others contained visually captivating murals. These carefully crafted rooms were introduced to the Wrecking Ball in 1963 to make way for student housing. Over the decades, changing social taste, unpredictable economic forces, and the realities of upkeep have all played a role in reshaping Newport's skyline. While some of the Gilded Age's most iconic homes thankfully remain for us to admire, many spectacular estates have vanished as if they were never there, save for the stories, photos, and fragments of architectural salvage that remind us of their former glory. Despite their disappearance, these lost mansions remain an unforgettable part of Newport's narrative. They represent a turning point in American history, when industry boomed and fortunes soared, yet were also vulnerable to the forces of time and change. Looking back at the stories of these forgotten estates offers a window into the shifting cultural and economic tides that ultimately shaped the Newport we know today. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the lost cottages of Newport? Did any of them stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The evolution of the American house, from small colonial saltboxes to McMansions, from turreted Victorian-era Queen Anne's to mid-century modern swag pads, might seem like huge stylistic leaps. But when you consider the entire timeline of changing cultural values, aesthetic preferences, and the rise of technology, these leaps in fashion seem like a natural progression. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're tracing the evolution of the American home. Hit that subscribe button and let's uncover the origins of this house. In the late 18th century, what you built depended largely on whose flag once flew overhead. Spanish colonial settlers in the southwest molded thick adobe blocks into courtyard-centered casas that could shrug off desert heat and occasional siege. Dutch colonials along the Hudson piled heavy fieldstone walls beneath trademark gambrel roofs, their flared eaves shielding onions in the cellar and traders on the stoop. And down along the Mississippi River, French colonial plantation houses raised themselves on piers to outwit floods, their galleries wrapped in delicate wood and lace. Meanwhile, on the Atlantic seaboard, prosperous merchants signaled loyalty to Enlightenment ideals with brick-and-belt coarse Georgian boxes, symmetrical, decorous, and a yearning for European sophistication. Young America's first homegrown look arrived with the Federal style after 1789. Builders borrowed Roman geometry, fanlights, elliptical stair halls, and whittled away at what was seen as pretentious Georgian heft until facades seemed to breathe. Glassmakers and carpenters thrived, but everyone else still cut timber by hand. That pre-railroad reality meant most houses remained stubbornly local, made from what sat within wagons' reach. Out on the Ohio frontier, settlers improvised a plain, 1.5-story form historians now call the national style. Minimal trim, central chimneys, and a scallop picket fence if you had the time. Industrialization shattered those limits, first the Erie Canal, then the transcontinental railroads divvied out milled lumber and factory-rolled nails into every prairie hamlet. Suddenly, Greek Revival porticos with saucer-sized Ionic capitals could sprout in Wisconsin, and a successful farmer in Illinois could leaf through a pattern book to order lancet arch window sash for a fashionable Gothic Revival farmhouse. Balloon framing, thin studs nailed rather than notched, made walls lighter, cheaper, and faster to raise, feeding a national appetite for change and simultaneously bargain construction. By the 1850s, the skyline bristled with bracketed cornices of the Italianate, equal parts Tuscan villa and Yankee exuberance. Then, Paris rewrote the playbook. Photographs of Napoleon's mansard-roofed boulevards crossed the Atlantic, and the Second Empire House, tall, mansarded, and often sporting cast-iron cresting, became the form of choice for post-Civil War politicians and mining barons alike. As the nation healed, nostalgia blossomed. The colonial revival of the 1876 centennial reimagined Georgian symmetry in white clapboards and Palladian windows. It promised social stability during dizzying industrial growth, but there was room for swagger too. The Italian Renaissance revivals staged loggias and rusticated stone on Newport cliffs, while the stick style, all spindlework and diagonal braces, celebrated the visible skeleton of balloon framing itself. For the upper middle class, no trophy loom larger than a turreted, color-splashed Queen Anne, windows of every shape, shingles laid like fish scales, and perhaps a porte-cochere for the family's first automobile. At the turn of the century, the Beaux-Arts pageant reached full volume. Banks and mansions alike wrapped themselves in limestone with soaring Corinthian columns, festooned and laden with entablatures. Yet even as architects channeled Europe, regional voices whispered new possibilities. In California, the Mission Revival flattened facades into stucco plains punctured by arched arcades. In the chilly Midwest, descendants of German and English immigrants produced the half-timbered storybook silhouettes of Tudor Revival, while bungalow evangelists on the West Coast hailed a simpler creed. That simplicity crystallized in the early 1900s arts and crafts movement. The craftsman bungalow, with its low-pitched roof, exposed rafters, and built-in bookcases, offered affordable artistry for the rising clerical class. Frank Lloyd Wright pushed the idea further. His prairie house spread wide, hugging the earth with ribbon windows and open plans that dissolved the closed floor plans of the Victorian era. In New Mexico, Pueblo Revival showed how indigenous adobe massing could converse with modern schools of thought, just as Addison Meisner was down in Florida weaving wrought iron balconies into romantic Spanish Revival haciendas. No wonder the stately French eclectic churned along too. American buyers wanted choice, and the new magazines and mail-order catalogs happily obliged. World War I and the Jazz Age ushered in sleek curves and optimism. Art moderne, or streamlined modern, paired walls to white stucco, rounded corners, and automotive speed lines. At the luxury end, international-style modernists like Richard Neutra and Philip Johnson bared steel frames and glass, echoing modernist sentiments that considered architectural ornament a crime. Yet most buyers preferred compromise. The minimal traditional of the 1930s through 1950s shaved craftsman roofs, clipped Tudor gables, and delivered a tidy, affordable shell perfect for an FHA mortgage. After World War II, returning veterans met the greatest housing boom in history. Levittown perfected the assembly line ranch house, one-story, picture window, carport, and a quarter-acre of hope. Television sets, air conditioning, and highway culture stretched the family life horizontally. Garages migrated forward, kitchens opened to breakfast nooks, and backyards became stages set for charcoal grills. In sunnier climates, architects dabbled with butterfly roofs and glass walls, mid-century modern classics. By the 1960s, A-frame ski cabins pierced mountain skylines, while cedar-sheathed contemporary split levels tiptoed down forested slopes. Then came postmodernism, whose architects almost haphazardly pasted classical columns on high-tech boxes, and deconstructivists who twisted facades into fractured planes, asking homes to behave like sculpture with plant shelves and niches galore. At the mass market end, speculative builders, most with no semblance of an architectural education, stitched together rambling rooflines, Palladian windows, and three-car garages into even larger McMansions. Critics howled at their pastiche, but buyers loved vaulted great rooms and the overall bang for the buck. Some mainstream design bloggers soon coined the gentler term New Traditional, praising versions of these McMansions that resurrected historical details, lending a little bit of direction to an otherwise confused aesthetic movement. As the 21st century matured, two forces reshaped the blueprint: efficiency and connectivity. Advances in spray foam insulation, solar panels, and heat pump HVAC made net zero homes feasible on an upper middle class subdivision scale. In these homes, you might find flex rooms instead of formal rooms. After all, who needs a formal dining room when the kitchen is the size of a garage? And simultaneously, culture has pivoted indoors and outdoors all at once. Post-pandemic remote work revived the home office. Sliding partitions and pocket doors let bedrooms moonlight as Zoom studios. Meanwhile, Americans now invest more in decks, fire pits, and pergolas, turning backyards into second living rooms, often with eco-friendly composite boards that promise to last as long as the mortgage. And just like it was, and as it is today, we can predict that the future of American housing will be an ever-shifting collage, part nostalgia, part invention, always reaching for the promise of a comfy space to call home. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which style of home is your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Of the many mansions that have been built in the United States, perhaps none boasted as much flair as those of William A. Clark. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're exploring two mansions in a double feature as we head to Manhattan to uncover Clark's folly and venture out west to Montana to explore the Copper King's mansion. Hit that like button to let YouTube know you appreciate historic homes, and let's begin exploring this house. William A. Clark was born on January 8, 1839 in a log cabin in Connellsville, Pennsylvania, marking the humble beginnings of a man who would become a titan of America's Gilded Age. In 1856, Clark and his family moved to Iowa, where he taught school and studied law. This period of relative calm preceded a bold venture west in 1863, where Clark sought fortune in the goldfields of Montana during the peak of the gold rush. It was here that Clark initially engaged in placer mining, panning streams for little bits of copper, but quickly he diversified his interest. Recognizing the limitations of placer mining earnings, he ventured into trading and banking, lending money to mining companies. When the companies could not afford the steep interest, he would foreclose on them and seize their mining operations. This practice allowed him to amass a considerable fortune as he quickly became one of the largest mining magnates in the US, earning him a place among the famed Copper Kings of Butte, Montana. Clark's pursuits were not confined to mining. He also invested in electric power companies, newspapers, and railroads, including the significant San Pedro, Los Angeles, and Salt Lake Railroad, which would play a pivotal role in the development of the namesake Clark County, Nevada, in the Las Vegas Valley. By the 1880s, his net worth had skyrocketed, and while he had built several homes over the years, he was finally ready to settle down and build his first mansion. He purchased a prime lot along Butte, Montana's Granite Street and hired architect D.T. McDevitt to design for him a 34-room mansion. The towering residence quickly became the envy of Butte, finished out in red brick with copper accents, fitting for the Copper King. Construction lasted for 4 years as artists added finishing touches, leaving no surface unadorned. When it was completed in 1888, the grand total amounted to a Montana record-breaking $260,000, the modern equivalent of over $8.5 million. As we venture throughout the rooms, pay close attention to frescoed ceilings, intricate woodwork, and stained glass windows shimmering in the background. Despite his business successes, Clark's ambitions stretched into the political arena. He served as president at both the Montana state constitutional conventions and yearned for national political influence. His first attempt to become a U.S. Senator in 1899 was marred by scandal when it was revealed that he had bribed members of the Montana state legislature. This scandal, although it prevented him from taking a Senate seat at the time, highlighted the endemic corruption of the era and contributed to the passage of the 17th Amendment, which mandated the direct election of senators. Undeterred by setbacks, Clark returned to the political fray and successfully secured a Senate seat in 1901, where he served until 1907. His tenure in politics was characterized by a blend of progress and controversy, with his business interest often guiding his legislative priorities. After the short stint in politics, Clark decided to focus his attention back on his businesses, leaving Montana for New York. He purchased one of the most desirable lots in Manhattan at the corner of 5th Avenue and 77th Street, and began planning not just a mansion, but a palatial residence to show off the true scope of his wealth. Started in 1897, Clark flew through architects as none of them could deliver the grand residence he imagined he should have. Finally, he hired the architecture firm of Lord Hewlett and Hull, who delivered plans for a 9-story tall, 121-room mansion. Construction of such a grand residence required Clark to purchase quarries and construct railroad lines just to transport stone for artists to carve on site. Furthermore, an underground railroad line was designed to travel beneath New York streets to deliver coal directly to the mansion. As his house began to take shape, temporary structures were built along the facade to shield artists from the elements as they carved delicate features into the marble and granite structure. After 14 long years of construction, in 1911, the William A. Clark House in Manhattan was completed. While the Beaux-Arts style had been incredibly popular among the ultra-wealthy, Clark's house was an exception, with critics calling it an amalgamation of misproportioned architectural elements, leading it to gain the nickname Clark's Folly. Entering the mansion from street level, we arrive in the vestibule within full view of the grand staircase straight ahead. The marble newel posts to either side of us were originally furnished with bronze statues, and while they no longer appear in the photo from the vestibule, we can imagine them flanking the entryway as we begin our tour. The entire stair hall has been clad in marble from floor to ceiling. Before we ascend the staircase, we'll explore the first floor's many opulent rooms. Arriving as guests, we're escorted to the reception room to await the announcement that our host is ready to see us. From here we might be led into the library, clad in oak imported from England's Sherwood Forest. Though this room commands highly coveted views of Central Park, stained glass windows demand our attention. On our way out, we can pause to admire the intricate relief work found on the fireplace's mantel and appreciate the overshadowed artisan details of the built-in oak bookcases. Across the hall from the library, we find Mr. Clark's private office and can imagine other titans of industry stopping by for brief meetings as they discuss joint railroad ventures. Continuing along the mansion's Fifth Avenue facing front, we find the billiard and smoking room blending the finishes from the stair hall and libraries. One of the main reasons Clark wanted a house so large was to be able to store his growing art collection, behind which we find Gothic tracery in the wainscoting with a floor-to-ceiling fireplace mantel continuing this intricate motif. On the opposite end of the mansion, we'll explore the Fans Gallery, housing Clark's collection of English earthenware and colored glass. While most of Manhattan's mansions contained a butler's pantry for families to display their fine china, the architects followed Clark's instructions to lend the room a quality more akin to a museum than a pantry. Let's return to the grand staircase and follow the gilded, wrought iron balustrade as it sweeps from the second floor. Directly across from the stair landing, and looking out over the entrance of the mansion, we find the petit salon with herringbone floors, gilded wall panels, and intricate murals rounding towards the ceiling. Continuing through the door at the end of the petit salon brings us to the Salon Doré. Originally built in the 1700s, this room was purchased from l'Hôtel de Clermont in Paris. After being carefully disassembled and shipped to the United States, it was reassembled in its entirety. In fact, architectural salvage from all over Europe was installed throughout the mansion. On the opposite side of the petit salon, we find the morning room, clad in 170 uniquely carved wood panels. Passing through the sculpture hall with 30-foot-high ceilings brings us to the dining room, where a 15-foot-wide Numidian marble fireplace boasts life-size sculptures of the Roman gods Neptune and Diana freeing themselves from the upper mantle. Next we find the picture gallery, where Clark stored tens of millions of dollars worth of fine art. The gallery stretched 95 feet long below a leaded skylight soaring 2 stories overhead, ensuring that his art collection was well lit by natural light. At one end of the gallery sat the Harris organ, the largest chamber organ in North America. When the mansion was completed in 1911, it boasted not only everything we've seen, but also state-of-the-art laundry facilities, an indoor pool, and dozens of rooms for live-in staff. All total, construction cost a whopping $7 million, the modern-day equivalent of over $230 million when adjusting for inflation alone. After Clark passed away in 1925, his family sold the Manhattan mansion for less than half of what it cost to build. It was purchased by a developer, and after only 19 years of standing on the corner of 5th and 77th, it was demolished to make way for this apartment building, which continues to stand to this day. While not nearly as palatial by comparison, but nonetheless grand in its own right, the Copper King Mansion in Montana continues to stand to this day. What did you think about the mansions of William A. Clark? Did you have a favorite? Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Why were mansions like this one demolished? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are heading to Manhattan to take a closer look at the complex dynamics that led to the demolition of the Brokaw mansions. Make sure to hit that like button to let YouTube know you enjoy videos about historic homes, and let's begin exploring this house. At the height of Victorian clothing fashion emerged Isaac Brokaw, who went into business with his brother to create one of the most desirable clothing lines branded as the Brokaw Brothers. From its founding in 1856, Brokaw Brothers embraced the idea of seasonal styles, changing out all of their inventory in their stores every few months. With this newly implemented concept of fast fashion, Brokaw Brothers was able to push their clientele to return multiple times per year for completely new wardrobes. This of course led Isaac to amassing great wealth as one of the most successful merchants in the United States. He purchased the lot at the corner of 79th and 5th Avenue in Manhattan in 1887 and hired the architecture firm of Rose and Stone to design for him a grand, chateau-esque mansion. After years of artists adding finishing touches to the limestone facade, the mansion was ready for Isaac and his family to move into it in 1891. Entering the mansion, the halls were clad in polished Kentstone below a gilded, coffered ceiling. The drawing room continued with Kentstone walls, stained glass windows, and a grand mantel boasting extensive relief work. All throughout the mansion, no surface was left unadorned, with intricate details to be found in abundance in every nook and cranny. As Isaac's children grew up and sought independence, he constructed houses on the adjoining lots. For his daughter Elvira, he built an imposing 5-story mansion next door on 79th Street. The interior was considerably more modern than the parents' mansion, as were Elvira's taste. For his sons Irving and Howard, he had 2 identical Gothic townhouses constructed at the rear of the family mansion along 5th Avenue. Each mansion rose 6 stories below a mansard roof, and were planned to extend beyond the family mansion to create a courtyard with Elvira's house. Their youngest son George, however, stood to inherit the family mansion, so he continued to live at home despite his wishes to have his own house. As time went on, Howard proved himself to be the most business-minded of Isaac's children, as Irving had become a professional athlete, and George was mostly interested in leisure. In 1913, when Isaac passed away, he skipped his eldest son and left the majority of Brokaw brothers to Howard, who immediately replaced his father as president, with the will stipulating that he must share profits with his siblings. Howard successfully grew Brokaw brothers, just as his father knew he would, and over time, Howard amassed a fortune of his own. While he continued living in his Manhattan townhouse, he began planning an expansive country estate known as the Chimneys on Long Island. Completed in 1917, the grand 40-room Georgian Revival-style mansion had been designed by Horace Trumbauer with directions to keep it informal. The Chimneys was nestled in a clearing of an otherwise heavily wooded lot, allowing the house to maintain a low profile in a natural setting. Aside from a few lawns and gardens, the mature trees which had been extant long before the house gave the Chimneys an air of old-world sophistication. We enter the mansion first below the landing of the grand staircase and make our way across black and white marble floors towards the hall. The hall, finished out in painted paneled sections, extends from one wing of the house to the other, leading us first into the living room. The living room is the largest room in the mansion, extending from the front to the back of the house. The walls are clad in antique, imported paneling from Charles of London, with a cove ceiling containing plaster tracery. Towards the opposite end of the hall, the dining room was finished out with butterfly peg floors, and despite the extravagant cost, were nearly entirely covered over by a large rug. Antique Italian paintings were carefully removed from their frames and set within sections of the gilded wall moldings. Next, we will find a pair of French doors in the hall opening into the library, boasting similar finishes to the dining room, though that was mostly for show. Howard could be found in his study on those rare occasions when he would have to mix work with play. As we head upstairs, let's take note of the interesting arrangement of spaces, particularly how each of the family members' bedrooms and bathrooms were connected to each other's, allowing them to travel room to room without entering the hall. By this time, it was becoming common for married couples to share a bedroom, which is exactly how Howard and his wife chose to live at the Chimneys. Several of Howard's siblings built or purchased vacation properties on Long Island, such as Irving's Frost Mill Lodge, but even with so much wealth to go around, the youngest brother George felt slighted. In their father's will, Isaac stipulated that the family mansion was not to be torn down nor sold out of the family and would serve as George's house. And even though Howard was making all the money without George needing to lift a finger, George wanted more. He petitioned the courts to allow him to disregard the will and demolish the mansion to build a skyscraper in its place. Ultimately, the other siblings caught wind of his plans and sent their lawyers to petition the courts to uphold their father's will. After years in court, the siblings were able to save the family house from being torn down. However, that would not be the end of their battle. George passed away shortly after the ruling, leaving partial ownership of the mansion to his ex-wife and her new husband, who were not beholden to the will. She sold her interest to the Institute of Radio Engineers, who converted the family mansion for their use in 1946. Over time, as each sibling passed away, the Institute purchased their homes. Finally, in 1964, they had acquired all 4 mansions and filed permits to demolish them and replace the houses with a skyscraper. This all happened in the wake of Pennsylvania Station's demolition and caused a massive uproar from the public, who protested to save the mansion. Unfortunately, this was still the genesis of the historic preservation movement, and nothing meaningful could be done to stop the demolition of the Brokaw mansions, which had previously been granted the honorary, but not legally binding, landmark status. Faced with the possibility of a lawsuit seeking to set a precedent to save landmarks from demolition, the Institute rushed the demolition of the mansions on a Saturday before the courts could receive the filing from preservationists. In the end, the mansions were all torn down and replaced by a skyscraper and apartments. Fortunately, some of the Brokaw's country mansions and cottages continue to stand, such as the Chimneys, which is now a private club. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you are subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. An architect's personal home often reveals the most intimate look at their evolving ideas. While civic landmarks and grand commissions may showcase an architect's skill, these projects are typically shaped by client demands, site constraints, or public pressures. By contrast, a private residence, especially one they design for themselves, reflects unfiltered creativity anchored by the daily routines of home life. Examining these spaces is like peeking into an artist's sketchbook where prototypes are tested, philosophies are laid bare, and comfort is balanced against experimentation. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Frederick Law Olmsted is often described as the father of American landscape architecture, best known for co-designing Central Park and shaping countless public landscapes. Yet at Fairstead, his Brookline, Massachusetts residence and office, we see a more direct portrait of his principles. Olmsted believed that nature should be integrated into daily life, not just relegated to grand parks. At Fairstead, practical rooms formed the heart of the home, while large windows drew in daylight to blur the line between the built and natural environments. The exterior grounds weren't simply an ornamental garden to be admired from inside. Instead, Olmsted organized pathways, plantings, and small scenic touches, like neatly spaced flower beds or carefully sculpted shrubs, to encourage exploration. Each element formed a microcosm of the larger parks he would create for cities, inviting occupants to move through the space rather than merely observe it. Critically, Fairstead affirmed Olmsted's devotion to accessibility and comfort, a subtle demonstration that even a modestly scaled home could embody the ideals that he championed on vast public stages. Had his personal residence been overly theatrical, it might have felt at odds with his emphasis on function and ease. But in Fairstead, Olmsted struck a balance between everyday livability and his grand vision of landscapes as healing, human-friendly environments. Frank Lloyd Wright embodied a very different sense of architectural drama. While Olmsted saw the landscape as a soothing backdrop, Wright insisted that nature and building should exist in almost seamless unity. Over the course of his long career, he designed countless houses, yet his personal residences, such as the Oak Park home and studio, Taliesin and Taliesin West, best display his private explorations. When Wright first acquired the Oak Park, Illinois house in 1889, it was typical of its Victorian era, with fussy ornamentation and compartmentalized rooms. Wright began methodically stripping away these constraints, opening the floor plan, emphasizing horizontal lines, and discarding decorative excess to create a more liberated sense of space. The attached studio where he worked became the birthplace of his early prairie school concepts. By living each day in a home that was part laboratory, part family space, Wright could experiment on site, moving walls or adding features without needing to justify them to a client. Oak Park thus witnessed the germination of ideas later crystallized in famed commissions like the Roby House. Wright's ambition grew grander at Taliesin in the Wisconsin hills. After personal tribulations, he retreated to that lush environment, building and rebuilding the complex multiple times due to fires and expansions. Taliesin is often praised for its low, sweeping roofs and local limestone that make the structure look as if it erupted naturally from the hillside. Inviting terraces, carefully placed windows, and open corridors all reflect Wright's notion that a house ought to serve as an extension of the land, not merely be placed upon it. Even in daily tasks, such as walking from a bedroom to the dining area, were enriched by frames of natural vistas and glimpses of changing light. Critically, Taliesin speaks to Wright's obsession with harmony, his belief that a home should shape a person's lifestyle, encouraging reflection, creativity, and fellowship with nature. At Taliesin West near Scottsdale, Arizona, Wright pushed his experiments into the desert, proving that an organic home could flourish even in a harsh, arid climate. Rather than shielding occupants from the environment, he embraced local stone, created shaded courtyards, and used translucent materials to diffuse the intense sunlight. The ongoing transformations at both Taliesin sites reflected not only Wright's evolving style, but also his commitment to living daily life within the theories he espoused. Meanwhile, Philip Johnson approached the relationship between structure and environment with a radically minimalist lens. His glass house in New Canaan, Connecticut, completed in 1949, is often discussed in terms of its shocking simplicity. During the mid-20th century, many architects were pondering how to open homes to nature, but Johnson took this concept to its ultimate conclusion, removing almost every opaque boundary. By using steel supports and floor-to-ceiling glass panels, he all but erased the lines between indoors and out. This was more than an aesthetic gesture. Johnson believed that transparency could influence one's mindset, prompting a heightened sense of awareness of seasons, light, and weather. Yet living in a glass box also meant sacrificing privacy, which was relegated to a single cylindrical brick core containing the bathroom. From a critical standpoint, the glass house raises questions about comfort, practicality, and the exhibitionist quality of modernism. For Johnson, however, that was partly the point. Architecture could be provocative and intellectual. Over the decades, he added other small structures and pavilions on the property, each bearing unique shapes or forms, thereby transforming the estate into a constantly evolving personal museum of spatial experiments. For Richard Neutra, forging a tight bond with the outdoors was similarly important, though his focus lay on user-centric designs and climate considerations. Neutra's VDL Research House in the Silver Lake neighborhood of Los Angeles functioned as both a residence and a working studio. California's sunny climate and mild winters allowed him to explore big expanses of glass, open-air patios, and airy interiors. He also studied shading devices, window placement, and ventilation systems to manage the heat, reflecting a pioneering awareness of sustainability before it was commonly discussed. The VDL house, originally completed in 1932 and rebuilt after a 1963 fire, served as Neutra's testbed for ideas about psychological well-being and residential design. He believed architecture could directly influence health and happiness, and by living in an ongoing prototype, he constantly refined these theories. While critics sometimes argue that Neutra's sleek minimalism lacks emotional warmth, the VDL house remains evidence that he sought to align modern forms with real human needs, leveraging breezes and sunlight in ways that more traditional homes often overlooked. David Adler, another Chicagoland luminary, approached residential design with a marked interest in historical continuity. His estate in Libertyville, Illinois, embodied his passion for Old World motifs, from English manor influences to French and Italian revival styles, yet it never felt too stuffy or formal. Unlike the purely modernist visions of Johnson and Neutra, Adler believed that a house could include classical flourishes and still be inviting for everyday life. Critics admire his skill in blending refined details like symmetrical facades, ornamental plasterwork, and carefully scaled archways, with comfortable room layouts that suited American living patterns in the early 20th century. By setting up his own home in this style, Adler demonstrated that tradition could coexist with the pragmatic needs of modern families. Because he designed many large estates for wealthy clients, his personal house also served as something of a calling card, proof that historical references need not be overbearing. Instead, they could be gracefully woven into an environment where people felt at ease hosting gatherings, cooking meals, and lounging in daylight-filled salons. His approach reflects a critique of modernism's austerity. To Adler, the past held valuable lessons about craftsmanship and elegance that could enhance rather than hinder domestic life. In fully discarding the traditional, Buckminster Fuller may have been the boldest experimenter on this list, primarily known for his geodesic dome designs and forward-thinking concepts like Spaceship Earth. While he spent a great deal of time promoting these ideas globally, his personal life in Carbondale, Illinois revolved around actually inhabiting a dome from 1960 to 1971. This dome home showed that a geometric shell formed from interconnected triangles could enclose living spaces using fewer materials, less energy, and minimal structural support. Fuller's dedication to efficiency and sustainability was decades ahead of its time, grounded in a belief that humankind's survival depended on wise use of limited resources. Living daily under the angled panels allowed him to test the dome's performance in weather extremes to see how sound traveled within the space and to gauge how it felt to be surrounded by a futuristic geometry. Critics debate whether the design truly addressed all the comforts and needs of family life. Some find the dome's shape less than ideal for partitioning into rooms, yet Fuller's fearless approach challenged every preconceived notion of how a house should look or function. His dome house remains a monument to innovation, unhindered by tradition, reaffirming the radical potential of architecture to reimagine how we live. Yet Fuller wasn't the only one radically reinventing the notion of housing. Charles and Ray Eames, famed for their influential furniture and multimedia work, translated their broad creative ethos into the Eames House in Pacific Palisades, California. Part of the Case Study House program, initiated by Arts and Architecture magazine after World War II, the Eames House was constructed in 1949 using industrial materials like off-the-shelf steel beams and panels. However, unlike some modernist houses that can feel stark or impersonal, the Eameses filled their home with books, artwork, artifacts, and playful experiments in color. The balance captured a core Eames philosophy. Design should serve as a warm backdrop for human activity rather than an end in itself. While the home's open floor plan and glass walls projected a progressive aesthetic, the liberal use of rugs, plants, and personal mementos demonstrated a humanistic flair, an argument in effect that modern architecture can be both functional and cozy. Critics often applaud the way the Eames house integrates seamlessly into its wooded bluff, using large windows to let in ocean breezes and connect interior life with the surrounding meadow. Over time, the house grew into a living showcase for the Eames' overreaching belief that curiosity, play, and practicality could all thrive in the same domestic environment. Taken as a whole, these personal homes illustrate that architecture evolves not only through big public statements, but also through the everyday intimacies of living. For some architects like Frank Lloyd Wright and Richard Neutra, testing theories in their own homes allow them to refine approaches that would later become stylistic signatures. Others, such as Philip Johnson, use their residences to spark a dialogue about the extremes of transparency and minimalism, daring visitors to question what a home should provide. Buckminster Fuller exemplified the techno-optimist, pushing boundaries of geometry and resource efficiency at a time when such concerns were hardly mainstream. David Adler stood apart as a voice for classical references, proving that borrowed historical vocabularies could feel relevant and neighborly when carefully integrated. And in Frederick Law Olmsted's Unassuming Fairstead, we see the seed of a philosophy that would shape entire cities' green spaces, rooted in the idea that landscapes should invite people rather than overwhelm them. Visiting or studying these spaces today feels like stumbling onto each architect's hidden workshop. It is where they tested, risked, failed, and succeeded, where architecture was not just theory, but part of everyday life. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Did any of these architects' residences stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Washington, D.C. once boasted a constellation of opulent Gilded Age mansions, grand residences that embody the wealth and ambition of America's late 19th century elite. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're traveling back in time to uncover the lost Gilded Age mansions of Washington, D.C. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive into a special episode of This House. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. The Gilded Age was a time of explosive wealth in the United States, and Washington, D.C. became an unlikely stage for displaying that wealth. Unlike industrial New York or Chicago, Washington's draw for tycoons and financiers was social and political. It was the nation's power center, and to have a grand home in the capital conferred status. As a result, nouveau riche millionaires and established power brokers alike built showpiece mansions in the city's most fashionable new neighborhoods. Nowhere was this more evident than around DuPont Circle, which by the 1890s had transformed from rural backwater to an exclusive enclave of palatial homes. Indeed, along Massachusetts Avenue, dubbed Millionaire's Row and known better today as Embassy Row, heiresses and magnates built Beaux-Arts palaces and Romanesque castles to impress Washington society. But not all grand houses clustered in DuPont. Some visionaries went to Meridian Hill, Lafayette Square, and beyond. The first lost mansion we'll explore was known as Aladdin's Palace. Aladdin's Palace was the nickname locals gave to the spectacular DuPont Circle mansion of whiskey magnate Edson Bradley, a home so extravagant it seemed almost magical. Bradley acquired the property in 1907 and proceeded to expand and embellish it to an astonishing degree. He doubled its size and outfitted the interior in a mix of 16th century English Jacobean and French Renaissance styles, importing old wood paneling, tapestries, and even a private chapel's worth of fittings. The result was a 40-room mansion that spanned more than half a city block, filled with antiques that rival J.P. Morgan's collection, and an enormous pipe organ to serenade guests. The Bradleys entertained in a grand 90 by 120-foot music room that could turn into a theater for private concerts, and the home's two wings, one for family and one for servants, were divided by a courtyard driveway like a European chateau. In a final twist worthy of a stage illusion, Aladdin's Palace did a vanishing act. In 1925, Bradley literally dismantled the mansion's interior and shipped it to Newport, Rhode Island, where it was reassembled inside a new estate today known as Seaview Terrace. The empty brick shell left behind in DC was eventually torn down, ending the reign of Aladdin's Palace in Washington, though its transplanted rooms still enchant visitors up in Newport. Our next house didn't have such a gracious ending, however. The Corcoran House on the northwest corner of Lafayette Square was a pioneering showplace of mid-19th century Washington that lived on into the Gilded Age. Its owner, banker and philanthropist William Wilson Corcoran, had architect James Renwick Jr., designer of the Smithsonian Castle, transform an old 1820s townhouse into an Italianate palazzo worthy of a Medici. Renwick added broad wings with bay windows and stone balconies, creating one of Washington's first grand Italianate mansions. From 1848 until Corcoran's passing in 1888, the mansion was the center of the most fashionable and distinguished society of the capital, famed for its elegant entertainments and Corcoran's acclaimed art collection displayed within. By the early 20th century, however, this prime location just 2 blocks from the White House made the Corcoran House a target for progress. In 1922, the mansion was sold and demolished to make way for the neoclassical U.S. Chamber of Commerce headquarters, a modern Grecian temple of business that now occupies the site. Before we head over to the next house, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring this video. Now back to our tour. Next up is the Fieldhurst Mansion at 1400 New Hampshire Avenue Northwest. It was a chameleon of a house that mirrored the changing taste of the Gilded Age. Built in 1883 for wealthy merchant John W. Field, it was originally designed in the Colonial Revival style. In fact, it's believed to be the first Colonial Revival mansion in Washington. Just a few years later, the home entered a new chapter when Field's widow sold it to Senator George Hearst, a mining baron from California and father of William Randolph Hearst. The Hearst soon hired architect Harvey Page to give the property a dramatic Romanesque Revival makeover. The mansion was refaced with heavy stone and round arched windows in the Richardsonian Romanesque mode, and it was enlarged to a sprawling 32-bedroom showplace, complete with opulent reception rooms to impress Washington society. The senator's wife, Phoebe Hearst, became a celebrated hostess in her own right. Instead of gaudy balls, she favored thoughtful salons and musicales, inviting intellectuals and artists for more intimate gatherings in her richly furnished rooms. For about a decade, the Fieldhurst mansion embodied refined West Coast wealth transplanted to DuPont Circle. In 1902, Phoebe moved to California and sold the property. The mansion then found new uses, notably serving as the Italian embassy from 1902 to 1925, and later housed a private hotel and even a wartime officers' club. By the 1960s, however, this once grand home had outlived its era. It was demolished in 1964, its site now occupied by a modern office building at DuPont Circle. Nearby we'll find the Leiter Mansion, completed in 1893 on the northeast side of DuPont Circle. It was one of the most palatial residences the capital had ever seen. It was built for Levi Ziegler Leiter, a Chicago department store tycoon who moved to Washington with aspirations of high society. Architect T.P. Chandler Jr. gave the mansion a dignified design with strong neoclassical elements befitting the Leiter's lofty social ambitions. The sheer scale of the house set it apart. It rose 3 main stories below an attic spanning 96 feet along New Hampshire Avenue with a depth of 75 feet. Inside were 55 rooms decorated in the finest materials, a reality that Washington's elite found jaw-dropping at the time. Initially outsiders in Washington, Levi Leiter and his wife Mary made their mark by hosting extravagant events here. By the turn of the century, Mrs. Leiter had overcome early social missteps to reign as a leading hostess, with the mansion as the center of fashionable society. The Leiters' immense home also bore witness to history. Their daughter Mary famously married Lord Curzon of Great Britain, and British royalty were occasional guests. After Levi Leiter's death in 1904, his widow continued to occupy the mansion until her passing in 1913, and the family held on to it through the 1920s. The onset of World War II brought an end to the mansion's residential life. It was leased to the U.S. government for office space in the 1940s. Finally, in 1947, the 54-year-old mansion was razed, its site sold, and cleared to make way for a new hotel. Few lost mansions of Washington were as colorful as our next stop, Henderson's Boundary Castle. This massive, fortress-like residence was the brainchild of Mary Foote Henderson, a social crusader and real estate visionary, and her husband, Senator John B. Henderson. Completed in 1888 on a hillside at 16th Street and Florida Avenue Northwest, then the city's edge, the castle was a sprawling Romanesque Revival edifice of red Seneca sandstone, complete with towers and crenellated battlements that gave it a storybook medieval appearance. Its nickname, Boundary Castle, came from its location on Boundary Street, the old name for Florida Avenue, and the fortress-like appearance. Mary Henderson had grand plans for the neighborhood, and from this intimidating palatial home, she set out to transform Meridian Hill into Washington's next prestigious district. In fact, ensconced in her castle, Mrs. Henderson used her influence and land holdings to promote a grand European-style enclave of embassies and mansions along 15th and 16th Streets. Many of the ornate townhouses and embassy buildings that still line Meridian Hill Park today were a result of her efforts. Boundary Castle itself is lavish inside. Reporters marveled at its Moorish entrance hall, oak-paneled dining room hung with tapestries, and a picture gallery turned ballroom, all settings for the Hendersons' frequent high society dinners. An invitation to dine with the Hendersons, dressed in Gilded Age finery, became a sought-after status symbol. Mary was also a temperance advocate, and one famous episode in 1906 saw her smashing her entire wine cellar's stock of fine wines on a rock in the front lawn as a public statement. After the couple had passed away, the castle's fate faltered. It remained unsold and was converted into a quirky private club, the Castle Age Swim and Tennis Club, and a boarding house where noisy late-night parties irked neighbors. By the late 1940s, the Grand Castle was seen as a white elephant, and in January 1949 it was demolished. Its 6-acre estate later redeveloped into a gated community of townhouses in the 1970s. Today, only a fragment of the old stone entrance gate and retaining wall survives on 16th Street, a melancholy remnant of Mary Henderson's vanished castle and her gilded dreams for Meridian Hill. Once hailed as perhaps the most opulent of Washington's turn-of-the-century residences, the McLean Mansion at 1500 I Street Northwest was a tour de force of Gilded Age luxury and a textbook example of a lost landmark. It was home to newspaper tycoon John R. McLean, owner of the Washington Post and Cincinnati Enquirer, and his flamboyant wife, Evelyn Walsh McLean, famous for owning the Hope Diamond. The mansion grew around an older 1860s house at the corner of 15th and I, which McLean purchased in 1884. Over the next 2 decades, it underwent 4 major expansions, including a 1907 redesign by architect John Russell Pope that turned it into a block-long Renaissance Revival villa facing McPherson Square. The exterior evoked an Italian Renaissance palazzo, while the interiors, entrusted to celebrity decorator Elsie de Wolfe, were the height of Edwardian elegance. Visitors stepped into marble entrance halls, French salons, a grand staircase, and a lavish ballroom where the McLeans hosted Washington's most extravagant parties. In an era of over-the-top entertaining, the McLean Mansion was the place to be. Presidents, foreign princes, and high society danced under its gilded ceilings. One room was devoted entirely to displaying the McLeans' legendary jewels, including that 45-carat blue diamond. By the 1930s, however, the mansion had become difficult to maintain. After John McLean passed away in 1916 and their fortune dwindled, Evelyn McLean leased the vast home to the New Deal government in 1935, its gilded salons repurposed as offices for federal agencies. A few years later, the property was sold for $2 million, and in 1939, the McLean house was demolished to make way for a large office complex. Tucked away in the DuPont Circle neighborhood stood the Schneider Mansion, a personal showcase for one of Washington's prominent architects and a casualty of changing times. Thomas Franklin Schneider, the architect-developer famed for designing the Cairo apartment building, built this mansion for himself in 1891 at the corner of 18th and Q Streets Northwest. Schneider chose the then-popular Romanesque Revival style for his home, constructing a robust red brick and stone structure with arched windows, turrets, and elaborate stone carvings that gave the house a strong character. Ironically, Schneider and his family didn't stay long in their mansion. In 1894, just a few years after moving in, they relocated to the ultra-modern Cairo apartments he had built nearby, preferring luxury with less upkeep. After changing hands several times, in 1958, the 67-year-old Schneider Mansion was demolished. A high-rise apartment building now occupies the site. The first great mansion of DuPont Circle, and one of the first to vanish, was the legendary Stewart's Castle, built in 1873 for Senator William Morris Stewart of Nevada. Stewart, a silver mining magnate, invested a then astronomical $80,000 to build his Washington home in what was still a sparsely developed area. He hired architect Adolph Kluss, designer of the Smithsonian's Arts and Industries building, to create a 5-story mansion in the ornate Second Empire style, complete with mansard roofs and a prominent tower that earned the house its castle moniker. Locals jokingly called it Stewart's Folly, since in the early 1870s, DuPont Circle was considered too remote for such a palatial residence. Nonetheless, the bold move worked. Stewart's Castle became an instant landmark and helped spur further upscale development around the circle. In 1899, Stewart sold the property to another Gilded Age titan, Senator William A. Clark of Montana, one of the richest men in America. Clark intended to build an even grander residence on the site and promptly razed Stewart's Castle in 1901. However, Clark's planned mansion in Washington never materialized. Instead, he poured his fortune into a notorious 121-room mansion in New York City. For over 20 years, the lot at DuPont Circle sat oddly vacant until a commercial office building finally filled the space in the 1920s. By the early 20th century, the Gilded Age was giving way to a new era, and with it, Washington's landscape and social scene began to change dramatically. The great mansion building boom in the capital slowed as tastes shifted and economic realities intervened. The introduction of income taxes and the looming cost of staff and maintenance made it harder for families to sustain 40-room estates, especially once the original builders passed on. Many of the Gilded Age elites had no successors willing or able to maintain such palaces, and the next generation of the ultra-rich often opted for more modest suburban estates or luxury apartments rather than ostentatious city mansions. Meanwhile, Washington itself was evolving from a parlor city of leisure into a modern governmental and business center. The expansive lots that once beckoned builders for private mansions became far more valuable as sites for offices, museums, and embassies. One by one, the splendid homes of the late 1800s met their fate in the early to mid-1900s. Some were repurposed, a few survive today as embassies, museums, or clubs, but many were simply demolished to make way for new development. Though the lost mansions of Washington, D.C. are gone, their stories continue to captivate and educate. These grand homes were more than just rich people's playthings, they were stages upon which the drama of Washington society played out and from which political deal-making shaped the country. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Which one of these lost mansions was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring this video. Check out their link in the video description to find out how you can get involved today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Cliff Palace is an ancient stone city tucked beneath the overhanging cliffs of Mesa Verde in southwest Colorado. Built more than 700 years ago by the ancestral Puebloan people, it stands as the largest cliff dwelling in North America. Its maze of sandstone walls, towers, and circular chambers captures the imagination, an architectural triumph of a long-ago civilization perched precariously on a canyon wall. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Tree ring dating of wooden beams from the site shows that most construction took place between 1190 and 1260 CE, with building and refurbishing happening continuously over those decades. In other words, Cliff Palace wasn't built all at once. Generations of villagers expanded and modified the dwelling over time. The builders were the ancestors of today's Pueblo peoples, and they chose this immense natural alcove halfway up a cliff as the canvas for their community. But why build in a cliff at all? Archaeologists believe that by the late 1100s, the ancestral Puebloans were responding to a changing world, likely a combination of environmental stress and social competition, by moving their homes into more defensible positions. The Four Corners region was experiencing periods of drought and resource scarcity, leading to intensified conflict or insecurity. A cliff dwelling would have offered protection, being difficult to approach and easy to defend. At the same time, the towering rock alcoves provided shelter from the elements, shade from the hot summer sun, and insulation from cold winters, making them attractive real estate for a community adept at surviving in harsh landscapes. Ultimately, while we can't know the exact reasoning of Cliff Palace's builders, it's clear they engineered their village in response to both practical needs and cultural choices, carving their existence quite literally into the side of the canyon. Cliff Palace thrived as a vibrant settlement for roughly a century. During its peak in the 1200s, it may have housed around 100 people, men, women, and children of several family lineages. Contrary to popular misconception, it was not a palace for a single ruler, but rather a village composed of many small household units clustered together. Each family or clan likely occupied a suite of rooms adjacent to a kiva. Inside, a kiva had a built-in bench around the circumference and features like a central fire pit, a ventilation shaft with a low deflector wall, and a small ceremonial hole in the floor called a sipapu. These features, descended from earlier pithouse designs, indicate the kiva's role in both daily life and ritual. It was a place to gather for warmth, storytelling, and ceremonies that bound the community together. Life in Cliff Palace would have combined domestic routine with communal tradition. Each day, inhabitants likely climbed up and down hand-tuned tow trails or ladders from the mesa top, tending crops of corn, beans, and squash on the plateau above, and carrying water from nearby springs. They lived in multi-room family compounds within the alcove, with storage silos for grain and cozy firelit living quarters. The average person was relatively small in stature by modern standards, men about 5'4" to 5'5", and women around 5 foot, which made the dwelling's famously small doorways quite adequate. Many Cliff Palace doorways are only knee-high or shoulder-high openings. While this might perplex today's visitors, it fit the stature of the builders and perhaps helped conserve heat in the winter. In all, Cliff Palace in its heyday was a tightly knit settlement where architecture and lifestyle were intertwined, each stone and timber serving the needs of a society both practical and spiritual. By the end of the 13th century, Cliff Palace's story took a mysterious turn. Sometime around 1280 to 1300, the ancestral Puebloans of Mesa Verde abandoned their cliff dwellings and migrated away from the region entirely. Cliff Palace, like dozens of other nearby sites, was left silent, its rooms emptied of life, its fires cold. The reasons for this great migration are still debated, but evidence points to a perfect storm of challenges that made the area untenable. A series of severe droughts between 1276 and 1299 devastated food production in these agriculturally dependent communities. Without reliable rainfall, crops withered and stored supplies dwindled. Starvation and thirst would have been very real threats. Environmental stress likely bred social stress as well. Resources grew scarce, and competition or conflict may have flared between groups desperate to survive. Ultimately, the people of Cliff Palace and Mesa Verde didn't disappear. They moved, migrating southward and eastward to regions with more dependable water sources. They became part of the ancestral communities of the Hopi, Zuni, and other Pueblo tribes of New Mexico and Arizona, carrying their traditions and memories with them. By about 1300, Mesa Verde's Grand Cliff cities stood empty, slowly succumbing to the forces of nature. For over 5 centuries, Cliff Palace remained hidden in its secluded canyon, known perhaps to local Ute people on whose land Mesa Verde lies, but not to the outside world. The rediscovery of Cliff Palace came in December 1888, when a pair of ranchers literally stumbled upon it. On a snowy winter day, Richard Wetherill, a local cattle rancher, and his brother-in-law Charles Mason were riding across Mesa Verde in search of stray cattle, guided by a Ute man named Akowitz. Peering over a canyon rim at a spot now called Sun Point, they were astonished by the sight of a vast complex of walls and towers in the opposite cliff face. Wetherill later recounted that it looked like a magnificent prehistoric palace in the rocks, and he bestowed the name Cliff Palace on it. Scrambling down into the ruin the next day, the cowboys found themselves to be likely the first non-native people to set foot there in centuries. What they saw must have been astounding. Though partially collapsed and filled with debris, Cliff Palace still held dozens of standing rooms, walls with faded paint, intact wood beams, and a multitude of artifacts, pottery, stone tools, corncobs, and even human remains. The Wetherill family and friends explored many other dwellings in Mesa Verde over the next few years, sparking widespread interest among scholars and adventure seekers. However, early attention was not all benevolent. In the 1890s, Cliff Palace suffered from looting and haphazard digging as collectors sought to obtain antiquities. These activities caused significant damage to the already fragile site. Fortunately, the importance of preserving Mesa Verde's ruins was soon recognized. Influential figures such as Swedish scholar Baron Gustav Nordenskjöld, who concluded the first scientific excavation at Cliff Palace in 1891, and local advocates like Virginia McClurg helped publicize the needs to save these treasures from destruction. Nordenskjöld's 1893 book, The Cliff Dwellers of the Mesa Verde, included detailed maps and photographs of Cliff Palace, capturing its appearance at the time of discovery. His work, along with pressure from preservationists, eventually led the US government to act. In 1906, Mesa Verde National Park was established as the first national park created to protect archaeological sites in the United States. Since then, Cliff Palace has been the subject of ongoing preservation efforts. Early park archaeologists stabilized crumbling walls and reconstructed a few elements, notably raising the prominent tower back to its estimated original height, while modern conservators continually monitor and repair the structures to prevent further erosion. Thanks to these efforts, visitors today can marvel at Cliff Palace much as Richard Wetherill did in 1888, with awe and respect for a long-lost community etched into stone. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on the Cliff Palace down below in the comments section. If you would like to support our ongoing research efforts, join the membership program today and become a This House supporter. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. Have you ever wondered why golf is one of the most popular sports in America? Hi everyone, Ken here. We've got a hole-in-one for you today as we set out to Southampton to uncover Ballyshire, the Long Island estate of Charles Blair Macdonald. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. This video is brought to you in part by Victorian Society in America. More on them later. Charles B. Macdonald's road to fame and fortune was as fascinating as any rags-to-riches American dream story. Born in 1855 to a Scottish father and Canadian mother in Niagara Falls, Ontario, young Charles was sent to St. Andrews University in Scotland at age 16. There, living in the shadow of the old course at St. Andrews, he learned golf under the tutelage of legendary Old Tom Morris. Macdonald returned to the United States brimming with golfing fervor, But first, he needed to make his mark in business. Settling in Chicago in the 1870s, he became a successful stockbroker in the booming Gilded Age markets. By 1900, McDonald's financial acumen had carried him to New York, where he joined the Wall Street brokerage firm of C.D. Barney, a predecessor of today's Morgan Stanley. This career provided McDonald with considerable wealth, the kind of fortune that would later bankroll his extravagant home. But perhaps that's getting a bit ahead. McDonald's true passion was golf, a sport still foreign to most Americans in the late 19th century. In the 1890s, he emerged as a pivotal figure in U.S. golf history. He co-founded the Chicago Golf Club in 1892, establishing the first 18-hole course in the nation, and a few years later, he became the first U.S. amateur champion in 1895. Equally important, he helped found the United States Golf Association in 1894 to standardize the emerging sport. By the turn of the century, Charles McDonald was celebrated as the father of American golf architecture, a title earned by his role in designing a series of influential courses. Ever ambitious, he scoured the East Coast for the perfect site to build a world-class course that would emulate the Great Links of Britain. McDonald found his field of dreams on Long Island. In 1906, he identified an ideal seaside expanse near Southampton, an area of affluent summer colonies and gentle dunes reminiscent of Scottish linksland. There he founded the National Golf Links of America, gathering a syndicate of 70 investors to purchase land and open the course by 1909. NGLA was a triumph, a living showcase of classic golf holes McDonald had studied abroad, and it would soon host the inaugural Walker Cup in 1922. Flush with success, McDonald was now not only a sports hero, but a man of substantial means and social standing. It was at the zenith of prominence and prosperity that he turned to constructing his ultimate personal haven, a lavish country estate that would reflect both his wealth and his sporting legacy. McDonald's Southampton estate, which he christened Ballyshare, was nothing short of a monument to the heir's opulence and to his own life's passions. The very name Ballyshare held personal significance. It was borrowed from McDonald's grandfather's estate in Scotland, an homage to his family heritage. Construction began around 1910, just as NGLA was taking shape across the water, and by 1913, the great house was completed. McDonald had engaged architect F. Burrell Hoffman Jr. to design the residence, and the result was a stately Georgian Revival manor of red brick, limestone, and perfectly balanced proportions. From the outside, Ballyshare presented a picture of disciplined elegance. Hoffman's design emphasized symmetry and fine classical details. A graceful balustraded terrace ran along the length of the house, its stone cap lending a strong horizontal line that visually tied the structure to the landscape. Just off to the side, the formal gardens were planned to spill out, framing the perfectly manicured lawn with a crown of trees in the backdrop. Following the path towards the garden gate, we can explore more of the property. First, we'll find the grass tennis courts, designed to rival those of the finest country clubs in the world. And a bit further away, kept out of sight from guests, are the greenhouses and garage. Getting back to the beaten path, we'll make our way through the rose garden, an intersection of sorts for traversing the grounds. We can now see the main house again, emerging beyond the thick layers of gardens. We can head up to the terrace to turn around, seeing the lawn that set the standard for every golf course of the era. Returning back to the house, we'll make our way towards the entrance, but before we head inside, a quick word about the sponsor of today's video, Victorian Society in America. Are you captivated by historic architecture? Want to explore, learn, and dive even deeper into the past? With the Victorian Society in America, you'll have the chance to travel to American cities and tour stunning 19th century buildings, pursue learning through internationally acclaimed summer programs in American cities and abroad, including Chicago, Newport, and London to name a few. Additionally, members will enjoy a free subscription to 19th Century, the semi-annual publication packed with articles on art, architecture, preservation awards, and book reviews. Visit the website below in the video description and become part of the Victorian Society in America today. Thank you, Victorian Society in America, for sponsoring today's video. Now back to our tour. Let's take a quick look at the floor plan to orient ourselves just before we swing open the front door and begin exploring the 22,000 square foot mansion. Inside, Ballyshare was the epitome of Edwardian luxury, crafted for comfort and high society gatherings. Visitors entering the front door would find themselves in a magnificent entrance hall floored in a checkerboard of black and white marble, a design choice as stylish then as it remains today. At one end, we'll find the living room, clad in birch paneling and draped with red brocade, and spanning from the front to the rear of the house. This room opens into the conservatory, where the French doors can be opened and the screen doors left closed to allow for seasonal enjoyment of fresh air without pest. From here, we'll cut back across the drawing room to find the library centered on the rear of the house with a massive bay window where Charles could look out over his lawn. As we scan the leather-bound volumes resting on his built-in bookshelves, we'll head below the buffalo's head to uncover the next space. This leads us to the dining room, finished out with painted wall panels and an elaborate plaster frieze. Of special note, the dining room was designed to be more reminiscent of a traditional Scottish dining room rather than the ever-evolving American dining rooms of the era. The creation of Ballyshire solidified McDonald's status among the elite. Here he was, a self-made Wall Street tycoon and golf champion, living in a mansion that rivaled the finest estates of Long Island's Gold Coast, one that set the standards for country clubs nationwide. As he moved into his later years, McDonald gradually stepped back from active course design, but he remained a revered figure in the sport. In 1928, at the age of 72, he published Scotland's Gift, Golf, a part memoir, part history book in which he recounted the spread of golf in the United States, not shy about highlighting his own central role. Intriguingly, it appears that Charles MacDonald did not spend all his twilight years at Ballyshire. By the mid-1920s, he was in his 70s and perhaps found the upkeep of a large estate burdensome or simply had different priorities. Either way, the estate was put on the market and changed hands. He passed away in April of 1939 at the age of 83, long enough to see the seeds he planted grow into a coast-to-coast American golf culture. And we all know that golf is just as popular now as ever, but what became of Ballyshire? The mansion's story did not end with McDonald's occupancy. In fact, Ballyshire went on to have a long and eventful life of its own. Around 1923, Charles E. Van Vleck purchased Ballyshire, becoming its second owner. Van Vleck's tenure marked a new chapter for the estate, one that saw changes in its landscape design to suit the new owner's taste. The formal gardens were redesigned in the late 1920s by Annette Hoyt Flanders, a leading landscape architect at the time. In addition, the rooms were largely refreshed, with the living room getting a complete makeover. This era even saw wood paneling being painted over in the library to adhere with the new norms. Thankfully, not much changed in the entrance hall, which had always intended to have painted millwork paired with the timeless checkered marble floors. As time marched on, the era of Gilded Age Long Island estates gave way to new realities. By the post-World War II period, many vast properties were being broken up or sold off as maintenance grew costly. Thankfully, that was not the case for Ballyshire, which went on to change hands a few more times. In 2011, Ballyshire made headlines once again when it was purchased by a former New York City mayor and billionaire. The entrance hall today appears almost exactly as it did back then, and you'll be happy to know that the paint was removed from the library's wood paneling. So I'll leave you with this: the next time you see a beautiful golf course with a stately clubhouse, think back on Ballyshire, the estate that set the standard worldwide. As always, let me know your thoughts on Ballyshire down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Victorian Society in America for sponsoring this video. Check out their link in the video description to learn how you can get involved today. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. In January 1896, the high mountain town of Leadville, Colorado opened an enormous palace made entirely of ice as the centerpiece of a grand winter festival. In that moment, it was the largest structure ever built from ice. This ambitious crystal carnival was conceived to attract tourists from around the world and revive the local economy, which had been devastated by the collapse of silver mining a few years earlier. The glittering ice palace, with its frosty towers, indoor skating rink, and grand ballrooms, initially captivated thousands of visitors. However, unseasonably warm weather soon wreaked havoc. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Leadville was born as a booming mining camp in the late 1870s, famous for rich silver strikes that created many millionaires during Colorado's silver boom. For over a decade, the town prospered, earning nicknames like the richest city in the world. But the good times did not last. In 1893, the repeal of the Sherman Silver Purchase Act caused silver prices to plummet, sparking the Panic of 1893 and closing many of Leadville's mines. The population collapsed from nearly 40,000 at its peak to around 15,000 by 1895 as businesses failed and miners left town. Leadville's economy was in dire straits, and community leaders desperately sought a way to bring back jobs and money during the bleak winter months. In mid-1895, as Leadville faced economic stagnation, local businessman Edwin W. Sr. proposed an audacious plan: build the world's largest ice palace and host a winter carnival to draw crowds and dollars to the failing town. He was inspired by famous ice palaces that had delighted audiences in older cities, notably Montreal's Ice Palace of 1883 and several winter castles built in St. Paul, Minnesota throughout the previous decades. His reasoning was that if those cities could attract tourists with ice architecture, why not Leadville? A carnival built around a spectacular ice castle, Senior argued, would create much needed construction jobs and lure visitors who would spend money at local hotels, shops, and restaurants. Senior's bold idea quickly gained support. By September 1895, town leaders and investors had formed the Leadville Crystal Carnival Association and raised an initial $2,500 to get started. They secured a hillside site and even obtained a multi-year lease for a nominal fee, hoping the Ice Palace might become a permanent annual attraction. Senior initially led the project, but when early fundraising lagged, he stepped aside in late October. Leadership then passed to mine manager Tingley S. Wood, who energized the effort by rallying support from local mine owners, banks, and even saloon keepers. Under Wood's direction, the association hired architect Charles E. Joy, known for designing St. Paul's ice palaces, to plan Leadville's frozen fortress. By early November of that year, preparations were in full swing to piece together what would become not only one of the most remarkable ice structures ever seen in North America, but the largest the world had ever known. Construction of the Ice Palace began on November 1st, and the project moved at a breakneck pace. A workforce of over 250 men labored day and night for just 5 weeks to meet the New Year's deadline. They first set up a massive skeleton of wood and steel to support the structure, and then fitted it with 5,000 tons of ice harvested from local ponds and even lakes as far away as Palmer Lake on the Front Range. Huge blocks of ice were cut and hauled to the site by horse-drawn sled, then carefully trimmed and stacked along the framework to create walls up to 5 feet thick. Workers sprayed each layer of blocks with water, which froze solid and acted as mortar to bind the ice structure together. Despite Leadville's high altitude, an unseasonably warm spell in early December brought daytime temperatures over 60 degrees Fahrenheit, forcing builders to throw canvas tarps over the half-finished palace to protect it from melting. Even with these challenges and mounting cost, the crews managed to finish the palace in just 36 days, barely in time for its grand opening on New Year's Day 1896. The completed Ice Palace was truly monumental. Designed in the style of a Norman medieval castle, its floor space occupied an area of over 5 acres. Twin octagonal towers at the north entrance soared 90 feet high, with additional towers of 60 feet anchoring the other walls. The gleaming palace dominated the hillside above Leadville, its ice walls and turrets bristling with fanciful spires and crystallized crenellations. Observers marveled that aside from its wooden inner framework, the enormous building appeared to be made entirely of solid ice blocks. At night, electric searchlights placed outside shone through the translucent ice, illuminating the castle in shifting prismatic colors and creating a sparkling beacon visible for miles around. Leadville had launched an ice palace to rival anything in the world, and it was ready just in time for the carnival's launch. Leadville kicked off its Grand Crystal Carnival with a festive parade through town, drawing some 2,500 people. For an admission fee of 50 cents, visitors entered a fantastical world of ice. They stepped through an arched ice doorway beneath towering battlements into a sprawling interior of frozen architecture. At the center of the palace was a massive ice skating rink of about 16,000 square feet, large enough for hundreds of skaters, and illuminated by electric bulbs embedded within pillars of ice so that the walls themselves seemed to glow. On either side of the rink were huge heated halls built of ice and wood, the grand ballroom on one flank measuring 80 feet by 50 feet and an auxiliary ballroom of similar size on the other. The grand ballroom featured a balcony for live orchestras, while the opposite hall served as a restaurant where guests could warm up. In a clever bit of showmanship, the restaurant froze sample menu dishes into the crystal-clear ice walls, tempting patrons with visible meals. Throughout the palace, electric lights and even advertisements for railroads, hotels, and breweries were suspended inside the ice blocks, giving the interior a lively, modern atmosphere. An imposing ice sculpture nicknamed Lady Leadville soon graced the incomplete front entrance, a robed female figure with one arm pointing towards Leadville's rich mines and the other holding a scroll boasting of $200 million worth of metals extracted from the district. The whole enterprise blended boosterism with spectacle. Visitors described the ice castle as a fairyland come to life, its halls glittering and its chilly air perfumed by popcorn wagons and warming stands of hot drinks. For children especially, the palace, complete with a merry-go-round, an ice mine shaft, and toboggan run, was an unforgettable winter playground. Over the nearly 3 months of the carnival, more than 250,000 visitors flocked to Leadville's Ice Palace, an astonishing number given the town's tiny permanent population. Newspaper reporters from around the country wrote stories praising the glittering castle in the Rockies. The carnival succeeded brilliantly in showcasing Leadville's community spirit and creativity. Economically, however, it fell short of its ultimate goal. The influx of tourists did not translate into the expected boom for local businesses. Many out-of-town visitors simply arrived on a morning train with packed lunches, spent a few hours enjoying the free entertainment inside the Ice Palace, and then departed on the afternoon train without patronizing Leadville's hotels or restaurants. The Ice Palace itself was costly to build and maintain, so despite the large crowds and national publicity, the venture failed to turn a profit for its investors. Plans to make the Crystal Carnival an annual event quickly began to melt away along with the ice walls. As winter turned into spring, Mother Nature delivered the final blow to Leadville's ice castle. An early warm spell in mid-March brought unseasonable heat that accelerated the palace's deterioration. The giant icicles and frosty carvings started dripping away, and cracks opened in the once solid ice ramparts. Realizing the end was near, the organizers held one last grand ceremony on March 28th, officially closing out the Crystal Carnival, and by late spring, the palace was largely a slushy ruin. By October, there was no trace of it left. For decades, residents reminisced about the glittering castle that once crowned their town. During another local downturn in the 1980s, after the closure of the Climax mine, some citizens even floated the idea of building a new ice palace to boost tourism, but a projected price tag of around $30 million quickly froze that idea. In 1996, the town considered putting up a scaled-down replica to celebrate the Ice Palace's centennial, but again, the funds proved out of reach. Instead, a downtown public space has been named Ice Palace Park, roughly near the old site of the attraction. And each winter, the city hosts a Crystal Carnival, a nod to the Grand Carnival of 1896. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let me know your thoughts on the Ice Palace down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Nestled in the heart of France, a short distance from the bustling streets of Paris, lies a symbol of royal grandeur and architectural marvel, the Palace of Versailles. Once a humble hunting lodge, it was transformed into a dazzling center of power and a beacon of absolute monarchy, witnessing the rise and fall of kings and empires, including the tumultuous reign of Louis XVI. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's embark on a journey through time to uncover the story of this house. Long before heads would roll, our story begins in 1623, with King Louis XIII laying the foundation for a simple hunting lodge amidst the lush forest of Versailles. Little did he know that his modest retreat would set the stage for his son, Louis XIV, to create an emblem of royal opulence. Louis XIV, known as the Sun King, envisioned a palace that reflected his glory and power. Under his reign, Versailles underwent an extraordinary transformation, becoming a symbol of France's cultural zenith. The sprawling gardens were not just a feast for the eyes, but a testament to man's triumph over nature. Lavish gardens stretched towards the horizon with fountains and statues dotting the landscape. From hedge mazes to parterre gardens, no plant was left in its natural state, being completely dominated by the efforts of man, a testament to the culmination of innovations and a king who ruled not only the people, but the very land upon which civilization was built. Overshadowing the landscape was perhaps the most decadent home ever constructed, the Palace of Versailles, boasting 721,000 square feet, or 67,000 square meters. More than just a residence, Versailles was a carefully crafted stage where the Sun King orchestrated the rhythm of French politics. By moving the court and government to Versailles in 1682, Louis XIV centralized power and kept the nobility under his watchful eye, a move that would profoundly shape French history. Life at Versailles was a spectacle of ceremonies and etiquette. From the king's grand lever to opulent feast, every day was a carefully choreographed show of power and prestige. The palace buzzed with whispers of court intrigue and romantic escapades, painting a vivid picture of the era's social dynamics detached completely from the world beyond its walls. Mostly completed by 1715, the original house had all but disappeared behind an envelope of neoclassical architectural elements boasting walls clad in marble and red brick. Adjoining the palace and adding nearly 1 million square feet to the structure, the minister's wings bring the palace's total size to nearly 1.8 million square feet, over 167,000 square meters. Approaching the palace from the street, we enter the area known as the Cour d'Honneur. From here we can see the palace in its entirety spreading its wings across the landscape. We can pass through the gate to arrive in the Cour Royale, where the king's court would have been busy with only the highest-ranking members of government conducting business. And to enter the palace proper, we ascend the marble staircase, finding ourselves in the deepest interior court, the Cour de Marbre, ready to dive into the domain of royals. Inside the palace, we find many ornate rooms, including the Hall of Mirrors, a grand gallery stretching 240 feet or 73 meters long and situated in the western part of the Palace of Versailles, offering a breathtaking view of the gardens. Constructed between 1678 and 1681 on the former site of a terrace by Lavaux, this hall is a masterpiece of interior design. Its walls are adorned with marble and a modified Corinthian order, creating a majestic atmosphere. The The hall's most striking feature is perhaps its 578 mirrors, which stand opposite 17 expansive windows, ingeniously reflecting and amplifying the natural light. Above, a magnificent ceiling fresco, completed over 4 years by the artist Lebrun, narrates the first 18 years of King Louis XIV's rule through 30 vivid scenes. Notably, 17 of these scenes depict military triumphs over the Dutch, showcasing the king's prowess. The Royal Opera of Versailles, a project initially envisioned by Louis XIV in 1682, was intended to grace the end of the North Wing with designs by Mansart. However, the financial burdens of the King's Continental Wars forced the project to be shelved. The concept was later resurrected by Louis XV, who in 1748 commissioned a new design for the Royal Opera, but this too was set aside amidst other priorities. The project gained urgency and was rapidly advanced in preparation for the grand celebration of the marriage of the Dauphin, the future Louis XVI, to Marie Antoinette. Constructed predominantly from wood, not only for economic and expedient reasons, but also for its exceptional acoustic properties, the Opera House was an architectural marvel. The wood structure was skillfully painted to mimic the appearance of marble, creating an illusion of grandeur and permanence. The ceiling became a canvas for a magnificent painting by Louis Jean-Jacques d'Aramon, depicting Apollo, the god of the arts, bestowing crowns upon the distinguished artist, symbolizing the patronage and flourishing of the arts under royal auspice. This splendid new opera was officially inaugurated on the 16th of May 1770, marking a high point in the celebrations of the royal wedding, and showcasing the opulence and cultural richness of the French monarchy. The Royal Chapel of Versailles, an architectural gem, is situated at the southern extremity of the North Wing. The majestic structure rises to a height of 130 feet, or 40 meters. The chapel's design is a harmonious blend of traditional Gothic architecture and the distinct French Baroque style that characterizes Versailles. Its layout is rectangular, culminating in a semicircular apse, a testament to the intricate design principles of the era. The Salon of Apollo, once the royal throne room and a setting for audiences under Louis XIV, is marked by a central ceiling painting by Charles de la Fosse depicting the sun chariot of Apollo. The original 8-foot-high silver throne, melted down in 1689, was replaced by a gilded wood throne, symbolizing the king's affinity with the sun god and his celestial power. As we travel through the many long corridors and galleries, tracing our steps over checkered marble floors, we will encounter striking displays of artistic expression. With multiple grand staircases, some finished from floor to ceiling in marble, other staircases are more reserved, but nonetheless befitting of royalty. Though the one we will focus on is the Staircase of the Queen. Its gentle rise carries us upward as we ascend its marble stairs. Only the rarest types of marble have been gathered from the furthest regions of the earth and crafted into a colorful assemblage steeped in royal splendor. From inlays of precious materials such as the gilding found along the capitals of pilasters and the glistening cornice, to wall murals painted by the greatest artists of the age, we are now ushered into the Queen's chambers. The Petit Appartement de la Reine, a suite of exquisite rooms within the Palace of Versailles, was the private sanctuary of the French queens. Initially designed for Marie-Thérèse, the wife of Louis XIV, these rooms underwent several transformations to suit the taste and needs of subsequent queens, notably Marie Antoinette. Mirroring the layout of the king's apartments, the Queen's suite comprised 7 elegantly appointed rooms, each a testament to the opulence and refined aesthetic of the French monarchy. The design of the Queen's apartments was a harmonious blend of luxury and intimacy, reflecting the dual role of the Queen as both a public figure and a private individual. The ceilings of these rooms were adorned with magnificent paintings featuring scenes drawn from mythology. The Queen's apartments thus were not just living spaces, but also a canvas for artistic expression and royal symbolism, intricately woven into the fabric of Versailles. Access to the King's apartment was through the resplendent Hall of Mirrors, or alternatively, through the guardroom. One of the notable rooms within the apartment was the Grand Couvert, the ceremonial space where Louis XIV often took his evening meals. In this room, the king would dine alone, seated at a table facing the fireplace, while his utensils, presented in a golden box, symbolized the opulence of the monarchy. This spectacle of the king dining was a courtly event, with courtiers in attendance observing the ritual. The king's bedchamber, initially a drawing room, was transformed into Louis XIV's personal bedroom in 1701. It was in this very room that he passed away on the 1st of September 1715. Both Louis XV and Louis XVI continued the tradition of using the bedroom for their official morning and evening routines. A significant historical moment occurred on the 6th of October 1789, when from the balcony of this room, Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, accompanied by Marquis de Lafayette, faced a hostile crowd in the courtyard, compelling the royal couple to flee. As the grandeur of Versailles symbolized the zenith of royal absolutism, its opulence stood in stark contrast to the brewing storm of revolution, the French Revolution, ignited by a confluence of long-term and short-term factors, marked a seismic shift in the social, economic, financial, and political landscape of the 18th century. The inability of Louis XVI and his ministers to navigate these turbulent waters set the stage for a profound transformation. The population of France had swelled from 21 million to 28 million between 1715 and 1789, with a significant shift towards urban living. Paris alone burgeoned to over 600,000 souls. While the peasantry formed the bulk of the population, the middle class expanded, yet prosperity was unevenly distributed. Those linked to agriculture, trade, and colonial goods flourished, whereas wage laborers and tenant farmers faced declining living standards. This growing inequality sowed seeds of social unrest. The financial and political crisis that enveloped the monarchy was not solely due to the level of debt, but rather the inequities and inefficiencies within the tax system. Attempts at reform were stymied by the regional parliaments, leading to a deadlock that necessitated the calling of the Estates Generales. This assembly, last convened in 1614, would become a crucible for revolutionary change. Louis XVI, though not adverse to reform, often retreated in the face of opposition, particularly from conservative elements within the nobility. The Enlightenment, with its critiques of social institutions, found a respective audience among the educated elite. The American Revolution and the European revolts of the 1780s further fueled public debate on liberty, equality, and the role of the people in governance. The Estates Generales of 1789, comprising the clergy, nobility, and Third Estate, or Commons, became a battleground for control over France's future. The Third Estate, representing the vast majority of the population, found itself at odds with the privileged First Two Estates. The deadlock led to its self-declaration as the National Assembly, challenging the very foundations of the Ancien Regime. As the revolution unfolded, political factions emerged and clashed, with moderates seeking a constitutional monarchy pitted against radicals advocating for a republic. The storming of the Bastille, a symbol of royal tyranny, became an iconic moment celebrated to this day as Bastille Day. The monarchy's attempt to reassert control only led to further escalation, culminating in the establishment of the First Republic in 1792. The revolution and its aftermath were marked by violence and upheaval, starting with a series of beheadings to purge the likes of the king and the queen and their loyalists. The Reign of Terror, led by figures like Robespierre, saw thousands executed in the name of defending the revolution. The rise of Napoleon Bonaparte, a product of the revolution's military reforms, would eventually bring an end to the First Republic, ushering in a new era in French and European history. The French Revolution, much like the sprawling Palace of Versailles, was a testament to the power of human ambition and the desire for full control. This video has been one of the most requested over the years. Let me know if you enjoyed it or had a favorite room down in the comment section below. And while you're there, make sure you are subscribed with the bell notification turned on so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Wrenwood wasn't just another Gold Coast mansion, it was a storybook Tudor estate carved out of Long Island woodland where every stone arch, leaded window, and garden terrace was crafted to evoke the English countryside. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1876, Samuel Salvage was born in England, though he would go on to make his fortune in Ocean Away. An enterprising English immigrant, he recognized the potential of a new synthetic fiber known as rayon, then often called artificial silk. In 1908, he founded the American Viscose Corporation with backing from Britain's Cortland's Company to bring this technology to the United States. By 1911, Salvage had built a massive rayon manufacturing plant in Marcus Hook, Pennsylvania, complete with a model English-inspired mill town for workers aptly named Viscose Village. This venture proved immensely successful. Rayon was in high demand as a cheaper alternative to silk, and Salvage's company held the American rights to its production. Riding the wave of the artificial silk boom, Salvage quickly ascended to prominence in the textile industry. He became president and later chairman of American Viscose, overseeing the rapid growth of rayon manufacturing through the 1920s. Along the way, Salvage made America his permanent home, even marrying a New York debutante, Rin Richmond, in 1908. By the mid-1920s, with the success of American Viscose making him a very wealthy man, Samuel set his sights on creating a country estate that would reflect both his British heritage and his American success. Wrenwood, the mansion he built in 1927, was a tribute to Old World elegance on New World soil. Salvage commissioned architect Roger Harrington Bullard, a Harvard-trained designer favored by high society, to create a manor house reminiscent of an English country estate. The result was a Tudor Cotswold-style mansion of roughly 40,000 square feet. The sprawling residence boasted 60 rooms and was set on a lush 51-acre parcel in Old Brookville, Long Island. In keeping with its English inspiration, the property included charming accessory buildings and features: a stone gatehouse at the entrance, extensive formal gardens, a stone bridge over a wooded ravine on the approach, several cottages for staff, a greenhouse, and even a 5-bay garage for the family's motor cars. We'll see more of the grounds soon, but first let's take a closer look at some of the details. The manor's exterior is built of warm buff limestone and timbering reminiscent of the Cotswolds, anchored by 17 fireplaces and steep gable roofs. Tall chimneys, an asymmetrical front facade, and leaded diamond pane windows all contribute to an authentic Tudor Revival look. Master ironworker Samuel Yellen was commissioned to craft ornate wrought iron hardware, from lanterns and downspouts to decorative brackets and weather vanes, adding an extra layer of craftsmanship to the home. Now backing out again, from the moment you entered the estate, you would be approaching the gatehouse. Its simplistic layout and grand details were heralded in publications of the time as being ideal for a smaller home, almost ignoring that it was only meant to be staff quarters. Not to be outdone by the architecture, the gardens of Wrenwood were equally magnificent. Famed landscape architect Ellen Biddle Shipman designed the grounds, which became renowned for their award-winning plantings and elegant layout. Formal walled gardens, manicured lawns, and meandering paths were all arranged to complement the house's 17th century English style, and even featured a towering dovecote with a conical roof. A reflecting pool was set amid descending limestone steps, creating a focal point that linked the upper and lower garden terraces. During Salvage's time, the gardens were bursting with color and variety. Mrs. Shipman's design was considered one of her masterpieces, and photographs of Wrenwood's landscaping were even archived by the Smithsonian Institution as exemplary American gardens. Nestled beyond a smaller pool, we find the tea house, perhaps the most rustic of all the ancillary buildings. It was designed to be extremely simple while still maintaining the overall charming aesthetic of the estate, and simultaneously, it was meant to anchor the garden wall. The interior was every bit as simple and rustic as the exterior, but just as we'll find with the rest of the estate, the true beauty lies in the tiniest of details. At the far wall, we can take a step in to see the diamond window up close, noting the whimsical motifs of pears, a bird, and even a potted plant. Exiting the tea house, this is now our view looking back at the main house. Let's begin making our way over to it. Walking atop the giant stone slabs that compose the patio, we'll pass by the living room's loggia and make our way towards the gate. We'll begin circling around to the other side of the house, cutting through the forecourt. Along the way, we see more fantastical details, from that fanciful ironwork to incredible stone relief work. Finally, we find ourselves back on the entrance drive and can for the first time see a clear view of the front door. This is where we will enter the house and begin exploring its interiors. Once inside, we step into the main hall, where a leaded glass bay window casts multicolored light across the pointed stone arches. Long galleries crowned by groin vaults beg us to explore deeper, but we aren't quite ready to go that far in yet. Nearby, we find the grand staircase with carved figures gracing the newel post, though we'd be remiss to not look down and note that these giant stone slabs we saw on the patio continue indoors to clad the floor. Soon the ceiling expands dramatically to welcome us into the library, where a half-timbered vault soars nearly 3 stories overhead. Despite its grand scale, we'll find that it is still a cozy gathering space for the family, with overstuffed furniture clustered around a wide hearth. And if you look closely, you'll see a staircase twisting away in the corner. I wonder where this leads. As we head up, we can admire how perfectly each layer of the spiral staircase has been cut from a single stone, so that each layer creates perfectly clean lines as it transitions to the next. At the top, we find the couple's suite, complete with an ingle nook, exposed beams, a massive bay window, and even a cuckoo clock to drive home the aesthetic. Let's head back downstairs and continue exploring the public rooms. First, we'll come across the dining room, which became renowned for high society dinner parties where the guests' names would be printed in the following day's newspapers. Glitter aside, it's the plasterwork that I'd like to draw your attention to. A truly unique blend of English and American sensibilities playing out across the upper mantel and frieze. Next, we'll happen upon the living room, with highly contrasting friezes in formed plaster and carved oak competing for attention above a massive limestone fireplace. While we view a few more pictures of the house, let's get back to our story. In recognition of his role in establishing the rayon industry, which had significant implications for fashion and wartime materials, Samuel was knighted in 1942 by the British government for his service to the industry. In the summer of 1946, Samuel passed away at the age of 69, ending a remarkable life journey. After her husband's death, Lady Mary Salvage did not keep Wrenwood for long. Maintaining such a grand estate without its master was a daunting prospect. Wrenwood's story took many twists and turns after Sir Samuel's era, reflecting the changing fortunes of America's great estates. Margaret Emerson Vanderbilt, one of the nation's richest women, purchased Wrenwood in 1946. In 1960, Wrenwood found a new steward when it was sold to Irving Lundy, the proprietor of Lundy's famous seafood restaurant in Brooklyn. Rinwood itself began to deteriorate due to its immense maintenance needs and perhaps a lack of full-time use. By the late 1970s, the once grand estate was reportedly at risk of being torn down, following the sad fate of so many historic homes of its kind. Fortunately, Rinwood was spared the wrecking ball. In 1979, the property was acquired by Banfi Vintners, an international wine company with roots in Italy. Banfi saw potential in Rinwood far beyond a private residence. They chose to make the mansion their U.S. headquarters, a prestigious office setting and a living symbol of the company's emphasis on tradition and quality. Renaming it Villa Banfi, the firm embarked on a comprehensive restoration to return Rinwood to its former glory. Over 3 years, they repaired stonework, restored wood paneling and ceilings, refurbished the leaded glass windows, and revived the formal rooms, painstakingly preserving the irreplaceable period detail that made Rinwood unique. The once neglected gardens were also rejuvenated. Banfi planted 45 acres of vineyards on the estate's gentle slopes, intertwining a new agricultural life with the historic landscape. Thanks to this effort, Rinwood still stands today in magnificent form. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Rinwood? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. How did a copy of an Italian villa end up in Honolulu? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're uncovering La Pietra. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Walter Dillingham was born in 1875 in Honolulu to a family of significant means and influence. His father, Benjamin Dillingham, had founded the Oahu Railway and Land Company, building the first railroad on the island and amassing a fortune in the process. From this solid footing, Walter forged his own path as a businessman and developer. Still in his 20s, he established the Hawaiian Dredging Company and took on ambitious projects that would modernize Hawaii. He famously dredged and built a dry dock at Pearl Harbor in 1909, cleared and expanded several of Honolulu's other harbors, and later drained the Waikiki wetlands to create the Alawai Canal in the 1920s. These endeavors, backed by political savvy and hard-nosed work, earned him enormous wealth and influence, as well as the moniker Baron of Hawaii Industry for his outsized role in developing the territory. By the 1910s, Walter Dillingham was a formidable force in Hawaiian business, with interest in transportation, construction, and real estate that made him one of the island's richest men. Meanwhile, Louise Olga Gaylord brought her own impressive pedigree. Born in 1885 in Chicago, she was the daughter of Henry Gaylord, a successful banker, and Elizabeth Bessie Mitchell, heiress of a prominent Midwestern family. Tragically, Louise's father passed away when she was just 3, leaving her a substantial inheritance and securing her financial future. Raised in privilege, she received an elite education, attending Miss Spence's school in New York, and moved in high society circles. Louise also had cosmopolitan cultural exposure. Her maternal relatives included her Aunt Hortense Mitchell Acton, who owned a historic Renaissance villa in Florence, Italy. This European connection would later shape Louise's taste and ambitions. By the time she met Walter Dillingham in the late 1900s, Louise was known as a poised young socialite with a passion for civic causes and the arts. Their meeting sparked a trans-Pacific romance that bridged Hawaii's business aristocracy and Chicago's high society. Walter and Louise married in 1910, with the wedding taking place not in Hawaii or Chicago, but in Florence, Italy, at Villa La Pietra, the 600-year-old familial villa of Louise's Aunt Hortense. Surrounded by Tuscan gardens and old-world splendor, the couple's Italian wedding and honeymoon made a lasting impression on them. It was in those Florentine days that the Dillinghams' dream of building their own Italian-style villa back in Hawaii was born. Upon returning to Honolulu, the newlyweds initially lived at the Dillingham family residence, a home called Woodlawn, but Louise, enchanted by European villa life, envisioned something different from the old wood-frame island home. With Walter's considerable resources at her disposal, she began guiding their plans towards creating a Mediterranean palazzo under the Hawaiian sun. In 1917, the couple acquired a choice parcel of land on the southwestern slope of Diamond Head, a volcanic crater at Honolulu's edge. To some, the dry, scrubby slopes of Diamond Head seemed an odd, remote location for a mansion, but the Dillinghams were undeterred. In 1919, they commissioned David Adler, a noted architect from Chicago, to create a Hawaiian homage to Villa La Pietra and other Renaissance estates they admired. Adler was an inspired choice. Educated at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, he was esteemed for designing elegant country houses in historical European styles. Corresponding by telegrams and letters, Adler drew up plans for a sprawling villa that would take inspiration from Florence without simply copying it. One guiding principle from Louise was that their Honolulu La Pietra should capture the spirit of her aunt's Italian villa, the graceful arches, courtyards, and classical details, but be uniquely adapted to Hawaii's environment. The resulting design was a two-story Mediterranean Revival mansion built around a central courtyard, complete with arched arcades and a red-tiled roof. Adler specified locally sourced materials where possible, giving the villa a sense of place. Hard basalt rock hand-cut from the nearby quarry formed much of the structure's skeleton, and sandstone was quarried at Barber's Point on Oahu to craft the courtyard's elegant columns and door frames. To achieve the proper villa aesthetic, Adler insisted that once the stone walls were in place, they be coated with 4 inches of plaster and tinted, creating the warm pink stucco finish of an Italian palazzo. Every detail, from the wrought iron balconies to the imported Italian tiles, was meant to evoke the Renaissance in a tropical setting. Construction of La Pietra stretched over several years. By the time it was completed in 1922, it had cost the staggering sum of $400,000, equivalent to about $7.7 million today. The money bought true opulence. The main house was immense, yet designed for comfortable island living. It boasted 5 large public rooms on the ground floor, including a grand salon, formal dining room, library, and billiards room, all arranged around an open-air courtyard planted with tropical flowers. Once the Dillinghams settled into La Pietra in the 1920s, their home quickly became the social epicenter of Honolulu's elite life. For over 4 decades, the villa played host to glittering parties, charitable events, and political gatherings, all orchestrated under the gracious eye of Louise Dillingham. The estate was deliberately oriented to take advantage of natural spectacles. The Dillinghams loved to plan soirees, timed with the moon rising over Diamond Head, or the sun setting in fiery glory over the range. Inevitably, a house of such characters spawned its own lore. One oft-repeated story involves the Honolulu Zoo, located not far below the estate. On quiet nights, the roar of the zoo's lions would drift uphill, so much so that Louise half-jokingly complained that the animals kept her awake at night. As the 1950s gave way to the 1960s, Walter and Louise entered their final years, having left an unforgettable mark on Hawaii. In 1963, at age 88, Walter passed away, and just 3 months later, Louise followed her husband of 53 years to the grave. With Walter and Louise gone, the question remained, what would become of the magnificent villa on Diamond Head? The Dillinghams' gift of La Pietra was as generous as it was forward-thinking. Upon Walter's death in 1963, ownership of the estate passed to Punahou School, Hawaii's oldest and most respected private school. Punahou initially made use of the property by converting the mansion into faculty housing. One can imagine teachers' families living in various wings of the grand house, perhaps even partitioning those once stately rooms into modest apartments. However, it was clear that long-term, Punahou had little practical use for the sprawling villa and its upkeep. By the late 1960s, the school was looking to sell La Pietra, and there was a very real danger that this historic home might be lost to developers. Several prospective buyers eyed the prime 5-acre property with an eye toward demolition. The land alone was valuable, and there were plans floated to raise the villa and replace it with dense housing units. Honolulu's rapid development in the 1960s had already claimed many other historic mansions, and La Pietra's fate hung in the balance. In 1968, a cohort of Honolulu's mothers and educators had a bold idea to start a new independent school for girls, one that would offer a college preparatory education in a small, nurturing environment. When these women learned that La Pietra was available, they saw not a dusty old mansion, but the perfect setting for their envisioned school. Over the subsequent decades, La Pietra, a Hawaii school for girls, grew and thrived, all the while cherishing its unique campus. And today, La Pietra the mansion lives on, not as a private estate of the past, but as a vibrant institution shaping the future of Hawaii's young women. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this Italian villa in Hawaii? Did anything stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Old Hollywood was full of stars and glistening glamour, but behind the curtain, one man controlled the spotlight. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're exploring the many mansions of William Randolph Hearst and his mistress, Marion Davies. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. William Randolph Hearst was born into privilege, but it was his ambition and audacity that truly set him apart. From his early days in San Francisco, where his father's mining fortunes provided a life of luxury, Hearst was destined for greatness, or at least for infamy. But greatness, as it turned out, was a double-edged sword. Hearst's early life was one of contrast, wealth and rebellion, privilege and restlessness. At Harvard, he was more known for his extravagant pranks than for his academic prowess. When he was expelled, it wasn't a surprise, rather, it was the first sign of the maverick spirit that would define his career. In 1887, Hearst took control of the San Francisco Examiner, a newspaper his father had acquired on a whim. It was here that he found his calling. With a flair of sensationalism and a nose for scandal, Hearst transformed the paper into a force to be reckoned with. But the Examiner was just the beginning. Hearst had a vision to create a media empire that would span the nation, influencing public opinion and shaping history. Meanwhile, his mother Phoebe had purchased a beautiful tract of wilderness in Pleasanton, California, and intended to build a home for orphans. But after her husband, William's father, passed away, she decided to take some time for herself, leaving her son with a hefty allowance to do as he pleased. Hearst had heard about his mother's plans to build an orphanage and decided to visit the property in Pleasanton, falling in love with the natural beauty of the landscape. Without his mother's permission nor her consent, he hired architect A.C. Schweinfurth to design him a mansion in place of the planned orphanage. The 53-room hacienda drew inspiration from various architectural styles, including the Moorish, Pueblo, and Mission styles. 4 years into the construction of the mansion, Phoebe decided to visit Pleasanton to get started on the orphanage, only to discover that her son had desecrated the land and had selfishly built for himself on land devoted to vulnerable children. She was furious. She banned William from the property, not allowing him to live in the home he had built for himself, using her money. She never forgave him either. As punishment, William would not receive enough money to build a dream house until it was willed to him upon Phoebe's death. Phoebe hired her favorite architect, Julia Morgan, to try to make sense of the architectural nightmare her son had created. Through a series of renovations and expansions, Julia was able to transform the jumbled maze of a house into a more cohesive mansion. Phoebe was able to make it her own. With an artistic flair, she displayed Navajo baskets in the rafters with 16th century European tapestries. The strange configuration and styling of the home gave her a chance to experiment with various styles and furniture arrangements. The drawing room was just as eclectic in its own right, with damask wallpaper set below exposed beams and European, Asian, and Native American art sharing the same walls. The entire house became a collector's paradise. Even the library was filled with antiques from every inhabited continent, with custom chandeliers strung from beads and seashells, and with fireplaces covered over by tropical plants. Guests sometimes referred to this room as the hall because of the lack of books, questioning whether it could actually be called a library. The dining room was a more intimate space with a more cohesive European style, though there were some oddities, including a fabric chandelier hung over the center of the table and curtains hung between rooms instead of pocket doors. Phoebe's bedroom would fit right in with the current boho trends of today, with dark walls covered in clustered picture frames, ornate furniture from each continent, and assorted knickknacks all set above a Persian rug. Her style was uniquely her own for the time period. She entertained, threw huge parties, and thoroughly enjoyed the property while fulfilling her philanthropic dreams, donating huge sums of money into education. She passed away in her hacienda in 1919, leaving only $10 million, or the modern-day equivalent of about $181 million, to her son, who immediately sold the hacienda. But that is getting way ahead in our story. As Hearst's empire grew, so did his influence. He moved to New York City, where he bought the New York Journal and engaged in a bitter circulation war with Joseph Pulitzer's New York World. This was the era of yellow journalism, and Hearst was its master. Crime, corruption, scandal, nothing was off limits. Hearst knew what the public wanted, and he gave it to them in spades. At this point, he began making his own money, eclipsing his father's fortune. He purchased the top 3 floors of the Clarendon, but quickly ran out of space, expanding to 5 floors and later calling the entire building his own home. Entering the apartment, we pass through the reception room with antiques glowing under the multicolored light of a massive stained glass window. This feeds us into the Gothic banquet hall, lined with suits of armor standing guard of antique European tapestries. The South Library almost catches us off guard, as we might expect a man of such grandeur to boast a massive collection of books. Then we turn the corner, and there it is, the main library lined with stacks containing thousands of leather-bound books. And at the very end, a mantel salvaged from a castle stands against oak paneling. But there was more to Hearst than his newspapers and lavish lifestyle. He was a man of contradictions, a populist who believed in opulence, a nationalist who admired European culture, and a public figure who fiercely guarded his private life. His relationship with Marion Davies, a vivacious actress 34 years his junior, was a testament to these contradictions. In 1897, the star who would become Marion Davies was born Marion Dura. She was the daughter of a New York lawyer and grew up in a strict household. By the time she was school-age, she had been sent off to live in a religious convent, far, far away from any distraction. Regardless of her parents' efforts to keep her on the straight and narrow, she had ambitious dreams of becoming famous. She ran away from the convent and changed her last name to become a chorus girl, and as a teenager saw her star role in a Broadway musical. In 1916, at the age of only 19 years old, she caught the eye of Hearst, who was 54 at the time. The eccentric media mogul fell madly in love with the young star. He attended her shows every night for 8 weeks straight, sitting in the front row and sending her gifts backstage. Even though Hearst was married, he had to have Marion, but not just for love, he wanted her talent. From this point on, Marion would become Hearst's mistress for the rest of his life. He moved her into a palatial mansion in Manhattan along Riverside Drive and bought her a country house on Long Island to carry on their affair, but his meddling did not stop there. Hearst seized Davy's career, founding Cosmopolitan Pictures to create more roles for her on the silver screen. He hired paparazzi to follow her around and write about her day-to-day activities for his newspapers, and bought up billboards to plaster her face around Times Square. By 1924, she had become the #1 female star in the box office, and in just a few short years, she had gone from a runaway church girl to the biggest star in Hollywood. While Mrs. Hearst stayed behind in New York, William and Marion lived openly together in California between Hearst's many mansions. Inheriting a vast fortune in 1919, including land in San Simeon, California, Hearst commissioned Julia Morgan to create something a little more comfortable than his family's previous campsite on the same lot. What followed was a collaboration spanning nearly 3 decades, resulting in a sprawling estate that is as much a museum as it is a residence. The castle's grandeur is matched only by the history that unfolded within its walls. During its heyday in the 1920s and 1930s, Hearst Castle was a playground for Hollywood's elite and political luminaries alike. The guest list read like a who's who of the era. Charlie Chaplin, Cary Grant, Winston Churchill, and Calvin Coolidge, among many others, all found themselves captivated by the castle's allure. Guests were treated to lavish dinners in the Grand Refectory, screenings of the latest films in the private theater, and the unparalleled luxury of the estate's many pools and guest houses. In the same year in which work started on Hearst Castle, his mother Phoebe passed away, leaving the estate Wintoun to her niece. The original idea was to have a castle in McCloud, California, harmoniously blending into its natural surrounding, prompting Phoebe to hire 2 architects to realize her vision, Julia Morgan and Bernard Maybach, who worked in tandem, drawing inspiration from the nearby conifer trees, covering the house with shingles to exaggerate its height with long vertical elements. It sat right in the bend of the river, with trickling water echoing from its blue volcanic stone. The interior of the home boasted exposed timber beams, Gothic arches, and massive stone fireplaces. It was accented by Flemish tapestries hung on the walls, as we can see here in the assembly room. The dining room was more rustic, with exposed stone walls set below timber crossbeams, and the floors were finished out with oversized wood planks. The walls were decorated with tapestries, trophies, and artifacts from the native Wintoun tribe who once lived on the land and became the namesake of the estate. In 1919, Phoebe passed away from the Spanish flu while visiting her hacienda. She left Wintoun to her niece, Anne Flint. This enraged Hearst, who tried to buy it from Anne, but she refused to sell. Hearst attempted withholding artwork from her, but she still would not sell. Finally, Hearst tasked an entire team of lawyers with taking the estate from Anne, which they did in 1925. She received $198,000 as compensation, or the modern-day equivalent of about $3.5 million. In hindsight, this was actually really good for Anne because the castle and all of its contents were lost to fire in 1929. Without a house on the scenic property, William began planning a 61-bedroom castle to take its place, but the Great Depression was just starting and the man with a seemingly endless fortune had to cut back on spending. He hired Julia Morgan once again to come back to the site and reimagine the land without a castle. He sent her to Germany to research architecture for 1 year, and when she came back, she proposed a Bavarian-style village consisting of 4 homes following the river bend. They would all be arranged in a semicircle around a central foundation with a lawn growing between the conifers. In 1934, the village was completed. One of the houses on this estate was the half-timbered Brown Bear house, which was covered in colorful murals between the timbers. Walking inside, the door was ornately carved with pointed arches receding in layers above it, all set below hand-carved beams. The staircase rounded out along the wood-paneled walls, leading to a bay window at its landing. This statuary decorated the newel post with niches set in the room's corners for displaying larger statues. On the other side of the circular drive was the Cinderella house, containing a clock in its central gable with bay windows transitioning into pointed towers as they rose from the 2nd to 3rd floors. The Cinderella house was also decorated with murals between its timbering depicting fairy tales, as we can see Cinderella below the clock racing to her carriage while wearing just one glass slipper. The outbuildings on the property included the senior staff Swiss chalet and a river house which had been built with a cantilever deck above the river. The bridge house, an homage to Phoebe's original home, was covered in shingles and set on the opposite side of the river. The smallest house was known as the Nerve Center, where telegraphs and telephone calls could be received by 3 full-time staff members. While both Wintun and Hurst Castle were being built, he went on a buying spree, purchasing St. Donat's Castle in South Wales as a gift for Marion Davies. Then he headed over to Long Island to purchase Beacon Towers, the former summer home of Alva Belmont Vanderbilt. But for as grand as these residences were, they would not compare to his next gift. He hired none other than Julia Morgan to design a sprawling 110-room party house for his lover on Santa Monica Beach. With 55 bathrooms, guest wings, and several dog kennels, her oceanfront pad became the center of the social scene during the Jazz Age. Marion had a love for historic styles and collaborated closely with Morgan, making sure her home reflected the best of the past. Walking inside, you would be greeted by a grand hall with 2 staircases mirroring each other behind fluted columns, turning at their landings to converge on the 3rd floor with large windows overlooking the surf as each sunset flooded the stair hall with golden light. Her library was finished out with wood paneling, concealing built-in bookcases along with overstuffed furniture mirroring the patterns found in the ceiling's ornate plasterwork. Her parlors were gilded with gold accents, delicately placed on wood-paneled walls above a chevron floor holding enough antique chairs to ensure every guest had a place to rest. Her parties would spill out onto the beach, with hundreds of guests being catered to by a permanent staff of 32 people. Regularly entertaining such large crowds required a remarkable amount of space for servants. She had several kitchens and pantries in each wing of the house, such as this one where we can see her fine collection of china behind glass cabinets. But the feasts were primarily prepared here under the direction of her private chef, using state-of-the-art appliances in a room that Marion probably never set foot in. Despite such lavish amenities, the dining room was meant to be a more intimate space for entertaining only a handful of close friends. Perhaps the most famous event to ever happen at her house was when Hearst rented a carousel from Warner Brothers. When it arrived at the house, it did not fit where it had been planned to be placed, so Hearst instructed that several walls of the house be removed, offering to have them rebuilt after the party. Hearst continued purchasing grand estates, including this one, which was dismantled and moved in the Bay Area to make way for another Julia Morgan creation known as the Western White House. But in his later years, he became less obsessed with the things money could buy. As time went on, Hearst attempted to divorce his wife so he could marry Davies, but his wife would not allow it. The two came to an agreement for the affair to carry on, and so it did. Hearst became increasingly more possessive of Marion, even though she occasionally had romantic relationships with other stars, such as Charlie Chaplin. His jealousy became so intense that he would rewrite portions of her films so that she would never have any kissing scenes nor loving embraces. This left Marion furious because he was now holding her back, but she loved him and ended up not fighting him on such issues. She once wrote to her close friend, Lita Gray, Charlie Chaplin's second wife, "God, I'd give everything to marry that silly old man. Not for the money and security. He's given me more than I'll ever need. Not because he's such cozy company either. Most times, when he starts jawing, he bores me stiff. And certainly, not because he's so wonderful behind the barn. Why, I could find a million better lays any Wednesday. No, you know what he gives me, sugar? He gives me the feeling I'm worth something to him. A whole lot of what we have, or don't have, I don't like. He's got a wife who will never give him a divorce. She knows about me, but it's still understood that when she decides to go to the ranch for a week or a weekend, I've got to vamoose. And he snores, and he can be petty, and he has sons about as old as me, but he's kind, and he's good to me, and I'd never walk out on him." They never did get married, and by the time Marion was in her 40s, she had retired from the silver screen to spend her time taking care of Hearst and providing him with companionship. In 1945, she sold her beach house for $500,000 just to get rid of it, though that value alone was less than what she had paid for the imported fireplaces and antique wall panelings which decorated the rooms. When Hearst died in 1951, he left her a controlling stake in his company, but she did not accept her inheritance. She approached Hearst's widow and offered to sell her the millions of dollars worth of shares for just $1. After Hearst's death, Marion felt lonely, having lost the love of her life while she still had so much more life to live. She developed a terrible drinking habit, almost never having a sober moment. This drove many of her friends away. On a wild night, 11 weeks after losing her lover, she eloped with a sea captain named Horace Brown in Las Vegas. She filed for divorce several times, but Horace refused to sign the papers. This was a major wake-up call for her, and she began to look for purpose again. Her youth had escaped her, and she couldn't return to the spotlight, so she went into real estate development, building hotels and office buildings from coast to coast, increasing her fortune far beyond what she ever made as a movie star or side chick. And unlike the man she had fallen in love with, the one who stole money from an orphanage to build a mansion, the one who sued his own family for a property he maybe visited 3 times, the one who hoarded buildings coast to coast with antiques, the only thing she wanted was to make other people's lives better. The more money she had, the more she donated to charity, especially children's hospitals. All this time, Marion had never put down the bottle, drinking in excess every night until she had a stroke in 1956. She was never the same after the stroke, and many of her old friends claimed the Marion they knew was no longer to be found in her drifting gaze. From here, her health began to take a steep decline. 3 years later, she was diagnosed with cancer and began to wither away. In 1961, she had an emergency operation to remove her bone cancer in an attempt to save her life, but her now frail body couldn't recover, and she died just a few months later in September of 1961. Though she had made an attempt to give away all of her money before she had a stroke, she ended up leaving over $20 million, or the modern-day equivalent of about $210 million, to the sea captain she married while drunk in Vegas. The beach house, which saw the biggest parties of Hollywood's golden age, was used as a hotel for a short while, but with changing times meant changing fashions, and the house was demolished for a newer building to take its place. Of all the houses they built together, the only ones lost to time were Oceanside, the Hacienda, and Beacon Towers. All of the rest continue to stand, either as museums or private residences and apartments. His architectural legacy aside, her story is a complicated one. He was a man who shaped American media, but also a man whose personal life was as sensational as the stories he printed. His relationship with Marion Davies, often misunderstood and misrepresented, was one of the very few constants in his tumultuous life. Together they weathered the storms of scandal, financial ruin in the Great Depression, and public scrutiny. And when Hearst died in 1951, it was Davies who mourned him the most, and even though they bought everything they could ever want, there were never enough treasures in the world to replace the love they had together. But I'll pass it off to you. What are your thoughts on their story? Did any of their mansions stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. I would also like to take a moment to say a huge thank you to my This House supporters for making videos like this one possible. If you would like to show your support for my research and video production, join the membership program today and gain access to exclusive, restored footage and community posts published multiple times every week. As always, thank you all for watching, and make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Of Long Island's many lost Gilded Age mansions, Rosemary Farm sticks out as a unique experiment in living. With a theater boasting seating for 3,000 guests complete with its own moat, to unconventional uses for European architectural salvage, this is one of the most unique setups we've seen from this period. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Roland Conklin's journey to fortune began far from Long Island. Born in Urbana, Illinois in 1858, he graduated from the University of Illinois in 1880 and headed west to Kansas City. There he teamed up with his brother Stanley and partner Samuel Jarvis to ride the era's real estate boom. They co-founded the Jarvis Conklin Mortgage and Trust Company, which rapidly grew by financing and developing new residential neighborhoods on the American frontier. In Kansas City, Missouri, their firm is credited with developing the Hyde Park district and other upscale subdivisions. But they didn't stop there. Jarvis Conklin expanded into Cleveland and even helped create Roland Park in Baltimore, one of the nation's first planned garden suburbs. At its height, the company was so ambitious it opened an overseas branch in London in 1889, becoming one of the first American banks with an international office. This rapid expansion hit a wall with the Panic of 1893, a financial crisis that wreaked havoc on railroads and real estate ventures nationwide. Jarvis Conklin Mortgage and Trust collapsed in the aftermath, wiping out Conklin's initial fortune. Yet he proved resilient, and by 1896 he had reorganized the remnants of his business into a new venture, the North American Trust Company, and moved operations to New York City. Good timing and Conklin's bold vision turned this setback into an even greater opportunity. After the Spanish-American War in 1898, the United States needed financial infrastructure in its new territories, and Conklin's firm was appointed the official U.S. fiscal agent in Cuba. He relocated to Havana and oversaw the founding of the first American bank there, the National Bank of Cuba, along with the island's telephone companies and even railroads. In effect, he helped build Cuba's transportation and communications networks in the early 1900s, vastly enlarging his wealth and influence. This cosmopolitan period set the stage for Conklin's next act back in the US, where he would channel his fortune into an estate of almost theatrical grandeur. By the turn of the 20th century, Roland Conklin was ready to establish a permanent home befitting his success. In 1893, amid his New York banking ventures, Conklin purchased 200 acres of hilly woodland in Lloyd Harbor, Long Island, as the site for a country estate. For about a decade, he left the acreage largely untouched, but around 1906, he embarked on creating his dream home. He commissioned noted Philadelphia architect Wilson Eyre to design a grand residence atop the highest hill, one that would command sweeping views of Cold Spring Harbor and the Long Island Sound. Construction was completed by 1907, and Conklin named the property Rosemary Farm, a sentimental choice honoring his young daughter Rosemary. The main house was a sprawling red brick mansion of approximately 30 rooms, blending Georgian and classical elements. Period descriptions praised its gracious design. Sleeping porches and terraces took in sea breezes, and imported European antiques, from Italian marble doorways to a Portuguese church organ, filled its halls. With the mansion complete, Conklin turned to landscaping the grounds on a lavish scale. He and his wife Mary, herself a former opera singer, were avid patrons of the arts. They envisioned their estate not just as a private retreat, but as a place for culture and entertainment among friends. Conklin hired the Olmsted brothers to design formal gardens and improve the rolling landscape. The defining feature of Rosemary Farm, and Conklin's most ambitious addition, was the open-air amphitheater he built in the estate's natural bowl. Around 1912, his wife expressed a desire to host a grand theatrical and musical performance for their circle of friends, many of whom were leading actors, conductors, and singers of the day. Seizing on the idea, Conklin decided to transform a deep ravine southwest of the mansion into a massive outdoor theater. The plans drawn up in 1912 envisioned semicircular grass seating terraces built into the hillside, accommodating nearly 3,000 spectators and separated from the stage by a water-filled moat. For the interior, countless revisions were made by the architect to suit the Conklin's grand plans for entertaining, with series after series of sketches to ensure perfection. The heart of the home would become the central hall, the largest room in the house where live music could ring out from the balcony above. In keeping with the home's theatrical flair, the grand staircase swept out of the entrance hall, going over a partition wall to cut through the living hall. Just below it, a built-in pipe organ would bellow music on any given night in the house, whether it was for a small dinner party or an event with thousands in attendance. Directly opposite, the floor-to-ceiling fireplace could consume entire trees within hours, keeping the atmosphere alive and the massive space warm. Next, we'll head over to the library, which also went through a series of designs as the architect and Conklins went back and forth on how to best incorporate their collection of European architectural salvage. The result, much like the final sketches, included an arcade that was repurposed in each archway to hold a doorway, a fireplace, and a bookshelf. Though of utmost importance was probably the music room, which could be filled with opera singers and orchestras when their outdoor concerts would be rained out. Let's skip over to the breakfast room and head below a colonnade of serpentine columns, adorned with delicately carved wooden flowers. This brings us to the dining room, set below a Jacobean ceiling and anchored on a salvaged European white marble fireplace mantel. We can get a close look at this, admiring the mantel's centuries-old scrollwork and noting that the family still had it installed with its chips and cracks left unrepaired, truly showcasing its age. Upstairs, the creativity and unconventional design choices continue into the couple's bedroom, first and foremost for the time period being that they share this room instead of keeping separate beds. Second, to maximize natural light, the walls were covered in windows, leaving the only large enough space to display their antique tapestries up in the rafters of the hammer beam ceiling. Unfortunately, Mary passed away in 1919 at only 48 years old. Without her, the grand home they had created together lost much of its charm for him. Conklin's children were growing up, and he began withdrawing from the high society life at Rosemary Farm, and not long after, he decided to give up the estate entirely. In 1920, he arranged to transfer Rosemary Farm to the Catholic Diocese of Brooklyn. By 1924, the deal was finalized, and construction began to convert the property into the Seminary of the Immaculate Conception. Meanwhile, Conklin picked up an earlier project that he had tinkered on in his free time and went full speed ahead with promoting the Rolling Gas Electric Vehicle Company, which he had founded in 1913 to build innovative gasoline-electric buses. He also continued his philanthropy. Notably, Conklin had donated the iconic alma mater statue that graces the University of Illinois campus in 1919, and after a fit of pneumonia, he passed away in 1938. Over the following decades, Rosemary Farm's legacy as a private estate had largely faded until an unfortunate event brought it back into the headlines. In December 1990, just as the diocese was considering selling the old Conklin mansion to private buyers, tragedy struck. The vacant mansion was largely destroyed in a fire set by vandals. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this unique estate? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The DuPont guest estate was designed to be an elegant 41,000 square foot mansion, but the DuPonts never actually spent a night inside. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1864, Alfred DuPont was born into the storied DuPont family of Delaware, famed for its powder and chemical empire. His great-grandfather founded the E.I. DuPont de Nemours Company in 1802, and Alfred grew up steeped in this industrial legacy. Bright and mechanically gifted, young Alfred briefly attended the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, but he left after only 2 years to start work at the family's mills, quickly proving his talent in the explosives business. In fact, Alfred became known as one of the nation's top powdermen and earned over 200 patents related to munitions and machinery. Despite his contributions, Alfred's career in the family company was turbulent. After helping modernize and lead the DuPont firm through the early 1900s, he found himself in a bitter power struggle with his cousins, Pierre and Coleman DuPont. The conflict turned acrimonious, and by 1916, Alfred was forced out of the company's leadership amid legal battles and family infighting. This dramatic ouster marked a turning point in his life. No longer at the helm of DuPont, Alfred turned his energies to new ventures and personal projects. He dabbled in publishing newspapers and set up investment companies, but one of his grandest undertakings during this period would be building a magnificent new home that rivaled the finest of his era. Alfred's personal life, meanwhile, was anything but dull. He had married his cousin Bessie Gardner in 1887 and fathered 4 children, but the marriage was unhappy and ended in a scandalous divorce in 1906. The very next year, Alfred shocked high society by marrying his second cousin, a move that alienated much of his family. Determined to please her, Alfred spared no expense in crafting a life of luxury for her. He built Nemours, a 77-room mansion in Delaware modeled after a French chateau and surrounded by spectacular Versailles-inspired gardens. Yet even this palatial home would not be Alfred's last architectural endeavor. Always one to dream big, he soon set his sights on joining the ranks of East Coast magnates who maintained summer estates around New York City's Gold Coast. By 1916, Alfred was ready for a fresh start. Middle-aged, wealthy, and recently unmoored from the family business, he embarked on creating a new estate on Long Island that would serve as a retreat from the pressures of Wilmington. This would become White Eagle, a mansion that embodied both his ambition and the fashionable trends of the time. Little did he know, however, that fate would prevent him from enjoying this Long Island paradise for long. When Alfred set out to build White Eagle, he enlisted one of America's top architects to bring his vision to life. The mansion was designed by Thomas Hastings of the celebrated firm Career & Hastings, the same architects who had designed Alfred's Nemours estate years earlier. For White Eagle, Hastings conceived an English Georgian revival manor that seamlessly blended classical grandeur with modern comfort. Construction began in 1916, and despite the ongoing World War I, the project forged ahead to completion in 1918. The result was a 41,000 square foot residence of red brick, accented by gleaming white marble and limestone details, crowned with a slate gabled roof, an American homage to stately European manners. White Eagle's design was both imposing and refined. The mansion's main block was a 2-story structure perfectly symmetrical on its south front, where a formal entrance welcomed guests beneath a classical portico. 4 Corinthian columns, carved with acanthus leaves, supported a triangular pediment emblazoned with a decorative crest. The east side of the house featured one of White Eagle's most enchanting architectural elements, an elliptical colonnade that curved out from the drawing room to form a semicircular terrace overlooking the gardens. This graceful, open-air arcade, with its Doric columns and decorative urns, gave the rear elevation a distinctive flair and provided a scenic spot for summer soirees. Beyond the terrace stretched formal lawns and fountains, at one point even a grand reflecting pool, all integrated within the architecture and the true Beaux-Arts tradition of uniting house and landscape. Inside, White Eagle's entry hall would become one of its showpieces, although the most extravagant feature of this foyer was added a bit later by a subsequent owner. More on that soon. From the front door, one could see straight through the house to the rear, where French doors led out to a terrace garden. The couple hired Charles of London, an elite interior design firm, to furnish and decorate the mansion in European grandeur. Rich wood paneling, imported marble fireplaces, and ornate plaster ceilings all testified to the home's opulence. Yet for all its splendor, Alfred DuPont's Long Island Eden had an air of irony. The spectacular mansion was intended as Alfred and his wife's summer getaway, a retreat among the East Coast elite who flocked to Long Island's North Shore in that era. Dozens of Gilded Age tycoons, Vanderbilts, Guggenheims, Phippses, and more had estates nearby, creating a social scene of yachting, polo matches, and glittering parties. White Eagle placed Alfred DuPont in these exclusive ranks, and yet Alfred never actually resided in the mansion. By the time the estate was finished in 1918, his life was taking a different turn. The wife for whom he had built White Eagle tragically passed away in 1920, just 2 years after the house was completed. This, coupled with Alfred's financial strains around that time, meant the grand new mansion stood largely unused by its creator. Within a few years, DuPont would part ways with White Eagle, but the mansion's story was far from over. In 1926, Alfred sold the entire estate to an illustrious couple, Frederick E. Guest and his wife Amy Phipps Guest. The Guests were high society royalty in their own right. Frederick Guest, known as Freddie, was a British-born politician and polo champion, a first cousin of Winston Churchill and the grandson of the Duke of Marlborough. His American wife Amy was the daughter of steel tycoon Henry Phipps. Upon moving in, they decided to rename the property, and so White Eagle entered its second life as Templeton, the DuPont Guest estate. The Guest embraced Templeton and even enhanced its grandeur. In 1928, when Amy Phipps Guest's parents gave up their Fifth Avenue mansion in Manhattan, she salvaged an entire marble entry hall and grand staircase from that New York residence and had it meticulously reassembled in Templeton. This imported marble staircase became the focal point of the foyer, adding an extra level of opulence to the mansion's interior. Upstairs, the 13 bedrooms were decorated in classic European country house style, as originally envisioned by Charles of London. Time, however, brought more change. Frederick Guest passed away in 1937, but his wife remained the chatelaine of Templeton for decades, until her own passing in 1959. At that point, Templeton was inherited by the Guest's son, Winston, and his famous wife, C.Z. Guest. C.Z. Guest was a style icon, a glamorous equestrian and fashion columnist known for her impeccable taste, and together, this couple kept Templeton in the social spotlight through the 1960s. They modernized some decor with the help of renowned interior decorator Stéphane Boudon, yet still cherished the home's traditional beauty. In 1972, a new owner arrived for the venerable estate. The New York Institute of Technology purchased Templeton from the Guest family to expand its campus, thereby preventing the mansion from suffering the fate of so many Gold Coast mansions that were demolished in that era. The house was renamed again to NYIT de Seversky Mansion, in honor of Alexander P. de Seversky, a Russian-American aviator and inventor who was an NYIT trustee, instrumental in acquiring the estate. Since then, the mansion has enjoyed yet another life, this time as an educational and events venue. Its once private parlors and bedrooms now serve as offices and meeting rooms for the university. Crucially, NYIT has taken care to preserve the mansion's historic character. Even with modern updates, stepping inside is like walking back in time, with original wood paneling, fireplaces, and that magnificent marble staircase still intact. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about the DuPont Guest estate? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. The Gilded Age was the era when Americans practically invented the summer vacation, at least for those who could afford it. Newly wealthy industrialists and socialites left the sweltering cities each summer and flocked to extravagant resorts or built lavish summer cottages by the sea and in the mountains. In an age before air conditioning, the goal was to escape the heat and socialize with one's elite peers in cooler climates. The result was a constellation of fabulous Gilded Age resort communities all across the United States, from the cliffs of Newport to the peaks of the Adirondacks, from Midwestern lakeshores to California's oceanfront. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're exploring the ultimate Gilded Age summer getaways. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive into a special episode of This House. Newport, Rhode Island was the undisputed queen of high society summer resorts during the Gilded Age. This historic seaside town became the summer playground for America's richest families, the Vanderbilts, Astors, Morgans, and more. They built palatial mansions along Newport's cliffs and bays, pointedly calling them cottages in a tongue-in-cheek way. In reality, these cottages were massive estates designed to rival the grand palaces of Europe. For example, Cornelius Vanderbilt II's Breakers boasted 70 rooms, a 50-foot ceiling great hall, marble imported from Italy and Africa, and every technological marvel of the age. Newport's mansions, designed by famed architects like Richard Morris Hunt, were showpieces of Renaissance palazzo and chateau-inspired architecture dripping with gold leaf and marble. Life in Newport during the summer season was a whirlwind of balls, dinners, and lawn parties. For about 8 weeks each year, the Newport elite engaged in grand social competition to outshine one another with lavish entertainments. One notorious example was the dog ball, thrown by society hostess Mamie Fish, where over 100 pampered pups dined on a multi-course meal alongside their formally attired owners. Such over-the-top affairs drew criticism in an age of stark inequality, but they were emblematic of Newport's excess. Status was everything. Who got invited to whose ball, whose daughter stacked an aristocratic fiancé, whose cottage was the grandest on Bellevue Avenue. If Newport was for seaside splendor, Saratoga Springs was the inland hotspot of Gilded Age leisure. This upstate New York town combined healing mineral springs, a world-famous horse racing track, and grand hotels to create a mecca for the wealthy each summer. In the late 19th century, Saratoga was known as the Queen of the Spa Resorts, where high society came to see and be seen. Each August, Saratoga's Broadway bustled with flowing silk gowns, jewels, ostrich plumes, white tie and tails, a veritable parade of wealth and fashion. Saratoga's attractions were many. By day, visitors took the waters at the town's numerous mineral springs, believing the fizzy, sulfurous waters cured everything from skin diseases to heart trouble. Whether or not they did, it was certainly a fashionable ritual. In the afternoons, all attention shifted to the Saratoga racecourse, where thoroughbred horses competed and fortunes were won or lost at the betting windows. Saratoga's track, opened in 1863, became America's epicenter of horse racing prestige. Each evening, the action moved to lavish dinners and gambling at the splendid Canfield Casino, where Europe's finest champagne flowed and roulette wheels spun under gaslit chandeliers. The scale of luxury in Saratoga's heyday is hard to exaggerate. Consider the town's grand hotels. The United States Hotel had 768 rooms and a 3-acre landscape courtyard. Its dining room ceiling soared 26 feet high. Its sweeping piazza was lined with hundreds of wicker rocking chairs where the wealthy would lounge and watch the promenade on Broadway. Just up the street stood the Grand Union Hotel, nearly as large, boasting a 54-piece orchestra under Victor Herbert playing twice daily, and a dining hall that served multi-course feast of terrapin, canvasback duck, lobster, and venison to thousands of guests. For all its glamour, Saratoga symbolized the peak of Gilded Age leisure and its eventual decline. As the new century dawned, Saratoga faced competition from other destinations and changes in taste, but during the Gilded Age, an August in Saratoga was synonymous with high living. Visitors strolled Saratoga's Congress Park or took carriage rides, sipped the mineral waters at ornate spring pavilions, and networked with the who's who of American industry and finance. In contrast to Newport and Saratoga's satin and chandeliers, the Adirondack Mountains offered Gilded Age millionaires a rustic kind of luxury. Up in the wilds of New York, on secluded lakes and pine-scented peaks, the ultra-wealthy built sprawling log estates known as the Adirondack Great Camps. Here, families like the Vanderbilts, Rockefellers, and Morgans could play at being wilderness pioneers, albeit with private chefs, electricity, bowling alleys, and stocked wine cellars at their remote lodges. The Adirondacks had drawn tourists since the 1869 publication of William H. Murray's book, Adventures in the Wilderness, which sparked a flood of city dwellers seeking fresh mountain air. By 1875, there were over 200 hotels scattered across the Adirondack Park, from rustic inns to massive resort hotels like Paul Smith's, a favorite of presidents and tycoons. Regular railroad service reached into the mountains. In fact, Thomas C. Durant, father of the Great Camps movement, built a railroad line from Saratoga up to North Creek, opening the wilderness to tourism. But while middle-class tourists stayed in basic hotels or lean-to campsites, the ultra-rich began to carve out their own private wilderness retreats. These became the Great Camps, compounds of lodges and cabins, typically on vast private landholdings by a lake, where a wealthy family and their guests could enjoy nature in splendid isolation. They were designed in a distinctive rustic style that somehow still exuded luxury. Logs, rough-hewn timbers, native stone, and even bark were used to construct fanciful lodges, boathouses, and guest cabins, an American take on the Swiss chalet or Japanese pagoda blended with arts and crafts sensibilities. Yet inside these log mansions, you might find Persian rugs and Tiffany lamps. Wealthy owners like the Vanderbilts brought servants and fine china deep into the woods. A great camp estate often included multiple buildings, separate cottages for dining, sleeping, and recreation, connected by winding paths or covered walkways. They were like private resort villages. William West Durant, son of the railroad magnate, pioneered this style. He built some of the earliest camps and sold them to financiers and industrialists. Great Camp Sagamore, for instance, was bought by Alfred G. Vanderbilt in 1901 and became an opulent rustic retreat with its own bowling alley, movie theater, and a staff of guides and caretakers, all camouflaged under a veneer of rough wood and Adirondack twig furniture. Summer life at the Great Camps was about roughing it in comfort. By day, the gentlemen would don flannel shirts and hunt or fish with Adirondack guides or go yachting on the lake, while the ladies might sketch the mountains or picnic on a scenic shoreline. Evenings brought formal dinners, fresh trout or venison served on fine china, and maybe a campfire sing-along or a billiards match in the casino building. This type of communion with nature and rustic luxury leads us to our next destination up in Maine. By the 1880s, a small fishing village on Mount Desert Island, Maine, had transformed into a summer haunt nearly as illustrious as Newport. This was Bar Harbor, which Gilded Age elites turned into a forested paradise of mansions, private clubs, and carriage roads. Cooler and more rugged than Newport, Bar Harbor offered mountain hikes and sailing by day, and glittering dinners by night, a combination that drew the likes of John D. Rockefeller Jr., J.P. Morgan, Cornelius Vanderbilt, and even President William Howard Taft to spend their summers here. Bar Harbor's appeal lay in its dramatic natural beauty. Tall evergreen forest and pink granite cliffs fringed the Atlantic here, with views of sparkling Frenchman Bay. Wealthy vacationers built shingle-style cottages, mansions really, on the slopes and shorelines. Days were filled with outdoor amusements, carriage rides along Rockefeller's meticulously constructed carriage roads, picnics atop Cadillac Mountain, or cruises to spot porpoises in the bay. In the evenings, Bar Harbor society gathered at the Valley Club or the Claremont Hotel for dinner and dancing. The social scene could be quite refined. Bar Harbor attracted artists and writers as well as moguls, giving it something of an intellectual bohemian edge at times. Still, Bar Harbor was unquestionably an enclave of privilege. The island's seclusion made it feel like a private kingdom for its summer colonists. Rusticators, as early middle-class visitors were called, had come to Mount Desert Island since before the Civil War for simple farmhouse lodgings and fresh air. But once America's richest arrived, Bar Harbor's character shifted to upper-crust exclusivity. Tragically, Bar Harbor's Gilded Age glory literally went up in smoke in 1947 when a devastating wildfire swept the island, destroying many of the old estates. But despite this, the area remains a beloved summer spot, now largely as part of Acadia National Park and the town of Bar Harbor, which welcomes visitors of all walks of life. Moving away from the East Coast, the Gilded Age rich also established summer enclaves in the heartland. Lake Geneva, Wisconsin is a prime example, a resort community so laden with baronial mansions that earned the nickname Newport of the West. Located on a spring-fed lake between Chicago and Milwaukee, Lake Geneva became a haven for Midwestern industrialists after the Great Chicago Fire of 1871. Many Chicago families who had lost their homes in the fire found refuge in this idyllic spot about 80 miles north of the city, and soon decided to build permanent summer homes on the lake's wooded shores. By the late 19th century, Lake Geneva's shoreline boasted estates belonging to the Wrigleys, chewing gum magnates, the Schwinns, bicycle makers, the Maytags, appliance tycoons, and other Midwestern elites. Enormous cottages with names like Stone Manor and Black Point rose along the water, complete with boathouses, servants' quarters, and immaculate lawns. The community of wealthy summer residents turned the once sleepy town into a glamorous retreat. There were regattas on the lake, polo matches, fancy dress balls at the grand hotels, and leisurely cruises on steam yachts. The lake itself is the star attraction, clear, spring-fed waters perfect for sailing and swimming, though it must be said that in the 1890s, bathing costumes were very modest and swimming was a sedate affair, especially for ladies. One charming legacy of Lake Geneva's Gilded Age is the Shore Path, a walking path that encircles the entire lake, originally established so that the servants and tradespeople could walk between estates. Today, anyone can stroll this path and literally peek into the backyards of Gilded Age mansions, getting a view of the opulent boathouses and gardens. In the upper Midwest, Mackinac Island emerges another beloved Gilded Age summer haven. This small island in Lake Huron, between Michigan's peninsulas, became one of the nation's most favored summer resorts in the late 19th century, thanks to its cool breezes and charming isolation. Wealthy Midwesterners from Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, and beyond would travel by lake steamer to Mackinac, no cars allowed, then or now, which added to the peaceful atmosphere. As the big steamships arrived, Victorian ladies and gentlemen would disembark onto a pier bustling with porters ready to whisk their luggage to one of the grand hotels or cottages. They had come to escape the city heat in exchange for an island of horse-drawn carriages, bicycles, and leisurely living. The most famous symbol of Mackinac's resort era is the Grand Hotel, opened in 1887. Billed as America's original Grand Hotel, it was constructed by a consortium of railroads and steamship companies to entice more travelers. The Grand Hotel's 660-foot-long porch became an icon. Each evening, guests in formal dress would sit in the porch's rocking chairs, enjoying the sunset and lake views, often to the accompaniment of an orchestra. The hotel and others like it provided every amenity a Gilded Age traveler could want: elegant suites, fine dining, a saltwater pool, billiards, tea gardens, and more. During the day, guests might take carriage tours past Fort Mackinac and the island's natural curiosities like Arch Rock, or engage in genteel sports, tennis, bicycling on the car-free roads, nature walks, or perhaps a round of golf. By the 1890s, the wealthiest visitors were building their own summer cottages on Mackinac's bluffs, just as they did in Newport. These cottages were not quite the scale of Newport's mansions, but they were certainly Grand Second Empire or Queen Anne-style homes with expansive verandas and stunning views. A social life developed that included afternoon tea at the hotel, sailing regattas on the streets of Mackinac, and nightly dances. But not all Gilded Age getaways were in the East or Midwest. On the West Coast, a symbol of Victorian vacation style was San Francisco's Cliff House. Perched dramatically on cliffs overlooking the Pacific surf and Seal Rocks, the Cliff House was a renowned seaside resort restaurant that drew everyone from robber barons to U.S. presidents for a bit of ocean breeze and indulgence. The original Cliff House opened in 1863 as a fashionable outpost where San Francisco's elite could escape the city and enjoy fine dining with a panoramic ocean view. By the 1890s, the Cliff House had a new lease on life thanks to Adolph Sutro, a self-made millionaire and former San Francisco mayor. Sutro bought the property and in 1896 rebuilt it into a fantastical 8-story Victorian castle-like structure. This gingerbread palace, crowned with turrets, gables, and an observation tower, truly became a West Coast icon. Sutro's Cliff House had multiple dining rooms, ballrooms, an art gallery, and even a museum of curiosities. Despite its opulence, Sutro had a populist streak. He made sure his Cliff House would welcome all respectable people, not just the rich. He built a railroad line out to the site, reducing the travel cost to a nickel, and advertised affordable menu options. By offering a seat on the porch and a drink for 10 cents, the Cliff House became a destination for working class and wealthy families alike. This democratization was a bit ahead of its time, and it came with the side effect of diluting the resort's exclusivity. Sundays at the Cliff House were especially popular. Thousands of San Franciscans would take the excursion train or later the trolley out to the ocean beach, enjoy a stroll on the sand or a swim at the nearby Sutro Baths, and then dine at the Cliff House while watching the sun sink into the Pacific. The scene circa 1900 was a lively mix: elegant ladies in long dresses and parasols sitting on the beach, children building sandcastles, men in suits and bowler hats climbing the rocks, and above it all, the ornate Cliff House providing a fantasy-inspired backdrop. The Cliff House's story is one of resilience too. It survived the 1906 earthquake, only to burn down in 1907. It was rebuilt in a more subdued neoclassical style in 1909. Though its most extravagant incarnation was gone, the Cliff House continued as a San Francisco institution for well over a century. It's worth noting that there were several other resort communities and vacation destinations spread about the country. From Lake George, which offered accommodations for the ultra-wealthy and the emerging middle class, to trolley parks in remote areas outside of big cities, like the Merrimack Highlands near St. Louis, where a working-class family could board a trolley and ride it all the way out to the countryside for a pleasant day trip. By the time the automobile became common, people were no longer bound to destinations that were accessible by rail lines and ferries. This, of course, saw new spots emerge past the Gilded Age as people could spread out and find their own slices of paradise. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. If you could go back in time and spend a weekend at one of these resorts, which one would you choose to visit? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. American colonial architecture spans a variety of styles that reflect the diverse origins of the early settlers in what would become the United States. Each style, from the simple saltbox homes of New England to the grand Georgian mansions of the mid-Atlantic, tells a story of adaptation, resourcefulness, and the blending of old-world traditions with the challenges of the new frontier. Hi everyone, Ken here. Let's take a journey through the various types of American colonial homes, exploring their unique characteristics by region, historical context, and going in-depth for some notable examples. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. The harsh winters and dense forests of New England shaped the early colonial homes in this region. The Saltbox House is one of the most iconic, recognized by its long, sloping rear roof that gives it a distinctive asymmetrical profile. This style evolved from the need for easy, practical construction that could withstand the New England weather. A prime example is the Parson Capon House in Topsfield, Massachusetts, built in 1683, which showcases the simplicity and sturdiness of the saltbox design. Another quintessential New England style is the Cape Cod House, characterized by its steep roof, central chimney, and rectangular 1.5-story composition. These homes were designed for efficiency, with low ceilings and small windows to retain heat during the long, cold winters. The Dutch settlers who arrived in the Hudson River Valley and parts of New Jersey brought with them traditions from Holland and Flanders. Dutch colonial homes are easily identified by their gambrel roofs, which allow for a full second story without the need for excessively high walls. These homes often featured stone or brick construction, reflecting the Dutch preference for sturdy, durable materials. The Bronx House, also known as the Peter Bronx House, is one of the oldest surviving buildings in upstate New York, built in 1663 by Peter Bronx, a Swedish settler with Dutch ties. Located in Greene County near Coxsackie, this historic house is a well-preserved example of early Dutch and Swedish colonial architecture. Originally, the house was a simple, sturdy structure with thick stone walls and a steep gambrel roof. Over time, the Bronx family expanded the home. In 1738, Peter's grandson added a large brick house, connecting it to the original structure with a brick passageway. Another addition followed in 1792, using construction techniques similar to the original building. In rural areas, however, the Dutch farmhouse became a common sight, with its long, linear plan and wide overhangs designed to protect the walls from the elements. The Hankinson-Moreau-Covenhoven House in Freehold, New Jersey is a classic example, blending Dutch architectural elements with later Georgian influences. However, in the warmer climates of the southern colonies, homes took on a different character. The Southern colonial style is often associated with large, sprawling plantations, but also influenced smaller homes throughout the region. These houses typically featured large porches or verandas, which provided shade and a place to catch breezes during the hot summer months. Completed by the early 1750s in Charleston, South Carolina, there is perhaps one of America's best remaining examples of this substyle of residential architecture. Drayton Hall, named after the Drayton family who called this grand estate home for 7 generations, encapsulates the Palladian style not only on its exterior but within its exquisite interior. Before we enter the mansion, let's take a look at some of its drawings, noting how each room is anchored to the first floor's great hall. Furthermore, in this section, we can see how carefully proportioned each room is, following a strict grid not only for its layout, but for its decorative elements as well. When exploring a grand manor, there is no better place to start than the entrance itself. Arriving at the threshold, we can look up to layers of ornate molding framing the double doors. Upon entering, there is a rapid expansion of space as the ceiling soars 2 stories overhead, with a grand double staircase gracing the painted paneled walls. No surface is left unadorned, from hand-lathed newel posts to intricate carvings decorating the risers. We can imagine how grand the Draytons must have appeared standing at the balcony, framed by an elaborate, classically styled door surround as guests arrive through the front door. From here we can continue from the stair hall into the Great Hall, where we are met by exquisitely carved wood paneling. In this historic photo of the room, we can more accurately visualize just how little has been eroded by time. Even with fading paint and cracked plasterwork, the timeless, unrelenting beauty of the room's classically styled and mathematically proportioned elements persist. The windows, with their deep sills, are framed by fluted pilasters with egg and dart molding in their capitals. And of the window surrounds that are still intact, we find festoons, rosettes, and various tiny details in the woodwork, reflecting the natural fauna just beyond the glass panes. If we take the passageway just to the left of the grand fireplace, we will find the Ionic Room. This room, which serves as a parlor, was aptly named for its strict adherence to the classically inspired Ionic order. Each of the pilasters in this room is topped with an Ionic capital that flares out at a slight angle before scrolling back in on itself. We find an enlarged but mathematically similar scrolling composing the broken pediment on the fireplace's upper mantle. Let's step back once again to appreciate the symphony of these tiny details coming together to create a beautiful space. Traveling back into the Great Hall, we will hook around the fireplace to find the library glowing in the afternoon sunlight. While the design on the wall panels is cohesive with the adjoining rooms, all of the distractions of intricate detailing have been phased out so that only a single decorative band of egg and dart molding continues across the wood-paneled walls. This simplicity in the library aligns with the philosophy tied to the Palladian style, remembering the primary purpose of the room is for reading, writing, and thinking and should not impose distractions. Cutting across the Great Hall diagonally, we find the dining room through the passage on the right. For the first time, we see red introduced into the paint scheme with creamy, off-white paneling, further tied together by the pigment found within the fireplace's marble surround. Just beyond the dining room's fireplace, the first floor chamber mirrors its color scheme with different, complementing decorative elements. While Drayton Hall might appear to be the epitome of luxury for this time period, there is more to uncover as we delve deeper into the colonial era. Caught somewhere between the Northeast and the South, we find the Pennsylvania colonial style to be a blend of influences, reflecting the diverse population of the region, which included English, German, and Swedish settlers. Early homes in this area often adopted the Georgian style with its formal symmetry and classical proportions. Hope Lodge in White Marsh Township, Pennsylvania, built in 1750, is a fine example of Georgian architecture in the colonies, with its balanced windows, central doorway, and brick construction. However, not all homes in Pennsylvania follow the Georgian model. The Swedish settlers introduced the log cabin to America, a form that became popular throughout the frontier, expanding westward as settlers planted their roots, carrying with them the simple, hardy style of construction even into the mid-1800s, where we find the style still being built in Missouri. Though the simple log cabin design reached the Midwest later, there were other colonial-era styles that preceded it. Backing up to when the American colonial style was taking root along the Atlantic coast, French settlers in the deep interior of North America developed the French colonial style, which was well suited to the hot, humid climate of the Mississippi River Valley. These homes often featured broad, hipped roofs and wraparound gallery porches, which provided shade and helped to keep the interior cool. The Beckett-Ribot House in St. Genevieve, Missouri, built in 1778, is a classic example of this style, with its timber frame construction and steeply pitched roof. In New Orleans, the French colonial style evolved to incorporate elements of Caribbean architecture, resulting in the unique Creole cottages and townhouses that still define the city's historic districts. The Madame John's legacy in the French Quarter, built in 1788, is a well-preserved example of a Creole townhouse with its characteristic high ceilings, large windows, and Louvre shutters. And yet there was one more major influence under the broader umbrella of American colonial. The Spanish colonial style is perhaps the most diverse of the substyles, reflecting the vast geographical area it covers from Florida to California. In Florida, the earliest Spanish colonial homes were simple, one-room structures made from coquina or tabby, materials that were readily available in the region. The Gonzalez Alvarez house in St. Augustine, Florida, built in 1723, is a beautifully preserved example of early Spanish colonial architecture, with its thick walls, wooden shutters, and interior courtyard. In the Southwest, Spanish colonial homes often featured adobe construction, drawing influence from native building techniques along with flat roofs and enclosed courtyards, creating a cool, private retreat from the harsh desert sun. Perhaps there is no better example than the Spanish Governor's Palace in San Antonio, Texas. The keystone above the front entrance, adorned with a double-headed eagle from the coat of arms of Spanish King Ferdinand VI, proudly dates the building to around 1749. The palace itself is a marvel of 18th century Spanish colonial architecture. Its U-shaped design, built from brick and covered in stucco, encapsulates a traditional Spanish patio and courtyard, offering a serene glimpse into the past. Here we can imagine wandering about the tiled walkway through the lush gardens, flanked by arcades as we make our way over to the well to fetch fresh water for the day. Our journey through the courtyard is a tranquil escape from the city beyond its walls. As the lines between indoor and outdoor living become blurred, we find a private patio under the shade of a pergola. The exterior finishes continue inside, with terracotta tile floors resting below exposed wood beam ceilings. The dining room was designed to be large enough to host grand dinner parties in the light of a flickering fire. And nearby, the governor's staff would have been hard at work in the kitchen preparing meals, making everything from scratch. Taking a closer look, the wood-burning oven and cooktop give us a better idea of what working in this space was like. The palace continues on with large rooms, sparsely but effectively decorated with objects of purpose. As we wind our way through, we can imagine dozens of people spread all throughout, working at writing desks and bustling about. Being part of the mission, the palace had an education room to further the crown's influence. The first bedroom we will see was perhaps the most lavish in all of Spanish Texas. Though others were simple by comparison, they were still luxurious compared to life outside the palace. While we have covered the larger subcategories of American colonial, there remains a variety of regional designs as cultures blended together in the New World, reinventing domestic architecture. The intent of this video was to focus on the purest, most definitive categories of American colonial, and on that note, it's worth mentioning the first period homes, which represent the very earliest phases of English settlement in America from about 1607 to 1700. These homes were often built with steeply pitched roofs, small casement windows, and massive central chimneys, reflecting the medieval building traditions that the settlers brought with them from England. The Fairbanks House in Dedham, Massachusetts, built around 1637, is the oldest known surviving timber frame house in North America and a prime example of first period architecture. American colonial homes are as varied as the people who built them, reflecting a wide range of influences, climates, and available materials. Whether it's the rugged simplicity of a New England saltbox, the stately elegance of a Georgian mansion, or the cool, shaded galleries of a French colonial house, each style tells a story of adaptation and innovation. These homes are not just relics of the past, they are living examples of American architectural heritage, still admired and preserved for their beauty, practicality, and historical significance. Which style is your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss a fascinating episode of This House. In the 1930s, Ruby Ross Wood was undisputably the most famous interior designer of her time, creating rooms for America's wealthiest families, including the Vanderbilts and Astors. But for as grand as some of her designs were, Ruby's personal home was truly a treasure trove of creative thinking. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Ruby's path to decorating fame began far from the gilded halls of New York. She was born Ruby Ross Pope in 1881 in Monticello, Georgia, the daughter of a cotton broker and a family with proud colonial American roots. Despite her genteel lineage, Ruby's childhood in the South was a world away from the cosmopolitan design circles she would later dominate. As a young woman with a creative spark, Ruby initially pursued writing. In the early 1900s, she moved to New York City and then Boston to work as a journalist, writing fiction, poetry, and magazine articles. A turning point came in 1910 when Ruby landed an unusual writing gig, ghostwriting for the legendary decorator Elsie de Wolfe. De Wolfe was among America's first famous interior designers, and she needed help penning articles about decorating. Ruby's task was to translate de Wolfe's lectures into engaging articles for The Delineator, a popular women's magazine. She did such a good job that those articles became the basis for de Wolfe's influential book, The House in Good Taste, a cornerstone of early 20th century interior design literature. Through this project, Ruby absorbed de Wolfe's design philosophy and made valuable connections in high society. It was an ironic start. The woman who had become a celebrated designer got her first big break writing under someone else's name, but it set the stage for her own voice to emerge. Armed with knowledge and growing passion, Ruby tried to strike out on her own in design. In 1913, she published The Honest House, a book on tasteful homemaking, but it met with only modest success. Undeterred, she boldly opened a decorating business called the Modernist Studio around 1914, hoping to introduce cutting-edge European modern design to New York. This venture proved ahead of its time. Most New Yorkers weren't ready for such experimental decor, and the business failed. Ruby's first true foot in the door came soon after, in a more traditional setting. She joined the venerable John Wanamaker department store in New York, where she took over the interior decorating studio known as Belle Maison. Starting in 1918, Ruby managed this elite design salon, and for the next few years, she honed her craft decorating model rooms and advising wealthy clients through Wanamakers. This job was a crash course in the practical side of interior design, from sourcing antiques and fabrics to pleasing demanding patrons, and it expanded her network of suppliers and society clients. By the late 1920s and 1930s, Ruby Ross Wood had built a thriving decorating empire, counting some of America's richest families among her clientele. She worked on homes for names like the Vanderbilts and Blairs, a sure sign that she had arrived at the top of her profession. Ruby's design philosophy and personality set her apart from her peers. She believed that creating a beautiful room was as much an art as a science, famously declaring, "The final judgment in decorating is not the logic of the mind, but the logic of the eye." In other words, trust your taste over any rigid rules, a principle that resonated with her affluent clients who wanted homes that were elegant but also personal. Her rooms often balance comfort with a sense of history. She might pair a sleek contemporary lamp with a Louis XVI chair, or lay a bold Moroccan rug under Chippendale tables. This blend of old-world charm and select modern touches gave her interiors a timeless, curated quality that drew admirers. In 1927, Ruby and her husband, Chalmers Wood, commissioned what would become Little Ipswich, a mansion set on 43 acres of lush land in Woodbury, Long Island. The estate's whimsical name, Little Ipswich, was a nod to Chalmer Wood's boyhood home of Ipswich, Massachusetts, but there was nothing little about the project's ambitions. Ruby, ever the design connoisseur, took an active role in planning the house, ensuring it would be a showplace for both architecture and interior design. To bring their vision to life, the Woods hired the prominent New York firm of Delano and Aldrich, renowned for elegant classical architecture. Ruby had clear ideas and even gave the architects historic inspiration. One striking feature of Little Ipswich is that it was built entirely on one level, a sprawling one-story mansion stretching out amid the gardens. This was at Ruby's insistence, as she desired soaring ceilings in every room without the interruption of an upper floor. Inside Little Ipswich, Ruby Ross Wood's knack for dramatic yet livable interiors was on full display. Visitors stepping through the front door found themselves in an awe-inspiring central hall beneath the Great Dome. This rotunda-like foyer was laid out with perfect symmetry, harkening back to classical ideals of design. Beyond the foyer, each room in Little Ipswich reflected Ruby's curated, cosmopolitan style. The living room, for instance, was legendary among her circle. It featured walls paneled in wood up to the ceiling, with delicate carvings and built-in shelves that displayed Ruby's treasured collection of Chinese figurines and old porcelain. Rather than sticking to one period or style, Ruby mixed furnishings from various eras and origins. A French director chair, circa 1790, upholstered in old tapestry, sat comfortably near an Italian lacquer cabinet with brass lions head pulls. On the other side, an English Regency Meridian sofa covered in rich maroon brocade held court, piled with satin and velvet pillows for comfort. The color scheme of deep maroons, soft tans, and beiges was pulled together by an exquisite Aubusson carpet, one of several in Ruby's possession, woven with swan and scroll patterns that echoed the home's recurring motif. In the library, she wrapped all four walls in floor-to-ceiling pine bookcases, unifying all the vertical elements with a band of uninterrupted dentil molding. Once again, we see mixed and matched styles spanning centuries and regions apart, all coming together to create a sophisticated and eclectic environment. Ruby's own bedroom in the mansion was another showplace of personal luxury. She capitalized on the high ceilings to create a Tremont effect, placing a large mirror and a carved relief panel above the fireplace like one might see in an old Parisian townhouse. The floor of her bedroom was itself a conversation piece. Oak planks salvaged from a French manor house arranged in an inlaid geometric pattern with strips of white olive wood and ebony. Ruby's story, however, met an all-too-human ending. In the late 1940s, her health began to decline. She had been a lifelong chain smoker and tragically passed of lung cancer in 1950 at the age of 68. But the mansion itself lived on, at least for a few more decades. In 1995, despite any efforts or hopes for preservation, the estate was demolished to make way for modern development. The once sprawling 43 acres of lawns and gardens were subdivided, and eventually a neighborhood known as the Peroni Estates was built on the land. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Little Ipswich? Did anything stick out to you? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Picture a teenage opera prodigy soaring to fame at the Met, then stepping off the stage to live in a mini Versailles on Long Island. This is the remarkable true story of Patrice Munsell, the Princess Pat of the opera world, and her opulent Gold Coast mansion known as Au Bois. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Patrice Munsell's ascent to fame is the stuff of legend. Born in 1925 in Spokane, Washington, she rocketed into the spotlight as a teenager. In 1943, at just 17, she won the Metropolitan Opera's auditions of the year, astonishing judges and clinching a contract. By the time she made her official Met debut at 18, Munsell earned the distinction of being the youngest singer ever to star at New York's Metropolitan Opera. The press nicknamed her Princess Pat, and her talent captivated wartime America. She even graced the cover of Life magazine in February 1944 as a teenage opera star. Munsell's soprano career blossomed through the 1940s and 1950s, best known for sparkling coloratura roles like Adele in Die Fledermaus and Rosina in The Barber of Seville. She performed over 200 times at the Met in a 15-year span. Critical opinions varied early on, but audiences adored her exuberant stage presence. Crucially, her success also translated into financial reward. Her first Met contract paid $40,000 a year, a hefty sum in the 1940s, and with concert appearances and radio gigs, she was soon earning about $100,000 annually by age 20. By her mid-20s, Munsell was living the high life of a bona fide celebrity. Diversifying her talents, Munsell crossed into popular entertainment as well. In 1952, she married Robert Schuller, an advertising and PR executive who would become her business partner. The two collaborated on a TV variety program, The Patrice Munsell Show, which aired in 1957 and showcased both her musical and comedic flair. She also ventured into film, portraying opera legend Nellie Melba in a 1953 biopic. By the late 1950s, feeling constrained by the light roles the Met assigned her, Munsell left to explore musical theater and touring productions. She starred in The Sound of Music, Kismet, The King and I, and other shows across the US, proving her versatility on stage. All of this fame and hard work brought Patrice Munsell considerable wealth and a taste of high society. It's no surprise that in the 1960s, at the height of her career, Munsell set her sights on a grand country estate befitting her success. That estate was the magnificent Au Bois in Brookville, Long Island, a mansion with as much dramatic flair as the diva herself. If ever a house were worthy of an opera star, Au Bois would be it. The name Au Bois means high wood in French, and indeed, the mansion sits amid lush wooded acreage on Long Island's North Shore. But more impressively, the estate was designed as a little piece of Versailles in America. Built in 1916 for real estate tycoon Walter E. Maynard, Au Bois was the creation of noted architect Ogden Codman Jr. Codman drew inspiration from Louis XIV's hunting lodge of Versailles, which would later expand into the famed palace. In Au Bois, he recreated that French Renaissance style, a grand, symmetrical chateauesque manner of brick and stucco, with tall chimneys and a slate mansard roof evoking 17th century France. The interiors and grounds were equally steeped in European luxury. Maynard spared no expense importing authentic details, including antique wood paneling from a French chateau, to lend the home an old-world pedigree. Vast formal gardens were laid out to complement the house. Noted landscape architect Jacques Rabert, brought over from Paris, designed terraced French gardens modeled after those of Versailles, complete with manicured lawns, alleys of trees, and a reflecting pool with a tranquil fountain. In the 1930s, American landscape designer Ellen Biddle Shipman also worked on the grounds, enhancing the estate's romantic vistas. During the Roaring Twenties, Au Bois became a glamorous party setting, the kind of place where tuxedos and flapper gowns waltzed to jazz under the stars. Fast forward to the 1960s, Patrice and Robert entered the storied scene. Enchanted by its European charm, they purchased Au Bois as their family home, renaming it Malmaison after Napoleon's famous mansion. Neighbors would later recall a charming personal touch. Mademoiselle was known to open the tall French windows and serenade from the terrace, her coloratura trills floating over the gardens. But every star's career has an arc, and Patrice Mademoiselle's later years were a graceful encore. After moving on from the Met, Mademoiselle remained active in entertainment for decades. Even as rock and roll and television reshaped American culture, Mademoiselle kept classical music in the public eye with frequent TV appearances, from the Bell Telephone Hour to quiz shows. In an era when opera stars rarely ventured beyond the concert stage, Mademoiselle was truly a multifaceted entertainer. As the 1980s approached, she gradually stepped out of the spotlight. She formally retired from the opera stage in 1981, though she continued to sing in select concerts and operettas for a time. Ever adaptable, she remained involved in musical theater and cabaret into the 1990s and did not set down the microphone until 2008, an impressively long career spanning over 6 decades. She enjoyed her golden years in the Adirondacks, where she passed away in 2016 at the age of 91. Just like its famous owner, the mansion of Aubois saw its own twists and turns with time. Backing up a bit, in 1975, Aubois was acquired by a businessman named John L. Maddox Jr., and with that sale, the name Malmaison quietly fell out of use, reverting to the historic Aubois. Unfortunately, the grand old house suffered under subsequent ownership. Maintenance of such a vast chateau is no small feat, and over the next 2 decades, Aubois declined in a near-ruinous condition. A plot twist arrived in 1995 when new owners purchased Aubois and undertook a massive restoration to save this piece of Gold Coast heritage. Master artisans and architects were brought in to return the estate to its former glory. Wherever possible, original materials were restored or replicated. The exterior gardens, too, were rejuvenated, though with one notable alteration. The old rectangular reflecting pond and fountain were replaced by a modern-day swimming pool to suit contemporary taste. By the turn of the 21st century, Aubois was not only rescued, but shining. The estate even had a brush with Hollywood. Director Martin Scorsese used Aubois as a filming location for The Age of Innocence, taking advantage of its ornate period interiors as a stand-in for 19th century high society settings. As of today, Aubois stands as one of the few surviving Gold Coast mansions still in private hands. Much of Long Island's once numerous Gilded Age estates have been lost to time or redevelopment, which makes Aubois' survival all the more noteworthy. The mansion was listed for sale in recent years, with an asking price in the multi-millions, reflecting both its restored condition and its storied history. The formal French gardens still bloom, and the elegant brick facade still greets the Long Island sun. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Aubois? Let me know down below in the comments section. I'd also like to say a special thank you to our members whose names you can see on screen right now. If you would like to contribute to our research and the production of these videos, consider joining our membership program today. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time on This House. In the early 1900s, New York's Fifth Avenue was lined with palatial homes built by America's wealthiest families. One such magnate, Morton F. Plant, made headlines not only for his extravagant residences, but for the extraordinary deal in which he famously traded a mansion for a precious pearl necklace. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit the subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1852, Morton Plant was born into a life of opportunity. He was the son of Henry Bradley Plant, a self-made railroad and steamship tycoon who opened the American South with his transportation empire. Morton was groomed in business from a young age. He attended a military academy in New Haven and then went to work for his father's Southern Express Company as a teenager. By 1884, he had risen to vice president of the family's plant system of railroads and steamships, and he later helped oversee its merger into the Atlantic Coast Line Railroad. When Henry passed away, Morton inherited an estate estimated at over $30 million, a staggering fortune worth nearly $1.2 billion today. Flushed with wealth, Morton expanded his interests far beyond railroads. He sat on the boards of banks and trust companies, owned a major trolley line, the Shoreline Electric Railway in Connecticut, and even dabbled in media by purchasing newspapers in Boston and New London. A born sportsman, he gained the honorary title Commodore for his passion for yachting, owning a fleet of racing yachts that won international trophies. He also invested in America's favorite pastime, becoming part owner of a Philadelphia baseball club and keeping a New London team afloat. Despite his lavish lifestyle, he shared his fortune with others, pouring money into New London, Connecticut, funding roads, churches, office buildings, and trolley lines to spur the area's development. His immense wealth expressed itself in real estate as much as in business or philanthropy. At the height of the Gilded Age, he commissioned multiple mansions to suit his family's needs. From Manhattan to the Connecticut coast, each residence had its own character and architectural flair, reflective of Plant's taste and the changing trends of the era. Plant's first New York City mansion rose at 653 Fifth Avenue at the corner of East 52nd Street in the heart of what was then a posh residential district. In 1902, he purchased the coveted corner lot from William K. Vanderbilt and hired architect Robert W. Gibson to design a showpiece home. The result, completed in 1905, was a dazzling Italian Renaissance-style palazzo clad in white marble and New Hampshire granite. Morton Plant and his wife Nellie moved into the mansion around 1905, joining an elite neighborhood populated largely by Vanderbilts, Astors, and other society dynasties. For a time, the location seemed ideal, but the character of Midtown Manhattan was rapidly changing. In the decade after the house was built, the upper 40s and 50s of Fifth Avenue saw an influx of commercial development, luxury retailers, hotels, and clubs encroaching on what had been an exclusive residential enclave. Just a few years after settling in, Plant could see the writing on the wall. Mansions downtown had given way to buildings such as the Waldorf Astoria, and one by one, Plant's millionaire neighbors began fleeing northward to more peaceful pastures. In 1916, he secretly began construction of a new mansion on Fifth Avenue and 86th Street, well above the encroaching commercial zone. In a stroke of serendipity, Morton found an eager buyer for his current house in his own neighborhood, the French jeweler Cartier, which had opened a New York store nearby in 1909. Cartier's president, Pierre Cartier, famously coveted Plant's corner mansion as the ideal location for a U.S. flagship jewelry salon. Meanwhile, Plant's much younger second wife, Maisie, had fallen in love with a luxurious, double-strand natural pearl necklace displayed in Cartier's window. In 1917, a remarkable deal was struck. Legend has it, Cartier traded the $1 million necklace plus a token $100 in cash for the title to the Plant mansion. It was a win-win transaction. Maisie got her coveted pearls, and Cartier obtained the mansion that money alone might not have bought so easily. Even as he established his Manhattan base, Morton invested in an equally extravagant retreat far from the city's bustle. In 1902, he completed Branford House, a sprawling summer mansion on Avery Point in Groton, Connecticut. Plant named the estate after his hometown of Branford and spared no expense in its creation. The project cost an astronomical $3 million, an astounding sum at the time equivalent to over $113 million today. Rather than join the social scene in Newport, Plant chose the quieter Connecticut shoreline, where Avery Point offered wide views of Long Island Sound and ample space for his hobbies as a gentleman farmer. Branford House was a family affair in design, and Morton's first wife, Nellie Plant, had studied architecture at the Sorbonne and took a lead role in planning the mansion's look. Working alongside architect Robert W. Gibson, Nellie crafted a residence that externally resembled a Tudor Jacobean manor, complete with greystone facades, gables, and hints of Gothic Revival style. Beyond the mansion itself, Plant transformed the 70-acre grounds into a model estate. Embracing the role of a country squire, he built extensive farming facilities, gigantic greenhouses for exotic plants, orchards and vegetable gardens, poultry houses, and a 22,000-square-foot cow barn to supply fresh dairy. So committed was Plant to maintaining an idyllic environment that he even purchased and demolished a smelly fertilizer factory on a nearby island, replacing it with an orchard for his grandchildren to play in. By all accounts, Branford House was a self-sufficient world of its own, part farm, part luxurious country home, where Morton and Nellie Plant could escape the formality of New York and enjoy summers by the water. As we stroll through the gardens, I'll take this moment to say a thank you to our This House supporters for making these videos possible. If you would like to support our research and the production of these videos, consider joining our membership program today. Now let's make our way over to the house and begin exploring inside. We'll begin our tour from the Great Hall, facing the grand staircase as it ascends beyond an elaborate carved wood arcade. As noted earlier, Morton's first wife was heavily involved in the design, blending primarily Elizabethan and Jacobean taste with American sensibilities, leading to a rather eclectic mix of Tudoresque interiors. And for the furnishings, antiques were brought in from all over the world, with textiles and tapestries in bold colors to liven up the otherwise wood-clad hall. Let's climb up to the gallery overlooking the Great Hall to get a better look at the plaster ceiling. From here, we can really see how much craftsmanship went into creating this ceiling and fully absorb how dimensional it truly is. Let's head now into the music room, following a more tried-and-true Jacobean inspiration, once again finding brightly colored textiles and palms to lighten up the dramatic woodwork. As we head into the dining room, I'll note that the furniture is from the mansion's second life a few decades later, but we'll get to all of that soon enough. For now, let's step out into the solarium, making our way between heavy, rusticated stone arches. This room would have been filled with plants year-round, and weather permitting, the windows could be removed by the staff to transform it into an open-air loggia. We'll come back to Branford House in just a bit, but in the meantime, let's go check in on Morton's new Manhattan mansion. Architect Lowell's creation, completed in 1918, was a 5-story limestone palazzo that stretched 120 feet along 86th Street, its Fifth Avenue frontage measuring 50 feet. Clad in pink Tennessee marble atop a rusticated stone base, the mansion evoked the Italian Renaissance style but in a more restrained, modern form than Plant's previous homes. A column portico marked the 86th Street entrance, above which a second-floor balcony projected modestly. This is where we'll enter the home. If the exterior was stately and somewhat reserved, the interiors of 1051 Fifth Avenue were anything but. Morton and Maisie Plant filled their new home with art and antiques from around the world, installing entire paneled rooms imported from old European estates. Stepping inside, we arrive in the entrance hall, below a barrel-vaulted ceiling running side to side in the house. Directly ahead, and up a few steps, we will pass below a massive stone archway to find the grand staircase. Once in the elliptical stair hall, we can look up, tracing the curving white marble staircase past tapestries, paneling, and intricate wrought iron balconies peeking out above us. The main reception rooms had soaring, 15-foot ceilings on the first floor and an 18-foot high drawing room on the second floor that spanned the full length of the Fifth Avenue side. The dining room featured an antique English fireplace surround, while other rooms boasted French and Italian salvage, a deliberate mix of period settings to impress Plant's guests with a tour of continental luxury. By all accounts, the mansion was a showcase of old-world splendor blended with modern comforts. Not long after the house was completed, Morton passed away in his sleep at the age of 66. The cause was pneumonia, likely a consequence of the influenza pandemic that was ravaging the globe. Plant's widow Maisie, who was 30 years his junior, continued to live in the Fifth Avenue mansion, even later remarrying into the Hayward family. Now, time has not been equally kind to all of Morton Plant's beloved residences. Each of his three principal mansions followed a very different fate in the years after Plant and his family were gone. Of course, his first Manhattan mansion went on to become Cartier, and nothing has changed there other than a few modifications to the facade and interior. In contrast, Plant's grand Upper East Side residence no longer exists. By 1959, a 19-story modern apartment building stood on the site. After Morton Plant's passing in 1918, Branford House passed to his son, who had little use for such a vast estate. The property changed hands and eventually was put up for auction in 1939, selling for a mere $55,000. The state of Connecticut soon acquired the estate and in 1941 transferred it to the U.S. Coast Guard to establish a training center during World War II. The once manicured grounds were dramatically altered. Much of the formal gardens and outbuildings were bulldozed to make way for drill fields, barracks, and even a new lighthouse on the point as part of the military facility. After the Coast Guard vacated in the mid-1960s, Branford House seemed in peril, battered by time and hard use. Fortunately, in 1967, the property was turned back over to the state of Connecticut for a very different purpose. It became part of a new regional campus of the University of Connecticut, even though the house itself sat empty and mostly unused for decades following the transfer. Finally, in the late 1990s, UConn undertook a major restoration of Branford House, and by 2001, the mansion had been faithfully renovated. Today, this former Plant residence has a new life as an event venue and community space, and with that I'll turn it over to you. Which of Morton Plant's many mansions was your favorite? Let me know down below in the comments section, and while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Have you ever wondered why the houses in Florida have such a distinct style? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're heading down to Palm Beach to uncover the home of Addison Meisner. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Addison Meisner was born in 1872 in California, but his path to architecture was anything but ordinary. As a young man, he traveled widely, from the courts of Central America, where his diplomat father was posted, to the goldfields of Yukon, absorbing art, adventure, and a love for old-world architecture. Though he never completed formal college studies, Meisner apprenticed under a San Francisco architect and proved to be a talented draftsman and watercolor artist. By 1904, he had relocated to New York, where he spent several years designing lavish interiors and even the decor of private yachts for wealthy clients before getting opportunities to design entire homes. Meisner's big break came when a friend, Paris Singer, heir to the Singer sewing fortune, invited him to Palm Beach in 1918 to recover from ill health. At the time, Gilded Age millionaires wintering in Palm Beach were living in wooden houses ill-suited to the tropical climate. Meisner saw an opportunity. Drawing on the Spanish colonial architecture he had admired in Guatemala and other warm climates, he designed a new kind of Florida architecture, one with thick stucco walls, shady loggias, clay barrel tile roofs, and breezy patios that embraced the outdoors. His philosophy was that an architecture designed not just the building's shell, but also its interiors and gardens, creating a unified style throughout. His first major commission was the Everglades Club, a private social club and hospital for wounded World War I veterans, which opened in 1919. The Everglades Club was a revelation, a gorgeous pink stucco palace with Moorish towers, arcades, wrought iron balconies, and lush courtyards. Its exotic grandeur stunned Palm Beach high society. The Everglades Club's success made Meisner the most sought-after architect among America's elite in the 1920s, and over the next few years, he was flooded with commissions to design extravagant winter homes for wealthy financiers, socialites, and tycoons. From 1919 to 1924 alone, Meisner designed roughly 38 lavish residences in Palm Beach, effectively remaking the town's architectural character. By 1925, it was firmly established as the premier resort community in the United States, thanks in large part to Meisner's distinctive designs. Amid a string of triumphs, Addison Meisner created a masterpiece for himself, Villa Meisner, his own home and studio in Palm Beach. Rather than an isolated mansion, Meisner integrated his residence into a charming shopping lane he designed just off Worth Avenue, known as Via Meisner. In 1923, fresh off the Everglades Club's success across the street, Meisner set about turning a slice of Palm Beach into a European-type village of courtyards and arcades inspired by Old Spain. He built a cluster of Mediterranean revival structures with white stucco walls, barrel tile roofs, wrought iron balconies, and quaint plazas. The meandering Via Meisner walkway connected the bustling Worth Avenue to a quieter backstreet, inviting shoppers to stroll through its shaded passages and flower-filled patios. It was an early, open-air shopping concept, long before malls were a thing, and it quickly became part of Palm Beach's unique charm. At the heart of Via Meisner was Meisner's own residence, an eccentric 5-story tower at 1 Via Meisner, proudly dubbed Villa Meisner. Completed in 1924, this tower-like home was the architect's personal sandbox where he could bring his wildest ideas to life. In cohesive unity with Via Meisner, Villa Meisner included large arcades and loggias. We'll find the entry loggia, following the red Spanish tile floors below a barrel-vaulted ceiling as we look through the windows to see the patio. In a sense, the patio, or courtyard, was the first interior space guests would encounter. Going back into the entrance loggia, we'll take the door at the very end this time. This brings us to the drawing room, which like much of the house, evoked a Spanish colonial hall with its grand scale, pecky cypress wood ceilings, and stone fireplaces. Of special note, the windows incorporate Gothic tracery in their stone surrounds, and the glass itself bears slight tints of green, pink, and yellow, allowing the room to take on completely different appearances as the sun passes by. Let's scan the room until we find a large wooden door embraced by multicolored Spanish tile. We'll continue through, passing down the hall to open the door at the end. This brings us to the dining room, which would have been an explosion of color, from muted red tiles on the floor to salvage wall paneling which had been whitewashed, and a ceiling mirroring the hues of Palm Beach's sandy shores. The top floor was one giant studio office encircled by 16 windows, giving Meisner a panoramic view of the island of Palm Beach and the ocean on the horizon. It was here, in this light-filled area, Meisner would sketch designs and plan projects surrounded by antique Spanish furniture and his ever-present pets, which included birds and monkeys. While Villa Meisner was his personal playground, Addison's broader fame rests on the many iconic buildings he designed for others. In the early 1920s, to be built by Meisner became a status symbol for America's rich and famous. One of his most famous residential commissions was El Mirasol, a 147-room Spanish Moorish fantasy completed in 1919 for Evangeline and Edward Stotesbury. El Mirasol featured arcaded courtyards, sprawling gardens, and even imported centuries-old doors and tiles to lend it historical gravitas. Though El Mirasol was unfortunately demolished in the 1950s, in its heyday, it was the talk of Palm Beach for its sheer scale and lavish details. Meisner went on to build dozens more Palm Beach villas with evocative Spanish names, like Playa Oriente and Casa Bendita. Each home was unique, but all shared Meisner's signature touches: sun-dappled courtyards, trickling fountains, intricate wrought iron railings, and a deliberate patina of age that Meisner often applied to make a new mansion feel like an antique Spanish villa that had stood for centuries. In Boca Raton, Meisner built the jewel of his planned city, the Cloister Inn. The Cloister Inn was a deluxe hotel designed to look like a sprawling Spanish convent, with pink walls, red tile roofs, cloistered walkways, and lush tropical gardens. It embodied Meisner's ideal of harmony with the Florida climate: open-air loggias for catching breezes, picturesque courts, and every modern luxury wrapped in old-world charm. Meisner's architectural impact extended beyond individual buildings. He essentially invented the South Florida architectural vernacular that persists today. He established Meisner Industries, which produced everything from roof tiles and cast stone columns to carved furniture and pottery, allowing him to outfit his projects with custom, handcrafted elements. The result was an architectural legacy so distinctive that one can still drive through Palm Beach, Boca Raton, or Coral Gables today and instantly recognize Meisner's influence in the pink-hued villas and Mediterranean shopping plazas. By the mid-1920s, Addison Meisner was at the pinnacle of fame, heralded in society pages, courted by financiers, and busier than ever. However, the frenetic Florida land boom of the 1920s that fueled his success also led to his downfall. He poured all his energy and much of his capital into the Boca Raton development venture. Planning was not Meisner's strong suit. He was an artistic visionary, but admittedly dismal with budgets and business strategy. He confidently announced grand amenities for Boca Raton, multiple golf courses, a polo field, a performing arts theater, and even an airport, all without solid financial backing to deliver them. Meisner assembled an impressive roster of wealthy investors and connections. Early land sales in Boca were brisk, as buyers clamored to be part of Meisner's enchanted city, yet behind the scenes, costs were spiraling and the flow of money was nowhere near enough to fulfill his extravagant promises. Signs of trouble emerged by late 1925. Some prominent backers resigned when they realized Meisner's project lacked reasonable and competent management, and they feared being personally liable. Construction of the Cloister Inn raced to completion, but by spring 1926, Florida's real estate craze was cooling dramatically. In Boca, lot sales ground to a halt, and many buyers defaulted on payments. Meisner's development company quickly ran out of cash, and by May 1926, unpaid contractors began filing lawsuits, forcing the company into receivership. That July, Meisner was ousted from control of the enterprise, and by September 1926, the company was bankrupt. By the early 1930s, Meisner's health was failing, and he relied on the kindness of friends to make ends meet. Ever the optimist, he kept busy with small design projects and began penning memoirs of his adventurous life. In 1933, at age 60, he passed following a heart attack at his beloved Villa Meisner in Palm Beach. Meisner had never married or had children, so his estate, including the villa, was managed by his surviving family and creditors. Fortunately, the unique property found stewards who appreciated its significance. Over time, the apartments and shops in Villa Meisner continued to be used much as Meisner intended. Elegant boutiques, offices, and a few private residences tucked away above the arcades. The tower that was once Addison's living quarters was occasionally occupied by tenants, but remarkably, it was left almost untouched in terms of layout and decor. The carved wood beams, the wrought iron fixtures, the quirky castle-like ambience that Meisner created all remained intact, as if frozen in 1920s glamour. This is a rarity in Palm Beach, where real estate pressures have led to many historic homes being heavily remodeled or replaced. Today, Villa Meisner continues to stand, a place where the past and present mingle under the Florida sun, just as Addison Meisner intended. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this house? Or maybe something else stuck out to you? Either way, let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine living in a home inspired by the overgrown ruins of the Roman Empire. How would that inspired design play out? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're traveling to Elberon to uncover one of Career and Hastings' most unique commissions. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1856, Daniel Guggenheim was born in Philadelphia as one of 11 children of Meyer and Barbara Guggenheim. His father Meyer had built a lucrative business in metals, and young Daniel grew up poised to expand the family fortune. In 1881, a rich silver ore discovery in Colorado became a foundation of that fortune. Daniel joined the business around that time and helped propel it to global heights. By 1901, the Guggenheims had gained control of the American Smelting and Refining Company, defeating competitors backed by the Rockefellers. After Meyer's passing in 1905, Daniel assumed leadership of the family enterprises and quickly became the face of what was described as a saga of success upon success. Under his guidance, the Guggenheim Group dominated mining and smelting on an unprecedented scale. They mined tin in Bolivia, gold in the Yukon, diamonds and rubber in the Congo and Angola, and copper across Alaska, Utah, and Chile. By 1918, the family's wealth was estimated at $250 to $300 million, placing them among the world's richest dynasties. Despite immense power, it was said Daniel Guggenheim could make or break a government with a telegram, but influence aside, he also faced challenges. In 1922, after internal disputes, Daniel and his brothers were edged out of the American Smelting and Refining Company, prompting his retirement from business at 67 years old. He then turned his focus to philanthropy, particularly in the budding field of aviation. Throughout the 1920s, Daniel, often in partnership with his son Harry, funded pioneering works in aeronautics. He established the Daniel Guggenheim Fund for the Promotion of Aeronautics, which endowed aviation research centers and awards to spur safer aircraft technology. Thanks to these efforts, Guggenheim's legacy extended beyond mines and mills and into the skies, fostering innovations in flight. While Daniel built an empire in industry, he built some truly stunning mansions, but for today, we'll be taking a look at his magnificent summer home on the New Jersey coast. This mansion, which he named Firenze, became one of the most talked about residences in the resort enclave of Elberon. In the late 19th century, Elberon was known as a playland of millionaires, a seaside retreat for America's wealthy elite. Stately hotels and private cottages attracted US presidents and financiers alike, all eager to enjoy ocean breezes in high style. Daniel Guggenheim decided to transform the site into an Italian-inspired showplace befitting his status. Completed around 1903, this luxurious summer villa was intended to evoke the grandeur of the old world. In fact, the architects deliberately imbued Firenze with classical Italianate character from green shutters to flamboyant corbels and grand columns. The mansion's architecture blended Beaux-Arts elegance with Renaissance revival flair. For example, its facades featured Ionic columns and pilasters painted in bold colors, smooth red shafts in the lower level, and fluted columns above painted white and green. This dramatic polychrome treatment, along with ornate interiors, was meant to recall the Pompeian style of classical antiquity. In essence, Firenze was Daniel's homage to Italy, a name and design chosen to conjure the romance of Florentine palazzos and Roman villas built of clapboard right on the Jersey Shore. Before we head inside, I want to give a huge shout out to our This House supporters, as this video was made possible by our members. Consider joining our membership program to support the production and research of videos like this one. Entering the mansion, we see the signatures of Crerar and Hastings abounding, from the use of classical architectural elements and the most fashionable furniture of the day. However, this came with a twist, a challenge of sorts to evoke Pompeian design by bringing the outdoors in, as if though you were walking into an overgrown palace, searching for elements like the grand staircase beyond fountains, tiger skins, and palm fronds. This idea of a house that is park garden continued into the breakfast room, where trellises climbed the walls and even covered over the windows. While this style wasn't necessarily a throwback, after all, it was very popular in contemporary French design at the time, the introduction of fountains and plants kept the vibe going through the house. Even the formal rooms were dialed back in their own ways so as to lend an air of relaxation without pretension, such as in the library, where Circassian walnut paneling was paired with simple craftsman furniture to create this contrast. As for the drawing room, while its shell was formal with a marble fireplace, intricate plasterwork, and proper wallpaper, the furniture was made of rattan and paired with potted palms. Fresh flowers would be brought in daily to further liven up the space and add to the ambiance. As the 1920s drew to a close, Daniel Guggenheim could reflect on a life of remarkable achievement. In September 1930, however, his story met an abrupt end. Daniel passed suddenly of heart disease at age 74. Fittingly, he spent his final days in great comfort, passing away at his palatial Long Island residence known as Hempstead House. I'll have that video linked at the end of this one. But getting back on topic, what became of Firenze? Like many Gilded Age estates, its glory was not destined to last forever. In the decades after Daniel's departure, the property changed hands within the extended family. Firenze managed to survive through the Great Depression and World War II, but only just. Some suggest it was simply torn down, while others recall a fire in the early 1950s. But the result was the same: Firenze was no more. Firenze lives on in photographs as an icon of Gilded Age elegance on the Jersey Shore, a fun and fascinating footnote in the larger Guggenheim saga. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about this unique summer cottage? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Few of Newport's mansions ever had scandals so big that they escaped their walls and landed in the public spotlight. Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we're heading up to Rhode Island to uncover the elegant and twisted history of Clarendon Court. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. In 1863, Edward Knight Jr. was born into a Philadelphia family of immense wealth and industrial might. His father, Edward Knight Sr., had amassed a fortune as a sugar refiner and later as an investor in railroads, coal, and steamship companies. With this privileged background, Knight Jr. easily stepped into prominence. He succeeded his father in corporate roles, serving as president of several railroad companies, though by most accounts, his true talents lay not in business, but enjoying the fruits of his wealth. In fact, acquaintances famously quipped that Knight had exhibited more talent at spending money than making it. By the turn of the 20th century, Newport was the summer playground for America's richest families. Although the Gilded Age was waning and Newport's heyday as a social capital was beginning to fade, Knight was determined to stake his claim among the elite by building a magnificent summer residence of his own. In 1901, he purchased an acre of prime land on Newport's prestigious Bellevue Avenue. The plot overlooked Narragansett Bay and sat amidst the grand estates of other tycoons. It was on this choice site that he set out to construct a statement home befitting his status. In 1903, he commissioned renowned Philadelphia architect Horace Trumbauer to design a splendid villa where he and his wife could spend their summers entertaining in high style. Knight's timing may have been slightly behind the fashion. Newport's cottages had been at their zenith in the 1890s, but he spared no expense to ensure his house would be among the most impressive on the Atlantic coast. The stately front facade of Clarendon Court was designed in a refined Palladian style, virtually replicating an 18th century English country house that architect Colin Campbell had once imagined but never built. Trumbauer discovered Campbell's old plans for a grand manor called Hedworth House and used them as an inspiration, making only minor tweaks, such as omitting a pair of cupolas, to adapt the design for Newport. The result was a classically balanced limestone villa with elegant Doric columns, coins at the corners, and an unembellished balustrade gracing the roofline. In keeping with the grand, English Georgian look, the mansion's entrance gates open to a cobblestone court, leading to a dignified facade that speaks of old-world aristocracy transplanted to American shores. At nearly 12,000 square feet, with perfect symmetry and commanding bay views, Clarendon Court was every inch a palace, a brick and sandstone love letter to Georgian architecture and Gilded Age ambition alike. To furnish their new home, Edward and Clara Knight turned to the celebrated Parisian firm Jules Allard & Sons, importing authentic period style to Rhode Island. Visitors stepping through the mahogany front doors found themselves in a marble foyer with a graceful sweeping staircase, a dramatic entry that set an elegant tone. Throughout the interiors, 18th century European fireplaces, patterned marble floors, and massive windows surrounded the family and their guests with museum-quality splendor. Each room was themed. For instance, the dining room's architectural features were all a creamy white to match the plasterwork, while all the textiles were colored in hues of greens. Over the years, they added a classical loggia and matching rear wings, expanding the mansion's footprint while preserving its harmonious design. The estate's grounds also grew. Shortly before the house was completed in 1904, Knight snapped up an additional 6 acres of adjoining land to secure direct ocean frontage and space for elaborate gardens. For a time, Edward Knight Jr. enjoyed the idyllic life that Clarendon Court afforded him. Tragically, his wife Clara passed away in 1910, only a few years after the Newport dream home had been completed. With Clara gone, the widowed Knight spent less time at the grand mansion. He eventually moved to a more modest estate called Stonybrook in nearby Middletown, also designed by his friend Trumbauer. Soon after, he remarried to his second wife, Louise, and in the early 1920s, the couple poured a fortune into building a 21,000 square foot Art Nouveau mansion known as Corolla Island, now famous as the Whalehead Club. But what about that old mansion in Newport? Clarendon's court story did not end with the Knights. In fact, the mansion went on to host a succession of new owners, each leaving their mark and sometimes bringing new renown or notoriety to the property. It switched hands multiple times until 1970, when the mansion was bought by Sonny von Bülow, an American heiress to a utilities fortune of about $75 million, and her husband, Claus von Bülow, a Danish-born socialite. They lived there happily until December 26, 1979, when after a family Christmas gathering at Clarendon Court, Sonny von Bülow was found unresponsive and slipped into a coma. She was rushed to the hospital, where doctors determined that her blood sugar had plummeted to dangerously low levels. Sonny was diagnosed with hypoglycemia, likely brought on by a combination of too much insulin, drinks, and medications in her system. At the time, this medical emergency was treated just as that, an alarming health scare, but not a crime. Sonny recovered consciousness after that first coma, and doctors warned her to be careful with her diet and substances. Yet ominously, just 1 year later, almost to the day, a far more dire incident occurred. On the evening of December 21, 1980, while the von Bülow family gathered again for Christmas in Newport, Sonny showed signs of disorientation and was put to bed by a concerned relative. This time, she would never wake up. The 48-year-old heiress had fallen into an irreversible coma, a vegetative state in which she remained for nearly 28 years until her passing in 2008. In 1982, her husband was arrested and put on trial, accused of secretly injecting her with insulin to induce a coma, allegedly so he could eliminate his wife while continuing to enjoy her fortune. Claus was found guilty, but he vehemently maintained his innocence and appealed the verdict. In a highly publicized reversal, his conviction was overturned on appeal in 1985, and at a second trial that year, he was acquitted of all charges. The von Bülow saga did not end there, however. Sonny's children from her first marriage filed a $56 million civil suit against Claus, determined to hold him accountable in some way. Ultimately, in 1987, a settlement was reportedly reached. The disturbing events at Clarendon Court had by then become the subject of endless media coverage, books, and even a Hollywood film, Reversal of Fortune in 1990, in which Jeremy Irons famously portrayed Claus. Newport's elegant mansion was now etched into the public memory as the scene of a dark real-life mystery. Yet through triumph and turmoil alike, Clarendon Court has retained its dignified charm. It remains perched by the Atlantic, still one of the most beautiful of Newport's private cottages, its stone walls and formal gardens silently witnessing the passage of eras. As long as Clarendon Court stands, lovingly maintained by its previous and present owners, the spirit of Newport's Gilded Age and the colorful lives intertwined with this mansion will continue to captivate and inspire all who learn its tale. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Clarendon Court? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Imagine building a fortune on patent infringements and building an industrial empire in the process. Hi everyone, Ken here. Hit that subscribe button and let's explore this house. Born in 1857 to a prominent Quaker family in Westchester, Pennsylvania, young Philip Sharples ran a small machine shop in town. He had a knack for mechanical problem solving, a talent that soon led him to the unglamorous world of dairy equipment. In 1883, Sharples made a bold move. He traveled to Sweden to obtain rights to produce and sell a new device that was revolutionizing dairy farming, the cream separator. This machine could rapidly separate cream from milk, a task previously done slowly by hand. Upon returning home, he tweaked the design and began manufacturing his own Sharples tubular cream separator, which would earn distinction as the first American-made cream separator. As American agriculture modernized, demand for efficient dairy equipment boomed, and by 1906, the Sharples Separator Works, his factory on Maple Avenue in Westchester, was running full tilt. The enterprise expanded nationally and then internationally. Branch offices opened in Illinois and California, and its separators were shipped to Europe, Argentina, Australia, and Japan. At its height, the factory sprawled over 5 acres, employed about 1,000 workers, and produced 3,700 separators a year. Of course, success rarely comes without challenges. Sharples had essentially out-innovated the very company that inspired him, and the Swedish firm de Laval wasn't happy about it. Between 1890 and 1919, Sharples fought off 23 patent infringement lawsuits from de Laval and won them all. These courtroom battles only cemented his reputation as a tenacious innovator protecting his turf. By the early 1900s, Sharples was riding high, and with a personal fortune amassed from bringing high-tech dairy equipment to farms around the world, he turned his sights to building a suitable home, not just a house, but a statement piece that reflected his hard-won success. He began quietly buying up farmland outside Westchester to create his dream estate. Between 1904 and 1910, he purchased parcels ranging from small 2-acre lots to expansive 200-plus acre tracts in West Goshen Township. In 1907, the manor house, which Sharples fittingly named Greystone Hall, was completed as the centerpiece of the estate. It was designed by Charles Barton Keene, a renowned architect of country houses who gave Greystone the appearance of a medieval English manor while equipping it with all the modern comforts of the early 20th century. The grounds of Greystone Hall were just as impressive as the house itself. Formal gardens and a sweeping lawn extended behind the house, where Sharples could host garden parties or simply stroll and admire the landscape. A grand pergola, one of Charles Barton Keene's signature design elements, stretched out in the garden with dozens of stately columns. The estate originally encompassed hundreds of acres of rolling hills, dotted with auxiliary buildings like a large carriage house, a spring house, and several cottages for the staff. Greystone Hall in 1907 was not just a home, it was a symbol of Sharples' triumph, a place where he could literally and figuratively enjoy the fruits of his labor in grand style. Stepping into Greystone Hall in its heyday must have been breathtaking. The craftsmanship was top-notch, from carved woodwork and marble fireplaces to an elegant central staircase. To explore the house, we'll pass through the main entrance to arrive in the Great Hall. We are greeted by a floor-to-ceiling fireplace with views deep into the house, past the grand staircase, and even deeper into the palm room. Arriving as guests, we'll first be ushered into the reception room, finished out in light, welcoming colors from the painted millwork to the floral textiles. From here, we'll travel down the hall until we step through a massive archway to find the library, complete with a dazzling coffered ceiling soaring overhead and built-in glass-paned bookcases skirting the room's perimeter and capped by fluted Doric columns. Now we'll cross the central gallery to find the billiard room opposite the library, where we can imagine Philip playing pool with his friends and then hanging out by the Inglenook into the late hours of the night. Venturing towards the opposite end of the house, we'll pass into the dining room, where a marble fireplace blends almost seamlessly with the creamy painted wall panels beneath incredibly intricate plasterwork on the ceiling above. For a time, Philip Sharples lived the life that matched his mansion, one of prosperity and prominence. However, tragedy struck early on. Mrs. Sharples passed away in 1911, just 4 years after the home's completion. Sharples later remarried, and life at Greystone went on, filled with family events and high society gatherings. But storms were brewing on the horizon that would profoundly affect Sharples' fortunes. He retired from actively running his company in 1925, likely confident that he had built an enterprise that could sustain itself and his family for generations. Yet the timing was unfortunate. The Great Depression hit in 1929, and like so many Gilded Age fortunes, Sharples' financial empire began to crumble. Farmers could no longer afford new cream separators, credit tightened, and the once mighty Sharples Separator Works fell into decline. In 1933, the company was forced into bankruptcy amidst the economic turmoil. The financial stress took a direct toll on Sharples and his beloved Greystone Hall. To raise funds and cover debts, he had mortgaged Greystone, using the mansion and its vast property as collateral on loans. When the Depression worsened, Sharples could not keep up with the payments, and the unthinkable happened. Greystone Hall was foreclosed upon. The mansion stood empty for nearly a decade as the land was parceled off and sold to developers. Then in July 1942, a family stepped forward and purchased Greystone Hall from the bank. The mansion passed through various family members, with each generation taking great care to maintain it for the next. Thankfully, Greystone Hall continues to stand to this day, operating as a wedding and events venue. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. What did you think about Greystone Hall? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure you're subscribed so you never miss an exciting episode of This House.